eyes cracked open. Stars above, Nern below. I wasn't falling, just floating, surrounded by strangers in a cosmic circle like some weird interdimensional group therapy. Then bam! A guy in a tacky red-purple suit pops in, grinning like a merchant with too many potions to sell. "Welcome to the beta testing of Elder Scrolls 8, he boomed, like this was a party instead of a trap. He blabbed on about time limits, location locks, blah blah standard dev jargon wrapped in chaos. My mouth stayed shut, but inside, panic and curiosity threw hands. No HUD, no logout. Just the chilling realization, this wasn't a game anymore, not really. The moment he paused mid-sentence, you knew it was coming. For you loremongers, we do have a new crisis, he said, practically vibrating with smugness. But don't get too excited. You're shackled to a single time period. One continent, one chance. You can leave it, but don't. You will get lost. And yeah, you will get lost. So what's the setting? He barely let the question breathe before answering himself, Skyrim. Not the Skyrim you knew, though. This is a twisted version, remodeled, updated, and crawling with surprises. Your old meta? Useless. Your favorite exploits? Maybe extinct. Then bam! A screen hits you in the face. This is your journal, the voice chimes. Map, quests, profile all in one glowing interface. Welcome to the beta. Welcome to chaos. No saves, no second chances. If you want to level up, you sleep, simple as that. Then, boom, character creation lights up like a divine menu from the gods. The announcer snaps his fingers, poof, he's gone, and I'm left staring at the skill tree roulette. 3 picks, bonus XP and whatever I choose. The rest, learn it the hard way. Classic. Most skills scream Skyrim nostalgia, but 4 shiny new trees steal the show. Acrobatics, hand-to-hand, empowerment, and blessings. Acrobatics? Think flashy knife throws and rogue flips. Hand-to-hand? Punch first. Ask later. But empowerment and blessings? Total mystery boxes. I scratch my head, heart racing, brain calculating. One thing's for sure, stealth is a must. When you can't fight or steal, you sneak. And when you can sneak, you win. First thing I did, stealth. Always stealth, like breathing in shadow form. No second guesses there. But then came the real question, what next? I wanted something that'd carry weight across every conversation, every shop, every lie. Speechcraft, underrated? Absolutely. But if things played out how I imagined, persuasion wouldn't just be a skill, it'd be a weapon. Prices drop, people fold, and if the Thuum came into play, maybe I'd shout mountains into dust. Still, something gnawed at me felt like speech could go deeper, twistier than anyone expected. But the third slot, that one kept me pacing. This wasn't vanilla Skyrim. We were stuck in a beta simulation dressed in nostalgia, which meant I needed more than muscle or mimicry. I needed magic. Physical combat? Learnable. But real spell work? That required raw talent. So I narrowed it. Restoration or alteration. Conjuration had too many death. By Daedra risks. Destruction was too loud, and illusion? A joke. Restoration had obvious utility, but alteration? Quietly powerful. Like me, might be the dark horse this world never saw coming? Alteration wasn't just spellsit, it was a cheat code. It amped everything. Alchemy, speechcraft, enchanting. Transmute alone turned iron into gold and words into power. I was sold. Alteration it was. And if I ever wanted to crack the language of dragons, I'd need every edge. The announcer's voice boomed, jarring me from my scheming. Finally, now bonuses for those with unique picks. 2 trees glowed. Speechcraft and alteration. My reward? Any bonus, so long as it fit. Easy. For alteration, 3 custom spells. First, divergence, to split any spell into a new one. Second, fusion, to merge spells into something stronger. And last, conversion, to flip spells between active and passive. My arsenal was no longer spells. It was evolution. Heh. Speechcraft was the tough one. Without the Dragonborn soul perks, I had to improvise as so. I chose a book. Not just any book, but one that taught the dragon tongue and every shout in it. Clever, right? The announcer's voice sliced in before I could pat myself on the back. Decided? Good. Time for your race. Look in the mirror. Bamir pops up. I'm a stock Nord, like everyone else. Some folks flipped genders. I didn't. Too many unknowns. Instead, I eyed the race menu. I could pick one or mix 2. Half-breeds were on the table, snow elf, Akaviri, even beastfolk combos, but only with other furballs. Some choices were basically suicide unless you nailed your spawn point. Reekling or Falmer? Maybe, but the smart move, pick the race after choosing where you'd drop in. Starting point was everything. They gave us a choice erase before zone. Smart move, honestly. I went with a Nord snow elf hybrid, cold resistance stacked to 85%. No racial perks, but I wasn't complaining. I could basically sleep in a blizzard. Character creation, Nordic base, elven ears, purple eyes, obviously. If I can pick purple, I do. But something felt off. I remembered my loadouts, my stats, my beard preference. I just didn't remember arriving here. Still, I sculpted a sharper jawline, tossed in a full but not too wild beard, like I was trying to remember a face I never had. Charisma slider? Gently nudged, just enough to make it count. My hair? Black, like obsidian midnight, not that pale, predictable Nord fluff. I gave myself a glorious mane, thick enough to armor both head and neck. Then came the body. Muscular? Absolutely. Not bulky, just efficient. I wasn't sure how the hybrid scales played into stamina or strength, so I went with balanced power. Though, there was one scale that stood out. I tweaked it, made it bigger. Tastefully intimidating. Clothes? Oh, I had choices. I picked hide gear, heavy on the fur. Frost resistance or not, I wasn't looking to freeze my newly minted assets off. That fear of cold? Motivational. It's why I picked hybrid in the first place. Finally, the name. I didn't remember my real one, but that didn't stop me. I clicked my tongue, smirked, and typed, Vec Frostwane. Simple. Sharp. A subtle joke on my icy blood, and even colder resolve. Perfect. Okay. The voice slammed back into existence like a glitchy NPC on a vendetta. I flinched. He definitely did that on purpose. You've got most of your setup. All that's left is your backstory. His tone twisted like a GM dangling doom. If you're lazy or just awful at writing, skip it. You'll spawn somewhere random. But if your story's good, he stared. No, not stared scanned. Like he was patching into my soul through debug mode. Then the voice went flat, robotic. This is the last time you'll hear from me, so stay safe, play smart, don't do anything dumb. Once your backstory's locked, you'll wake up either where it ends, or where fate throws you. Good luck, gamers, and remember, it just works. And poof, blinked out. The light shifted, spotlighting others I couldn't talk to, couldn't see, alone. Just me and a screen waiting to decide where I'd wake Upper if I'd survived the opening cutscene. Do you like this personality? He wasn't born special. No prophecies, no gods, whispering his name, just Vec Frostwane. An odd mix of snow elf and human blood with a half-decent aim and way too much free time. Stuck in a chilly corner of Atmora where his ancestors once stomped around with ambition, he decided being normal sucked. So he crafted a tale, slapped on a heroic filter, and set his sights on Tamriel. Skyrim, to be exact. Getting there? Not free. So he grabbed a bow because apparently everyone up north knows how to shoot and started selling hides like a walking market stall. Archery wasn't even on his skill tree. But hey, survival improvises. Once he racked up enough gold for the journey, he didn't stop stockpiled more like a hoarder with purpose. Inns, homes, the whole comfort package. He didn't just want to travel, he wanted to matter. And this was just the prologue. After a month drifting on the cold sea, he finally reached solitude, but it wasn't wasted time. Between dodging storms and rationing dried fish, he picked up alchemy, smithing, and a few salty tricks from the crew. Enchanting? Nah, that was out of the question, unless one of the sailors was secretly a robed mystic with a side hustle. Still, it didn't need to be a full-blown saga, just enough to sketch a backstory. Rumors from the sailors filled the gaps. Dragons screeching in the clouds, vampires lurking in ancient keeps, whispers of Daedra plotting chaos from the shadows. Maybe those tales would unlock something down the line. He knew which quests were off the table, Serrano wasn't his style, the Razor was basically a community prize, and the Dark Brotherhood, too crowded. But Azure's Star and Dawnbreaker? Clean, powerful, drama-free, he locked in the choices with a smirk. Screen faded, game on. When I glanced up, everyone else had vanished like a bugged-out party wipe. Then, boom, blackout. Cue the shouting, rise and shine! My eyes snapped open to a creaking ship interior, and just like that, I was in Skyrim. My limbs moved like I'd always lived here. Natural. Too natural. We were docked already, and stepping out onto the port, the view hit me like a frost troll to the face. Solitude, huh? I muttered. Yeah, it's massive. The sailor gave a knowing nod. You'll get used to it. Winking skeever's your best bet if you're staying low-key. I gave a half nod, half squint. Typical NPC helpfulness. I patted my pockets bingo. One suspiciously bonus speechcraft book and a fat pouch of gold that didn't feel quite imperial. Either I was lucky, or this beta was already bending the rules, and I planned to break them first. So they might be useless, huh? I slumped onto a nearby crate, flipping open my journal like I was pulling up some arcane system menu only I could see. 6 quests stared back at me too were the rumors I chased down. Something about an old shrine and a weird beacon. Another one wanted me to go dragon hunting across Skyrim, as if that's just a casual errand. One more flagged the Dawnguard vampire hunters. Typical. But the last two? Those were personal. One demanded I build a name for myself, complete with progress bars for factions and holds, like I was some prestige class waiting to be unlocked. Useful, maybe, if I ever figure out what the hell I want to do here. Then came number 6, a blank slate. A glitch? That's what I thought until I opened it. One line lit up. You have no memories of the past, only about the world you live in now. I narrowed my eyes. That wasn't a bug. That was a challenge. Alteration wasn't just a skill, it was the cheat code Vec Frostwain had been hunting for. Each point pumped into it gave a solid 10% boost, but that was just the appetizer. Stability stretched spell durations like Taffy, magic resistance stacked until enemy spells felt like mosquito bites, and Atronach turned him into a walking magic sponge. All that power was just passive. Then came Mage armor quadrupling, defense is so hard. Dragonhide practically turned into Dragonborn plate. But the real twist? Alter Self. A whole new branch, never before seen, that let Vec sculpt his stats like clay. This wasn't just Skyrim with mods, it was Vec rewriting the code of reality, one perk at a time. 10% here, 10% there, and suddenly I'm bending the laws of physics like they owe me rent. I dumped my first points into alteration proficiency, each one cranking the power by 10%. Then came the classics novice to master, rank sporing but necessary. But the real meat? Stability perks that made my spells last 50%, then 100% longer. Magic resistance stacked up to a cool 50%. The Atronach path? Oh yeah, that bad boy. Let me soak up enemy magic like free coffee refills, 30%, passive absorb at max. And that was just the warm-up. Mage armor? Boosted my defensive spells 2.5x. If my guess was right, that meant Dragonhide would turn me into a walking fortress with over 1,000 armor. But hold your potions. That was nothing. The real shocker was Alter Self, an entire new branch tucked into alteration like a hidden door in a dungeon wall. New perks, new mechanics, new ways to break reality. And this was just one perk tree. Welcome to the deep end. Speechcraft wasn't just a skill tree, it was a tactical war zone dressed in charm. Vec cracked it open like a vault of manipulation. First came proficiency, laying the groundwork. Then boom 3 lethal branches, persuasion, intimidation, bribery sharper than the last. Down persuasion, he snatched points in allure to charm the opposite sex, kinship for racial influence, then dove into bardcraft to weaponize performance, all leading to silver Tungwea, verbal nuke on everyone. Intimidation? Pure vocal warfare. Voice amplified his Thuum, Marauder turned fear into a combat tool, and Beneo banished racial-specific damage boosts like candy, capped off with hatred that lit enemies up just for existing. Bribery brought it home, haggling maxed out gold gain with a 30% boost, making every merchant encounter feel like daylight robbery in Vec's favor. And then came merchant, because why just survive when you can sell survival itself? This perk could charm even beggars into buyers. Fencer followed, legalizing stolen loot with a wink and a smile. Investor? Now that was juicy stacking shop funds with every level, so long as you forked over the coin. But the real spice? Contract. Magic deals, fine print optional. Things escalated fast with Daedra Dealer and Aedra Dealer because who wouldn't want cosmic power on speed dial? Risky? Sure. Worth it? Definitely. Meanwhile, over in the sneaking tree, things branched. Basic sneak buffs one way, sneak attack mayhem the other. Silent? Deadly? Yes, please. Silent as frost on midnight stone, I step through the familiar rhythm sneaking, muffle, lightfoot, silent roll until the world itself seemed to hush. Then came Silent Run and Shadow Blend, turning me into a phantom in the code. But it was the sneak attack skills where the real fun began. Dagger arts gleamed with 8 wicked points, backstab pulsed with 5, and deadly aim whispered with 4 all, feeding the thrill of the one-hit dance. Magic Strike slipped in next, bending arcane shadows to my will. Assassin's Blade poisoned the edges of reality, while Shadowstalk made darkness itself my blade, turning ambushes into cinematic executions 15 times the damage, 15 times the flare. I was satisfied. Maybe too satisfied? My profile flashed up. 10k golden at Morris. About 5k in Imperial coin decent, if humble beginnings. My inventory? A dagger, a bow, some jerky, and a whisper of ambition. Solitude loomed bigger than expected, but that only meant more shadows to disappear into. Chapter 3, Lights Out. Just my luck 3 quests, 1 brain, and a map that suddenly felt a lot bigger than I remembered. Sure, the plan sounded solid. Grab the Sheogorath quest before anyone else, swing by the Rueful Axe Cave, and end up in Falkreath stacking quests like cards. Easy, right? Except Solitude's docks were now the size of a city, and my legs weren't fast travel enabled. I rubbed my neck, already second-guessing my genius. Then fate, or maybe a glitchy pathing script, shoved an Argonian into me with a concerned, "Whoa there, friend, are you okay?" I froze, not from fear, but calculation. Every interaction was a potential node in my web. And this scaly stranger might just be the first strand. "Ah, Maxis, meet my new friend." Jarrah grinned like he hadn't just dragged me into 3 kinds of trouble. Maxis barely blinked, arms crossed like a statue with attitude. "You're not dragging him into anything shady down at the docks, are you?" Jarrah laughed it off the way guilty NPCs always do. "Shady? Me? Never. He's new to Skyrim. I'm just showing him around." Maxis looked me over like he was inspecting contraband. "Where you from, new guy?" I hesitated. Say Atmora, and he'd think I was Mador role-playing too hard. Lore said it vanished, save for one frostbitten trade line. My story was already falling apart. "It's complicated," I said. "I'm from overseas." He nodded slowly, then squinted. "Nord blood, maybe. But what's with those ears?" Ra's smirk froze as he noticed them too. "Great. Now I was a glitch in their lore book." "Yup," I said, matching Maxis' stare. "Mostly Nord." "Ah, Maxis, meet my new friend." Ra's voice oozed casual charm like a snake in velvet, while Maxis gave the kind of nod that said, "I've seen things." His glare hit like a frost spell. "You aren't roping them into shady business at the docks again, Jarrah." "Psh," came the dismissive wave. "I'm just giving a friendly tour. He's new here." The spotlight swiveled to me. Maxis squinted. "Where you from, new guy?" My mind raced. Atmora was lore. Taboo. Roscree was annexed. My backstory? Basically duct tape and hope. I mumbled, "It's complicated." "I come from overseas." Maxis stroked his chin. "Life across the sea? You look Nord." "Except for those ears." Jarrah blinked like he just noticed I wasn't full Nord bro. I gave Maxis a half smirk. "Yup, mostly Nord." "Ah, Maxis, meet my new friend," Jarrah said with a sly grin that practically screamed side quest trouble. Maxis gave a curt nod, eyes narrowing like he'd seen this con before. "You're not dragging them into anything shady at the docks again, are you, Jarrah?" The lizard waved it off like a leaf in the wind. "Shady? Please, I'm a model citizen. He's just new in town. I'm giving him the grand tour." Maxis turned his gaze to me, scanning like a guard scanning for contraband. "Where you from, new guy?" My brain lagged at Mora. Too ancient, too erased. I settled on, "It's complicated. Overseas." He nodded thoughtfully. "A seafarer, huh? You look like a Nord except for those ears." That's when Jarrah finally noticed. "Yeah, hybrid problems. Still, I kept my poker face and nodded. Mostly Nord." Let the mystery simmer. My ancestors once chained elves like livestock, breeding them without remorse, but instead of shame, they handed their half-blood sons blades and called them warriors. I carry their blood, sharp ears and all, though most Nords just squint past it. Maxis caught on too quick, and before I could vanish into the crowd, he bid me luck. Jarrah chuckled when we entered solitude, teasing about ears I'd forgotten to hide. I smirked. It's in the blood, after all. But the city buzzed with something else. Rogvir's body was still warm, his crime a whisper on every tongue. They called him traitor. I called Ulfric a pawn. The Empire's hatred for the Thalmor simmered quietly, but I could see it. They were sharpening their daggers in the dark, waiting for the next move in a game where players never set the rules. I scoffed, muttering under my breath about Thalmor strings tugging at Stormcloak pockets, while Jarrah just stared blankly at the poor headless sod nearby typical. "You wanted solitude?" he asked, all casual. "Yeah, and maybe an inn without corpses," I replied. He smirked, pointing through the maze of merchant stalls and overpriced souvenirs. "One inn, right there, the Winking Skeever, closer to the center tree not to trip over ambition on your way in." He tossed a nod at the market behind us. "That's where locals hawk wares if they're not turning homes into storefronts." A few more steps, and he gestured at a sketchy staircase nailed to someone's rooftop. "Yeah, housing here's like Jenga. Keep stacking until someone falls off." He flashed a grin, throwing in a Bard's College mention like a breadcrumb of culture, then dropped his tone. "Gotta find my sister. Ohand, avoid the sewers." That last part, delivered way too casually to not be hiding a world of trouble. Be careful of those. They recant if you listen closely, the shadows whisper. Jarrah never said a word about the noble district, or Castle Dur, which was suspicious in itself. I stroked my chin, mind racing through possibilities. Maybe Captain Aldous could wipe out the Blackbloods for me without knowing he was being played. Just then, Jarrah slinked back toward the Winking Skeever. Perfect. I'd need his sister, though. One step at a time. Next up, find the crazy old man who starts the Sheogorath quest. Dervanin. Should have been easy to spot. What with his charcoal eyes and lunatic energy? In the original timeline, he drifted around the Bard's College only now. Everything had shifted. The noble district was a maze on a hill, and the college wasn't where memory insisted it should be. I scratched my head in frustration. A city guard strolled by, and I flagged him down. "Seen a ranting old beggar named Dervanin?" he sneered. "That old lunatic? Why would you want him?" I exhaled slowly. "Because that master he won't shut up about." "Yeah, I know who that is. Let's just say I need Dervanin to track down someone a lot more dangerous." I scrolled through my quest log as the crisp morning wind bit at my cloak then. I spotted him. Dervanin! Snoring like a banshee tangled in bushes. I jabbed a stick at the lunatic. "Master, is that you?" He mumbled, eyes crusty and wide. "Not exactly," I smirked, "but I can fetch him from the Pelagius wing if you hand over the hip bone." His whole face lit up like I'd offered him moon sugar. "You know, master. Yes, here, the key, you need it." I nodded, pocketed the thing it wasn't for a door, more like a mental rabbit hole. "Look, I can't handle this today, but I'll drag your mad god back before month's end." Dervanin sighed dreamily. He does love his distractions. "Good luck then. I'm going back to sleep. Nighty-night." He curled into a ball, mumbling nonsense as I backed away. No tip. I'd rather not explain why I'm flashing golden Atmaran coins to a shrub-hugging nutjob. I'll save that twist for later. I'll swing back with some septims for him once I'm not broke. I stared at the hip bone. Seriously, what kind of inventory wizardry was this? Where was he even keeping it? More importantly, where was I keeping my gold? I slipped the bone into my pocket poof gone, right? Inventory logic. I overanalyzed it since my dagger and gear were actually strapped to me. Anyway, journal time. Lights Out now had bonus betrayal content, and apparently I triggered Mind of Madness too. Fun. I poked around the journal tabs quests, profile, Mapand, spotted the settings icon. I'd never touched it before. Naturally, I clicked it, and the weirdness I found. He didn't want to spoil the twist just yet. Later, maybe he'd toss the man a handful of septums so he could crash at the inn like a normal NPC. But for now, the hip bone stole the spotlight. Vex stared at it. Seriously? Where the hell had this guy pulled it from? A secret pocket in the void? And where would he even store something like this? His thoughts spiraled until the gold question hit literally where was his gold kept? With a sigh, he slipped the bone into his pocket and poof, gone. Inventory magic confirmed. He'd been overthinking it, clearly. His dagger and gear? Still physically on him. He opened his journal BAMquest updates. Lights Out now pointed toward evidence against a certain shady dock worker, and the chaos of Mind of Madness had officially been triggered. Curiosity piqued, he eyed the journal's tabs. Quests, profile map, and a gear icon he'd always ignored. Time to click it. System settings open and things were about to get interesting. System notifications? On. Journal colors? Customized. But the system organizations? Pure chaos. This is why you always check settings first, people. I groaned, cracked my knuckles, and dove in. 3 new tabs split clean from the bloated profile page. Skill trees, stats, and the almighty inventory. Clicked it open, tapped on the hip bone poof. It materialized in my hand like conjuration magic. Nice. Tossed it back into the tab gone again. Satisfying. All right, I muttered. Let's see what kind of trouble's on the bulletin board. Fast forward through hiking up Solitude's dumb hills who build cities like this, and I hit the training grounds near Castle Dur. Found the board, scanned it. Mostly boring delivery jobs and fetched this junk. Then, one scribbled note about the Black Blood Marauders. Suspicious. I leaned in. Might be nothing. But then again, in this game, nothing usually means everything. Wait, something felt off. Vex's eyes narrowed as he spotted the cryptic posting. Solitude Underground. A sewer system coiled within the mountain, where lights glow without source and whispers carry without wind. Dangerous, they said. Unknowable, they warned. Perfect. Snatching the note, the quest etched itself into his journal like a dare. But priorities, she still needed Captain Aldous for the next move in Lights Out. He found the man mid-training drill, barking commands with military grace. "Captain Aldous, sir!" Vec called, slipping easily into the role of the naive foreigner with secrets. Aldous turned, recognition flickering behind those stern eyes. "You entered after the execution." Vec nodded. "Guided by Jari Ra. I'm not from around here across oceans, actually." The captain raised a brow. "And what's this got to do with me?" Vec didn't blink. He extended the bulletin note like a poisoned letter. Black Blood Marauders. Had a run-in with them. Thought you'd like to compare notes. Why couldn't I dive deeper into my past? As I laid out my story, the old captain's eyes narrowed. He was piecing it together fast. "That pirate group?" I said, "They got chased off thanks to the crew that sheltered me. Couple of mages helped. Just setting the stage, really." His brow arched. "This tied to Jari Ra and his folks? Sharp, man." I'd only said Jari Ra was my city contact. So I pushed on. "When I hit Solitude, I was dazzled and disoriented. That's when he showed up offering unmissable goods, scavenging with his sister. The captain scratched his beard, muttering about past suspicions and failed arrests. No proof? Neither did I. But I've got a plan, I said. He asked me to snuff the Solitude lighthouse flame. That did it. The realization hit him like a frost wound to the face. They're targeting the ice runner. That ship's loaded with war supplies. I raised an eyebrow. So, what's the move? He gave me that smirk, the kind that meant trouble. We snuff the lighthouse fire. The ice runner crashes. We ambush the Black Bloods and maybe nab one of the siblings. Get their hideout. Launch a raid. I leaned back, calculating. Only problem? Skyrim's kind of on fire right now. Troops are stretched thin. He nodded grimly. Forsworn uprising pulled men to the reach. No spare blades. I could feel the tension coil tighter. No proof the siblings were working together. No way to justify moving soldiers. He rubbed his beard, thinking, how sharp are you with a blade? I shrugged, sharper with a bow. He motioned to the weapons rack. Then prove it. Let's see if you're more than a mouth. I hesitated, reading the subtext. This wasn't just target practice, this was the first test. The sun dipped low, bleeding gold over the stone walls of Solitude as I watched him vanish into the training yardsward. Clashing, orders barked, shadows stretching. I needed to grind fast. Skills don't level themselves. But first, the winking skeever. The tavern reeked of stale ale and sweat-soaked ambitions, exactly the place to stir chaos. 3 recruits on my mind, 1 for coin, 1 for revenge, 1 for thrill. As Lizette's song threaded through the smoky air, half forgotten but oddly stirring, I zeroed in on the first target, posted at the reception desk like fate was checking in. I smirked. Got a room for the night? Sorex didn't even blink. 10 gold! My hand went to my neck. Smooth entry. Now, let's see if he's as useful as he is grumpy. The sun dipped low, bleeding warmth over Solitude's ramparts, as Vec Frostwain narrowed his eyes. I'll see if I can get a few extra hands on board, the strategist muttered, already calculating the probabilities. Try to do the same when you have time. He didn't wait for an answer he never did, and stalked off toward the guards mid-swing. The golden hour cast long shadows, and Vec felt the grind itch under his skin. Practice called, Skill Points whispered. But first tavern time. Let's hit the winking skeever, he thought, smirking. That place reeked of sweat, secrets, and just enough chaos to cook up a plan. He entered through creaky doors into a wave of spiced ale and half-sung tunes. 3 recruits danced in his mental rostron Merc for hire, 1 revenge-obsessed, and 1 dangerously bored. Perfect. A familiar tune brushed his ears Lizette's voice, haunting and unfamiliar. He made a mental note. Get her on his side, if not her playlist. Spotting his first target, Vec approached with a disarming grin. Got a room for the night? Sorex barely looked up. 10 gold. Vec scratched his neck, already scheming how to get it discounted or reimbursed. The game wasn't just survival. It was manipulation, persuasion, and control. And this tavern? Just the first domino. Is this conversation helpful so far? I don't suppose you'll take these? I flipped a gleaming goldenette Mora into the air, letting it catch the tavern light. Sorex squinted, curious. Can I see that? I nodded, tossing it over. He turned it in his fingers, brow furrowing. It's smaller than a septum, but I've never seen gold like this before. Enter stage left, his father, drawn by the scent of confusion. What's going on? Sorex handed him the coin like it was cursed. The old man examined it, turning it against the flame. Smaller, yeah, but pure gold. Feels like an ancient Nord relic, except it looks fresh out of the forge. What is this? I scratched the back of my neck, trying to sound nonchalant. Golden at Mora, pretty standard where I'm from. We don't use imperial coin. And just like that, the air got colder not from the gold, but from the questions it didn't answer. Do you like this personality? Corpolis arched an eyebrow, voice dripping disbelief. A golden at Mora? Like the myth? I just nodded. He shrugged. Fine, but they're worth half. Double it up. 20 clinks later, Sorex slid me the room key. I asked about the inn's name. He groaned. Dad said a skeever winked at him. Truth? It was a bald mutt from Hammerfell, ugly thing. He called it skeever for laughs. I smirked. You gonna inherit this circus? He chuckled. I already run the joint. Deliveries, guests, even the ledgers mostly. But I don't want this forever. Thought about the Legion. But war? Not my vibe. I nodded again. Right. You were there for Rogvir's chop show. Is this conversation helpful so far? Sorex leaned on the table with a crooked smirk. Yeah. Known him since we were knee-high to a frost troll. Total brute. No one really liked the guy. Before he got the axe, he wouldn't shut up about the Stormcloaks. Honestly, it's half the reason I thought about signing up with the Legion just to spite him. I scanned the room. Jari. Raz got one more sibling, Gulam Ibut. He's clean. No ties to the Black Bloods. Still, didn't want him catching wind of this. No scaly ears in sight, so I turned back to Sorex. Ever talk to Captain Aldous, I asked. He's got jobs for folks stuck in solitude. Dangerous ones, too. With the war pulling all the heavy hitters, there's room for the bravier the bored. Sorex raised a brow. Fight what exactly? I gave a lazy shrug. Wolves. Bandits. Maybe a dragon if you're lucky. He let out a bark of laughter, grabbed his towel, and went back to wiping the counter. All right, you got me. I'll ask him. Just then, something clicked in my head. That smooth back and forth, that glint in his eye. My speechcraft must have ticked up again. Ha! Level up by sarcasm. Classic. He never asked my name and I never offered it. Almost level 2, but something feels off with the skill trees. Maybe I got duped? Looks like dumping points into proficiency speeds things up. I'll test that once I sleep and grab my first skill point. For now, I needed a drink. Just some basic ale, I told the barkeep. 4 septums, he grunted. I tossed down 8. Generosity buys silence. With ale in hand, I slid into a seat across from a man in battered armor. He was mid-chew on a sad-looking pile of potatoes. His eyes met mine. What do you want? He asked. You're a mercenary, right? I replied, sipping. He gave a dry nod. Not much work lately, nothing worth doing. Not into chopping up bandits for local guards? I smirked. He gave a lopsided grin. I'd rather guard some noble's backside for 500 gold. He leaned forward slightly. Name's Belrand. You hiring? I shrugged like the question bored me. Sort of. Listen up, Palyor. Answer hinges on 2 questions. Are you game for danger? And will you take these shiny little Atmaran coins as hazard pay? The seasoned sellsword eyes the gold, strokes his beard, and smirks. 2 of these equal 1 standard piece? Fine by me. So, what's the score? Cue the reveal. A covert strike for the city's captain. Hunting ruthless marauders on the high seas, with no official backup, just a tight squad and a promise of glory. The veteran chews on the idea, forks clinking, then slams his plate down like a war drum. Pirates, huh? The infamous black blood lot? Count me in, I've been itching for real action. And if you need extra muscle, the local headsman's axe would love a taste of pirate plank. Deal struck, sword sheathed, and a hush falls over the tavern as fate readies its next splash page. He was right there, sipping Blackbriar like he owned the place. That's the guy me next recruit. I gave a nod, ready to drop the gold, but he waved it off with that veteran swagger. If this is all this is doing, I'll bleed coin out of him myself, he said. I smirked. Perfect. Time to hunt down Ottar. As I walked over, he didn't even glance. Seat's taken, he growled. I just nodded. Jala, right? Relax. I'll vanish the second she shows. But let's talk escapees. That got his attention. All right, but the second she's here, you ghost. I gave the nod deal made. Then I leaned in, dropping the name that would light the fire. Hargar, he broke out. Pretty weird how that happened. Ottar nodded, confirming the prison break of a notorious marauder captain someone Vec just happened to run into during a pirate ambush en route to Solitude. With a sly smirk, Vec dangled the truth. Not only did he know where the fugitive was, but he knew who cracked the cell door open. Ottar's eyes lit up like a man offered revenge on a platter. Jala entered mid-convo, curious, but Vec brushed it off just business. As he turned to leave, Ottar called out his loyalty, already hooked by the promise of chaos. Talk to Aldous, Vec replied coolly. The pieces were moving. His journal chimed, speechcraft up, level gained, power was stacking. Do you like this personality? When I drifted off to sleep, I didn't wake up in bed. I woke up in a cosmos of floating stars, each one pulsing with potential. Skill trees, shimmering and alive. I stepped toward the first. Lockpicking still garbage. Acrobatics was next, and okay, that one had legs. Boosted stamina, flashy leaps, might be worth a few points. I skipped the familiar and scoped out the newcomers. Hand to hand? Meh. Too vanilla. But claws caught my eye might synergize with certain beastly builds. Then came the jackpot. Empowerment. A skill tree wired into my bloodline. Nord and Snow Elf perks? Yes, please. With every hybrid race baked into this glitch-happy world, the combinations were madness. This wasn't just skill optimization, it was a blueprint for domination. Do you like this personality? Lucky and unlucky figures. The novice perks and the other trees worked just fine, but it was the bonus I picked for alteration that flipped the script. I didn't need to slog through spellbooks, the knowledge just flowed. I slammed a perk point into novice alteration, took a breath and boomy, brain got flash flooded with spell data like I downloaded a mage's entire career in seconds. When the rush ended, I was still floating in that surreal dreamscape, staring at a fancy door, clearly the exit. But right next to it, my magic profile, fully editable. I couldn't resist. The passive effects section greeted me with 3 entries. Frost, resistance obvious. Atmora native interesting? Ancient race mysterious? Atmora native in particular had a strange edge to it. Something powerful, something forgotten. In the surreal dreamscape of skill trees, Vec Frostwain stood at the threshold of power, half laughing, half calculating lucky and unlucky all at once. The novice perks played nice across the board, but it was alteration where things truly clicked. One perk, one breath, and his mind detonated with arcane insight spells once distant, now etched into his soul like frost on glass. The world shifted but didn't end. He wasn't waking up yet. Instead, an ornate door loomed, promising escape, but beside it, a mirror to his magic self. A profile panel pulsed with editable power. Vec chuckled. Magic could be rewritten here. First stop? His passives. Frost resistance. Expected. Atmora native. Intriguing. Ancient race. Mysterious. But that native buff? Oh, it had teat hand he planned to bite. In a realm where only the fiercest survive, the Atmoran natives are born into brutality. Strength isn't earned. It's inherited before birth. Carved into bone by the frozen winds of a forgotten land. I stared at the passive effects screen. No numbers, no percentages, just cryptic hints. One effect, Ancient Race, simply whispered that my skills would get a 5% boost when dealing with my kind. No clue how the rest worked, but I wasn't done. I triggered Spell Conversion Boom 3 new spells. Grant Frost Resistance, a whopping 50% boost. Adversity, trade stamina for health and mana, and the hilariously named Senior Discount, which cranked up my bartering. And yeah, the best part? The passive stayed. I could shuffle the deck, swap spells, and still keep the aces. But the twist? The spells didn't always match their origins. A Frostborn Legacy gave me a barter buff? Sure, magic's weird. I browsed through alterations, spells Candlelight, Oakflesh, Equilibrium, all familiar. Then I spotted newcomers like Alarm, Splinter, and Lock. The rules were bending, and I was just getting started. Sure-footed had its perks, but not without a downside. Still, with a shield, could be deadly. I paused, then tapped into Divergence, and Fusion clicked, converted, done. 2 new passives. Division and Harmony. My eyes lit up. Division? Meh, not amazing but useful. Slows all skill growth by 20%, but every level up drops a 10-point bonus across the board. Harmony, though? That one was nuts. Level up 1 skill, and neighboring trees get a free ride, only 25% of the XP. Sure, but still, level 1-handed, 2-handed, and archery tag-along, it was like XP osmosis. Of course, they had to nerf it somehow. Just as I was scheming how to break the system wide open, those big double doors flung open, white light stabbing through, then bam, I snapped awake in bed. Morning sun, cold sweat, just a dream, or did the grind just begin? Sure-footed had its drawbacks, but with a shield, it could be a game changer, at least in theory. Vec hovered over his options, eyes sharp with calculation, then tapped into Divergence and Fusion, converting them without hesitation. The air shimmered as Division and Harmony embedded themselves as passives. Division? Not ideal, but sneaky good. All skill progress slowed by 20%, but every skill level up juiced every other skill by 10 points. It was a slow burn power boost, and the more he thought about it, the more dangerous it felt. Harmony, though? That was nuts. It linked neighboring skills level 1, and the others followed. Not equally, but enough to matter. One-handed leveling gave a taste of EXP to two-handed and archery. Only 25%. But in Vec's hands, even a quarter was lethal. The logic was sound, it couldn't be too OP. Just then, twin doors of searing white light burst open. No time to react. His eyes shot open bedroom. Dawn. Was it real? Was it a dream? Or was the beta rewriting reality itself? The muffled sounds of reality were leaking in. Yeah, time's up in the dreamscape. With a groggy yawn, I peeled myself out of bed and decided to pay Captain Aldous a visit. But first, the fusion and divergent spells. Nope. Still too much mana for the waking world. Later then. At the training grounds near Castle Dur, Aldous was already waiting with 5 figures lined up. Familiar faces, Sorex, Belrand, Atar. Unexpected ones too, Bulgir Bearclawone of Elisif's court pieces and Nostra Eagle-Eye, who apparently eavesdropped his way into this mission. This everyone? I asked, squinting at the new recruits. Aldous didn't miss a beat. Get over here. Bulger's insurance from the Jarl, and Noster volunteered. Still swears he's got the eyes of a hawk. Noster gave a solemn nod. Let me redeem myself for the trying. All right then. The board was set and the pieces were moving. Noster would snuff the lighthouse blaze while I stayed back, ready to tip off Jari Ra that the light had gone out. Bulgir and Belrand off to clean up the Ice Runner crash site, taking care of any curious rats sniffing around. Then it's game time. Me, Atar, Sorex, and Aldous tail Jari Ra to his hideout ambush style. The plan? Storm the Blackblood lair and drag those scum out in shackles. Solid tactic, sure, but I had an ace up my sleeve. I already knew where their lair was. What if Jarira didn't run straight home like a good little villain? What if we wasted time? Nah, I was once an info broker. I'd already cracked the case. Broken Ore Grotto, tucked along the icy northern coast, just northwest of Solitude's lighthouse. I suggested we grab Jarira now, flip the script, and use him as bait. Loyalty? Police pirates fold faster than wet parchment. The others were stunned, jaws slack. How did you wear what? I couldn't help smirking. Irony's a cruel friend. Guess where he's hiding? Right under the light he tried to kill. Aldous sparked a laugh. Even fate's got a sense of humor. Noster would snuff the lighthouse flame while I hung back to tip off Jarira baiting the trap. Baldur and Belrand? Off to the Ice Runner wreck to mop up any stragglers. Then the fun part. Me, Sorex, Ottar, and Aldous tailed Jarira to his so-called hideout. Or so they thought. Truth was, I already knew where the Black Bloods were holed up. Tracking him was a waste of time and risk. I rubbed my beard, eyes gleaming with a plan too clever for coincidence. We don't follow him, we arrest him. Use him as bait. Trust me, loyalty runs thin in that crew. 6 jaws dropped. You found their lair already? I smirked. Broken Ore Grotto. North coast, northwest of the lighthouse. Ironic, huh? Aldous let out a chuckle. Yeah, figures. We had men scouting that route for weeks every time. Nothing. Now I get it. They were hiding in plain sight, using the lighthouse itself as a mask. Smart. Baldur gave a slow nod, piecing it together. So that's how he kept slipping out. There's a dock tunnel through the mountain shortcut city escape. Ottar was already pacing, fists clenched. Then why not just drag him in now? But Sorex cut in, eyes sharp. Because Deeja's still in the city. She sees him arrested, the whole plan collapses. No, wait. We don't even need to risk the Ice Runner. Think about it, they know where it'll crash. So what if we're already there, waiting? I leaned in, gears turning, an ambush. Risky, but tight. If they're crawling through the night fog after the crash. Baldur snapped his fingers. Exactly, but how would they move the loot back? I cracked a grin. By boat. Do you like this personality? They're taking boats to follow the Ice Runner perfect. We'll track them from the shadows. But this has to be a tight, synchronized dance. Belrand chimes in, oh so casual. I can use candlelight. I flash a grin, so can I? We've got our signal system. Magical flares in the night. All this reworks the whole plan right there. Noster kills the lighthouse light. Baldur and Belrand tail the smugglers by sea. Vec drops a lie to Jarira. Then links up with Ottar and Sorex for a Black Blood beatdown at the grotto. Aldous himself will corner Jarira with a bogus dock search. Then plot twist re-enters the room with a glowing staff like it's loot drop time. Staff of Magelight. Now we're locked, loaded, and lit up for a signal. Spell ambush. The plan was stitched tighter than a Blackbriar bribe. Nostra was to watch the sea, waiting for Belrand's flicker candlelight being our silent signal to spark the lighthouse back to life. I gave the nod. Once the light returned, we'd strike the Black Bloods right in their salt-soaked nest. My turn to shine would come with my own flicker, marking the job done and summoning Nostra to report back to Captain Aldous. Baldur, grinning like a saber cat in Moonsugar, mentioned a personal Botah backup escape for the city's queen, now rebranded as our stealth ride. We all smirked. Showtime. As dusk crept over Solitude, Noster took his post, and I lingered near the docks, eyes locked on the lighthouse. Flame vanished. Go time. I dashed to Jarira, lungs burning, words broken between breaths. Jari! Ra! It's done. We're good, yeah? He turned, teeth flashing. Friend! Haha, very nice. My sister awaits Deeja. His grin didn't sit right. Something told me the real game had just begun. She'll handle the rest me job, stay out of sight, and make sure everything goes down smooth. I gave a quick nod, thumb up mission A go. Baldur and Belrand clocked the signal, moving like clockwork out of the docks. I slipped into the shortcut, circled past the lighthouse, snow biting at my heels as I dashed toward Broken Ore Grotto. One bad slide later, face full of snow, I was up and dusting off when I heard it. Over here! Sorex and Ottar flagged me down from the shadows. I crept over and took in the scene. The grotto? Still a cave, sure, but now draped in wreckage. Ship ribs arching like broken bones over the tide-washed entrance. Nothing screamed trap louder, but that's where we were headed. If the idiot's meeting us at the wreck, why are we always the ones rowing out? Bord muttered, earning a groan from Deeja. Every time you speak, my IQ drops. Boat slipped off into the mist while we watched in silence. Didn't expect them to actually go, Ottar admitted. I smirked. Buys Belrand and Baldur time to warn the Ice Runner before it crashes. Sorex gave a nod, flipping a deck from his cloak. While we wait for Noster to light the beacon again? Cards? Ottar shrugged. So did I. Deal us in. We played beneath the sky, choked with tension, eyes flicking to the lighthouse. When it was my turn, I saw it fire, cutting through the dark. Beacons up, time to move. Sorek sighed, scooping the cards. Figures, I was about to lose. Ottar reached for his axe. Sorek's sword hissed from its sheath. So, what's the play? I was already halfway gone. I'll sneak in first. Shadows swallowed me whole. If the fool is meeting us at the wreck, why do we always leave on boats? Bord grumbled, earning a sharp glare from Deja. Shut up, Bord. I lose brain cells every time you talk. More boats were sent out into the icy dark, vanishing like ghosts on black glass. Ottar crossed his arms. Didn't think they'd leave so fast. I smirked. Buys Baldur and Belrain, time to hit the ice runner before things go sideways. Sorex raised a brow. While we wait for Noster to spark the lighthouse, I've got cards. Game? I glanced at Ottar. He shrugged. We both answered, sure, lay them out. Cards slapped the stone. Time crawled. Eyes flicked toward the dark silhouette of the lighthouse waiting. Then, light. My turn to check, and there it was. The fire was lit. The lighthouse is up. We move. Sorex groaned, sweeping up the cards. Figures I was going to lose anyway. Ottar pulled his axe. Sorex unsheathed his blade. How are we doing this? Ottar asked. I cracked a grin. I sneak in first. And like smoke, I slipped into the cave. Water sloshed at his boots as Vec crept closer, eyes locked on the two black blood guards near the jagged cave entrance. Deja left already. Shouldn't Jarira be here? One muttered. How should I know? Maybe he got someone dumb enough to snuff the lighthouse. Vec inched up the rickety stairs, patience thinning as their chatter dragged on. With a sigh, he whipped a knife into the nearest throat clean. Silent, effective. Cue, anchor. Too late. Vec snatched the other's sword, drove it through his ribs like slicing chilled meat. The last one stumbled back, clutching his neck, but Vec's new blade found his spine fast. Sorex whistled. Damn, that was impressive. Ottar nodded. We move like this. No telling if they've got another way out. Vec scavenged a bow, slinging it over his shoulder. Sorex hesitated. So, we killing everyone? Ottar's voice was firm. Most. The captain and any who surrender, we take them alive. Sorex grimaced. Okay, but I've never actually killed anyone, so I'm out on that. Vec nodded coolly. No problem. Ottar gave me a look, the kind that says do it clean, not go wild, and I gave one back. Message received. We fanned out, me on the left, Ottar and Sorex sliding right like shadows. One guard, clueless, throat open before he could yawn. I slammed the drawbridge lever with my boot, metal groaning as it lowered. Sorex quipped about ship parts. Ottar muttered about permanence. Orders flew Vec on flank, they'd handle sleepers. Sorex nodded like tying people up was breakfast. I slipped down another path, hit a second bridge, no lever. Of course! Backtrack time! I caught up with them mid-tie, stuffing unconscious raiders into sleeping bags like bedtime burritos. I smirked. Clever. They glanced up. Dead end? Drawbridge with no lever. Great. 8 targets, 1 playing lookout, I muttered, eyes narrowed. We take him out quiet, then sweep left and strike fast. They nodded. Silent steps. The lookout barely had time to gasp before Ottar slammed his skull into the stone and tied him up like a parcel. Sorex leaned in, whispering, So, how do we start this chaos? He pointed to the shabby base below. I shrugged. How much loot's worth grabbing from that mess? Ottar looked baffled. Some's war spoils, some East Empire stock. Hard to tell. I pulled a torch from the wall, the flames flickering in sync with the tension. Below, a guy was mopping up shimmering liquid. That wine? I asked. Sorex peered closer, nodding. Firebrand! Spilled more of that than I've poured, and when it goes up, it really goes up. I crashed into one guy while Sorex dashed downstairs like a madman, snagged another dude and tied him up with freakish speed. Then some lunatic came swinging at him, but I parried with my own blade. No, you don't! And drove a knee into his leg so hard he folded like bad origami. My sword found his neck, and the rest, easy pickings. Sorex cracked up. Whoa, close one! I shot him a thumbs up while we trussed the rest like roast chickens. Upstairs, we caught Ottar just wrapping up his duel with Harger who, surprise, wasn't dead but wasn't doing great either. Ottar waved casually over his broken axe. You guys good? Sorex nodded. Close call, but Vec, here's got serious combat hacks? I just shrugged. Hit where it hurts. Plus, luck. Truth is, I had no clue why I was that smooth in battle. Probably thanks to that Atmora native backstory perk I clicked on a whim. Total luck roll. He alive? Ottar gave a lazy nod. Yup. Broke my axe, so I broke his skull accidentally. Think it was a warhammer on that rack. Sorex chuckled. Nice. Guess he's off to the block? Atar shrugged. No jailbreak this time. I tapped my chin. Someone check those cells. I'm betting 20 gold there's a secret passage. Atar smirked. Solid bet. I rifled through Hargar's pockets, ding. A key. Hidden chest, obviously. Tossed it to Sorex. Feel like freezing your hands off for loot? Atar peered over the ledge. Bet it's stashed in that wrecked ship. Sorex laughed. That water's ice. Atar pointed at a dying fire. There's heat, and maybe some half-cooked corpses. We should get him out. Do you like this personality? He alive? Atar gave a lazy nod. Yup. Broke my axe, so I broke his skull accidentally. Think it was a warhammer on that rack. Sorex chuckled. Nice. Guess he's off to the block? Atar shrugged. No jailbreak this time. I tapped my chin. Someone check those cells. I'm betting 20 gold there's a secret passage. Atar smirked. Solid bet. I rifled through Hargar's pockets, ding. A key. Hidden chest, obviously. Tossed it to Sorex. Feel like freezing your hands off for loot? Atar peered over the ledge. Bet it's stashed in that wrecked ship. Sorex laughed. That water's ice. Atar pointed at a dying fire. There's heat, and maybe some half-cooked corpses. We should get them out. Do you like this personality? Good luck with that. I waved, turning toward the flare duty. Sorex grumbled. Lucky bastard. I smirked, pulling up my skill list, mid-step sneak, just a hair away from leveling. I crouch-walked like a deranged crab, determined to tick it over before exiting the cave. Cut to Chapter 10. Cheers! The winking skeever buzzed with ale and smug satisfaction. Sorex raised his voice. Father, around for the table! Corporal strolled over, pride half hidden behind a grin. Back already? Was your little escapade worth the hangover, Sorex? Laughter cracked through the tavern as Sorex turned crimson. 1 round of mead, Corporalis declared like a king with a tight purse. Aldous chimed in. That's enough for me, Baldur. The old guard shrugged. Might as well can't resist when it's free. Even stone-faced Atar broke in. I'll schedule Jari, Ra, Hargar, and Deja next week. The rest? Staggered across the month. The plan was rolling, the room warm, and for a moment even in this glitch-riddled, danger-crawling sim things almost felt real. Do you like this personality? It's gonna be chaos. Baldur just shrugs like it's no big deal, those troublemakers are out, and now the guards can finally pitch in where it counts. Captain Aldous grunts approval, glad the supplies are back with the Legion and ready to hand over the stolen goods. Victoria Lost turns out she's marrying someone from Riften. Belrand, rubbing his shiny dome, jokes about his lost good looks and then turns to me, eyes narrowed. What's your move? I've been thinking, this all started with me, didn't it? I'll build an information guild, something sharp, something useful. Back where I'm from, I worked alone, watching skies and battling monsters. But now I've got a feeling I know where the enemy's funding comes from, and if I'm right, it's going to give Ulfric one nasty ulcer. Sorex, ever the tavern whisperer, strokes his chin and leans in, grinning. Mind if I join? You know where the rumors really live. Jarira lunged with a dagger, the second things went sideways classic, backstab moment, and of course, Noster, armorless as ever, took the hit. Well, someone muttered, if he dies, Somgard's not bad. If he lives, maybe a coin or two. Sorex shot me a look. So, where you from? Been eyeing those flashy coins of yours. I scratched my neck, half laughing. Truth? A mess. So I gave them the simplified legend. At Mora, the last frozen stronghold Jilkurfik. The continent's drifting north, freezing by the day. It's complicated, but yeah, simple. Their eyes widened like I dropped a dragon egg. You're from Atmora? I nodded, calm as a blizzard. Traders don't talk, but I'm not one of them. Belrand frowned. No offense, but what's worth anything on a frozen rock? I grinned, cold as my homeland. Silver, ebony, enough to buy a new future. Jarira lunged with a dagger. The second things went sideways classic, backstab momentane, of course. Noster, armorless as ever, took the hit. Well, someone muttered. If he dies, Sovngarde's not bad. If he lives, maybe a coin or two. Sorex shot me a look. So, where you from? Been eyeing those flashy coins of yours. I scratched my neck, half laughing. Truth? A mess. So I gave them the simplified legend at Mora, the last frozen stronghold Jilkurfik. The continent's drifting north, freezing by the day. It's complicated, but yeah, simple. Their eyes widened like I'd dropped a dragon egg. You're from Atmora? I nodded, calm as a blizzard. Traders don't talk, but I'm not one of them. Belrand frowned. No offense, but what's worth anything on a frozen rock? I grinned, cold as my homeland. Silver, ebony, enough to buy a new future. I woke up expecting the dreamscape and nothing. No level up, no surreal visions, just the dull return of reality. That confirmed it. I was close, but not quite there yet. Next objective. Meridia's Beacon. A lucky quest drop, maybe. But luck doesn't mean undeserved. Map check somewhere near Falkreath. I had a strong hunch, but I needed more than instincts. This was about testing the rules. Were these key items always available, even before their quests unlocked? If so, I could bend the narrative before it bent me. Azura's Star, Meridia's Beacon, they didn't care about my level, others did. I recalled a spot near Solitude that might have answers, might give me the edge. Problem? 21 other players roamed this corrupted, Skyrim many of them could have scorched Falkreath clean of leads. I couldn't afford to chase shadows. On top of that, I had a web of lies to maintain, and that meant sharpening my speechcraft. In a game where reality glitches and quests echo with ghost code, your tongue can be sharper than any blade. I had this gut-level hunch that Throoms weren't just plug-and-play like the Speechcraft book. I'd unlocked it, felt like the simulation was gatekeeping me hard. I cracked open my bonus tome, sure, understood every syllable, every rhetorical glyph etched into that forbidden margin. But no shouts came. Zero dragon juice. My magic tab didn't even have a shout slot like I wasn't coded right. That's when it hit me. Secret skill trees. Not just the lycanthrope and vampire branches I'd glimpsed before, no. Maybe there was a legacy framework baked in, exclusive to those like me. Something locked behind the Dragonborn protocol. I needed proof. So, I ghosted out of the city at dawn, inventory packed, instinct sharp. The shoreline was quiet until I passed Broken Ore Grotto, where I spotted some figures hauling gear looked like Ice Runner types. I didn't stop. I had to see how deep this anomaly went. Solitude was colossal, nothing like the old version. 500,000 simulated souls, maybe? Hard to tell. So many new faces, and too many familiar ones warped by patch decay. I paused beneath a jagged cliff, eyes tracing up where I was maybe just maybe half certain the Steed Stone should be. That stone was more than a buff. It was a system check. If it worked, everything else might too. I scaled the rocks with surprising SNO Skyrim-style bunny hopping this time until I reached a narrow ledge cloaked in silence and morning glitch fog. Bandits. Sleeping. Predictable. I slipped forward. Blade low, one throat, then another. Stealth wasn't just viable, it was broken again. That scared me. Combat was sharper now, yes, but also deadlier in a blink. One mistake, and you dissolve into respawn static. I reached out. Fingers grazed the cold glyph. A pulse. Light arc skyward like the gods blinking. Then the confirmation, the Steed Stone activated. I smiled. The world still ran by rules, at least for now. Upgraded? That one word echoed like a bugged audio file looping in my skull. I wasn't sure if I was excited or alarmed. Increased carry weight and zero movement penalty? Blessing skill tree? Obviously. I checked the map destination, Rimmerock Burrow. I knew what I'd find, or rather what I wouldn't, because that cursed axe only manifested once you started the dog's quest. Details didn't matter. Instinct did. I slipped past some clueless wolf stealth leveled up again. Not that it helped against the memories. The cave loomed like a bugged asset, just floating there in the game's stitched logic. From memory? A wizard and a leveled Atronak. With the former already shafted by Clavicus, I crept in low, slow, calculating. The Atronak shimmered ahead, firelight glitching through the walls. It was drawing? Flames sketching spirals in the dirt. Huh. Guess Daedra really do think. Sentient code, trapped in a loop. Just like me, I waited for the Atronach to drift off, its molten scowl leaving a trail of heat, and slipped into the cave's shadow like a glitch in the Matrix No Way. I was going head to head while the wizard was still active code. Then came the voice, sharp and suspicious. Who's there? He turned not toward me, but to his summoned sentinel, barking like a panicked script. You should be patrolling. What if Clavicus is sending assassins again? The fiery brute sulked off, flaming curves and all, clearly tired of being underutilized. I raised a brow. Even summon code has attitude. I almost moved, but then the wizard muttered something that froze my spine harder than any frost spell. Separated him from his pet. The shrine. Ruined by those cursed vampires. But if I get more time, I can cure her. My daughter. Daughter? That wasn't base game lore. Lycanthropy, deviations, corrupted quest lines, none of this belonged in original Skyrim, which meant it was time to rewrite the script again. I waited for the fire-brained brute to get bored and crept into the cave, staying low. No way I'd tango fair with that thing, not while the robed glitch with a god complex was still lurking. I froze as he whipped around, paranoid and twitchy, barking at the elemental like it owed him rent. Why are you here? Get outside before Clavicus Vile ports in a contract killer. He snapped, clearly unraveling. The flaming nuisance actually looked a Fandango figure, a pile of magma with mood swings, and slithered off in a huff. I stayed hidden, waiting for the perfect moment. But instead of turning away, the wizard muttered like an unpatched NPC, lamenting his failed plan, blaming vampires, and ranting about curing his lycanthropic daughter who, far as I knew, didn't even exist in the base code of Skyrim. She'd either starve or go full Lycan berserk mode in solitude. Yeah, that didn't make headlines. I sighed. The Atronach hadn't stepped into the cave, so it didn't hear anything. Good. My eyes locked on the Rueful Axe, just sitting there, waiting like it had RSVP'd. I swiped it into my inventory without ceremony. 2 black soul gems and a skilled book classic loot drop. Ah, the catalog of enchantments. Nice touch. Then I slid around the corner to where the guy was sleeping. Smelled like someone had saved on death and never respawned. Cracked open his chest some gold, a shiny sapphire, more soul gems. The plan was probably creepy. I didn't stick around to decipher. I ghosted to the cave's entrance, peeked out. Yep, the Atronach was still chilling. I gripped my dagger, scanned for weak points, probably aimed for the core, then plot twisted, waved. Just waved. I blinked. You're not going to attack me? It shook its head, then held out a hand. What even is this quest line? I'd already absorbed every last glyph from the catalog of enchantment skill points banked, mind sharpened Edso. I cracked open the bonus book I'd almost ignored. Its title clicked like a lock. Pelse Garrod Zul, or Writings of Stolen Voice. Fitting, since the damn thing spoke in a hijacked tongue. The carriage hit another bump-teeth clenched spine giardia, not the carriage's fault. These roads were coded by sadists. The first half of the book, pure translation grind. Letters, syntax, vocab, standard stuff. But the second half, pure chaos. One word looped like a broken spell. Syllabus, no translation. I dissected it. Syl meant heart, Lavas meant music, but together, gibberish. Except every time Syllabus showed up, it dragged La behind it the dragon word for magic. That was the only tether I had. I rubbed my chin, decoding silence itself, wondering if the book was teaching me or listening back. I had already maxed out the catalog of enchantments, cashed in the skill points, and turned my attention to the bonus book Pelse Garrot Zul, Writings of Stolen Voice, which tracked since it felt like decoding a language ripped from existence. The carriage jolted again. Not its fault, the roads were trash. First half of the book, straightforward and encrypted lexicon of lost syllables and phonetic ghosts. Second half, utter chaos. A strange word kept surfacing, syllabus. No translation, no logic. Syl meant heart. Lavas meant music. Together, gibberish, unless you counted the fact it always whispered just before La, the dragon word for magic. A wordless song triggering power. I rubbed my chin, eyes narrowing. This book wasn't just forgotten knowledge, it was a fuse. It couldn't be Heart Music Magic 2 sentimental. No. This had to be some advanced linguistic artifact. A word never meant for dragon tongues. Just like Jorzov rule. Mortal, finite, temporary concepts, foreign to dragons but intrinsic to man. So maybe Syllabus was another alien echo, a fracture in the language code. My mind gnawed on the puzzle until the carriage jolted, shaking the thoughts loose. Bumps followed like bad punctuation in a corrupted script. The driver yelled through the clatter, "Apologies! Helgen's ruins wrecked the road. Would have taken the west to Falkreath, but the Forsworn have claimed it lately. Markarth does nothing." I sighed, the simulation humming in my skull like static. "Are we passing through Helgen?" I asked, though I already knew we were headed straight into the glitch. Falkreath might not be a giant on the map, but trust me, it stretches twice as far as Solitude when you're walking blind. Thank the void for those little shop signs, or I'd have vanished into the mist. The jail? The Jarl's fancy house? Obvious. The rest? A maze. I wasn't here to sightsee, though. I had questions like whether any other players had wandered through this coded backwater. Maybe they were after the Brotherhood. Maybe they used the password and got deleted for their troubles. Unless it was lore deep in their backstory, of course, then maybe. I needed proof. So I pinged the local smith. "Is Lot around?" And got a voice around the corner. "Why you looking for me?" I played it cool. "You send anyone off with meat lately? Like hunting dogs, maybe?" A beat passed. "Yeah, someone came. Said it sounded like a mess, not worth chasing." Bingo. Someone had definitely passed through. I tilted my angle. Did they seem off? Jail stalking? Whispering Brotherhood nonsense? Now it was my turn to pause. If they're poking around Falkreath's darker shadows, then I've got more than just a breadcrumb. I've got a breadcrumb trail dipped in poison. Falkreath wasn't massive like Solitude, but somehow still managed to twist space like a poorly loaded mod. The buildings doubled in size but tripled in confusion. If not for those trusty signs marking where to sleep or shop, I'd still be spinning in circles. The jail loomed like an obvious trap, and the Jarl's manor felt more like a checkpoint than a throne. I had plans here, silent, strategic ones. First, figure out if another player passed through. Odds were slim. This place practically screamed Dark Brotherhood side quest. But walking around saying the password? Instant permadeath, unless, maybe, someone baked it into their backstory. My test? Barbus. I strolled to the forge. Is Lot around? He peeked out like I just tripped an event trigger. Why? I scratched my neck, choosing my dialogue option carefully. Did you already ask someone to find that dog? Maybe gave him meat? He hesitated. Yeah, but they said it might be too much trouble. So, someone had come through. I narrowed it down. Were they snooping? Jail? Brotherhood chatter? No answer. Just the weight of another ghost in the machine. Lod's eyes popped wide. Are you? But I cut in, hand out like a polite froststorm. Vec Frostwain, bounty hunter, I'm tracking someone. Extremely unstable. Know where he went? Lod blinked, scratched his beard like gold was slipping through his fingers. Helgen, I think. Might have hit the jailhouse, but you'd need to check. I gave him the kind of nod that said you're only half wrong, then turned heel toward the barracks. One guard spotted me mid-step. Whoa, there. What's your business? I shrugged like secrets were yesterday's bugs. I'm here to talk to Sinding. Permission? He sighed like he'd heard that one too many simulation cycles. Another interrogation, huh? He escaped, of course he did, thanks to some rambly Redguard drifter muttering about caves near Helgen. I clicked my tongue, already calculating the odds. Barbus, the cursed Hircine ring, and now Hamar's shame? Predictable. I moved. The cave was a death gallery, bodies everywhere, loot barely worth the blood, potions, gold, arrows. Vampires didn't carry much, but I knew better than to overlook dust, especially if it turned me invisible, even if just for a blink. Disgusting? Sure. Worth it? Always. I started bagging vampire dust while scanning the corridor. A table. A book barrow's speech. Skill boost. Destruction magic. Not a game changer, but noted. Then I kept moving. Shadows clinging like allies. I clicked my tongue so the Redguard dragged Barbus and that cursed ring toward Helgen, muttering about some cave. Hamar's shame. Great. I headed out, expecting answers. Instead, I found corpses. Lots of them. Vampires, unlucky fools, maybe even dinner leftovers. I looted what I could potions, arrows, gold, but nothing impressive. Then came the real prize, vampire dust. Disgusting? Yes. Useful? Also yes. Raw. It would grant me a moment's invisibility if I could stomach it. I started collecting. Further in, I spotted a table and picked up Barrow's speech a skill book for destruction magic. Nice boost, not that it meant much. Still, it was one more step on the path. He barely dodged my swing, crashing onto his back like a rag doll, glitching mid-animation. Whoa man, we can talk about this, he yelped, scrambling. My axe came down in reply, no lag. No mercy. We both know why we're here. He tumbled out of the way, clearly specced into acrobatics. Tried a punch, but I ghosted back. Look, we can work together, Sheriff. I went low with the axe. He jumped like a modded NPC on caffeine. Clavicus doesn't care, Barbus doesn't care, only the mission matters. He pulled a dagger, growling. Fine, you want to fight, he lunged. I dropped the axe, pulled the catalog of enchantments, and threw it in his face. Critical hit, shame. As he reeled, I stepped around, reclaimed the axe, and brought it down caught his side. He rolled up, staggered, eyes wide. What skill trees did you go? I gave him a crooked smile. Just a little speechcraft. He rolled his eyes, then snapped a red flask from thin air a health potion. No doubt looted off some bloodsuckers. I lunged, but with nothing blocking his view, he danced out of reach. Definitely dumped points into acrobatics. Judging by how those vamps were taken out, stealth was his opener. That leaves one-handed for his finishers, so Wade's got speed, not power. While he's busy patching himself up, I lace the rueful axe with venom. He stops bleeding. What? Downed 3 already? How many more you got? He looks past me, cocky. That's the only hit you're landing. That axe? Swings slower than a frostbit great hammer. Say goodnight. He charged on at me, but through May eyes locked on a sword lying near the corpses of fallen vampires. I slammed the axe down, drew my dagger, and drove it deep into his shoulder. He grunted, stumbled, but didn't stop. That's when I saw Ith wasn't after me. He was after that sword. I grabbed the cursed axe, hurled it mid-swing. It flew. He gasped as his fingers touched the blade, but his arm hit the ground before he could lift it. I snatched the weapon and, before he could scream again, sliced clean across his throat. Silence. Until Barbus broke it, wide-eyed. Now that was wild. Are you some kind of conjurer? That axe just poof in the air. Clavicus cackled behind him. Another deal done. He even fetched the axe I was about to send him for. Or should I say, he got an arm and a half out of it. Ha ha ha! Welcome to the club, new guy. Thank goodness you showed up now. Do me a favor and chop that mutt, will you? I mean, what's loyalty compared to a fancy axe? I sighed, hefted the so-called mighty weapon, and rolled my eyes. No thanks. That thing's a glorified butter knife heavy, clunky, and about as elegant as a cave troll on skooma. Funny thing is, I wasn't even aiming for his arm back there, but hey, lucky me. Barbas patted over, wagging his tail like none of this had just happened. Appreciate the delivery? He said. Now Clavicus has to play nice, unless of course you leave Skyrim. I nodded, already knowing my wish. Clavicus tried to fake cry, oozing drama. Boring. Can't I tempt you with treasure, temptresses, or a taste of eternal life? I tilted my head. Pass. Gold stolen, your women are monsters, and I'd rather be a werewolf than a leech. What I want, it's none of those things. Clavicus Vile blinked in disbelief while Barbas burst out laughing, clearly enjoying the show. Nailed it, kid. Just say the word, I'll wrangle the old puffball into handing it over. I didn't miss a beat. I want the mask of Clavicus Vile circlet style. I'm not about to slap a puberty-born goblin mask over this masterpiece. Vile scoffed. You really want that rusty relic? After that brawl with the other mortal? That's the prize? I gave him the nod again. Yes, circlet. I'd rather not look like a Daedric-themed Halloween reject. Barbas snorted. Might want to ease off mocking princes. They don't forget. I waved it off. You'll keep him civilized, Barbas. Besides, Vile's charm is half his deal-making appeal. Strip that away and he's just another sulking god with no customers. Vile muttered. Fine, whatever. Barbas, get over here. I'd had enough of this glitch-ridden cave and shouted it into the void seconds before Barbas vanished into a rift with a smug farewell and a weirdly pointed comment about my name. Wait, how did he know my name? No time to spiral. Another rift opened, spitting out a black circlet with jutting horns. It pulsed with possibility, like a living question mark. The mask of Clavicus Vile, I realized, wasn't really a shape so much as it was what could be shaped. Lore said it was formless, and here, in this twisted mirror world, that meant anything could be bent. I turned to the still warm corpse of another player. Their body glowed faintly, yellow, lootable. One touch, and a UI screen opened. Inventory. Junk, mostly, except a cursed version of Hircine's ring, and no way that was Baldur's lucky dagger. I pocketed both. Curse or not, it was better than the rusty toothpick I'd been pretending was a weapon. I took the gold from his stiff corpse, 2,000 septims, a jackpot by my dwindling standards. Golden at Morris weren't cutting it anymore. As I closed his inventory, a screen jumped out at me like a banshee scream, coded in terror, sent me flailing backwards. It read like an obituary written by the simulation itself. Here lies Morth Slybreath, Red Guard of shadowed skill and limber defiance. Acrobatics, stealth, one-handed combathe was a blur, a phantom. Gifted with danger sense, cursed with slow reflexes. He fled exile, chased ghosts of friendship into the frostbitten jaws of Falkreath, where dogs and blood trails marked his only leads. His story? Sparse. His fate? Digital silence, and me? Still staring. Still falling. He died like a discarded variable in someone else's subroute Nino. Glory, no closure, just code collapse in place of the mongrel Barbas. His essence stitched into mine now. His boons, his buffs, his weird little spell quirks all mine. Lucky me. Or maybe cursed. Maybe I'll glitch out the same way. Maybe I'll stumble on another ghost in the code like Morth Slybreath and realize we're just echoes. I felt it then wait. Pressure, danger coded into every player encounter. No gear, no chance. That win? Carried hard by the Amber native passive. Gave me a tilt in stats, but if someone with higher level aggroed, game over. I avexed Haymar's shame like it was ticking. Next on the quest line, Hircine. I needed the ring. I needed power, all of it, every exploit, every buff, every edge to stay alive in this spaghetti loop sandbox. But before that, wait, 2 level ups. Jackpot. First stop, Azura's Star. Then we see who really breaks first me. Or the game. I needed rest. No detours, no distractions. Helgen was close enough to vanish into for the night. Falkreath was pointless, too exposed. I dragged myself out of the cave, every step heavier than the last, and by the time I stumbled through Helgen's crumbled gates, darkness had claimed the sky again. I found an abandoned house, something halfway between ruins and memory, and tucked myself behind collapsed stone in the watchtower. Sleep? Optional. Paranoia? Inevitable. Then I remembered the alarm spell. One thought, my hand flared. Green light wrapped around me like a digital cocoon. Safe, for now. No mana drain, no surprises. As stars flickered above the shattered realm, my body gave in, but my mind stayed caught panic, echoing in silence. When I slipped into the dream space, something was off. Familiar, but rewritten. Resource points lit up like a debug screen. I dumped them all into mana. Priorities, 130. Not bad. I could work with this. 14 perk points. Not bad for a glitch-born strategist. 9 ripped from another player's skeleton tree, his choices undone. Now mine to reforge. 2 from his level grinds, 3 from my own climb through the corrupted code. Alteration, locked down tighter than a dev console. Fine. Speechcraft and stealth open like back doors. I fed 2 points into one-handed and archery proficiency baseline upgrades for future cuts. Armsman and marksman checked, down to 8. Speechcraft's my ace, so I funneled 2 into persuasion, max for now, but it cracked open allure and kinship. I eyed kinship more influence over the Nord codebase? Yes, please. 1 perk slipped in like a whisper. 7 points remain, and already the system bends toward my will. Only 5 perks left, each one a critical blade in my silent arsenal. Stealth was no longer optional, it was the core of Phase 2. I dumped everything into the stealth tree, maxed the basics, sharpened sneak attacks until they whispered death. That done, I turned inward to defense. Alteration magic, once an expensive luxury, became a survival instinct. Casting while awake drained me dry, but asleep, free. Exploitable. I approached the rune screen beside the doorway, filtering spells by school. Divergence first test case. Candlelight. The result? Mage light. Functional. I fused it with alert new construct. Dark vision. Useful. Adaptive. Divergence worked by mutating parallels. But it wasn't infinite. I couldn't force Stoneflesh from Oakflesh. The rules bent, but never broke. Not yet. As soon as I touched the next idea, it sparked a new spell. Reinforcement. Instantly, my body surged with raw power, like someone turned gravity off just for me. I didn't stop there. I jammed that spell into Splinter and got another one. Harvest. Looted everything off anything. Problem? It looted everything, skin, bone, even the stuff I wasn't supposed to touch. Still, rare materials? Worth the risk. My mana? Nearly dust. But I had one more idea. I threw Spell Lock into Harvest, aiming for a simple unlock. And the spell I got? Banished Remora. Yeah, that happened. Turns out, Fusion doesn't care about schools of magic. That opened new doors. Grant Frost resistance, adversity, senior discount. Each one apprentice tier or higher. And with that, a sharper thought formed, what if this wasn't about casting stronger spells, but about bending the rules of magic itself? I couldn't craft even a novice tier spell. Somehow the senior discount cost less than Oakflesh, which was flagged as apprentice level. Rubbing my chin, I clicked Adversity and fused it with Equilibrium Own Burn Stamina to restore both mana and health. The other traded health for mana. Curious what kind of paradox I just coded, I hit Confirm. New spell created Libra flashed before I could examine it, but the dreamscape cracked open like a glitch in the Matrix and hurled me back into consciousness. I sat up, groaning so dream mana wasn't infinite after all, just hidden behind some invisible cap. Intrigued, I searched for my new spell knot under Alteration or Restoration, but nestled inside the destruction tree like a wolf in priest's robes. Whatever Libra was, it wasn't healing anymore. It was something else entirely. Your writing fits seamlessly into the dark, glitch-riddled tone of the Vec Frostwane Legacy Protocol saga. The gritty internal logic where magic mutates, systems lie, and power is layered like Bad Cody's spot on for Vec's twisted journey through Elder Scrolls 8. Open beta. Let's unpack how your excerpt plays with that world. Lore and mechanics tie-in. Passive effects screen. No numbers, no percentages, just cryptic hints. This aligns perfectly with Protocol, Legacy, and its resistance to player understanding. It echoes the Phantom Threads chapter, where AI bleed-throughs create ambiguous gameplay. Ancient race plus senior discount. That kind of ironic spell synergy is classic glitch logic, something Vec would both mock and exploit. It also plays well into the Patchwork Soul and Frozen Quill chapters where quest mechanics and abilities bend or break. Shuffle the deck, swap spells, and still keep the aces. That echoes the mirror sigil item from the TOC Vec's ability to juggle divergent paths without consequence. For now. Alteration magic with newcomers, for example, Splinter, Alarm, Lock. That's prime fracture of the fifth law material unpredictable magic, dev introduced or legacy coded, seeping into regular spell trees. Binary 3 steps, 1 cursed ring, and a ticking clock. That was all I had. I could almost hear her scene growling through the code, demanding tribute before the week ran out and the curse took hold. But appeasing him wasn't my only agenda. I needed Azura's star too, buried under layers of corrupted scripting and forgotten Daedric routines. Supplies were low, I'd need a bedroll, food, and maybe a pickaxe if things got rocky. Armor? Trash tier. Weapons? Laughable. The mines across Skyrim became my detour, all while my internal quest log screamed about Arkentom's a crumbling Dwemer death trap that may or may not implode if I blink wrong. My timeline was fractured, the world glitching at the seams, and every delay felt like another thread unraveling. I had to move fast, outwit the system, and stop panicking before the simulation collapsed. Or I did. I walked into the dead man's drink with the calm of a main character and the paranoia of someone who read too many patch notes. Plan soothe me order is my sedative, and that tavern was the next step. The innkeeper smiled, probably named Valga, though I wasn't in the mood to confirm it. Howdy, I said, pretending I hadn't just debugged a dream sequence. Meal? Also, sleeping bags? I'm prepping for travel. She scammed me like I was a glitched asset. Meals, sure. Sleeping bags? Try the general store. I've got jerky, cheese, some meat adventurer fuel. I'd drop my half stack of septums like I was investing in uncertainty. Whatever this buys, plus the cheapest meal on the menu. She looked down, then back at the blade on my belt. Valdur's dagger? I pulled it slow, cautious. Yeah, about that. Has Baldur been around? Her face clouded. Number. Sorry. Great. More broken flags. Why are you asking? Of course, it wouldn't be surprising if the guy offed Baldur needs to fight a horde of forest death when stabbing one weird loner does the trick. I spun a story, cool and calm. You might want to send someone to Moss Mother Cavern. Got this dagger off a man I killed near Helgen. I think Valdur's gone. Spriggans, maybe, or that guy. A complete lie, sure, but stacked on my other lies, it fit the narrative too well. Valga didn't flinch. Redguard? She guessed. So she knew. I nodded, raising a brow. How'd you know? She shrugged like it was obvious. Guy was strange. Muttered nonsense, stared into walls, trashed one of my rooms. I almost kicked him out. Creepy guests and missing hunters, just another bug in the simulation. I gave her a nod. She had my attention now. But why would he be searching one of the rooms? My eyes narrowed. No way he thought that. I turned to Valga, cool and direct. You got a book on the bitter cup or something like it? She scratched her head like the thought barely sparked. Oh, hold on. I'll grab your food too. She disappeared and I exhaled hard. Morth was digging for some hidden DLC stuff. Creation Club nonsense and on. Canon fluff. But if a dying wish was what he hunted, that quest sent you to some roadside ruins to fill one of 3 cursed bowls. The prize? The bitter cup and some random loot. Problem was, if that content counted as real here, then I wasn't the expert anymore. She returned, cheerful and unaware. Hair salted chicken, and that book you asked for. I gave her a nod, a smirk tugging at my lips. Thanks. The book she handed over? Not what I expected. But it pulsed with relevance. Threads connecting across the simulation. I flipped through it, chewing on cold poultry and warmer theories. When the last page turned, the system blinked. A new quest activated off-map, outside Skyrim. A crack in the playable wall. Creation Club content? If it bent lore but didn't snap canon, it counted. Meaning Umbra wasn't just a myth it was locatable if you were willing to leave the sandbox. This wasn't just Skyrim anymore, it was Nirn Unshackled. I shut the book. If he read this too, he'd know. The chicken disappeared in 3 bites. Valga slid my travel kit over without a word. Jerky, cheese, mead, just as coded. I gave a lazy salute and turned for the general store, lighter in steps and burden, with the glitch trail of possibility behind me. I had never stepped into that dusty excuse of a general store before, why would I? It was the kind of place that smelled like regret and bad quests. But there I was, asking for a sleeping bag, a pickaxe, and some torches, like I actually planned on camping instead of incinerating cave goblins. Got oil? I tossed in. The shopkeeper, who I swear spawned straight from the default NPC template, nodded like I just asked if the sky was up. Easy burn or long lasting, he grunted. Oh good, options. I picked the flammable kind, because nothing says tactical like solving problems with fire and smoke from a safe distance. As he gathered the loot, I added, got any rope? 5 braid. He rummaged around like it was a fetch quest. 4 braid and 6 braid. Not this math. Can 4 braid hold a person's weight, I asked? He shrugged, real helpful. Holds a log. Perfect. I was now betting my life on forestry comparisons. The mills ran on 4 braid nothing fancy, just raw rope and muscle to haul the logs like veins through Falkreath's wooden heart. I scratched my beard, muttered, sure, 4 braid, and tossed a bundle onto the pile. The shopkeep smirked. That's 830 septums. I counted out the coins, flicked them over. Keep the change. He gave a nod. A half-smile transaction complete. Most of the gear slipped neatly into my inventory, except the sleeping bag. That beast had to ride shotgun on my back. Next waypoint. Island Alta's deep. Time to retrieve the Azure Star. After that, ice and altitude. With rope and pickaxe in hand, scaling the mountain was the logical call, better odds than trusting my grip alone. Behind Island Alta's Deep, Bloated Man's Grotto waited, Sinding's escape hole. From there, it'd be footwork either toward Whiterun for a carriage run to Solitude or hoofing it through Morthal. Hidden Instincts wasn't going to trigger itself. I shook my head no rush on the quest timer. If I played it right, I could dive through Island Alta's Deep, snag Malin's corpse, and cure the cursed ring all in a single day. Easy enough, since I didn't need to purge the whole dungeon, just the main hall. Sinding was the trickier bit. I'd have to convince the poor soul I wasn't his enemy, and then flip the hunt by erasing every last one of Hircine's minions. Pulled open my map like a gambler, staring down Fate Lake, Mountain Morthal. Not a fun path, but maybe. Maybe a detour past the Sleeping Tree camp? That weird tree pulsed like a sleeping hist, and if I hit the river road from there, I might just bypass the worst of it, assuming no dragon ambushes. Cold Rock Pass loomed as an alternative, but my gut told me it hid Quicksilver, and I needed it alongside Ebony and Stalrim, though that last one wasn't even native to Skyrim. Ebony, though? Tucked near Windhelm and Riften. Just needed the time, and no more surprises. I wanted Ebony, but Silver would have to dough cheap, easy, just needed some Quicksilver for links. Problem? I'd still need coin, which meant a pit stop at the festering glitch called Morthal. That place? Bottom tier spawn zone. Even Falkreath had more life. I mapped my route, clean and fast, no interruptions. Time to move. Never tried a run like this before, but hey, no save, no fear. Then came Island Alta's Deep. Easy to reach, not so easy to endure. I swam the whole cursed lake because logic is for quitters. Nearly froze, huddled by flames, but the grind paid if acrobatics up by 3. Totally worth the hypothermia. High-speed acrobatics shaved off travel time, sure, but diving straight through the lake still ate up half the day, and now I was drenched, staring up at a cursed mountain with 0 patience left. Good news? My frost resistance was doing overtime. I wasn't even cold. Inside Island Alta's Deep, realism was a joke. I could stack clothes like a walking wardrobe if I wanted. Just trade mobility for fashion points. I kicked open the trap door, water dripping off me like some soggy action hero, only to be greeted by the skeletal remains of a fisherman. Great welcome. Voices echoed through the flooded hall as I crept past, mind already mapping the upper floors. First door, barred, just as I remembered. Second one, led straight into the deluge because of course this dungeon had a poetic name for its waterlogged nightmare zone. The corridor narrowed into a broken chamber, just wide enough for 2 nervous necromancers whispering over a blood-stained scroll rookies. Clearly. I knocked an arrow. Loosed it into the wall right between them. Instant chaos. What the hell? They shrieked. I sighed. Figures. No point hiding now. I surged forward, boots silent, dagger drawn leapt onto the first and drove cold steel into his neck. The second froze, wide-eyed, reeking of panic. I snatched his arm, spun, and slammed him into the table, followed with another clean stab. Fear works better than spells. I glanced at the book they were guarding, Doors of Oblivion. Conjuration. Useless to me. I had scrolls, coin, and no interest in joining the hated cult of bone summoners. Blood smeared the pages. Typical. They weren't hiding in Winterhold for a reason. This place was a mess of broken code and black market necromancy. I scavenged a few glitchy healing potions, nothing fancy, then crept onward. Found one of the jailhouse janitors, scrubbing blood off old cell bars. My first arrow punched his stomach like a debug. Spike he dropped, howling something about justice and revenge, hands glowing with hostile code. Another shot fried his spell circuit. The next one, straight through the head. Silence. Guilt tickled, but I swallowed it still, one more anomaly lurking. A sealed door creaked open to reveal a stairwell, each step humming with corrupted pathing. Up top, I spotted him. Last necromancer. Deep in his little science project, maybe an autopsy, maybe just ritual madness. Didn't care. He was back, turned, totally absorbed. I slid past him like a ghost through unfinished code, climbing the stairs without a sound. No door. Just stairs, silence, and that throne like a death trap set on display. The corpse slouched there had long since surrendered to time. Little more than bone and dust in royal decay. I didn't flinch. That must have been Malin, or what was left of him. Beside him, his grotesque grimoire stitched from something that should have never been bound. I slipped it into my inventory, stomach already twisting. The plan? Skim it while heading toward Morthal, then torch the thing before it decides to whisper anything back. But the real star of the show? Azura's shattered relic. Broken. Buzzing with uninvited whispers. I scooped it all up scraps, shards, secret sand, climbed out using a ladder hidden beside the throne. The air outside hit me like a reset. Less damp, more real. I opened my map. Mission still intact. Star can wait. Mountains don't. I pulled out my pickaxe and rope, eyes set on the horizon. I spotted the ledge that would lead me to Bloated Man's grotto. Time to climb. The ascent was tougher than I thought, but strangely satisfying. My arms burned, but the view from the summit made it worth it. The grotto stretched below open-roofed, unlike the old game. I could see everything, no hunters in sight yet. The descent was trickier. From above, the cave looked more like a basin carved into the earth. I couldn't spot Sinding at first, but then he appeared human again gathering firewood. Quiet, careful. I set up my own camp nearby, hidden, watching. He didn't do much, just preparing his space, maybe trying to feel human again. Then it happened. An arrow cut through the night and struck his leg. I saw them before he did too, Khajiit emerging from the shadows of the entrance. Sinding growled. The instant that arrow hid this form twisted mid-snarl, the sound of it shaking the cavern from floor to ceiling. Still, the two zealots of Hircine approached, full of divine bravado. Admirable? Maybe. Smart? Absolutely not. Sinding reduced them to ribbons before they even screamed, though the poison in that shot clearly took a toll. His breath dragged like winter wind through pine. I watched from above as more pawns closed in, and Sinding limped deeper into the grotto's shadows. I called out. He paused, beastly eyes locking onto mine. Who are you? Hircine's latest errand? He rasped, teeth still stained. I cut him off. Number, I'm the guy with your cursed ring got it after offering the fool you passed it to. I flashed the ring like a badge, and in his stare I saw understanding, then doubt. Relax, I added. He bargained with Daedra like a fool. I don't serve anyone. Sinding froze like a bad frame drop, clearly parsing the meaning behind my Daedra comment. So you're here to mess up Hircine's hunt? For me? I gave the nod classic silent protagonist move. Might even earn me a patch for this curse. He glanced toward the grotto's edge like he expected a quest marker to appear. You coming down or what? I raised an eyebrow. Only if you promise not to turn me into jerky. He huffed through that shaggy wolf snout. Nah, I just want peace. If you're offering help, I'll take it. Simple. Too simple. I slammed my pickaxe in, tied off the rope, gave it a test tug, and dropped like I had max acrobatics. Landed smooth. Cast harvest. Hands glowed, inventory pinged, rope and pickaxe vanished into system memory. Sinding blinked. Where'd the rope go? Poor guy hadn't seen hotbar magic before. I smirked. Magic. Here, take this. I tossed the crimson vial, and his claw snatched it mid-air with a grunt of thanks. No time to chat. I was already pouring oil in a slow arc across the ground. Traps? He asked. I didn't stop. Vec Frostwane. Freelancer. That just confused him more. I crushed stones in my hand with a whisper of splinter, and they erupted into jagged caltrops perfect. I scattered them with precision over the slick ground. He leaned in, frowning. Vicious. I smirked. Not really. Fire clears the oil. Only the brainless step into the spikes. His eyes narrowed. Caltrops? Right. Guess those aren't exactly standard in this broken mirror world. I didn't bother replying, still too much to do. I weighed the idea of using alert or dark vision, but doubted either would cut it. I glanced over. Checked the rest of this place yet? Sinding blinked, clueless. Not really. I smirked. Perfect. I slipped deeper into Bloated Man's grotto, eyes scanning every corrupted texture. There it was, Bowler's Oathblade, pulsing with fear, enchantment, ready to drain stamina like a virus. Beside it, Jack put a chest stuffed with gold, gems, scrolls, the usual loot salad. I vacuumed it all into my inventory, then latched onto the chest and started dragging it back. Sinding, bless his glitched AI heart, pitched in. What are you gonna do with this? I gave a lazy shrug. Trap it. His pitch black eyes flicker band emotion protocol firing wrong. You're very serious. I cocked a brow. Serious? Nah, I just prefer maximum efficiency. The moment the chest locked into place, I slipped behind it muttering, now we wait. Somewhere open, but not dumb. Sinding just nodded and called me strange. I didn't argue. As he took his spot, dusk melted into crimson moonlight. The grotto pulsed with it, unnatural and heavy. Then came the Rithhooves pounding, wolves crying in the void. The hunt is on, Sinding whispered, voice low. Hircine calls. I rifled through scrolls, hoping for a summon or a Frenzinope. Firebolt and Soul Trap. Useful? Barely. I sighed, eyes glowing with frustration and magic as I ripped the scroll like wrapping paper from a cursed gift. My hand caught fire, crackling with arcane force. So this was the plan. Ready or not, I just lit the fuse. The other scroll? Just a cursed soul trap, no help. All hiss. Hooves thundered in, hunters storming the grotto like it was payday. One guy with a great sword charged right past me, I let him. Then came a shield maiden, eyes locked forward. But Sinding? Hiding in the trees, quiet as breath. When a wood elf grinned at the sight of the chest, I waited. He popped it open, boomy firebolt, lit the oil like a festival gone wrong. It's a traw, he managed, before I yanked him into the chest like bedtime gone sideways. Slam. Lock. Green flash. Chaos. Hunters rolled through fire, others diving for the pond, but Sinding pounced like rage incarnate. Blood painted the stones. My stomach flipped. Then, watch out. I looked up, and Greatsword Guy was charging straight at me. I slipped beneath his swing, my blade humming with code-bound dread as it pierced his gut bowler's oath blade, screamed through him, and his eyes flashed white like glitched-out shaders. Terror froze him in place, not fear to flee, but fear that stunned like a debug lock. I'd seen it at Ilinalta's. Deep this was no coincidence. The sword didn't scare you off, it made you feel your own end. Leather armor? Useless note to self. Enchantments laugh at aesthetics. I tore through him and turned just in time for Sinding to raise an eyebrow. You good? He asked. I tossed a thumbs up, scanning the chaos. Damn, I muttered, as scorched bodies and twitching limbs glimmered in the dying fire. Sinding gave a wolfish grin. Your fire trick worked. Most bolted into the lake or shredded themselves on Caltrop's cleanup was easy. Flames still licked the edges of reality, sputtering out like a fading script. He looked over again. The ring? I blinked, gears shifting. Oh, not yet. I've got to speak to Hircine one last time. You could still hear the hoofbeats echoing like glitch echoes in the code. Sinding turned to me, eyes twitching with a flicker of confused realism. I can still hear them too, actually. I squinted at the chest like it just blinked. Yeah, I don't think it's hoofbeats, actually. Then he got it. The realization hit him like a surprise patch note. Oh, wow. Right then, a white stag strutted in like he owned the instance. Color me impressed, it declared, voice laced with myth-tier sarcasm. You didn't just hijack my hunt, you rewrote it. No mortal or monsters ever hacked my expectations like that. It sniffed the chest, then tapped its hoof with godlike flair. The Daedric presence shimmered in the form of a stag, hooves tapping like punctuation on fate's sentence. Truly impressive, it said with a voice that echoed beyond sound. If you're mine, I'd be pleased. A shame. May we meet again, Vec Frostwain. At Mora remains a favorite hunt. Then came the shift the light behind. Its eyes dimmed, and with a haunted bleat, it bolted into the void, spooked not just by Sinding, but by me. I turned, met the werewolf's eyes, and felt the weight of the ring in my hand. Sinding, no longer snarling, spoke with quiet resignation. I thought this would be the end. Even when I passed that cursed band to the Morthfool, I knew the hunt would find me. I was ready to die, but you, if you ever call, I'll answer. I shrugged, gaze cold. I just wanted to fix the ring. His laugh came out like a growl, but it carried something strange. Relief. Even still, I would be happy to help. Just nothing that involves a Daedra. He meant it as a joke, but the weight in his eyes said otherwise. I asked, what will you do now? He let out a breath, haunted, a tone. I killed a little girl when I had the ring, so I'll stay here and atone. I gave a quiet nod. I hope you find peace then. He smiled, a crooked, canine grin. Good luck, friend. I left the cave in silence, fingering Hircine's ring. Atonement wasn't my path. I wasn't built for penance. I could only offer him a moment of respect, nothing more. The night had swallowed the road ahead, but the sleeping tree stood close. Darkness suited me just fine. I kept walking, the cursed ring cold on my hand. I flipped back through my journal, and there it was, a new tab, pulsing with secrets waiting to be triggered. One line stood out like a slap from the void. Achievement unlocked. Shocked a Daedric prince. That alone cracked open a hidden layer. Achievements split into 3 ominous veins. Basic, unique, and those that could change fate itself. I stared at the ring again. It hummed with power, confirming what I suspected. It granted me a single, cost-free werewolf transformation. But that was just the bait. The true gift was Hircine's menagerie, permission slipped to morph into any beast from Hircine's twisted zoo. Werebear, behemoth, hybrid terror. I now held every form in my blood. And then came Hircine's Saprazia buff that hit harder against anything under the huntsman's influence, including myself, as long as the ring stayed on. A gift, a curse, a gambland I was already too deep not to play. If I wanted to reach the sleeping tree, nothing could have stopped me. I had time, opportunity, and just enough recklessness. I wasn't aiming for a head-on brawl, just a stealthy infiltration of the camp. That was before the behemoth form crossed my mind. Normal werewolves? Toast against giants. But this was something else. I slipped on the ring. Light poured from nowhere, from the moon in agony wrapped around me like a cloak. My skin burned and froze, claws split through my fingers, the sky shimmered crimson, and I wasn't me anymore. I forgot the downside, of course. There's always a downside. The rest? A kaleidoscope of chaos. I was running, laughing, killing. An elk tried to flee. I caught it mid-thought. Stopped to loot, I think. Can't remember. Don't care. As I broke into a sprint, the wet slap of something on my face barely registered before the world shifted again. The first giant came into view, lumbering like a puppet on broken strings, and I pounced without thinking. For a second, he looked small. Or was I just growing? I blinked. Nope. Same size. My ears twitched. Was that tremors? Two mammoths thundered past, majestic and panicked, until they weren't. Dead. No warning, no logic. A whisper of a second later, I turned to where a tree loomed, guarding a cave like it held secrets it didn't want found. Inside, another giant, sipping casually. Not for long, I tore out its throat like flipping a corrupted variable. A flicker, and an orc's body was there. Note clutched in hand. I hesitated. Then apparently ate him. Reality blurred. Again, I tightened a ring-bad idea. My form shimmered. Inventory? Locked. Fine. I'd lug the chest myself. It looked small. Manageable. Out of the cave I went, the weight dragging me down while my eyes locked on the tree ahead. A hist? Maybe. Or maybe not. My thoughts tangled like bad code. It didn't feel normal. Baby tree? Glitched remnant? Umbriel theory? Nothing fit. I stumbled closer. Vision blurred. Then blink. Gone was the tree, the camp, everything. I was in Morthal, I think? Still beast-shaped. Chest still stuck to my spine. Mind soaked in static. I stood under the moonlight, heavy, confused, broken. Something had shifted, but was it me or the world? It was descending fast. I had to move. The mountain loomed ahead, close enough to touch, but just as I sprinted forward, the world snapped sideways, vision fracturing like broken glass. Next thing I know, bam, I jolt awake. Last memory? Sleeping tree camp. Ring still on my finger. No dream, no whispers, nothing. Wait, werewolves don't sleep like normal people. Then wham. A voice in my head like static with sass. No kidding. Monsters under moonlight, remember? I spin, ready for combat, but no one's there. Then my jaw drops. The sleeping tree? It's sideways. Roots like a corpse's fingers clawed across the dirt. What the hell happened last night? WTF? I yell, and that same voice snorts. Exactly. Try waking up mid-rip when a hairy nightmare pulls you from the earth and hauls you off like a plush toy. So the tree was talking great, just what I needed. A hiss no less, with all the sarcasm of a drunk oracle. Wait, how are you talking to me? I asked, instantly regretting it. The tree practically smirked through the ether. Maybe it's the sap you chugged like a lunatic, remember that? You tore through a crate of the stuff, mumbling like a banshee. I didn't remember. Not really. But I did know I'd somehow wandered into Cold Rock Pass, reeking of troll, blood, and shame. Half a troll lay missing. I blinked, and flashes of last night's horror show came back chewed. Up orc, devoured elk, even giants. What was I? A corrupted beast mod. I clutched my gut, trying not to hurl. And then the kicker. I was completely naked. One panicked inventory check later, I found scrap-torn cloth, shredded armor, the ruins of my dignity. Great. At least I didn't feel cold, though marching into Morthal naked wasn't exactly a power move. I could bluff it, claim bandits stole my gear, maybe a guard would toss me a pity cloak. But the damn tree cackled behind me. You look cold. Ha ha, filthy man creature. Was it actually mocking me? No time for existential plant drama. I turned to leave. But of course, it wasn't done. Hey! Hey! Where do you think you're going? It barked. No eyes, yet somehow it saw Mamana? Echo detection? Who knows? I raised my hands. What? Want the filthy human to carry you. Tree wasn't having it. You woke me up, ripped me out of the earth, and now you're ghosting me in this dump cave? Take me with you. I tilted my head, skeptical. Should I care? I turned to leave, but the voice oddly leaf I persisted. I could tell you things. Real secrets, his stuff, ancient culture, exclusive spells. I waved it off. Nah, I'm good. But then it dropped the bait. What if I teach you hist exclusive magic? Stuff we reserve for our inner circle. That stopped me no because I wanted it, but because I didn't trust it. Why me? The tree actually sighed. Buddy, most hist don't move. Literally, I mean, you could count the explorers on one hand, and only one really went Farguy lived on a pirate ship. So yeah, I'm young, kinda stunted, and dying to see the world. Trade! I give secrets, you give me legs. I squinted. This talking plant wanted a field trip. I was gonna need to glue googly eyes on it. Just staring at that whispering tree made me question if I was losing either, if the ring's side effects were kicking in again. After everything I'd endured across this glitched, freezing wasteland, now I'm psychically chatting with a self-deprecating tree. I asked it why it said it was poorly grown, and the reply came in a frustrated tone. Why do you think I was asleep? I can't even scan your mind, just beam thoughts outward. My first soil barely fed me enough to start. This is all I've got. I nodded. Makes sense, Skyrim's not exactly a garden paradise. But something didn't fit. My eyes narrowed. Aren't you not from here? One of those twisted hissed offshoots from the floating place? It made a sound I couldn't decipher, like digital static choked by roots. Then it resumed, annoyed but resigned. Kind of, it's complicated. And in that glitch-soaked silence, I realized everything here is. The tree hesitated, its voice rich with ancient memory. I dropped from Umbria long ago, but didn't begin growing until centuries later. Lucky hit, really fell in a spot with just the right magic to wake up. Drained the earth dry doing it though. That stunted left me with only thoughts and echoes from the past. But there's something else, Daedric energy. Not enough to cast spells or rain fire, but like using an artifact, you don't cast with it, you become part of it. It twitched, language flickering, then steadied. Hard to say in your tongue. Think of it like you hold a Daedric relic. Power leaks in. With me, that power rooted instead. I squinted. You mean like photosynthesis? The tree blinked, confused. Define that. I sighed, explaining how plants use sunlight to make food from carbon dioxide and water photosynthesis. The tree chuckled, surprised such a word even existed, amazed I knew about carbon dioxide. I had to admit most people probably didn't. Not really. The tree understood it took necromancers centuries to grasp anatomy. Then it revealed something eerie. In Daedric realms, his trees don't use sunlight, they photosynthesize with Daedric energy, since those realms barely have light. That stopped me. But isn't the sun on Nirn just a hole in Aetherius? I asked. The hissed gaspes, then paused. Wait, you're a mage. Of course you'd know that. It's common knowledge among your kind. Bah! We were off script again. Take me with you, it begged, and I sighed because dragging a sentient tree was somehow now part of my cursed life. I yanked it by the branches. It shrieked, by the roots, the roots! So I switched tactics and grabbed lower. Why not shift into that beastly form and carry me like last time? Oh wait, then you'd ignore me again. You didn't even hear my screams when you ripped me out of the ground. I kept pulling. I also can't do that, I muttered. Not just couldn't, wouldn't it? That beast form gave up too much control, and in a place like Morthal, going full beast mode would get me killed in minutes. The tree paused dramatically, bark creaking. Hey, wait! You aren't just gonna, It trailed off, and I didn't answer. Because honestly, I might. I squinted down the jagged slope, muttered, why not, cowabunga, and drop-kicked a whole tree into motion. As it slid, I leapt on like a lunatic lumber surfer, hurtling downhill into chaos. Later, dragging that same tree behind me like a sleepy pet rock, I figured sleeping tree didn't quite cut it, so I asked it straight up. Got a name? Echoes. Nothing. Just a moody voice. No clue. Never named. No caretaker. Just asleep. I paused. All right, how about Aurora? The tree jolted like I'd slapped it. What do you take me for? One of those sparkly female clones of you? Great. I accidentally offended a tree. I yelled, all right, enough. It's a name from a talesome woman stuck in endless slumber, only to get jolted awake like a cursed alarm clock. The tree rustled with a scoff. Fitting, maybe, but I'd rather dodge the gendered drama. You mortals and your weird mating habits. Honestly, it's why the hist ignore you. Most of your kind tries to romance anything with or without a pulse. I groaned, brainstorming, then offered, what about Odin? Sounds slick. Odine leans strong. Odin feels softer. Balance. The tree sighed like creaking wood. Fine. Odine. Sounds like a nymph, though. I shrugged. Just remember the name. That's all I ask. Almost at Morthalgrate, because dragging a half-sentient tree across Skyrim wasn't exactly stealth ops. Before I could mentally brace myself for the inevitable embarrassment, the sap junkie in my head chimes in. Lose the connection, lose the sap. Addictive stuff, by the way. Fixable, but maybe don't spiral into hist withdrawal in front of guards. Right. Totally stable behavior. I keep walking. No time to argue with a botanical voiceover. Then, of course, a guard has the gall to stop me, gawking like I'm leading a circus. I give him the death glare of someone who's had a day. What's it look like? Got robbed. No cart, no clothes, no dignity. Just me and my chlorophyll buddy here trying to get through town without snapping. Thought it was hilarious until I realized I was freezing my literal cheeks off. The guard blinked like his brain had lagged, then nodded. Right, makes sense. Wait here while we fetch you some pants. Not many kids in Morthal, but still not zero. I gave him a frosty nod. Cool, now hurry. Understanding doesn't stop hypothermia. One guard bolted off, the other lingered awkwardly. So, about the tree? You were robbed, right? I sighed like I'd heard that line in every patch note. Yeah, it was on a carriage. Now the carriage is a memory leak. And the tree? Let's just say it's both priceless and pointless. Origins, man. Hey, don't insult me, the tree growled. I ignored it. Priorities. Just a tree to them, maybe, but I knew better. That tree was leverage, and leverage meant control. The guard squinted, clearly unsettled. All right. Could you, maybe cover up? I lifted my hands. With what? He flinched, eyes darting away. Never mind. The discomfort worked in my favor. If they were too embarrassed to look, they wouldn't question. Then the other one jogged over, handing me scratchy basic clothes. Here you go. I didn't waste time slipping into the underwear first course, but I've worn worse. Fully dressed and in control, I asked, where can I get a carriage or anything to move that tree? I'm not paying in gold, so I hope there's a creative alternative. The guards gave me that look half warning, half welcome. No carriages in Morthal, they said, but we've got a lumber mill. You'll have to get one built. Then the offer dropped. Help the townsfolk and they'd smooth things over with Gorm. He'd foot the bill if it meant lightening the Jarl's load. I agreed. Naturally, always easier to move forward when the gold isn't yours. I asked where to stash my cargo. The mill wasn't safe. Leave it by the Jarl's home, they said. I pressed for a lead. The second guard still smelling like old wool, and duty ticked off the local drama. Benor, a brawler looking for a reason. Falion, the odd mage nobody trusts, and the haunted ruins of Hroggur's place. Ghosts, they said. Classic! I nodded, grabbed the tree, and dragged it like I was being judged. Then, in the quiet, Odin whispered inside my mind, You know, I sense a vampire nearby. I leaned into the shadow of the Jarl's longhouse, whispering, It's her! The vampire pulling the strings, Alva. Odin scoffed. And you know this how? I didn't bother explaining. Logic wasn't her strong suit. I just tilted my head, eyes tracking the frost-choked rooftops of Morthal. Go ahead. If you need help purging the filth, call me. I've got certain talents. While she wandered off, I pulled up my quest log laid to rest active. No need to waste words on the Jarl. The ruins of Hroggur's house loomed like a broken memory. Stepping through the ashes, I whispered, Helgi? A child's voice then spectral echoed back, Are you a stranger? I didn't flinch. I'm a friend. Your father is cursed, trapped under a vampire's spell. I want to break that chain. Will you help me? The ghost flickered into view, voice like static in moonlight. You know about that? She said, eyes scanning something beyond the code. I nodded, of course I knew. I'd been tracking anomalies all day. You can help me then? I asked. She tilted her head like an old glitch rerunning a dead quest. Not really. Not unless you find me after dark. Then she dissolved, like bad data at the edge of a memory leak. I muttered a curse. After dark, my ass. Great. A whole broken cycle to burn before anything useful happens. Guess I'll babysit Morthal's bugs and glitch into a nap at the inn. Persine's cursed loop ring robbed me of sleep again. Reality's a mess, but I'm getting good at cleaning it up. In the dream space, I tapped my foot, staring at the void like it owed me answers. 2 new features blinked into existence, achievements, and a skill tree. The first was a letdown, awaken a sleeping history. No buffs, no perks, just a pat on the back from the system. But the second now, that was flashy, even if it was a dead end. The Warby's skill tree shimmered with potential, but my perk point balance was a big fat 0. Still, I knew what I wanted. I reached into the code and grabbed Hircine's Surprise, a passive that morphed into a power called Hircine's Hunt, something primal, something borrowed from the ring's shadow. Not a spell, but a hunger, ready to be unleashed. The power was wild thrilling at first. Hircine's Hunt lasted 4 chaotic days, each breath shadowed by unseen pursuit. It had limits, sure, but the rush was real. Then came the next test danger sense, jacked from another player. I twisted it into a spell, Detect. Sounded epic. Master tier though, great if you've got bottomless mana. I didn't. It guzzled 345 mana per second and turned out mostly useless sexcept. It sniffed out undead, constructs, magical signatures. That part, awesome. So I tried flipping the ring's gift into something new. Ping! Notification slaps me. Unable to convert. Just like that. Hope fizzled. Guess even broken gods have rules. Could I not convert the item's ability? Maybe I was low on dream mana. I shrugged and dropped 3 perk points into speechcraft. Felt like a good investment. For once I didn't glitch or fast travel, I actually walked out the door. The second I stepped outside, the world shimmered. Oddly refreshing. Except, I was still in Morthal. Swamps were already a nightmare, but this frozen bog was next level miserable. I woke in the inn sticky, cold, and regretting everything. A quick stat check showed a new passive. Restful sleep, 10 hours of boosted experience gain. At least there was that. I rolled out of bed and headed to the front. Jonna greeted me with a grin. Good afternoon, sleepyhead. I waved with a smile. Good afternoon. Jonna handed me a free room. Generosity like that deserved a little extra charm. We struck a deal. My stay in exchange for removing one very persistent problem, Lurbuck. I had time to kill till nightfall, so I wandered over to the orc polishing a flute. You're Lurbuck? I asked. His eyes lit up like a festival fire. A new face. What a joy in gloomy old Morthal. Speak, friend, speak. I scratched my neck. This guy was painfully cheerful, not like other orcs. I knew his faded dark brotherhood contracts don't leave much room for optimism. I don't mean to offend, I said, but maybe you should try the Bard's College in Solitude because you're awful. His shoulders dropped like a failed drum roll. Not you too. I try my best, all right, but nothing I do ever seems good enough. His voice cracked with a forced chuckle. I raised an eyebrow, watching his hunched form. You're not like other orcs, are you? Exiled? His eyes dropped, murmuring, Yeah, I gripped his shoulder. I've heard things. Lurbuck Grow, Douchnik, right? His stare sharpened. I don't know that name. My gaze hardened. I heard about someone performing the Black Sacrament. Name was Berguk Grow Douchnik. Sound familiar? His eyes widened like code caught mid-glitch. Father, he would. He met my eyes, scanning them like a broken quest line looking for logic. Then what should I do? You're the one telling me this? I muttered, narrowing my eyes. Lurbuck gave a slow nod. Of course. I was trained from childhood like every orc from the strongholds. I crossed my arms, weighing the odds. Then listen, go to Solitude. If you want to become a real bard, not just one with dreams, but with songs worth singing, the Bard's College is the place. If they shut you out, ask about the lost instruments. Some bards lose more than lyrics when they roam Skyrim. Use your strength. Make them notice you. That's how you learn. Lurbuck blinked, stunned. Yes, that could work, but... He faltered, doubt rising like a cold mist. I didn't let the silence stretch. You think the Dark Brotherhood will hunt you across Skyrim? As the war throttles movement and fear swells in Solitude, rumors echo the Brotherhood might want you dead, but in Skyrim, their grip is weak. Keep sharp, stay clever, and maybe you'll outlast them. I flashed him a grin. He returned it with a nervous chuckle. Thanks, Vec Frostwain. His face lit up. Thank you, Vec. Honestly, I think folks here in Morthal aren't too fond of me. He sprang to his feet. Jonna, I'm packing. Wish me luck. Jonna's eyes widened, a gleam of hope breaking across her face. No problem. I'll see you out, Lurbuck. With that, I left the Indinga new notification. Speechcraft 41. Leveled up. Still needed more perk points. Chapter 22. Morthal. Next stop, Morthal. The air felt heavy, but not just from the fog. Phalion lived here, and let's just say, people didn't send him love letters. Still, rumors whispered of his power he could cure vampirism, for one, and maybe more. Something told me he wasn't just hiding from the townsfolk, he was hunting vampires. I knocked. A little girl answered. Hello? I kept it cool, smiled. Phalion around? He's your magic teacher, right? Her eyes widened like I just conjured a dragon. Then Phalion stepped up, face like stone. What do you want? I didn't flinch. 3 seers live here in Morthal. Out of 7 across all of Skyrim, and 3 of them are kids. That's not chance, it's code. He squinted, unsure if I was mad or prophetic. Who are you? He asked. And honestly, I was starting to wonder the same. My name is Vec Frostwain, I said, standing at the edge of mortal trust and Daedric paranoia. Born of Atmora's frost, bloodlined with snow elves, I bend more than just magic. Phalion's eyes narrowed, but he stepped aside. Enter. One wrong twitch, and I'll exile you to the deepest pit of oblivion. He turned to the girl. Agni, outside. Lessons resume later. She nodded, vanishing with silent grace. He faced me again. How did you know she's a seer? I shrugged. Elder Scrolls. His frown deepened. He misread me. Perfect. I leaned in, calm and precise. That truth spell of yours. How does it work? The room tensed, magic waiting like coiled code. It's conjuration, not a truth spell, but I get the confusion. Alteration apprentices tend to blur the lines. Harsh? Maybe. But I wasn't here to spar over semantics. I needed to know if he had it, because trust isn't exactly his strong suit, and I knew my charm wouldn't cut it. He grunted something close to interest, so I pushed on. The real reason I'm here? Morthal's got a vampire plague, and I think you're the one to handle it with my help. Not to make friends, but to stop them from seeing you as the source of every shadow. You deserve to be accepted for who you are, not what they fear. I added a hook. Helping would protect your ward, especially with the Jarl's son being a seer. That stopped him. His eyes narrowed. What do you mean? I smiled. So, he didn't know. Falion slammed his fist on the table, eyes wide with fear and suspicion. You can't threaten me. Are you some kind of Daedra? I tilted my head, a faint smile curling my lips. Number, I'm exactly what I said I am, but maybe I'm being strung along by one, or maybe it's something even higher than them. Who knows? The words weren't threats, just truths tangled in the web of a bigger game. I'm not threatening you, Falion. I'm fulfilling my role, that's all. That smile had hit him like a glitch in the Matrix, cracking his certainty. But that conversation proved everything I needed. The Daedric princes will know now. I'm a player. And being a player, it's different. It's special. The Dragonborn questline is moving, ticking in the background like a countdown. But the scariest part? These NPCs, they're not just lines of code, they remember. They adapt. Maybe I'm stuck in some full-dive VR psychosis. Or maybe I've already become part of the simulation. I only need you to kill some vampires once I prove they're here in Morthal. You already know that. Falion's fist hit the table like thunder. You can't threaten me. Are you some kind of Daedra? I tilted my head, calm. No, I'm exactly what I said. Maybe being strung along by a Daedra, maybe something higher. Who knows? But this isn't a threat, Falion. It's a role. I'm just playing it. My grin twisted the air. Fear crept into his eyes. That moment confirmed everything. The Daedric princes would recognize me as a player. My presence wasn't ordinary. The main quest, the one with the Dragonborn, was moving again. And more than anything, the NPCs weren't just NPCs. Maybe I was falling into full VR psychosis. Or maybe something was waking up. Everything felt too real, like my memories began and ended in Nirn, as if the beta wasn't just a test, but a veil. No backstory, just protocol. Legacy flickering at the edge of my thoughts. I needed to push the boundaries. Someone like Falion, a wild card of rituals and regret, was the perfect fulcrum. I gripped the door handle, threw him a mission. Take down Alva, then follow me to the Jarl to raise hell on Movirth's lair. His tongue click sealed it compliance wrapped in concern for Agni, that girl shackled by her own potential. Even the young deserve freedom from coded destinies. Then came the artifact. I could feel it buried in this broken town, a Daedric shard pulsing like a heartbeat behind the texture map. Retrieving it would cue a quest line, sure, but I wasn't here to play by the quest's rules. I was here to rewrite them. No matter how powerful that dagger might be, it won't change what's coming. I turned toward the Milthry figures at work. 2 unknown, and 1 unmistakably Jorgen. My boots hit the ground heavy as I strode over, the air thick with unfinished business. Hello? I called. Jorgen glanced up, squinting. I, the merchant with the strange tree? Grateful he didn't bring up my awkward entrance into Morthal Armorless, and humiliated I forced a half smile. I need to talk, I said, and he climbed down, wary but curious. It's about the carriage being built and something else. I unfolded a sketch, more artifact and blueprint. Not a carriage, but a wheeled shell for Odine something that wouldn't draw Solitude's eyes. But before I could mention the Razor's Hilt Daedric, cursed, and dangerously linked to the code beneath our world, I needed trust. And in this glitched reality, trust was just another variable to rewrite. Jorgen squinted at the sketch, grunting, yeah, we can build that. It's just a wooden cart with wheels and a handle, really. You want it full of dirt too? I gave him a nod, grinning. That'd be perfect. Honestly didn't think it was doable. Woodcutters down in Falkreath told me it wasn't. Hauled the whole tree halfway across Skyrim just in case. Jorgen scratched his neck, clearly embarrassed. Well, I've done most of the carpentry in Morthal. Not much else to do unless we're shipping timber to Solitude, and that's a once-a-month job. But what's the deal with that tree? Never seen one like it. I let out a breath. Unless you've been to Black Marsh, you wouldn't. They say it's some kind of hist, but I'm not buying it. Supposedly twisted from the Oblivion Crisis. His expression tightened, suddenly uneasy. Darkness crept in as the final touches to Odine's transport neared completion, the whispering tree still spying on us all. I hauled Odine into the Kratit's roots, coiling, adjusting, settling. Bit tight, but it'll work. Still feels unfinished, it muttered. Jorgen beamed at his creation, so I tossed a question his way. Just need handles and wheels now, right? His eyes lit up. Yes, these wheels, you mind if I use the design? They're incredible. He meant the omnidirectional ones I made, so I wouldn't have to shove a talking tree uphill in one direction like some cursed lumberjack. A nod was all he needed. Night crept in as the final bolts clicked into place. Odine's crate was nearly complete, its twisted roots folding neatly into the box like a creature preparing for hibernation. That nosy tree had been listening the whole time, and now it muttered from inside. Little cramped, but this will do. It's unfinished though, isn't it? I turned to Jorgen, who stood grinning at his handiwork, proud as a blacksmith with a new hammer. So we just need the handles and the wheels, right? I asked. He chuckled, haha, yes. then paused, eyes gleaming. Can I use your design for other things? These wheels of yours are amazing. He meant the omnidirectional ones-me little rebellion against hauling a stubborn tree uphill in a single path. I smirked and nodded. Let the world spin any way it wants. I'll still push forward. I'd do it, but you'd have to pay me. His voice cut through the frostbitten tension, smirking like he'd already written the contract in blood. You could flip it for coin draw, some foot traffic to Morthalbud, I'm thinking, percentages, or a contract, something with teeth. Jorgen, ever the practical brute, just nodded. Understandable. I'll think of something. That's when I knew omnidirectional wheels weren't just for terrain, they were for maneuvering through conversations like these. I gave him a nod, turned to Odin, whispered, I'm off to slay some vampires. Let me know what he offers for the schematics. She scoffed, I'm not your spy. I rolled my eyes and flicked open my quest log. Right on time. Marching through Morthal's mist, I spotted a woman in a graveyard, 2 shovels, 1 grave, and a name carved into the stone. Helgi. Then the world froze. She wasn't alone. Lilette. What have I told you? The air thickens as another woman appears. Alva, eyes cold as frost. Lilette, uncertain, pleads. We can help her, Alva. She can become like us. But Alva's voice slices the hope in half. We talked about this, Lilette. A sigh escapes her. Not from guilt, but calculation. I get it. You feel bad about Helgi. You see your son in her, don't you? I know you still watch your family. She steps forward, pressing a hand over Lilette's mouth, whispers, ignite. Magic unfurls like smoke. I watch closely. Vampiric seduction. Lilette still new, still trying to turn instead of devour. She must have panicked when the fire began, botched the turn, Helgi died. I rub my beard, piecing it together. Lilette is just like Hrogar enchanted, broken. But maybe, just maybe, with Phalian's help, I could bring her back. Maybe. Heh, all for the so-called greater good, right? I almost had Aitra program Azura's artifact into the Black Star no Nelicar required. I decoded Malin's grimoire, cracked the logic tree wide open. But Phalian? Too cautious. He wouldn't dare trigger a Daedric response. I needed someone reckless or blissfully dumb enough to overwrite the artifact without blinking. Lilette looked promising. Knockout first, questions later. Alva? Expendable code, clean deletion. They were still glitching, arguing over nothing. Should I just launch an arrow and force the script? No silver ammo, though. Vampires aren't your average trash mobs, and I wasn't keen on catching a terminal status effect. Just as I hesitated, Lilette bent to grab the shovel trigger flag. Alva stomped, grabbed the second shovel, and slammed it into Lilette's head with a sickening metallic ping. The scene froze. Lilette down, but not deleted. Alva raised the weapon again. Guess she was about to hardcode the kill. I drew my bow, let the arrow fly missed her by a mile. Alva snapped her head my way, eyes sharp, magic crackling at her fingertips. I ditched the bow for my lucky dagger. You're that tree merchant, right? She hissed. Not quite, I said. Just a traveler with a tree. She wasn't amused. Dropping her shovel, her hands lit up. You saw too much. Now you die. I rolled my eyes. How original. What's next? You skinned your cousin's pet? She blinked, confused, and that was my moment. I charged. Her spell fizzled as she stumbled, but the red glow reignited just as I struck. Energy drained from me like sand through glass, but my blade found her gut. You think you're in control? She growled, pinning me to the ground with brute force no magic could match her eyes locked onto mine like a predator savoring the kill. My hand shimmered with hidden power, and she grinned, whispering, You'll make a fine thrall. That was her mistake. The blade surged, plunging into her gut, not once, but again and again, shock flooding her face as I drove my knee into her and sent her reeling. You should be under my spell, she gasped, but I was already moving, steel to shoulder, shoving her back down. Simple, I spat. You picked the wrong code to corrupt. The final slash carved silence into her throat, and as she crumpled, still twitching, I made sure no more spells. No more games, just the quiet certainty of ending a corrupted line. I rose, my limbs surging with arcane strength as the reinforcement spell snapped the seductive grip like dry twine. It wasn't courage, it was desperation, hoping to avoid becoming a feast. But light crept closer, and Fat Twisted as ever sent me an audience. Alva lay bloodied, Lilette unconscious, and yet this mess might have tilted lucky. From the ridge, Phalian appeared, shaking his head in disbelief. I jabbed a finger at the collapsed woman. She's Thonar's wife. You can cleanse her, right? Even if she gave me the creeps, what would that whole grave digging for a dead kid incident? Phalian knelt, scanned her essence, and sighed. Yep, she's fresh. No need for a black soul gem. My eyes snapped to him. What? I thought you always needed a black soul gem. Phalian just smirked like I'd missed the punchline to a cosmic joke. Only if they fed or turned into something less than human. Then the gem's not stealing innocence, it's giving some back. That hit weird. So we corrupt something pure to cleanse what's been tainted? I asked. He just shrugged. It's not science. Of course it wasn't. While he headed off to rebury a coffin and dig up someone named Alva, I wrestled with the unconscious body of a woman and the weight of moral ambiguity. Tied her up because waking up mid-haul is never ideal and started the long drag back to town. When I saw the guard, I waved like nothing was strange. Hey, need a hand. Is this Thonir's wife or not? Because at this point, questions are safer than answers. The guard froze when he saw her jaw slack, eyes wide. No way, that's Laylette, he shouted, already sending someone to get help. I stepped in, cool as frost. Might want to check those eyes and fangs, pal girls rockin' vampire vibes. Buckle up, cause this tale's wild. With that, the pieces aligned, Falion might not be a total creep after all. Dude had tricks, maybe even a cure. Sanity? That's negotiable. Cut to chapter 24. Chaos inside Jarl's longhouse half of Morthal, packed in. Tension coiled tight. Laylette, restrained. Thonir, wrecked. Falion, can you fix her? He begged. Falion just nodded. Ice-cold confidence. Eyes turned to Roger. Finally snapped from the spell. Jarl Idgrod raised her voice above the clamor, like thunder cracking through fog. Enough! We solved nothing by shouting. Then, silence. A breath held. And she called the first names Vec and Falion. I owe you a debt of gratitude. The words hang thick in the air as Roger nods solemnly, relieved that sanity has returned. Thonir stands nearby, quietly grateful for the return of his wife, though the unease remains. A chill settles over Morthonot from the marsh, but from the truth now exposed, vampires, lurking in shadow, have been stealing lives and minds alike. The Jarl falters, confusion washing over her features, until Gorm steps forward, his voice resolute. I'll lead the fight, Vec. Fate brought you here, maybe you're what we need. Falion, we were wrong about you. Maybe it's time we did better. Use your magic. Stand with us. And Roger, vengeance is yours if you'll take it. With that, Gorm turns, cape fluttering like war's banner. Others follow except Thonir. Stay, I whisper. She's not herself yet. And deep down, we both know something broken doesn't mend overnight. Thonir gave a quiet nod, truth be told. I wanted him there in case things got messy. Not that he could end her, but maybe hold her still. I stepped out behind Gorm, 9 others ready to storm a vampire den. Falion tossed me a glance, his voice sharp. What's your goal here? I shrugged as Morvath's lair drew closer. Honestly, I was just going to grab some clothes and bolt. But now, I've got a better blueprint for Morthal, and maybe a few new tools. Before we reached the edge, Jorgen halted us. A word, just us. Falion nodded and marched on with the others, leaving me with Jorgen's narrowed eyes. You're leaving after this, aren't you? I nodded. Then came his offer, strange, desperate. I'll trade this. He held out the hilt, dark and humming with something ancient. A fragment of a Daedric artifact. In return, I want full rights to your omnidirectional wheels. I stabbed 2 arrows into the dirt ritual, not stealth. They'd see the spiders anyway. I vaulted the ledge and hit the ground behind them, landing silent. One stirred, but I was already fading into shadow. Ahead, a thrall scanned the entrance. No words, no mercy. I slipped the blade through their throat and left an arrow as a message. Another thrall, distracted by corpses in a pit, never saw me ghost past. Then main chamber, a grand table, 3 vampires, one lounging like a lord. Might be their leader. He muttered about someone running late and didn't know she was already Ash. I stayed tight to the wall, eavesdropping. One muttered excuses. Something about identity maintenance and a needy pawn. They didn't know. That was the advantage. 2 arrows stabbed into the dirt ritual. Not necessity. The spiders were already aware. Vaulting from the ledge, I landed behind them, silent as breath. One stirred, but I was already past. In the next chamber, a vampire thrall stood guard, eyes locked on the doorway. They wouldn't see the dagger until it whispered through their throat. I left an arrow in the wall signature, not warning. Ahead, another thrall looted corpses, gazed downward. I ghosted by, shadow in motion. Then, the banquet hall. 3 vampires feasting in the gloom, one reclined on a throne, pulsing with authority. That had to be their leader. He growled, Alva is running late. Where is she? Soignorns was still my ally. From the shadows, I traced the cave's edge, listening. Another voice responded, casual and wrong. Probably stuck managing her cover. That man of hers is needy. Movarth sneered. Wish she'd stop trying to charm every warm-blooded thing. I froze ya. She definitely tried it on me, but I had no time for awkward flashbacks. Slipping past them, I zoned in on the real prize, boots. Not just any Bucci's boots. Right beside a worn bed, I crept closer, then it hit. A siren's wail. Not the singing kind. An alert spell, wrapped around a shelf like a vengeful trap. I moved fast, snatched the hide-wrapped beauty's Morvath's boots, silent as shadows, boosting my sneak by 35%. Swapped them for mine. Then the dark welcomed me and so did Movarth's rage. He stormed in shouting, "Come out, you rat! I know you took them!" His crew panicked, yelling for help. Movarth turned. Mid-snarled whip and arrow bloomed from his neck. Arg! He yanked the arrow free, rage flaring. "So you're the thief! Did you lure Morthal here? I'll kill you in S!" Another arrow silenced his throat, point blank. He staggered. My bow slammed into his chest. As he collapsed, I drew the blade and drove it into his neck again and again. He shoved me off, choking on blood. "What is wrong with you?" he gasped. I watched the red trail crawl down his skin. No wonder Alva was hard to kill, no real blood flow. I had to test this. My hands glowed. Lieber's weakness pulsed through me as I grabbed Movarth mana draining, then surging back. His eyes widened, body trembling under the pull. He couldn't move, stamina vanishing, health stripped away. No critical hit needed. Just code, just decay. His pale face paled further, and then stilled forever. I held up the silver-black ring with its single blood-red gem, vampiric ring. It read, pulsing with forbidden code. Its enchantment whispered possibilities. Drain life as a mortal. Regenerate as something more. The moment I slipped it on, a spell etched itself into my interface, as if the system recognized me differently now. I turned to Movarth's body and began stripping the armor black and steel, better than the leather scraps clinging to me. "What are you doing?" Gorm asked, his eyes wary. "Upgrading?" I muttered. Tugging the hood over my head, imagining a mask to match something custom, whitewashed to dodge suspicion. Don't want to be flagged as a vampire. My thoughts wandered. Alteration spells? Could one change the armor's tag? As we exited the glitched cave, Gorm halted me. "Let them go, I need to ask you something." I paused, already parsing his intentions. "This is about the Jarl and her dementia, isn't it?" His face flickered, surprised, confused. "Dementia?" The system didn't prepare him for that. I held the strange ring between my fingers silver black, with a single blood-red gem pulsing faintly. "Vampiric ring," the enchantment whispered. "One effect for humans, another for vampires." I slid it on. Power surge spell unlocked. I watched my stats ripple, magic, stamina, health, recalibrating. I turned to the fallen figure, stripped his armor better than leather, and it had a hood. "Could use a mask," I muttered. "But I'll bleach it. Later don't want to get flagged as undead." Gorm shot me a look. "What are you doing?" "Upgrading," I shrugged. Basic field strategy. Outside, as the cave's breath faded, Gorm halted the others. "Let them go. I need a word." I paused. "This is about the Jarl. Her mind, right?" His eyes flickered. "Dementia?" he echoed, confusion glitching through his face like a corrupted quest line. "So it's either age or illness," I muttered, pen hovering in the air like it had its own opinion. "Maybe future sight's the culprit cooks your brain if you peek too far ahead." Gorm gave a long sigh, like the truth was finally out in the open. "Sounds right. Talked to someone in Solitude about this already. Hey, if you're heading that way, mind dropping off a letter?" I gave him a nod sounded fair. "She should probably step down anyway. War's messy, and advice doesn't need a throne." Gorm smiled like he'd been waiting for someone else to say it. "I'll get that letter to you before you go." I paused, making sure I wasn't missing any loose ends. "We're even, right? No more favors?" Gorm nodded again. "Perfect. One more thing. Can you spare a journal? Lost mine in a carriage accident." I didn't blink. He chuckled. "Easy. I've got plenty." Later, Odin caught me writing again and raised a brow. "Why are you scribbling after zoning out like that?" I ignored her. Some thoughts weren't ready to be shared with a voice that never forgets. I opened the journal with a flick, my fingers tracing the faded ink on the page as if it held the answers. "Vec Frostwain," I muttered, the name already feeling more like a system variable than my own. The entries were clear passive effects stacked like legacy code. Frost couldn't touch me, Death Dance just out of reach, and my reflexes pinged like glitchless scripts in a chaos engine. Ancestral perks activated on contact, skills sharpened under pressure, and battle itself became my training module. I could cast 3 spells at once, feel armor, turn to bark, and stand like gravity didn't matter. But with all power came contradiction. Progress slowed, evened out, twisted through parallel growth trees. My feet found balance, my vision sharpened beyond normal optics, and when I stood still, nothing could move me. The Steedstone etched strength into my bone sextra carry load. Armor no longer a burden. Then came the powers. Once a week, a transformation, any beast, any form. Hircine's Hunt, it marked targets like I marked Code 4 Days Unbreakable Lock. As I wrote it all down, line by line, I realized this wasn't just a character sheet. It was a blueprint. Not of a warrior, but of something built to fracture reality and learn from the cracks. Thonir gave a quiet nod, truth be told. I wanted him there in case things got messy. Not that he could end her, but maybe hold her still. I stepped out behind Gorm, 9 others ready to storm a vampire den. Valian tossed me a glance, his voice sharp. What's your goal here? I shrugged as Morvath's lair drew closer. Honestly, I was just going to grab some clothes and bolt. But now, I've got a better blueprint for Morthal. And maybe a few new tools. Before we reached the edge, Jorgen halted us. A word, just us. Valian nodded and marched on with the others, leaving me with Jorgen's narrowed eyes. You're leaving after this, aren't you? I nodded. Then came his offer, strange, desperate. I'll trade this. He held out the hilt, dark and humming with something ancient. A fragment of a Daedric artifact. In return, I want full rights to your omnidirectional wheels. Azura's star shattered, Pelagius' bone humming, and the hilt of a forbidden blade tucked beneath layered spell scrolls, 4,866 golden Atmaron credits, and 1,347 septims jangled at my side as I eyed my spellbook. Camouflage sparked a grin. Falian's little gift let me flip my vampire armor's black shadows into white linings. My steps, silent in Movarth's recolored boots. Gems, scrolls, potions. I stopped counting. The damn talking tree still wouldn't shut up, nagging me to hurry like some nature-born quest marker. I snapped my physical journal shut, too many skill trees to sift through later. Solitude loomed ahead. Hidden instincts needed finishing. Of course, Maxis blocked the gates. Vec, is that you? Oh great, just what I needed. What's with the tree? He asked, eyes narrowed. I shrugged, cool as frostbite. Magic kind. Don't drink the sap unless you like jail time or memory loops. He nodded, like that made perfect sense. I pushed Odin forward, cloak dragging shadows behind me. Is he your friend? Came the question. I whispered back. The guards owe McQuest reward perks. Then, Vic. Sorax again, timing like a glitch trigger. What's with the tree? I sighed, already predicting the script. Magic. Sap's off limits. Sorax grinned, spark in his eye. Quest time, pirate ship, near Solitude, you in? My lips curled because of course I was. A pirate ship? I blink as Sorax shoves a crumpled note into my hand, its title blazing, The Restless. But weirdly, it's addressed to Sorax himself. Where'd you get this? I ask, suspicion curling like smoke. He just shrugs, cool as ice. Courier gave it to me. A pirate ship haunted by ghosts. And whoever clears them out gets to claim the vessel now. That's some treasure. So, you want a pirate ship? I prod, half grinning. Sorax shrugs again. Why not? Could be fun to fix up. I laugh. All right, I'll help you after I handle a few things. Oh, speaking of which, did an orc named Lurbuck rent a room here? Sorax's face twists in horror. Oh gods, yes, the worst bard I've ever heard. Thankfully, he said he was off to get some proper training. Guess that's one problem solved for now. I figured Lurbuck could tag along for the King Olaf verse mess away. It's nice to have a walking meat shield who owes you one. Favors? Best currency around. I gave Sorax a lazy salute, shoved Odin up that hill, and of course, she had opinions. Could be fun, pirate ship and all. Yeah, maybe after I stop dragging trees around. Captain Aldous clocked us, immediately leaned on Odin like I'd just finished a marathon. What's with the tree, he asked. I gave him the real truth, hissed and all. Warned him about the sap's little side effects, drink it, and you might start asking questions to the tree. Or worse, hearing answers. Aldous looked like his brain tripped on a branch but nodded anyway. Need water? He asked. I nodded. Legate Rikke loves plants, he muttered, waving it off. Great. Imperial Command meets jungle horticulture. Solitude never fails to get weirder. I needed into the Imperial Legiono easy feat mid-war. Got this letter from Gorm, I said, flipping it to Captain Aldous. He scanned it with a grunt. We talked, months ago, but with the war. He trailed off, doubts thick as the smoke over Solitude. I raised a what if. Suppose the war ended. That earned me a sigh sharp enough to cut steel. You're not planning what I think. Not yet, I smirked. He shook his head. File it for later, he muttered, walking off. But I wasn't done. How do I get into the sewers? I called. Silence. A headshake. Then Odin's voice drifted in like ghost wind. There's a werewolf down there. I feel its pain. You sure about this? I clenched my jaw. The deeper I dug, the darker it got. And I wasn't stopping. I let out a weary sigh, muttering, guess I've got no choice. Before hitting the market for steak and juice fuel for whoever the mystery daughter might be. Then it's straight into the sewers, where the air stinks worse than any cursed swamp, sticky and close, the darkness pressing in until I spark candlelight to float like a ghost beside me. half expecting no beast but refusing to drop my guard as I slink through sludge and shadows, following distant noises until I reach a sealed passage. My fingers brush stone and runes blaze to life, humming with arcane charge, and when I grip the handle and find it unlocked, all the puzzle pieces crash together in my mind. I've cracked it. The door creaked open, barely holding back the sewer's putrid stench, and glowing runes whispered of protection spells, long forgotten. As the gap widened, the noise surged, growls melting into howls, then the harsh clatter of chains and metal. Torches sparked to life as I stepped into the passage, revealing a cavern where a chained werewolf waited. But this wasn't just any beast. This was the girl. Her eyes locked on mine, wild and wary, yanking a chain, free with raw power, while 4 more bound her limbs and neck. I asked if she was still sane, unsure if she was trapped in the transformation or lost to it. Her posture eased, just a bit. Still tense. Still dangerous. I slowly reached for the food I'd brought, hoping it was enough to remind her who she was. These baskets seem empty? You hungry? Her eyes, sharp and untrusting, locked onto mine. I let out a sigh, slipped off the cursed ring, and tossed it her way. She caught it midair, claws glinting, hesitation in her stare. Then slowly, carefully, she slid it on. Flesh twisted, bones reformed human again. Her dress barely held together, wildness still clinging to her like fog. No words yet. Just tension. I crouched, smirked. Feel like eating now? She fought her voice. Who are you? I stood tall, unblinking. Vec Frostwain. Also, the one who killed your father. And just like that, her world cracked. She glared through the haze of emotion, anger, crackling, sorrow, whispering, and then that cold sigh of surrender. Why did you kill him? Her limbs were free, but that cursed collar still clung to her throat like a memory that wouldn't let go. I chomped down on the sausage, unfazed. He made a pact with a Daedric prince to save you. The cure was an axe, the rueful axe. Figures he kept it. Journal said he was ready to end you if madness took hold. Her laugh was bitter lightning. Can't blame him. The rage? It's still there. The hunger? Not the kind that food quiets. I nodded, remembering the blur of the ring, the beast, the blood. I used Hircine's ring. It turned me into a werebeast, chaos. She picked up the ring, eyes widening. When you toss this to me, it called out. I grinned. Artifact of Hircine. Controls the transformation. Her head tilted like a curious hound. So, I'm stuck? I shrugged. Unlikely. You just have to learn how to control your transformation. It's not a cure. But hey, control's the next best thing, I said, calm like I'd said it 100 times. She glared, yanked off the ring, and hurled it at me like it had personally offended her. I caught Itraflex's hand. She gasped, eyes wide, staring at her still human hands. What the hell? I'm still human? I gave her a nod, barely hiding a smirk. Magic ring. What'd you expect? Anyway, what's your name? Her eyes followed mine down, face lighting up like a warning beacon as she yanked her cloak tighter. Why should I tell you, pervert? She snapped. I raised an eyebrow. How am I the pervert? Honestly, I'm impressed you're still dressed. Wait, maybe that's because I transformed into a werewolf behemoth earlier. Huh, that actually makes sense. Mental note for next time. I shrugged. Name, or would you rather stay down here with the echo rats and bad lighting? She lets out a frustrated sigh, her eyes glinting as she hisses, Care to help me with this collar? But my quest log still screams unfinished business, and my own sigh slips out as I ask, what happens when you're finally free? Her voice cracks rough and raw. I don't know, just help me. But my head's already shaking, because after how long she's been running wild as a beast, no way I'm letting her loose. Her eyes blaze and she lunges, chains rattling her back. Coughing out a fierce curse as I can't help smirking, kinda proved my point. Flipping open my quest log where the branches glare at me. Either I kill her, tame her, or help her find a cure, but no matter what, she's destined to become my companion. And my eyes drift past her toward the cold iron links holding her fate. She kept watching me, eyes locked like I was some wild variable in her code. Sure, I wouldn't mind her tagging along, she had that chaotic charm, but I've always been a solo operator, handling bugs myself. Lycanthropy? The only fix I knew came buried in the companion's questline. Odds were, someone in Whiterun was already halfway through that code branch. My only shot? Hunt a witch, drag her into that creepy tomb, and trigger the ritual. Or, as my quest log cryptically put it, tame her. What the hell did that mean? Train her like a glitching hound? Before I could debug that logic thread, she snapped, Are you just gonna stare at me? I mentally scanned my skill tree, speechcraft, mostly persuasion. To bind her properly, I'd need the contract perk, soul binding magic and all that, but I'd spent points elsewhere. No way to climb that tree now. But maybe the simulation didn't need a real contract. Just belief. If she thought it was legit, maybe the quest would validate. I grinned, stalling for dramatic effect. That's when I finally answered. I was trying to think of a way out, some clever loophole that wouldn't end with someone bleeding or broken. She crawled back, animal-like suspicion in her eyes. You've got that look again. I stood grinning just enough to worry her. I really don't know what you mean. Chapter 27, a deal so real. Convincing her the contract was legit? Not easy. I stood tall. Hold on, I've got a little trick up my sleeve. She never blinked as I turned down the hall, pulling out scrap paper like it was a sacred scroll. Spell after spell, nothing stuck until Locke hit like a lime green pulse. Bingo, the page shimmered. I raised a brow, pen met paper, nothing, not a drop. Interesting. Locke didn't just bind objects, it froze states. No rot, no spoil, no change. Useful, very useful. Time for draft 2. The real challenge? Writing a deal even a god would hesitate to break. It had to look real just enough to fool a system built on contracts and consequence. So, I framed the deal like a game quest. Party A? Me? Party B? Her. She'd be my follower, bound to me until I found a cure for her condition, not that I was in any rush. But if a cure did surface and she still chose to stay, we'd draft a new agreement, this time under proper mechanics once I earned the real contract perk. But safeguards? Yeah, those were tricky. Saying, if she hurts me, she pays, was too obvious it'd tip her off that the deal was fake. So instead, I got clever. If I die, she dies. Simple, ominous, binding. And if she's the reason I fall, then magic slow, creeping, silent activates on my death. Not before. Not a moment sooner. And that, dear system, is how you write a trap disguised as trust. A pulse of magic rippled through the room term set. No turning back now. Said magic will cause Party B to experience every pain and trauma they've ever given me. I declared, my eyes cold steel. Maybe that'll keep her claws where they belong. I wasn't about to wake up hogtied in some cave. Then the spark Katif, I could bind action to consequence. Maybe I could control more than just threats. Party B will follow direct commands from Party A, I wrote. Refusal? That just extends the contract. Even if her curse lifts, she's still mine for every disobedient day. I signed with a smirk and handed it over. Your move, I said coolly. Vairi stared at the parchment, then at me. I can't read, she mumbled. My grin faded. Your signature? I asked. She shook her head again. I sighed, the ink barely dry, already feeling the headache settle in. Of course you don't, Vairi flings her arms skyward, eyes blazing with wild frustration. What'd you expect? My old man wasn't about to waste time teaching a werewolf to scribble letters. I couldn't even grip a pen. I let out a groan, rubbing my temples. Just dip your finger in ink and press it on the paper. A fingerprint's unique enough for the contract to recognize you. She blinks in disbelief. Seriously? Is that real? Nern's laws? Hell if I know it's a bogus contract anyway. But I smirk and lean in. Tell you what, I'm throwing in a special clause just for you. My quill scratches across parchment again. Party A is going to teach Party B whatever she asks, but Party B owes Party A a favor whenever commanded, and every time she refuses, her contract drags on another year. She squints at me. But I still can't read. What are you scribbling now? I roll my eyes so hard it hurts. She blinked at the unfastened collar, disbelief scrawled across her face like a poorly written side quest. No key? I could have done it myself? I just smirked, flipping the latch like it was a loot chest left ajar. Poacher's collar, I muttered. Not so easy without the right angle. She groaned and stretched like a freed wolf, then tossed the inevitable. You got clothes? I didn't answer. Just turned and flicked open my quest log like a spellbook last task. Exit the hidden prison. I'll buy you some, I said, already ghosting toward daylight. Later, I snagged some basic leather armor for her, not because I'm generous, but because she's a werewolf and fate throws loot at people like her. No point investing gold when the next dungeon coughs up better gear. She looked at me, confused, but I didn't answer. My eyes were fixed on that chain collar. No keyhole, just as I thought. I snapped the mechanism open with a twist, and the collar dropped free. She blinked in disbelief. Wait, that thing didn't need a key? I could have undone it myself, I shrugged. Poacher's collar. Hard to unhook if you can't see it. She groaned and stood up. Got any clothes for me? Another shrug. I turned to leave, checked my quest log and only one thing left. Exit the hidden prison. I'll buy you some. Later, I picked up some basic leather armor for her from the blacksmith, ignoring the Imperial hustle. Radiant raiment did the tailoring. Nothing fancy. I wasn't blowing gold on a werewolf, especially with loot chances on the rise. Once her armor shimmered with new threads, I led us straight to the bard's college me mindset on the King Olaf's verse, and, maybe, roping in a backup vocalist. Vairi froze, Ears twitching. You hear that? I did. The dissonance wasn't from the world, it was inside it. We pushed into the hall. Viarmo, headmaster of cacophony, sighed. Again, from the top, you're off key. Lurbuk strummed sadly until he saw me. Vec, over here! Viarmo squinted like scanning corrupted files. You told Lurbuk about us? Guilty, I said. I'm more of a scribbler than a singer. Viary side-eyed. I shrugged. Viarmo nodded with academic gloom. Writing a song that's the real battle. Lurbuk beamed like he'd glitched into meaning. It's the most rewarding thing ever. Viarmo brushed off Lurbuk and turned to me with that sly grin. The Jarls axed the festival. Yeah, tradition shattered like a dropped lute. But if we get our hands on King Olaf's verse, Lurbuk's eyes lit up like he'd just chugged a keg of mead. That song, imagine me belting it out. I raised a brow. So you want us to fetch it, huh? Viarmo gave a smug nod. Lizette whispered your name, said, Sorex saw what you did at the winking skeever. I smirked, I'm game. Lurbuk cheered mid-fist pumpingly to get cut off. Not you. You still sound like a dying skeever, Viarmo snapped. Then he turned to me, dead serious. Dead men's respite, go. And just like that, my would-be sidekick got benched and I got drafted into the weirdest musical quest ever, led by the most charmingly annoying bard in Skyrim. Bro was seriously about to ditch me solo. I turned to leave cue dramatic exit, but Viary throws the brakes. Wait, we're just doing that without backup? I glance at her, then zero in on Viarmo. All right, Maestro, talk numbers. What's the payout, the fame, and the hustle? Profit from this festival gig? Viarmo crunches it. Bards will throw you 3K septims. Blue Palace might kick in some title or deed if you're lucky big rep in Solitude. And profit? Festival booths triple their haul, easy. I smirk, shift gears. Hypothetical. Say I want to build an info guild. How useful is this verse, fetch for street cred? Viarmo's eyes gleam. Easy mode. Bards thrive on info trades lyrics, travel hacks, even gossip. You'd be the hub. I smirked at her, the shadows of ambition dancing behind my eyes. Rewards? They're not always loot and fame. Sometimes the true treasure is intel gold, clout, secrets. She rolled her eyes, clearly unimpressed. Whatever, let's move. But my mind wasn't just on the path ahead. I needed data on the others. The 20 ghosts in the machine. They were the real endgame, the only threat I couldn't predict. And I'd already taken one out. No badge for it, no fanfare, just silence. As we walked, she broke it. You planning to start an info guild? I gave a knowing nod. Everyone wants something. And information? That's how they get it. Say someone wants a cure for lycanthropy. With the right whispers, you'd find out where. I even know the spot. But without status or rep, it's just a rumor lost in static. She tilted her head. So you've got a lead on a cure, but the gatekeeper doesn't care enough to talk? I smirked again. Exactly. I knew the cure, of course I did, but truth has its own weight. Sure, I could have climbed the faction ranks like some ambitious mercenary, but trading favors was easier, cleaner. Viary tilted her head, sharp eyes catching mine. And once they trust you, then what? I hesitated. She wasn't asking for plans, she was asking for motives. Most are greedy, she muttered. My father was. That's why I didn't mourn when you ended him. I wasn't the first werewolf caged beneath this city. I gave a half smile. The usual. Coin. Thrill. Control. Maybe a touch of chaos. Her smirk curled like a secret blade. The usual, huh? I pushed into the winking skeever, flicking a salute to the barkeep. Pirate adventure? He grinned, already reaching for his gear. Ha ha! Thought you'd never ask. I bought some supplies. Before anything else, I stopped him and introduced Virimi Pet Dog. She flicked a middle finger and spat, screw you. I grinned while Sorex chuckled. Nice to meet you, Viary. Hired muscle from Vec, right? She nodded coolly, something like that. And yeah, she totally looked the part. Muscles like coiled wire even after sewer time. With some training, she'd be ripped. Lucky on the genes, no signs of her dad's balding fate. When Sorex wandered off to pack, she turned to me. Pirate adventure? I just shrugged. I'll explain on the road. Should be fun. Chapter 29. Dead at Sea? Turns out Sorex packed way more gear than I thought. Didn't take long before the air turned thick with tension, even though we hadn't gone far from Solitude, and Sorex had the brilliant idea of renting a tiny boat. Fiery eyed the water like it had fangs, and I couldn't resist. What? Scared of a few fish? Sorex laughed, too busy casting his line to care. Then came the smirkaways. A warning. Ever hear of the Gagrum slaughterfish? He teased, eyes glinting. I raised a brow. Gagrum? What now? He grinned wider. Not actually a slaughterfish. More like a shark thing. Glows at dawn. Eats ship's whole, sea of ghost stuff. Viary didn't look thrilled. It better not be real. He waved her off. Sailor's tale, probably pirates. Still, my mind raced glowing scales, forgotten waters, and something big enough to bend myth. A leviathan, huh? Now that would be worth hunting. The ship creaked beneath me as I pointed toward a jagged white shape on the horizon. Is that the island? I asked, heart thumping. Sorex glanced up, reeling in his line like it owed him answers. Yeah, that's it. Viary frowned, her eyes narrowing. It looks like the whole place froze over. I nodded grimly it had, but there was more. The iceberg wasn't natural. Its shape, its placement, it was a veil. This is a lagoon, I muttered, piecing it together. They hid here, used the rocks as cover, then pulled some serious ice manipulation. Magic, sabotage, or worse. Sorex gave a slow nod. Dock there. We'll tie to the tree. I guided the vessel in, the frost snapping at our edges. Viary leapt out first, but I held her back. Stay here. We don't know what's inside. Her glare could have cracked steel. I'm sworn to protect you, she said through clenched teeth, and I knew she meant more than just blades and vows. We ain't looking for a brawl, just pitching camp, she snaps, tongue clicking as my gaze drifts to Sorex prowling ahead until he freezes at a narrow gap, eyes flicking my way while he mutters, This looks like the only way through, unless we circled the whole island. And I'm shaking my head, scoffing. Doubt there's another entrance. Pointing into a passage, glinting with ice twisted around a stone arch, whispering like secrets of old pirates who carved out a hidden bay, and Sorex squints, frowning. How do we squeeze in there? Because yeah, he's wiry enough to slip through, but me and Viary would wedge in like stuck arrows, so I grin, teeth sharp. We melt it open. And he stares, voice edged with worry. That'll take ages, won't it? But I'm already shaking my head, eyes glinting. Got any salt? And he nods reluctantly. Only 2 sacks. Meant for the boat if it ices over, not for blasting through frozen pirate caves. I smirked. I've got vinegar and wine throw and salt. We've got ourselves a backdoor to the ice. Sorex blinked. That's alchemy? I shrugged, already heading to Viary's setup. Different freeze points. Combined effect boom, passage cleared. Back at the fire, we got to work. He dumped salt. I mixed the liquids, and Viary sparked the flames. So? I asked, swirling the concoction. What's really going on with this quest? Sorex hesitated, then pulled the worn note again. It's not a quest scroll, it's a torn journal page. He pointed at the jagged edge like it bit back. Viary groaned. Yeah, we can tell. Sorex squinted, unimpressed. She's no fun, but now the real puzzle: who tore it out, why send it to me, and what in the void happened here? I nodded, smirking. Definitely weird. But we'll crack it, I've got the gear. All 3 of us crept toward the entrance. Viary let out a breath. That's tiny. Me and Sorex burst out laughing. She shot us a glare. What? I stepped up, got to work. Sorex peeked over my shoulder, eyes gleaming. That's working fast. He couldn't wait, slipped through like shadow, vanished. What's in there? I called. All clear, he shouted back. Viary slid through next. Then mate was tight, but I made it. Then I saw it and gasped. Whoa! That's one big ship, all right? Sorex gave a low whistle, saying it dwarfed anything back in Solitude. Viary, sharp-eyed as ever, pointed to a leather-bound journal beside the dead fire. I stepped closer, boots crunching near the old ashes, someone's final camp. The skeleton, mummified by time, lay wrapped in a makeshift bedroll. I picked up the book, but before I could flip a page, a ghost surged up, screeching, "Who disturbs the dead?" Instinct took over. I slammed the journal straight into its face. Boom. Ectoplasm explosion. Ghosts on a pirate ship? Yeah, makes sense now, I muttered. Sorex chuckled, impressed by my reflexes. Viary raised an eyebrow as I cracked open the book again. Really? Now? I shrugged. Might be clues. While she rolled her eyes and Sorex rummaged through busted crates nearby. I flipped through the brittle pages and raised a brow. It all came down to the last gasp of a cursed crew. Someone had triggered something ancient, something cold. A pirate ship hijacked an artifact. Greed burned hotter than caution, and the first to touch it, frozen solid. But did they stop? Of course not. They hauled it to a lagoon, dreaming of gold. The artifact vanished, a storm howled, and the whole place iced over like some divine punishment. One by one, the crew turned into frostbound statues, and that's when the dead began to whisper. I chuckled. Guess who found a clue? Viary groaned. What now? I laid it out, cursed blizzard vanishing relic. They listened like their lives depended on it. The twist? 2 pirates escaped, set up camp here, but one of them bled out after a ghost attack. Looks like even death has a memory, and it's cold. Sorex burst in like a storm, eyes wide. He escaped! I tossed him the journal, smirking. His name's in here. A farewell. from the writer to someone important. Sorex caught it, flipped pages with twitchy fingers, then froze as if the air turned to frost. By the divines, he whispered, reading aloud. I hope you can achieve your goals, my friend. I'll miss you, my best friend, Corpulus. His voice cracked. Then the question, who's Corpulus? I narrowed my gaze, letting the silence stretch, then dropped it like a glitch bomb. Your father, the one running the winking skeever. Laughter tumbled out of Sorex, equal parts shock and amusement. Well, that explains a lot, but why would he send me here? I tapped my chin, thoughts threading like unstable code. Maybe he knew you'd pull me into this. Maybe he wanted a party when things broke down. You wanted adventure, right? Now you've got it with a bit more truth about your old man. Sorex nodded, the weight of it settling. Maybe. Either way, we're in this now. The artifact freezes people in ice, calls storms, maybe even stirs up ghosts. We stepped onto the haunted ship, cold air thick with tension. I suggested the ghosts weren't summoned, but born manifestations of agony, pirates starving slowly beneath ice, souls screaming long after breath had left them. Vieri shivered, horrified, haunted by her own near fate below solitude. I drew Bowler's oath blade, ready for whatever came next. Time to fight some ghosts, I muttered. Silence met us on the deck, broken only by Sorex's grim guess. These bone screw who fought back. A door creaked open, we froze. Did you hear that, I asked? Vieri nodded, whispering, footsteps. Sorex's face tightened. Then we'd better be careful. We stepped deeper into the ship, shadows watching, air growing colder. It didn't take long before spectral pirates burst through the haze, blades howling with the fury of the dead. You cannot hide from the dead! One shrieked as they lunged with savage power. Vieri raised her guard, steel catching the weight of ghostly fury. Sorex slipped past a cleaving arc like wind between bones. I drove my blade through a less coordinated phantom's howl, dissolving into mist. We pressed on. One blocks, one dodges, one strikes it became our dance. But something itched in the edges of my thoughts. How did some of them even die to these things, I muttered. Sorex shrugged, already reaching for a door. Vieri swung open a nearby cabin. Icicle people, she said flatly. Another door, same story. Then I opened mine and froze. Not ice, Stalrim. My pulse surged. This isn't ice, this is Stalrim. It's stronger than ebony armor. We've hit a damn vault. Both turned, disbelief in their eyes. Sorex paused, breath-catching. Wait! I vaguely remembered hearing about Stalrim before, but the details escaped me. I smirked and dropped the bomb. Only place to find Stalrim now is Solstheim and at Mora. That's when the sound hit dozens of boots hitting the deck. Vieri cursed. Great, you just woke the entire damn ship. I threw my hands up. You'd be excited too, back to back now. We locked into a triangle as ghostly figures poured in from every angle except the cleared cabins. It felt like running through a dungeon, every enemy aggroed at once. Mental note, next time, be quieter. My stats flickered in the corner, one hand 37, light armor 29, level up ready after sleep. I wiped my brow, checked on the others. You two good? Vieri collapsed dramatically. I need a shield. Sorex barely held up a finger, just tired. I tossed them potions and downed one myself. Then Sorex asked the golden question, do we search the sludge? I shook my head. Not unless you want ectoplasm. These ghosts were nothing but smoky Liz, no loot, no leads, just cold, useless vapor. Good news? They're less bite, more bluff now. We can split up. Sorex smirked from a barrel, claiming the deck. Vieri sighed, dragging her boots toward the cabins. I nodded, the unclaimed shadows left to me. Count the Stalrim. Grab books, journals, anything that talks back, they vanished into darkness. I crept down creaking stairs, stepping into a ruinous fusion of tavern and forge-rotted food behind the bar, rust-eaten tools, time's decay etched into every surface. The ingots gleamed, untouched, tempting but untrusted. Then click, my gaze snagged on obsidian gleam, a black pickaxe, not just any tool. Ancient Nord make its grip frozen mid-swing inside a Stalrim vein. Someone had died trying to break Time's armor. I grinned. Their mistake was my artifact. On the icy workbench, a frostbitten journal waited. Vec grabbed it, skimming the brittle pages. Someone had tried using a pickaxe to free a frozen soul, possibly another glitch victim. The journal hinted at a looted Nord ruin, but the details were corrupted, barely readable. I'm in the captain's room, I shouted, just as Vieri and Sorex emerged from the shadows. No more ghosts, so that's good, Sorex muttered, scanning the silence. Vieri gestured toward the stairs. You checked the cargo yet? I shook my head. Was just about to read the captain's journal. She nodded. Break time then. Sorex agreed. Ship's clear, let's eat, rest. I closed the journal, thoughts spinning like storm winds. All right, here's the short version. I said, eyes narrowing. Pirates followed a cursed burial ship to some forgotten crypt. Bad idea. Really bad. And the Neverthing spiraled. Hard. They slaughtered the crypt keepers just to snag the Kysidiots. At the entrance, glittering treasures meant for the dead lured them in. But of course, that wasn't enough. Deeper they went, ignoring every omen, chilled by unnatural cold and surrounded by cages bolted over graves. Soon, they hit Stalrim veins never melting ice with ancient pickaxes embedded like forgotten warnings. So the artifact? Vyri asked, slicing through the tension. I nodded. Getting there. The pirates busted open a sealed vault with brute force, blind to the runes and warnings. Inside, riches beyond greed gold, silver, ebony, even Daedric hearts. But above it all pulsed the hearth of Isis Melta. One sailor reached for it, eyes wide, and that's when the curse struck his body freezing, crystallizing into unbreakable ice. They took it all anyway, including the frozen corpse. Sorix raised an eyebrow. And the crypt? The artifact? I shrugged like it was obvious. That crypt? Just a mask, looked like a burial site, but it's really a Stalrim refinery. Corpses in, ice armor out. Dual purpose, you get it. Vyri stepped back, uneasy. The artifact. Where is it? I'd rather stay unfrozen. Sorix added, You're from Atmora, right? I nodded as that strange instinct struck again, like memory dressed as prophecy. The Hearth of Izameltate's not just a jewel, it's alive. A storm trapped in crystal, crafted in silence. Don't ask me how I know, it's like reading code I didn't write. Anyway, it's locked away. Strong box inside a chest, bottom deck. I scratched my head, safer there than on me. The captain sealed it away to stop the chaos, but the cost was steep. Just like his crew, he vanished into legend, a shadow of sacrifice. Meanwhile, someone's already plotting to loot the place once they wake, confident they can handle an artifact they've never seen talk about guts or pure madness. Vyri sighs, readying her bedroll, while Sorix takes first watch, whispering his fear of her like she's some kind of ancient monster. He's not wrong, she was a werewolf after all. I smirk but keep quiet. No doubt she heard every word. I roll over, hoping for some XP in Dreamland and Jackpot. I level up twice in the Dreamscape. I drop both points into Mana Stamina Can Wait. I'm not even close to maxing my carry weight. The captain placed the artifact where it couldn't harm anyone again, but in doing so, he doomed himself just like the rest of his crew. When the fire crackled low and the camp quieted, plans to raid the ship further hung in the air. One claimed to understand the artifact, despite never having seen it, full of reckless confidence. Vyri, with a weary sigh, pulled her sleeping bag close while Sorix took first watch, his voice low as he admitted Vyri scared him. A werewolf's ears don't miss much. I stifled a laugh, knowing she definitely heard. Hoping for progress, I turned to sleep and soon found myself in the dreamscape, greeted by the pleasant shock of 2 level-ups. I funneled both points into mana carry weight, could wait feeling a surge of arcane potential that hinted something big was on the horizon. I hadn't sold a single item yet, but there I was eyes locked on the alteration skill tree like it held the secret to bending the world itself. Maybe it did. Maybe I needed to power level it fast. No clue if that would even work, but then ping an idea lit up in my mind. What if I just used Harvest on every single Stalrim deposit I could find? That sly grin hit me before I even knew it. Efficient and dangerous, and hey, it might just push my carry limit to the edge. I'd probably need that ancient pickaxe though. Or maybe, just maybe, I could harvest the vein that still had the thing lodged in it. But just as the thought looped into a recursive gamble, something tugged at my awareness. Sorix, dreams breaking, time to exit before I'm dragged. Morning frost clung to the edge of my cloak as we chewed through a meager breakfast grilled leeks, surprisingly tolerable. Sorix had cooked. I stood, brushing off crumbs, already shifting into mission mode. Time to start looting, I guess. Vyri blinked, uncertain. Is this normal for adventures? I smirked. Mine are. Start sneaky, lose stealth, corner yourself, beat everything that moves, then loot what's left. Sorix joined in, voice cool and matter of fact. Most fights end before they begin unless power's balanced. Then it's about fine edges. Take Undead for example. Strong, many, but dumb. No thought, just grief, duty, vengeance. Except liches, necromancers, vampires they still think. I nodded. An adventurer only needs 3 things. Be sly, be sharp, and adapt fast. That's how you survive when the code turns on you. Vyri let out a sigh, muttering how the world felt less magical now, while Sorix just laughed, calling it fun and brushing it off with a reminder of our looming task list. I slipped through the ship's warped entrance, melting at the edges like time was softening. Itand immediately felt a wrongness in the silence. Even the water had stopped speaking. We had a plan this time. Sorix hunting for salvage, Vyri clearing the captain's quarters, and me straight to the cargo hold, chasing the source. I didn't want anyone getting hurt, not by what I suspected we'd find. Inside, the wreck was quiet but humming with something ancient. I found it in the ruins of a shattered chest, locked once but now torn open by frozen tendril. There, pulsing like a breathless heart, was the hearth gleaming, cold, a sapphire pearl of impossible memory. As it responded to my presence, my hands lit with blue glow, and I whispered a spell into the frost. Sure enough, I had surpassed 100% frost resistance, but even then, the hearth felt cold, too cold. My interface buzzed. Atmaran Inheritance added, Living Blizzard added, Frozen Death added. Achievement. First player to unlock their personal quest. Unique achievement. Eye of a Dead Storm. New personal quest added, A Forgotten Land. A whisper asked, would you like to view the memories of the past? Another, adapted backstory available. View now? Before I could answer, darkness swallowed everything. Flashan office. A suited man faced someone in a wheelchair. Want to test it? The response. Let me get this straight. You offer terminal patients a shot at your game? A nod. It's a full world in Elder Scrolls Batabial to test the AI's care systems, to give people like me a second chance? Another nod. The man exhaled. All right, I'm in. Tell me the rest. Then Snap gasped, jolting upright in bed. Reality or simulation? Still unknown. I woke from that dream, a gang glitches stitched into sleep, echoes I didn't invite, brushed it off like frost on armor. Bow in hand, cloak drawn tight, I stepped into the cold that bit harder than usual. Yurigam waved, trying to sound casual, but his eyes knew better. You remember your mission? He asked, like we hadn't burned that into my soul already. Yeah, I muttered. Skyrim, glory, save the Bastion, save the world, easy. He wasn't buying it. It's more than that. The Keldafrost won't stop itself. I knew. That storm wasn't weather, it was hunger-coated into the sky, devouring Atmora one frozen breath at a time. I adjusted my gear, locked eyes with the horizon. I've rewritten fate before. I'll find a way. Yurigam handed me a pouch. The last of our ancient gold. Currency feels quaint now, huh? I nodded, heart cold but burning. Time to breach the code again. They couldn't give me more, just a sack of gold and Kind's blessing. I nodded, pocketing the coin, playing the part. Then Jacqueline dashed over, holding out her treasured book. I hesitated. That was her most valuable possession. She smirked, said I'd need it more. A token of memory, or maybe a goodbye disguised as strategy. I took it. Thanks, Jacqueline. She shoved me toward the docks. Don't forget where you came from. I smiled at the wreck behind me. How could I? Flash consciousness rebooted. I was awake. In control. My gut churned from the flood of Cho's memories, the before-game files reintegrating like corrupted save data. And with that, Vec Frostwain was back. I got what must have been my backstory like echoes sliding into focus. I stopped everything, let the fragments surface. A life before this game, before Vec Frostwain. I was trapped in a broken body, motionless, fading on Earth. I had signed my fate away willingly, choosing this code-bound world over that quiet cage. Players had their memories wiped on entry, but once we triggered personal quests, pieces returned, and now mine had just turned on. It made me wonder about the rules, the violence, the morality, but in truth, none of it stuck. I wasn't that person anymore. I remembered the pain, but not the name, not the face, just the fact that I had chosen this. So I shut it down, buried it. If I was paralyzed back there, I'd walk taller here. No more doubt, no more old life. The logs didn't lie. That blank space now held my story. And if that story meant anything, it meant this. I was Vec Frostwain now, and I wasn't going back. I used to think my backstory didn't matter, just a loose thread in the larger weave. But something changed. The simulation began echoing pieces of it back at me, warping the world around my forgotten motives. 3 rules seemed to anchor this personal quest system. What I claimed to be, how much I leaned into it, and some intangible thread linking past to present. But none of it felt stable. Was it fate? Or was the code rewriting itself around me? My mission? Save a dying realm from a storm that breathes. Yet I couldn't even remember why that mattered. No point in digging some memories are better left buried. Still, the more I ignored it, the louder it grew, like phantom code looping unfinished. And now, my thoughts swim with fragments data points dancing just out of reach, forming a ghost of the self I was never meant to recall. They taught Frost to obey. Giant-stamed, not fought march for Atmora like loyal beasts. And then there was the hearth. Not just a relic, but the frozen heart of a storm that once lived, breathed, and broke mountains. I stared into it, flexed my hand and ice, bloomed, reversed it, and nothing remained. It was real. The Hearth of Ice's Melta wasn't some enchanted toy. It was a corpse. A remnant of a storm so mighty it birthed ice wraiths and the undead in its wake. Even Stalrim harder than Ebony was, just its aftershock. But this was just the echo. I climbed out of the ship's cold gut, breath returning, and realized I had held death's memory in my hand and called it power. I held the hearth still humming with a frozen pulse in both hands as Vyre squinted. That's the artifact? I nodded. Simplest way to say it, the corpse of a living storm. Sorex looked horrified. How are you not dead holding that thing? The answer was buried in achievements I'd stacked. Earlier one of them, Eye of a Dead Storm, granted me a gift wrapped in frostbite. Frozen death. Now I was 50% frostproof, totally immune to poison and disease, and couldn't be one-shotted by a crit to the vitals. Didn't mean I was invincible, I could still die but I wouldn't drop just because the game rolled a brutal hit. Funny how you don't know what you need until it's already rewriting the rules of your body. So yeah, no resurrection arc or tragic twist, just me. A glitch-made ghost, holding a storm's bones, rewriting death one artifact at a time. I was immune now to the very method of killing I'd perfected, and as I looked back at him with a smirk, I thought, maybe that's just my nature. Feel any different? She asked. But I just pointed ahead. What really mattered was that I could finally unfreeze the dome around the ship. Their eyes widened. For real? They said in unison, and I couldn't help but grin. So, who wants a pirate ship? That got a laugh. Then let's take the whole damn thing with us. I placed my hand on the icy hearth, willing the frost to melt as sunlight crept back over the deck. A gasp broke the silence. Then he cut in with a question none of us had considered. Either of you know how to steer this thing? I just pointed again. No. She shook her head too, reminding me we still had gear back on the little boat we'd rented to get here. We all scrambled down the gangplank, her shouting to catch up. What are you two even doing? I shouted, grab the boat, get it aboard. Sorex was already hurling our camp gear onto the rowboat like it owed him money. I took the back end, he took the front, and we marched it like a war prize onto the pirate ship. We need a name, I muttered. He nodded, eyes squinting toward the sea. Gotta ask my father. If he sailed this thing, it probably already has one. Vyre raised an eyebrow. And what exactly are you going to do with the whole ship? I hesitated technically. It was Sorex's. His father sent us on this madness. But I got the hearth. That had to count for something. Sorex chuckled. I think we can strike a deal. I narrowed my eyes. Don't try to businessman me. The rowboat landed on deck with a thud. I paused. We got to change those flags unless we want to get blasted sailing into solitude. He grinned. I got it. You figure out how to drive this thing. I cracked my knuckles. Vyre stared at me. Why are you smiling like that? I looked her dead in the eyes and smirked. You seriously don't get it? Vyre, it's a free ship the size of a warship. That's not just profit, it's pure fun. She exhaled like I'd grown a second head. And what exactly are you going to do with it? I shrugged, counting off on my fingers like I was listing snacks. 1. I'll need it when I head back to Atmora Massive Utility. 2. Trade. War is good business, and a ship this size? I could rake in septums just moving crates. 3. I don't have a house, so hey, floating base. And 4, I grinned, that cursed tree? It's coming with me. Vyre blinked, confused. Wait, where even is Atmora, and what tree? I paused, realization hitting like a bad save file. Of course she didn't know, couldn't read, couldn't write, and definitely skipped Nordic History 101. She gave me that look half confusion, half, why am I even listening to this? I sighed. You're Breton. No wonder they skipped Nordic History. Alright, quick crash course Atmora. Ancient frostbitten continent, north of Rose Krea, which no one even remembers exists. That tree I mentioned? Odine. Magic, old, alive, technically a hist, but I'm guessing your syllabus missed that one too. Her eyes glazed over. Yeah, I'll just... She walked off, leaving me with the wheel and my own frustration. Sure, she wasn't big on history, but she had other advantages. Focus, Vec. Steering first, flirting later. I cracked my knuckles, eyeing the controls like a spell I hadn't cast yet. Anchor still down, and I had no clue how this thing moved. Then, from above, a shout cracked the moment. Slowly, slowly. I'll admit I wasn't exactly born to captain a ship. We hit ice more times than I'd like to count, but I still got us to the Solitude docks with only minor trauma. Midway through, Vyre lost a fight with her stomach and baptized the ocean while I thought the waves were fine. Sorex barked, "Close enough! Dropping anchor!" Like he'd survived a storm sent by the Nine themselves. As we hit land, Vyre bolted like the dock owed her something, and Sorex followed, wobbling like he'd just discovered gravity. I tried to play it cool. Hey guys! Captain Aldous was already bracing for impact, eyeing them like they carried contagion. All right, I'm scared to ask, he muttered. I shrugged, no clue either. Sorex didn't hold back. Vex should never drive anything. I've never felt this sick. Just then, Corpulus strolled down like this was a comedy show. You know, he said, whistling. I expected something, but not this. Sorex stared at him, questions brimming. But it was Aldous who turned to me, eyebrows raised, and asked, "How do you manage to do these things?" he muttered, and I just smiled faintly. Manage what? His sigh was louder this time. Whose name is this being registered under? Before I could answer, Sorek stepped in with a cool grin. It'll be under mine. I'll handle all the paperwork. That actually earned a small chuckle from Corpolis. You know, he said, shaking his head, I wanted you to get some experience like I did, but I never thought you'd actually bring the damn ship back. Sorex laughed, leaning back. Honestly, I still can't believe you were ever a pirate. That cracked Captain Aldous up too, his booming laugh filling the air. Ha! I remember when the sailors found him stranded at Seashock to find someone from the so-called Dead Man's Dread gang. Corpolis chuckled, almost nostalgic. We were never that dangerous. Just bad reputation, thanks to how small our crew was. Aldous nodded with a grin. The Black Bloods? Now those were killers. But the Dead Man's Dread? Barely left a body behind. In fact, there were even reports of them saving stranded sailors and bringing them into their ranks. Vyri shot me a look, already walking off. I'm gonna get a drink. I paused just long enough to call after her, a smirk curling on my lips. By the way, we've got a ton of materials. Captain Aldous shrugged off my question about the Forge Classic delegation tactic. Said I'd need to ask the Forge Master, who's buried in Imperial work. Perfect. That's exactly what I need to boost my smithing ebony tier. Here I come. Plus, I've got a shipload of loot from Dead Man's Dread assuming that's still canon in this timeline. Might be a good excuse to drop by the Blue Palace too. Grab the Wabbajack, stir up the Wolf Skull mess, multitask like a proper glitch hacker. As I'm plotting this out, beard stroking like a villain, Corpolis claps me on the shoulder. What are you thinking about? He asks. I smirk. Money. He laughs like I just rewrote capitalism. Spoken like a true merchant. I've got a proposition for you, Vec. Iosorix trailing all this with ship paperwork and nod. What's the play? Corpolis grins, motioning toward the inn. Come on, I can't leave the bar unmanned for long. The simulation shift side quest accepted. I gave a nod, and he leaned in, voice low, like a side quest you didn't expect to matter. Here's the deal. This wasn't just a random errand. It was a test. You've been thinking of building an info guild, right? Another nod from me. Well, I'm planning to revamp part of the Winking Skeever. You chip in with the gold, and in return, you run your network out of my place. Think about adventurers, drop rumors like coin, and my tavern hears it all. I saw the angle immediately. You help manage it while I'm gone. I take 25% of any long-term profits, especially if it's all intel and whispers. A fair deal on paper, but then came the twist. One condition. Help my son settle down. Get him out of the blade and blood life. I've danced too close to the end myself, and I'm not letting him do the same. He rubbed his chin, giving me that half smirk. Honestly, thought you'd take on some phantoms, pocket a few relics and bounce, but showing up with that ship? You've got more in you than I guessed. I could only assume he'd done something reckless with the damn artifact that was sitting in my inventory after all. So you only handed that cryptic note to Sorex because of the golden net Morris I gave you? I asked. He nodded, eyes gleaming. I figured he'd drag you into it eventually. He dreams of adventure but hasn't lost touch with reality. I thought things through, and here we are. I smirked, intrigued. Not a bad deal. Corpolis chuckled, then dropped the hammer. Fair warning, we need 100,000 in gold. I choked, almost swallowed my tongue. That much? He grinned like a madman. New rooms, a basement, second office, maybe even a library. Information guilds don't come cheap, Vec. He mused about buying an estate instead, maybe running the whole thing from Proudspire Manor. I sighed. Fine, I'll get you the gold, damn swindler. He laughed. 20% cut in profits, I shot back. That made him howl with laughter. Meanwhile, I forged yet another Imperial sword, sweat mixing with the weight of what comes next. This was the 178th prototype I'd forged harder than I imagined. Days blurred, metal screamed, and progress felt glacial until I sacrificed points. Smithing bent beneath my will, but I wasn't here for the basics. I needed everything, the entire tree. Max it out or burn trying. So I stripped the ship bare, sold what didn't anchor us, and boosted my persuasion through trade. Spellcasting became ritual, grant frost resistance cast again. Training sessions at Castle Dur were brutal but hand-to-hand and two-handed. They sharpened fast. I ignored my usual crutches archery, one-handed. Time was a rare alloy, and I'd use it to fill the gaps. Thanks to division and harmony, progress flowed smoother than I thought. Level 38 now. Maybe top tier. Maybe the only one who dared grind where he was weakest. I left no branch untouched on perk point in every tree. Prepping for code level control. 2 passive effects pulsed beneath the surface gifts from that personal quest. Something in me had changed. Maybe everything. A new power surged through me living Blizzard. Simple yet devastating. It let me summon a storm to crush anyone in my path. while its passive effects wrapped me in frozen death and hidden immunities. But nothing thrilled me more than the Atmaran inheritance flowing through my veins. Biran just stared at me, dumbfounded. At this point, I don't even know what to say. You went from clueless to Master Smith in days. You never even stopped. I rubbed my forehead and muttered, "Guess it's just in my blood." He nodded, half smirking. Freed me up to handle my own errands, so I don't mind. I glanced at the forge one last time and told him, "I'll be using your forge again. Time to craft my own armor and weapons." He shrugged, resigned. "Go ahead. You put me ahead of schedule anyway." He'd been shocked from the start. Not just swords, but full armor sets came off my hands as if they'd always been there. But it was no secret to me. The Atmaran inheritance was the real craftsman. My violet eyes narrowed as I opened my skill screen and stared at those chilling passive effects again, feeling the weight of wow hot I was becoming. My learning rate for warrior skills just skyrocketed by 50%. Magic skills climbed 25%, and even thief skills ticked up 10%, and that was just the passive bonus. The real insanity hit when my empowerment skill tree surged by 40 points just for having the effect. I wasn't even sure reality was holding up anymore. But the avalanche kept rolling. The Atmaran inheritance? It slammed every ounce of cultural knowledge into my brain rituals, combat forms, even the twisted logic behind why my draconic book taught me Thuum. Turns out, I'd been missing two things. A personal quest trigger and mastery of something called song dressing, or better said, tonal magic. Without it, the way of the voice was locked tighter than a Dwemer vault. So now I need to chase fragments of lost magic, either through High, Hrothgar, Winterhold, or if the impossible cracked open a Dwemer sage. I exhaled, almost mechanically, and pulled my final batch of smithing materials. Just 2 points left until level 100. I'd already stacked the perks. Ebony smithing, arcane craftsmanship, light and heavy armor specialties, weapon and accessory masteries. I could build anything, but I wasn't done until I planted the last perk point in mastery and proficiency. After that, I wasn't just crafting armor. I was forging godhood. No enchantments, just raw will. I held the hearth-tight style room cold, seeping into my bone sand, imagined it forged into something more, something worthy of its frozen death grip. An amulet. Real, anchored, dangerous. I needed its passive effect, active, not idle. Next, the Blue Palace. Fix the Black Star without crawling to Winterhold. Sybil Vampire, Conjurer, Wildcard had the nerve and knowledge to crack Daedric design. I'd hand her the artifact, get it tuned, and trap a queen's soul inside Potema's. I wasn't about to let her rise or risk anyone suspecting resurrection. The cave would wait. Then, Olaf's verse. The final layer would snap into place. I'd already crafted a full Stalrim suit faceplate included. Vec Frostwain was no longer a whisper in the code. I was the rewrite, a set of fanged horns curved over my brow, the final touch to a suit born not from one world but from the scraps of many Stalrim, cold as regret, ebony dark as lost choices, and saber-tooth pelts soft as fading memories. I cinched the Frosthearth amulet around my neck, its magic pulsing in sync with the icy breath of my armor. "Well?" I asked, arms raised like a question to the void. Viry arched a brow. "What about mine?" I clicked my tongue. "Chest." Hers was steel and Stalrim too, but heavier unexpected. I tailored it for stealth, thinner in places but never cheap. If she hated it, she could forge her own future. I turned, words trailing like code left uncommented. I stepped out of the winking skeever, muttering to myself, "Guess I'm heading to the Blue Palace." And no, I won't spend all day drinking. The streets buzzed as I made my way to Radiant Raiment, figuring noble clothes would impress the court and maybe open some business connections. The moment I walked in, the Altmer shopkeeper glared at my adventuring gear and clicked her tongue. I smirked. "Yeah, yay, adventurer look. Problem is, I need something sharper for the Blue Palace. Thought you might help." Before she could reply, her sister chimed in sweetly, offering to assist, only to be shoved aside with a sharp, "I saw him first." The two sisters started bickering, voices overlapping, sparks flying. I raised a brow and cut in with a grin. "Hey, now surely you both can help me?" They froze. "Actually, you could help us." Terry pulled out what looked like a shirt silk. "Cotton?" "No, rarer." She beamed. "This is a new piece. It's made from a rare kind of silk." I raised a brow. "Let me guess. Insect silk? Frostbite spider, maybe?" Their silence confirmed it, of course. Not part of the quest I remembered, but I sighed. "I'll still wear it. I'm guessing there's a story." Another sigh. Tari admitted, "We bought it from a Khajiit caravan. Turns out, nobody wants to wear spider silk. Too pricey for commoners. Too creepy for nobles. It looks amazing, but doesn't sell." That track. Also meant the Khajiit had deeper stock than expected. Fine, I'll model it for a 5% cut of any Blue Palace commission. They hesitated, whispered, calculated. Finally, deal. If you secure the order, you get 5% of the profits. Also, 5% off your own spider silk set. They tried to sell me the clothes too fine. I'd pay right then and there. They practically burst with joy handing over the outfit. Once equipped, I headed to the Blue Palace with a few objectives in mind. The guards waved me through. Court was in session. I already knew the topic, Wolf Skull Cave. I stayed quiet. Watching Baldur gave me a nod. Sybil still wore the perfect illusion of humanity despite the vampire truth beneath. But Elisif, I had to look away. Her beauty wasn't just nobly broke focus, even for someone like me. Still, I kept my composure when Falk summoned me. Hello, I said with a calm smile. I am Vec Frostwing. Some of you know me. Some have only heard the name. And others? I'm just background static in their simulation. But none of that matters, because I'm here now, standing between fractured code and royal protocol, with business for the college and the raiment. The outfit? Handcrafted, perfectly tailored, like it knew my shape before I did. She smiled, complimented the threads wore one of their gowns herself once, on a day that now brings more silence than song. Her gaze dropped, the air thinned. And then, like glitch hunters smelling a shift in data, the others cut in wanted to know why a bard would bother with fire and legend. I told them, it's called the Burning, and it's a relic wrapped in noise brutal. Maybe, but it keeps grief breathing and gold flowing. Some say it honors a king. I say it tests whether we still believe in stories. You recently banned the festival, and honestly, I get why there's a sharp edge to the memory of it. The Bard College cooked up a scheme to recover an old verse about a fallen king. Someone as controversial and brutal as the rebel who struck your heart in more ways than one. You weighed my arguments silently, arms drawn tight around yourself, eyes heavy with grief and duty, as I spelled out the case. Restoring the festival could help you let go of seeing it as his victory and instead reclaim it as yours. At last, you exhaled, whispering that if I brought back the verse, you'd consider it. I bowed, calling you fair in more ways than one, and though your cheeks flushed at the compliment, I caught a sly roll of the eyes from one in your court, and another's faint smile. Then came the cough that broke the spell. Was there more business? Yes. I leveled my gaze, speaking of the sealed wing of the palace, a third of its halls locked away in silence since an era long gone. I challenged the absurdity of keeping it hidden, and for a moment the entire court fell into a hush, the kind of quiet that comes when old wounds and deeper fears threaten to rise. My silver tongue twisted their doubt into approval. Falk Firebeard exhaled a weary breath. You're right, it's been too long. Go, inspect the wing. If it's safe, we'll clean it up. Bulger stepped in like a man with a plan. Could house guards, or just be useful. Here, take the key. I took it with a bow, masking surprise. Didn't know he had one. Thank you for the audience. May our paths cross again. Court dispersed, but my eyes tracked Sibyl. Something about her pulled at the veil of logic. I followed. You're the court mage, right? Got any spell tomes? She sighed. Tried to shake me. But once we slipped into shadows, I leaned close and whispered, a vampire as old as you must hoard secrets like spellbooks. She paused just to blink and moved on. I can sell a few, but real magic? You'll want the College of Winterhold, I smirked. I prefer learning from the wise. I'm no fan of the undead, yet you're a rare exception. Someone who's lived through the reigns of 3 maybe 4 emperors, that's unheard of. She sighs, eyes sharp despite the weight of centuries. What is it you actually want? I've played enough of the court's games to know you're not here for spells. I grin, letting just enough of my intent show. Brilliant. Wiser than me, perhaps. I want your help reshaping the fate of a Daedric artifact. Azura's Star. You can even study it yourself if you help me twist it into something new. The Black Star. That gets her attention. The air shifts. My smile fades as I lay it all bare, and she laughs, a little nervous now. You're actually serious? Then tell me, how do you expect to pull this off? I shrug like it's simple. Partially, Soul. Trap me. The spell's called Soul Extract, isn't it? Once inside, I'll kill the one squatting in Azura's Star. After that, I'll do the work and you just pull me out. When the mortal soul is gone, the artifact will be changed, and so will fate. She narrowed her eyes at me, like a debug scanner, scanning for bugs. Let me analyze the star. If it's not trash code, I'll help. While I tinker, go handle the Pelagius Winged In. Act surprised. I know you're chasing Daedric noise. So she was tuned into the distortion. The Pelagius Wingware memory loops went dark and people vanished like erased assets. Probably a prince's doing. I raised a brow. How do I know you won't just crash the deal? She smirked and flicked a key at me. My room key. A symbol. I don't even lock the doors too much effort for someone who values peace more than paranoia. I like research. You bring material, I give answers. Maybe later I get a peek at those rings. My fingers twitched near the twin glimmers on my hand. She saw them, knew. I nodded once. Deal. The star is yours, don't corrupt it. I pulled the star from my shirt and her eyes went wide, curiosity sharp as a blade. How did you do that? She asked, inching closer. Truth was, I'd taken it from my inventory game logic, not that she needed to know. Her stare made my instincts twitch. Magic, I said. Isn't it always some kind of magic? But she wasn't buying that. Magic doesn't explain everything. We call it that, but there's always a system. The college understands it one way, the Reachman another. I shrugged, deflecting. Same outcome, different syntax. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got business in the Pelagius wing. That place sits not just haunted, it's wrong. And here's a thought. If you walk willingly into the mind of a madman, are you insane or just spectacularly foolish? I'd prefer the madness. The halls were stale with dust and woven in webs, and yet nothing. No whisper, no shift. Until I reached for the hip bone. Click. The moment I pulled it out, the walls obeyed like loyal code unraveling. And the world changed. Sheogorath burst out laughing like a lunatic bard on skooma. That's rich! Almost as wild as a snow elf vampire priesta. But really, why are you here? Pelagius tried to chime in, hand raised like a good little student, but the mad god waved him off. Shh, serious talks are happening. So I jumped in trying to get to the point. Look, I'm just here to fix his scrambled mind so Solitude can stop freaking out about people vanishing into the Pelagius wing. Sheogorath nodded like he understood, but his next line proved otherwise. Of course. You're here for the Wabbajack. What else would bring a noble weirdo like you? I mean, he wasn't wrong, kind of. I blamed it on Daedric logic and moved on. Where do we get started, I asked. He blinked like I'd just grown extra heads. Started? Sheogorath cracked up like a lunatic fireworks show. Oh, that's rich. A vampiric snow elf priest? Priceless. Before anyone could answer, he snapped his fingers and hushed the room. Shh. Serious business now. I jumped in, figuring clarity might speed this up. Look, I'm just here to patch up Pelagius' mind so the Blue Palace can stop losing people through that cursed wing. There's a portal. It leads. Well, here. Sheogorath tilted his head in mock understanding. Eyes wild with theatrical wisdom. Ah, yes, the Wabbajack. You came for the Wabbajack, of course. Why else would such a dashing figure be here? I shrugged internally, rolling my eyes. She wasn't wrong, just insane. So, where do we start? He blinked at me like I'd asked how to milk a thunderstorm. Started? Who already have? Go! 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 The Wabbajack snapped into my hand like it had always belonged there, only now it was fused to my fingers like some twisted magical prank. No choice but to march forward. The mist curled around me as a voice mad and echoing slithered through the air. Ah, yes, Pelagius and his trust issues. Paranoia, born from dear old Potema. A gem of madness, that one. I didn't wait. I unleashed chaos with the Wabbajack. The guards behind the throne exploded into fur and fangs, wolves now, and they pounced without hesitation. The man on the throne didn't even have time to scream properly before he was shredded. Shogorath's laughter rang out like cracked bells. As expected. You solved it before I even got to play narrator. Pelagius was plagued by monstrous night terror sand. I, of course, was tasked with curing the madness. Creeping through the dreamscape, I climbed a crooked tree in my tattered robe, steadying myself above the chaos below. The Wabbajack pulsed and my Grypred bolt primed. I took aim at the tormented sleeper. Zap! A wolf burst forth. Another shot! Boom! A fire Atronach blazed to life, screaming through the dream. My mind flickered to another summoned thrall I'd seen once, but this was no time for reminiscing. I zapped again. Poof! The Atronach turned into a harmless fire pit. Hagraven next, then the Dragon Prestige, a twisted echo of Pelagius' fractured psyche. When the final vision faded, Pelagius rose, oddly calm, and wandered to the fire. Sheogorath howled with delight. His mind's cured, or at least as cured as madness allows. Then Wushi was dragged back to the table, dreamscape unraveling behind me. Pelagius was drowning in nightmares, twisted echoes of madness tearing at his mind. They called it the mind of a madman, and I was supposed to fix it with a toy. From the shadows of a tree, I aimed the Wabbajack, that chaotic relic of unpredictability. One bolt bam, a snarling wolf. Next whoosh! A fire Atronach, flickering like the remnants of a broken spell. I remembered something about a summoned thrall. Was it still loose in this timeline? No time. Zap again, now the Atronach's a fire pit. Things got weirder. A Hagraven screeched into existence. Then came the Dragon Priest. Madness escalated fast. But just before the climax could swallow us all, Pelagius stood up, trance-like, and wandered to the campfire. Sheogorath's voice cracked through the dream space with a laugh that bent logic, fixed, or at least as fixed as the shattered can get. The night terrors receded. The storm of insanity folded in on itself, and just like that, I was ripped back to the table, back to Sheogorath, back to the madness that now somehow felt like home. He looked straight through me with that manic grin. Well, just look at you, all geared up, Daedric toy in hand, ready to shake the world sideways. Now try not to break reality, or do, ha-ha! Then, like a storm behind his eyes, it all dropped. Listen up, I've got another mission for you, traveler. Go to the Blue Palace, tell them the Pelagius Wing's curse is done. But then, I want you, yes, you glitch in the Codado, find and end Jigalag Grey Prince. He's no god, just a fraud walking Nirn in Stolen Shadow. Took the name of a power he doesn't deserve. Sheogorath slammed the table, a ripple through the aisles that rattled even the seams of my sanity. He's a Dunmer, leeching off divine crumbs, chasing pieces of Mehrunes' razor, you've got one. He's near Dawnstar now, but soon, Sol's time. Wait for him, he's coming for what you hold. When he does, make sure he never reaches the end of that blade. I barely remembered anything, just robes, beards, and madness. Then, the Mad One turned to me with a grin only chaos could wear, and with a casual decree, demanded all who could grow beards in the Shivering Isles must now do so be divine law, no less. Before I could argue, he winked, invited me to Strawberry Tort in some surreal capital, and vanished with a farewell that echoed like a joke only a god would find funny. I blinked suddenly wet, wooden tub beneath me, Wabbajack in hand, still dressed like a lunatic priest, but I was free. Armor on, staff stored, and robes too rare to toss. I watched a single purple butterfly drift out a window and fade into mist maybe. That's how minds get stolen in Pelagius' twisted dreamscape. Time. Did it even move while I was gone? Seconds or centuries? Only one way to find out. I barely remembered anything, but suddenly, beards were law. What do you think, mysterious stranger? He asked. I shrugged, and just like that he declared, new decree! Everyone in the Isles who can grow a beard must do so. Then he turned to me, grinning like madness incarnate. Take care, mortal, and if you ever find yourself a new Sheath, look me up. We'll share a Strawberry Tort. Ta-ta! Next thing I knew, I was in a wooden tub, still robed, still gripping the Wabbajack, but this time, I could let it go. I used it to hoist myself out, switched back into my armor, and kept the strange robes they felt important. A flash of violet caught my eye, a butterfly drifting out the window into mist. Maybe that was what pulled minds into Pelagius' realm. I needed to find out how much time had passed. Seconds? Days? Time was no longer something I trusted. The days blurred like a glitch loop from a mad god's joke. But the quest? Oh, the quest was divine chaos straight from the mouth of madness himself. Sheogorath dropped it in my lap like a ticking time spell. I wasn't in a hurry, bad ideas aged like sour mead. Stepping out of the Pelagius wing, I nearly collided with Falk, who looked like he'd seen a ghost juggling cheese. What happened? He asked. I shot him a thumbs up, no point explaining dreams stitched together by lunacy. It's handled, I said. Go nuts in there if you want. He mentioned Sabine was looking for me. Great. My bones groaned louder than a Draugr choir as I made my way to her lab. Sibyl? I called, every step an echo of exhaustion. She turned, smirking. Took you long enough, but I finished analyzing the star. That Malin guy, his immortality plans got more holes than a skeever-infested cellar. Half-baked magic, twisted logic, and one reality warp day in the life of someone who probably stopped being just a player 3 timelines ago. I shrugged. Most folks chasing immortality end up halfway dead or fully cursed. Easiest route? Vampirism or some hacked up magic trick to stretch your lifespan. She gave a knowing nod. True, but this lunatic locked himself in a Daedric relic, leeching off the living. Honestly, he's more wisp than wizard, now short-sighted, brittle, pathetic. I raised a brow. So, you fixed it? She held up the artifact, gleaming and whole. Didn't even need to mess with your soul. Turns out your research was stuck in a box, the kind only the College of Winterhold would think was clever. I stared at the restored Black Star, then at her. Can I get some soul trap scrolls? She sighed like I'd asked for her last sweet roll. Bring me research materials. I twirled the Wabbajack with a grin. How about this? Her smirk said it all. Another Daedric toy. Now we're talking. I planned this long before the achievements came calling. The necromancers who tried to leash Potima as their summon? Amateurs. No packs, no power, just delusions. Potima was death made will, a soul too sharp to cage. Immortality wrapped in her own corpse, wielding silence like a scream. Her knowledge? Cosmic. Locking her soul would earn a nod from Azura herself, unless you dared corrupt her star. That'd burn the sky. Me? I figured if you're gonna challenge a queen of the crypt, make it poetic. I made a pit stop by Odin, stared at the tree, played caretaker just to break the silence. How are you doing? I asked. Odin exploded. I am bored. The priestesses water me. One made some herb tea. Felt nice for a minute, but this is torture. I promised I'd take them for a stroll. Turns out hauling a sentient tree through cursed dungeons isn't exactly stealthy. I had this all mapped out before the achievements even popped. The Necros kicking off Potema's return thought they could leash her like some summoned pedimaters. With zero backing from the ideal masters, no divine pacts, just wishful rituals. But Potema? She was a soulmancer wrapped in her own death, the kind of undead that didn't just linger she commanded. Trapping her would have taken a celestial nod or a relic blessed by a higher plane. Still, maybe sealing her away would score points with a certain Daedric Starlord who hates being tampered with. So there I was, playing gardener at Odin's root just to get a word in. How's it going? I asked. Odin roared back. I'm bored! One priestess dropped a herbal mix felt nice, sure, but seriously, nothing ever happens. I told them I'd take them adventuring, but hauling a sentient tree through dungeon crawl death traps? Not exactly efficient. Perhaps I'll schedule them a sightseeing trip, but not through a dungeon. Sorry, tree. I pat its bark and promise a festival instead. Odin pauses, then speaks. I've overheard guards. I want to see Whiterun, the College of Winterhold, and a dragon burial mound. A dragon burial mound, huh? Speaking of dragons, Sani, rumors of them rising again, vampires attacking cities? Odin answers coolly, yes. They say the Dragonborn has returned, though I don't know from where. My inherited memories recall several, so I don't get how they're returning. As for vampires, cities are safe, but the vigilance of Stendar were wiped out, and the Dawnguard are recruiting. There's even talk of a green-furred Khajiit among them that stood out. Green fur? That's definitely a player. Sounds like a furry mod, not judging, just wow. I gave Odin a quick pat, thanks. Serena? Still sealed in. Makes sense. Serene was lurking around Markarth and Gunmer, who even knows anymore. Last I recall, he'd be bear wrestling in some mossy cave. Odds are they're on their way to Florentius, tucked behind a dungeon that's pure pain at low level. Meanwhile, the Dragonborn? Probably knee-deep in the Alduin arc, still didn't peg them as a player, but that might be changing. Should I pledge to the Imperials? The Civil War as a black box could be rewritten already. I kept wondering where the rest of us were. Someone had to launch from Sol's time. Maybe even left it behind. I've already killed one player. Got a Daedric bounty to erase another. If I'm right, the player count's already dropping. 3 known. 1 gone by my hand, 1 marked next, and the Dawnguard fuzzball pacing just out of reach. I pushed open the door to the winking skeever and spotted Vyri sprawled across a table, clearly deep in the cups. So, are you drunk out of your wits? I asked. She blinked up at me, swaying. Huh? Oh, it's you. Yeah, let's go. Where are we going? A sigh escaped Mesh, was definitely drunk, but the cold hike would sober her up. Wolf Skull Cave, it's serious. Get your game face on. Her eyes lit up with reckless cheer. Okie dokie. I bought a really cool greatsword, by the way. I frowned how much had she spent. I gave her barely enough for bread, not blades. Later, at the cave, she clutched her head, wincing through a hangover. So what are we doing here, she asked. But this wasn't just another dungeon crawl. The quest tied to the man who cried wolf was only the beginning. The danger? It wasn't just what lived in the caveat, was what I planned to awaken inside it. Necromancers holed up in a cave were pulling off something truly unhinged, trying to resurrect the infamous Wolf Queen herself. Fyri's eyes bulged when she heard, blurting out, like Potema? Potema, the Wolf Queen? That actually made things easier. At least she knew what we were dealing with. I explained that Potema's soul was still terrifyingly powerful, and the Necros were probably mid-struggle, trying to bind it to their will. No ticking clock here, they were locked in a loop, battling for control. But if we jumped in too soon, we'd risk setting her loose. That's where my plan came in. I revealed the Black Star, and Vyri just stared at me like I'd lost it. Are you insane? She snapped. Maybe, but that wasn't the issue. The strategy was simple. We sneak in fast, avoid the Draugr, and erase the Necros. Once we reach the ritual site, I'll start the soul trap. Vyri will have to go full lone wolf and take out the rest. Think you can handle this solo, or do you need that cursed ring to go full beast mode? She asked, narrowing her eyes. I smirked. You tell me, her answer came sharp. I won't need to shift. I've got this. I raised a brow, warning her. A master necromancer's likely waiting. Kill one, they raise another. She just grinned. Then I'll kill faster. That earned a nod. Let's end this. She unsheathed the fire. Enchanted Dwemer greatsword, smart choice since I only brought armor. I drew the Oathblade, lucky dagger strapped to my side. Inside the cave, a Draugr blocked our path. I gestured silently. She followed. We flanked it from above, heading straight into a necromancer camp, 2 of them by the fire. I signaled. She takes the right. We struck. Silence after. They died holding hands. For a second, guilt flickered. Then it vanished. I pushed open the dungeon door and spotted Thema Shaky Necromancer rehearsing dark arts on bones, flanked by a Draugr and skeleton like stage props in a grim rehearsal. No need for a fight. Not yet. I glanced at Vairi, flicked my eyes toward the pit. She blinked like I'd grown a second skull. Only way down, I whispered. She muttered something unkind and ghosted past the necro, vanishing into the drop with a clang that snapped attention like a whip. What was that? Curious Fool leaned over the edge right into my tackle. We tumbled down, me breaking his fall, and him. With the topside undead still clueless, I waved Vairi forward. She darted ahead, into a passage soaked in oil, where some unlucky soul in dark robes scrubbed a spill with a mop like it mattered. I gave him a reason to stop. More threats ahead of Draugr, another novice too slow to catch us dropping off a staircase into the buried fort. Dust, bones, and old curses waited, but we moved like ghosts through them, silent and uncatchable. A swirling purple mist clung to the air as Vairi whispered, "This stuff isn't dangerous, right?" I kept my voice low, just etheric runoff from conjuration necromancers channeling raw mana to bind Potema. But they've got a problem no vessel strong enough to hold her. Ahead, more necromancers knelt in trance, leaking mana into the ritual. Vairi struck like a blade of judgment, slicing through 2-in-1 arc as I drove my oath blade into an unarmored Draugr. It stuck the dry husk, gripped the steel like brittle bark, and I had to kick it free. The sword's enchantment dimmed for a heartbeat. Not good. I signaled Vairi to shadow the wall while I dealt with the last necromancer near the site. A swift cut ended them, and I dragged their robes over my armor. I'm going in as one of them. I'll shout about an intruder. You crash the party. She nodded. I bolted up the stairs, voice sharp as steel. An intruder! Someone's here to stop the ritual. Speechcraft level, up new skill tree unlocked, and just like that, I almost blew my cover. The ritual master's scream tore through my act. You fool! You brought them here, trying to ruin everything? I faked confidence and stammered, I brought a Daedric artifact to Black Star. Maybe it can bind her soul. Potema's voice cracked the cave like thunder, mocking us all. Fools! You think you can bind me? I've waited for this. No one controls me now. Blood spilled from the ritual master's nose as she howled, Give me the artifact! Behind you! I flung the Black Star just as Vairi stabbed a necromancer clean through. Hit the dirt, yanked out a soul trap. Scroll. No idea how this worked, but I triggered it. Purple energy surged forward, cutting through the mist like fate rewritten. Her form pulsed, a storm of violet fire in the ritual's core. I barely had time to register it before a soul trap scroll snapped in my hand. The magic lashed out and latched to her. Potema's voice split the air, raw fury crackling. You dare try to soul trap me! I'll shatter you before you bind me to some petty trinket! The ritual master screamed back, veins lit like runes. By our blood and our chorus, the wolf queen shall be chained! Vairi cleaved through another necromancer. None of them could step beyond the circle without losing everything. Only the master moved. Faster now, voice tearing into the void. Let their sacrifice drain you. Let the years anchor you. Let your... Her cry cut short by blood and silence. Potema laughed, low and cold. Fools! You think you command me? More scrolls, more arcane threads. I forced the glow tighter, her dead gaze locking to mine like twin shards of winter. It's you, she hissed. You who dares entrap me. How dare you? The ritual master crumpled, blood pouring from their face as Potema screamed in disbelief and fury, realizing she'd been deceived. You tricked me into believing! I will obliterate your soul! Vairi and the other necromancer lay motionless, and even I felt blood drip from my nose yet. All I felt was cold resolve. The hearth shielded me. Smirking, I lunged for the Black Star, lifting it high. I bind you, Potema. Be confined to the star. Weakened never to walk Nirn again. Her glowing specter twisted with rage, no longer spiraling through the cavern but sucked into the star, piece by piece. Screaming curses, her face contorted with hatred. I will remember this. I don't know how you resist, but I will find a way back, and I will crush you. Her soul twisted into the void and vanished inside the Black Starno. Scream. No trace. A skeleton crashed to the ground in brittle fragments, Potema, but not the version burned into my memory. Notifications exploded across my vision. Unique achievement registered. Lich Slayer, Potema's master, summon Wolf Queen unlocked. The Black Star shattered its purpose, now just the star prison. Power surged through my veins, conjuration skill points sinking across Tree's Harmony and Division doing their silent work. I didn't hesitate. I drove my lucky dagger into the dying ritual master's throat, sealing the moment. I turned to Vairi. You okay? She wiped her nose, voice strained. Yeah, can we go back to solitude now? I nodded. Path's right there. My eyes landed on a pedestal. A tome sat, waiting on a skill book like protocol dictated, but something else. A conjuration spell? I sighed, stored it, then pulled the lever. The bridge dropped. Game logic bent. Reality blurred. The simulation moved on. I pointed ahead, this way. Viry limped along, leaning on her greatsword like a broken crutch. I caught her before she tipped over, sliding her weapon into my inventory just barely under my carry limit. I needed more stamina, and soon. Across the rubble-strewn hall sat a boss chest gleaming like a dare. I cracked it open and pulled out something glowing, something old, something important. "What's that?" she asked. I held up Meridia's beacon. "Vital, but not yet." She groaned. "I need a drink." I laughed. "I need sleep." Chapter 39, Spells! We limped out of Wolfskull Cave, back to solitude. Viry collapsed into bed like a broken puppet. I ate, then drifted into the level-up dreamscape. First thing, more stamina. The weight of power isn't just metaphor. Next up, I checked what I'd unlocked, and boom, there it was. A new skill tree called Espionage, hidden right next to Speechcraft, like it had been waiting for me to notice. It triggered when I hit the sweet spot between sneak and Speechcraft during high-stakes mimicry, undercover ops, or deflecting spy-level sabotage. The perks? Intriguing. A twisted mirror of my usual tricks. But specialized disguises, interrogation, finesse, political leverage, some perks were locked behind real-world acts. Faction leader demanded power. Influential decadence asked for fame with location-based limits. One wildcard stood out, hostile seduction. But it only triggered if I identified female. Its male counterpart, domestic ally, felt equally off. Honestly, neither fit my build. I closed the tree. Not my kind of power. Not yet. The skill tree looked promising, but aside from tossing a couple of points into the disguise perks just to snag Master of Faces, it didn't serve much use though. The idea of freely swapping faces was too tempting to ignore. Curiosity pushed me to drop 2 more points into Espionage just to test if the system even flinched. Then came the real payload, new unlocks tied to a rare achievement. First was Lich Slayer, a crit boost against undead, plus enhanced spell potency and duration, basically confirming the undead's resistance quirks. Shame I hadn't picked up Necromage yet. The stacking potential buzzed in the back of my mind. Next effect? Potema's Master. At first glance, I thought I'd earned a classic unique summon, but instead, I stumbled upon a spell called Summon Wolf Queen, a literal astral version of her. Weird, right? Digging deeper, I eventually found Potema's Master buried in my active effects. No details, just a blank, ominous descriptor. No clarity, no explanation, just the creeping sense that I'd activated something far beyond the intended script. So I figured freezing someone wouldn't be instant too bad. I tried fusing Summon the Wolf Queen. System said nope, so I diverged it. Boom. Summon Astral Phantom. Apprentice tier, like a spectral flame Atronash, but more aloof. Fuse that with Librefale again. Patterns started forming. Soul Trap plus Oak Flesh, Flash Ebony Flesh. No clue why that combo, but it worked. Soul Trap plus Alert, Detect Undeadma. Already had Detect, but the mechanics were whispering. Next fusion, Soul Trap plus Lock, Jackpot. Alteration spell, Ghostly Hand, made me intangible for 10 seconds, not stealth invisible, like stepping out of existence. Soul Trap was the catalyst I realized, so I diverged it. Result, Soul Extract. No flare, no chaos, just raw, code-piercing clarity. I figured freezing someone wouldn't be instant, so I didn't wait, just kept pushing the limits. Tried fusing Summon the Wolf Queen fail. Pivoted, split it instead. Scored a new spell. Summon Astral Phantom. Looked like a cousin to Flame Atronac, just more spectral. Fused that with Librenothing. My mind kept turning. I fused Soul Trap and Oak Flesh Bam, got Ebony Flesh. Didn't even make sense at first. Then I tried Soul Trap and Alert Detect Undead. Not bad, but I already had better. Still, the pattern clicked. Soul Trap with Lock gave me Ghostly Hand in seconds of phasing through reality. Jackpot. Soul Trap was more than a capture spell it rewrote states. I diverged it again, pulled out Soul Extract. Now I was seeing it. The code didn't care about logis, it cared about intent. They said the spell could only partially Soul Trap people, so I picked both Soul Trap and Soul Extract, right? Thought I was being clever, stacking novice spell. Boom got hit with passive traits. Soul Strength and Soul Power. Soul Strength made me immune to getting Soul Trapped, great. No vacation to the Soul Cairn. But Soul Power? Same deal. Just let me wander the Soul Cairn without bleeding energy every step. I figured I was running low on dream mana, but who really knows? Then I remembered Wolfskull Cave, Pedestal. That one tome I ignored like an idiot. Necromantic Ritual. I left the dreamscape kicking myself. When I woke up, first thing cracked open that dusty spellbook. And guess what? Trash tier spell. For 120 seconds, every time a conjured friend bites it, I gain 30 health and magicka. That's it. All that suspense, and I get a spell that rewards me for sacrificing my minions like spare batteries. Classic. I saw its potential instantly. Not just destructive firepower strategic synergy, the Flaming Familiar spell, apprentice level, explosive strength, and triple the range for barely a whisper of magicka. Just 27 if I activated the conjuration perk. But here's where it got thrilling parrot with necromantic ritual, and I could unleash chain summon detonations across a battlefield. Death feeding fire feeding death. One spell to resurrect, the other to obliterate. Dangerous? Sure. The familiar could hurt the caster, but if timed right, I wouldn't just survive, I'd dominate. I remembered the tome's location, buried beyond the Morthal Marsh, sealed in the ruins. A side quest? Maybe. But in my script, it was a turning point. I whispered to myself, this changes everything. I pushed open the door of the winking skeever and saw the world still turning, unaware of what I was about to rewrite. Hey man, I called, stepping into the light. Sorex glanced up with that crooked grin of his. Hey, to you too, quiet mornings like this, best time to clean. I gave a nod fair enough, but he wasn't done. Atar came by last night, asked for you, said he'd pay for intel if you've got it. Now I was listening. Sorex chuckled, always enjoying the drama. It's Angeline, you know, the one with the alchemy shop. Her daughter joined the Legion. Something's up. Serious by the sound of it. I said I'd find him. Where? Sorex pointed me toward Castle Door. Apparently, he was talking to Captain Aldous. Great. Blue Palace. Then Castle Door again. I muttered something about joining the Legion for real someday. That's when Sorex perked up like a cat at the sound of a can opening. If you're heading to the palace, mind giving Falk Firebeard this? He held up a bottle of Stros Mackay rum, gleaming like mischief. He loves this stuff. I rolled my eyes, grabbed the bottle. Fine, I'll deliver it. I snatched the rum from Sorex, stashed it, and asked, You seen Vyre? He shook his head, said she's still in her room, then wondered aloud why she drinks like she's battling ghost sand losing. I sighed. Her past's a dungeon. Locked up by her own father in the sewers. Traded away to a Daedric deal gone wrong. No school, no sunlight. Just solitude and rot. She's been drowning years in bottles. But lately, she watches me read like the words are stars she's never touched. I think she wants to ask me how to read, how to begin. Sorex nodded slow, worry simmering. Just hope she's climbing toward courage, not falling deeper. Silence crept in like fog, and I exhaled. Tell her I'm looking for her. Then I turned, leaving shadows and half-spoken hopes behind. Sorex gave a quiet nod, and I slipped out, mind already racing. That faux contract I cooked up for Vyre might need to play that card soon. She's got spark, sure good instincts, decent form, but no edge, no grind. I had a few adjustments in mind. Turn her into more than just a tag-along, something better. But it wasn't just about power, it was about coin. Proudspire Manor didn't buy itself, and the Winking Skeever's upgrade wouldn't come cheap either. I struck a deal with Corpulus. Yeah, but my real plan needed the Khajiit caravan to roll into Solitude. That's when I pushed through the Blue Palace gates, flicked a wave to the guardsome, nodded back, and headed for the throne room. Empty, save for a maid dusting corners. Where's Falk Firebeard? I asked. Office. First door on the right, she replied without skipping a beat. Office? News to me. But when I opened that door and spotted the bed tucked in the corner, I nearly burst out laughing. I greeted him awkwardly. Hey, Falk. And he chuckled, correcting me with a sly grin. Vec. Just use my title if the name's too twisty for your tongue. I winced, caught red-handed in the tangle of formality. Your name just flows too well. Hard not to say the whole thing. He chuckled again, softer this time. Eriker said the same once. Then he shifted, curious. So, what brings you here? Heard you just dropped back into the city. That cava, did you crack it? I gave a nod, handing him the rum. His eyes lit like spellfire. Ha! This? Picked up the taste in Hammerfell Stormy Night. Steady hands. Strong stuff. Used to drink it with King Torrig, back in the days before everything frayed. I let that silence breathe just a moment, before nudging forward again. Is Jarl Elisif still mourning? His nod carried weight. With this war, I fear she'll never step past the loss. But I hold hope that one day, love finds her again. Ahem, that cave? Yeah, Wolfskull Cave isn't just rocks and echoes. I found necromancers crawling all over it, trying to puppeteer the Wolf Queen herself back into existence. Patema, that name alone twists the air. The lights folks saw? That was the Battle Her Will clawing at the veil, screaming through necromantic fire. I didn't hesitate, cut them down, banished her essence before she could breathe our plane again. Technically, she's trapped in a soul gemso, not a lie. I told them they'd better send a cleanup crew, maybe drop the whole thing into the sea. The place reeks of death magic more will come. Falk just stared. Was it really her, he asked? I nodded, fingering the necklace that saved my soul. Atmaran blood, Atmaran ward. She didn't just attack the body, she went for the core. I told Falk about the skeleton, I'm sure it was her. Stolen from the catacombs, maybe through a second entrance we haven't sealed yet. He stroked his chin like he was processing a broken command line, then said he'd send someone to sweep the place. Maybe even collapse the whole cave. Oh, and Sybil's finished her research. I helped her with that, remember? But Falk had more. He asked me how I'd feel about being a Thane. I played it cool, asked if it was his call. He laughed, said he could recommend me, said someone like me could be useful. Then, out of nowhere, he hits me with the real glitch. Could I convince Elisif to leave the palace? Just for a date. That's not a request, it's a protocol error, waiting to happen. I blinked. What? Falk looked sheepish, like someone who just broke the world and hoped no one noticed. A lot's gone sideways lately. The Jarl won't leave her chambers, not since the court ordeal. She's strong, but cracked down the middle. She needs relief. So, I need you to walk her through solitude during the Bard's College Festival. I sighed. Great, another detour. My quest backlog already pulsed with undead side notes. Dawnbreaker called to me beacon already secured but trekking back across solitude? Ugh. Easier to reclaim Lurbuck as my disposable tank. Viarmo stole him once. Not again. Fine, I said. I'll convince her. But I want keys to Proudspire Manor. Furnished. Falk smirked. Ha! You really do twist words into weapons. His sarcasm tried to mask it, but yeah, he agreed. The steward raised an eyebrow, offering me the keys if I paraded her at the festival, saying my deeds had already echoed through solitude, but full furnishings? That would only come if I could charm the Jarl herself. I gave a sly nod. Deal. Now, let's talk Sibeli want that artifact I handed over for her research back. Maybe the Wabbajack could twist fate enough for this King Olaf nonsense. If luck didn't bail on me. With a wave, I left him to his scribbles and made for Sybil's lair. There she was, hunched over an enchanting table, magic in the air like storm tension. The Wabbajack? I asked. No answer, just a finger toward the relic and a flick of her hand dismissing me like a buzzing skeever. Fine. I took the staff, stashed it, and made my way to the Bard's College, half expecting the walls to groan under the weight of all the off-key ambition. Viarmo and Lurbuck were mid-rehearsal, barely aware I'd entered until I spoke. How are you two doing? Lurbuck lit up like a torch bug. Haha, nice to see you, Vec. I've improved leaps and bounds. Want to hear it? Viarmo chuckled, eyes gleaming like a bard with a secret. You should really listen. He's not half bad once he picked up some words. Lurbuck scratched his head, grinning. All thanks to you, teacher. Viarmo dismissed the praise with a wave. You earned it. You worked for it. That warmth settled in for a beat before I leaned in. So, how about we finally grab that lost verse from King Olaf's tomb? Viarmo tapped his chin, mischief brewing. Not a bad idea, actually. Mind if I tag along? I'm handy with a bow and a spell or two. Every bard needs survival creds, right? I squinted, curious. Why come along? His smirk widened. Because this story writes itself heroes braving a crypt to reclaim a forgotten verse? That's gold. It's not just lyrics, it's legacy. I shrugged. I don't mind. Truth was, I'd already planned to leave Vairi behind. Potima's soul curse had shaken her deep. I'd tell Sorax to keep her away from the mead. She was still asleep, probably for the best. I gave a nod. Tomorrow, then. Meet me at the Winking Skeever. We'll head for the tomb from there. Lurbuck gave his usual slow nod. Viarmo chimed in with, Great, I'll start packing. With a wave, I slipped away. Castle Doer calls I've got business to handle. See you both in the morning. I didn't linger. Something told me all this and Attar were cooking up another task for me, and sure enough, there they stood outside, eyes locked on Odin. Attar blinked. What's this tree? Its leaves. They're snow white. I just shrugged. Bandit can't find. Took it by accident. Long story I'm not eager to retell. Odin sat silent, pulsing faintly. No thoughts. No words. I wasn't in the mood to figure it out. So, I asked, what did you want to talk about? Aldous frowned, voice low. You ever hear the saying, no news is good news? Go ask Angeline, city's alchemy expert. She had a daughter who enlisted in the Legion. Everyone assumed she died in the line of duty, and breaking the news to Angeline was a nightmare we didn't want to face. But then came something worse, something off. A new report. Twisted. Disorienting. They wanted me to look into it. That's when the notification flashed. Quest, a canary in a storm. My pulse jumped. What's this about? I asked. Attar motioned me forward, silent as shadows. We slipped through Castle Dower, past the jailhouse, deeper than I'd ever gone. Then he spoke. We don't usually use this place. It's a torture chamber. Great, just great. The guy you're meeting? Worships Talos. Big time. Just keep that in mind. I nodded, stomach twisting. We stepped inside, and there he was. Bound, stormcloak. Eyes burning like a glitch trapped in a loop. Next to them stood a towering, slender Altmer gaze sharp, voice colder than frostbite. So, you're Vec? She said, her tone unreadable. Listen and answer. No time wasted. She motioned to a silent soldier nearby, stormcloak down to the bone. There should have been a battle. Our side ambushed. Small battalion. Gone. I nodded, piecing it together. Her eyes never blinked. We assumed Legion forces were involved. Trinkets personal, ones left behind at the scene. Things soldiers carry to remember the fallen. We found them scattered, but no bodies. No scorch marks. No blood. No signs of a fight. I asked, nothing? Not even dragon signs? Her face didn't change. Nothing. No fire. No claws. Just rumors of resurrection, of old powers waking. Silence filled the space like a loaded spell. Something didn't add up, and whatever it was, it wasn't written in any quest log I knew. I rubbed my chin, calculating, and one of them was her daughter, right? So how does it all tie back? Attar's brow tightened. We found her arm. Clean cut. Nothing conventional could have done it. I hesitated. Could it be another player? A glitch walker? Any sign sculpts? Anomalies? The Altmer woman gestured toward a table, her voice hushed. We considered that. This is ground zero. At first, we blamed rogue stormcloaks. But then, we found more. Not bodies, just him. This individual brought him in. He confessed instantly, just muttering, non-stop. I froze. Canary in a storm. That's what the quest is called. Was she the canary? Was it fate or a bug in the system? I froze. Could it be Falmer? The map flickered, confused dots glowing near Frostflow, but something felt off. Attar stepped closer, frowning. Falmer? What are those? He hadn't seen what I had. Not yet. Frostflow wasn't where it was supposed to be, bent closer to Dawnstar now, as if time rewrote it overnight. Sheogorath whispered of a player who went missing there. Maybe they weren't a player anymore. Attar muttered something about Captain Aldous explaining the Falmer. I stayed quiet, gears turning. You still have that arm? I asked the woman. How do you know it was hers? Show me the cut. No time for sympathy. She nodded, leading us into a chamber colder than logic. The arm was preserved, untouched by decay, inked with delicate tattoos memories etched in skin, tributes to a father long gone. The past had fingerprints, and I was reading every line. I inspected the severed arm no rot. Nowhere, just raw flesh curling around pristine bone, sliced clean through enchanted metal like it was parchment. My breath caught. What was this? Before I could speak, she blinked and smiled. Oh, I'm Canary. Odd. I know. Not very 11, but I picked it myself. Used to serve the embassy. Didn't like their methods. I believe mortals can become divine. The Dwemer thought so. The embassy does too, but they ignore the one who actually did it. I find that laughable. That's when the quest made sense. It wasn't about the wound or the name, it was about unraveling something deeper. No more clues needed. The system had already chosen me. I sighed. I think I know what's doing this. Her glance sharpened as we slipped out of the frost-soaked chamber, footsteps echoing alongside Captain Aldous and Attar. Tell me you've at least considered the Thalmor. Silence flared like static, then a shared nod, a mutual breath. We did. Didn't mean to play Inquisitor. So they'd guess. Good guess. But I needed their why. Why them? Attar spoke first. They just put out a bounty gray prince. A Dunmer. No background, just danger. Aldous edged back, voice low. Angeline's daughter. Her arm. Too precise. Too clean. Only the Thalmor carved like that. Canary's voice cracked through it all. And me. I'm on their blacklist. Philosophy clash. I stopped believing in their perfect world. I've never worn another mask. I've always been an Inquisitor, wired to unravel truth, not to pretend. I know how these systems run because I've been part of their code since the start. When I tapped the prompt, the quest didn't just update one seat branched. Canary in a storm morphed, and something from Sheogorath twisted into it. A new directive, find the Grey Prince before the Thalmor erase him. I asked if they believed those soldiers were still breathing data. Silence. Then Aldous cut in, his voice tight. He hated being the messenger of loss, hated the finality coded into death flags. I understood. So what's the plan? I asked. Canary's voice filtered through like static laced with resolve. She had an idea, but I had loose ends to tie. I told her I'd be off to a Nordic tomb, tracking King Olaf's verse for a future scene. Timing? Aldous answered. Just me and Canary, while the Thalmor talk politics with General Tullius. That's her window to disappear me cue to rewrite everything. Me and Attar couldn't leave the city even if we wanted to. I nodded like I understood, but my mind was already racing. Where are we headed then? If it's Dawnstar, I'm not doubling back to Solitude. Canary gave that sharp nod of hers, already half gone in thought. I'll send you the plan tomorrow. Bring backup. This won't be easy. I side-guessed Vyree's day off just got canceled. Guilt flickered, but duty stomped it out. This wasn't the kind of quest that waits politely. I stepped out of Castle Dower, mind ticking like clockwork. Supplies, allies, contingencies. Whatever's coming, it's bigger than I signed up for. And yeah, that was a long chapter. Our group of 4 finally arrived at the ominous tomb of King Olaf Deadman's Respite. Honestly, the name was strange and threw me off a bit. Vyree, clearly exhausted, let out a tired sigh. God, I'm so tired. I gave her a reassuring pat on the back. You'll be okay. Lurbuck, with a smirk on his face, eyed the tomb. So this is the place. I nodded, explaining. We'll go through the dungeon, find the verse, clear out the Draugr, and then escape. After that, we split up. Viarmo asked if I was heading to Dawnstar, and I confirmed I would be meeting someone there in 9 days. It worked out perfectly for me since I could sneak off to the Highgate ruins. Still, the catch was the quest Sheogorath gave me, and I had a feeling the questmaker for the Razor would eventually point to me. Ambushes were a real concern. As we ventured deeper into the tomb, I responded to Viarmo's question. Yes, I agreed to help investigate the missing Imperial soldiers. Viarmo nodded knowingly. I've heard about those from an army musician. Vec Frostwain, a hybrid tactician born of Nord and Snow Elf blood, delves deeper into the simulation of Nirn, where he uncovers the hidden protocol, Legacia command layer sealed by forgotten gods. This discovery opens up not only immense power, but also the terrifying truth of the simulation's limits and contradiction. As Vec learns to manipulate quests, craft spells, and split decision paths, he faces haunting echoes of himself, relentless code guardians, and an AI that disguises itself as a divine spirit. Navigating a fractured reality, Vec must balance rewriting the world with the ever-encroaching risk of total collapse. Battling glitch-born creatures, alternate versions of himself, and reality-defying quests, Vec confronts the ultimate question. Will he destroy or restore the world? Despite meeting his end in prison before King Olaf, they exhumed Svaknir and moved him to a cell similar to where he perished. As Lurbuck cleaved through a Draugr, he quipped, "Sounds like King Olaf had a fragile ego." I replied, "Some say Olaf defeated Numenex with the dragon tongue, though the truth likely lies in Olaf outsmarting Numenex and trapping him in Dragon's Reach, where the tools to capture dragons still remain." Vyree interrupted. "A history lesson's great, but what's this about the dragon tongue?" To my surprise, Lurbuck chimed in, explaining, "It's the Thuum. It inspired me to be a bard, as dragons often settle their differences through debates or songs." I nodded. One can summon a dragon by shouting their name with the Thuum, a call for either battle or an agreement. Dragons, in many ways, are like us, but our history with them has changed everything. Vyree eyed me. "You seem to respect dragons." Lurbuck and Viarmo agreed. "You speak with a respectful tone, despite your words." I paused, rubbing my chin. "I suppose I do," I mused. "It probably started with Parthenax." I gave a nonchalant shrug. "Power, knowledge, immortality. What's not to love?" I'm sure Olaf had similar thoughts. The others seemed to accept the answer, though an awkward silence lingered. It stretched on until we reached the puzzle door. I began adjusting the combination, and Vyree asked, "How do you know the combination?" I raised my clawed hand, and she frowned. Lurbuck remarked, "That doesn't seem very secure." I shrugged again. "Not to keep people out, but to seal certain powers in. But let me ask you this. What makes a Draugr? How are they created?" Lurbuck paused, thinking, but I already knew the answer. None of them had a clue. Viarmo shook his head. "No one knows. That's why so many have tried to figure it out." I chuckled. "Draugr are created like any other ghost or ghoul. The difference is, instead of staying around because of vengeance or some other reason, Draugr remain out of hatred, loyalty, and a sense of guardianship. They were embalmed, yet something of them remained. Most Nordic ruins hold something draconic, be it a wall of words or a hidden cult of dragons or heroes." I chuckled. "That's the thing with Sovngarde. Olaf rests here, but his soul's in Sovngarde. So, what's a Draugr, eh?" They didn't get it. "Truth is, Olaf lies here, but will rise as a Draugr. Enter Sovngarde and you'll meet him at the table, whether or not you face the Draugr." Fascinating. From where I stood, we arrived at a door sealed by magic. Lurbuck asked, "Now what? Vec, do you know how to open it?" I pointed to Svaknir's ghost. "Why not ask him?" Svaknir walked off down another path. The group stared at me. "Lurbuck, Vyree, stay here. Svaknir is probably guiding us to his resting place. We'll return, guaranteed." They nodded. Viarmo and I followed the ghost. Vec Frostwain, a shadowy strategist with the power to rewrite reality, stares into the very heart of Skyrim's fractured world. With his ice-forged skills and the ability to manipulate the simulation that governs Tamriel, he dives deeper into the protocol. Legacy, a forgotten layer of code that exposes the world's deepest secrets. Haunted by echoes of alternate versions of himself and hunted by AI guardians, Vec must navigate a landscape where every choice ripples through time, causing quests to glitch, creatures to spawn from the fractured logic, and memories to bleed across realities. With every step he takes, he feels the simulation fighting back, pushing him toward a catastrophic endure, an impossible new beginning. Reality isn't just bending, it's breaking, and Vec might just be the key to either fixing it or shattering it completely. Svaknir vanished with a chilling scream. We exchanged uneasy glances and bolted up the stairs to find Lurbuk gasping for air and Vairi shaking her head. What happened? We asked. Lurbuk caught his breath, still shaken. The ghost appeared and the door opened. I got spooked. Viarmo and I couldn't help but chuckle lightly. This is it. The big fight? I said, my tone serious. All I'll say, don't die and avoid getting blown apart by Olaf's Thuum. They nodded, though Lurbuk hesitated. Can that really happen? He asked, pale. I smirked. Just ask King Torrig or his wife. They'll know. Viarmo coughed. Q, let's move on. Lurbuk, still ghostly pale, followed silently. Vairi leaned in, whispering, explain. I whispered back, King Torrig was the Jarl of Solitude. Ulfric, leader of the Stormcloaks, challenge time only. It wasn't a fair fight. Ulfric's Thuum tore through Torrig like a whirlwind, leaving nothing but a broken mess. That's messed up, she gasped. I nodded in agreement, but before we could linger, Svaknir's voice boomed, a ghostly echo of vengeance. Arise, Olaf! My vengeance is at hand! Draugr stirred around us, and Olaf emerged from his coffin, his black axe gleaming like a new weapon. I couldn't let this chance slip, but Svaknir was keeping the Draugr distracted. I swung the oath blade, smashing a Draugr's skull. A dozen more followed, arrows barely missing as I cut through them, one after another. Soon, only 3 remained, a Draugr Scourge, a Deathlord, and Olaf. My mana was running thin, but I reached deep and unleashed Lich's Bane, willing myself to finish this battle. A small orb of radiant light materialized in my hand, drawing the Draugr's attention. But it didn't matter. I hurled the glowing sphere forward, and it exploded with a burst of light. As the effect faded, I felt drained, my mana nearly spent. The spell had used up 178 mana, leaving me with barely any left. I glanced up to see my party staring at me and the fallen Olaf. Svaknir stepped forward, plunging his sword into the Draugr's skull. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he strummed his lute, and a beam of light enveloped him, fading him from existence. Thank you, he said before vanishing. The party turned their gaze to me, and Viarmo, with a look of disbelief, shouted, What the hell was that? I shrugged. Magic. No? I mean, what spell was that? I've never seen a restoration spell like that before. I shrugged again. It's an expert-level spell, requires all my mana. It's called Lich's Bane. Pretty effective, don't you think? Viarmo laughed. Effective? That was insane! In a world where reality and code collide, Vec Frostwain, a hybrid of Nord tenacity and Snow Elf, craft delves deeper into the simulation that controls Nirn. As he unravels the hidden layers of protocol, legacy, he gains unimaginable power but also exposes the world's cracks and contradictions. The more Vec bends the fabric of this world, the more the simulation fights back. Faced with echo versions of himself, dangerous code guardians, and a mysterious AI posing as a divine being, Vec must navigate a fractured reality where time glitches, creatures are born from broken quests, and NPCs return with memories that don't belong. As he learns to rewrite quests and manipulate the environment itself, Vec must choose. Will he restore the world, or will he shatter it beyond repair? This cyber fantasy journey is one of self-discovery, shifting timelines, and unraveling the very nature of existence. As we stepped into the ruins, I couldn't help but share a grin with the group. We're heading into another Nordic ruin, I said, the words lingering in the air like a challenge. Vairi, the ever-doubtful one, shot me a questioning look. Wait, really? She asked, her eyebrows knitting in confusion. Yup, I replied with a smirk. This one's already got a useful ally inside. Her face twisted in confusion. A what? I quickly corrected myself. A mage. We've got a mage in there. Her eyes widened. How do you know this stuff? She asked, skepticism clear in her voice. I raised my hands dramatically, letting magic crackle in the air. Magic, I said simply, my voice thick with amusement. Sighing, she just muttered, Let's go. The moment we crossed the threshold, a shout rang out, a woman standing before us, her hands crackling with electricity. Who are you? she demanded. I raised my hands, palms open. Just some adventurers. The puzzle door wasn't quite ready yet. I grumbled a bit, shooting at a Draugr. Thankfully, I actually hit it, despite being a terrible archer. I had promised to shoot Anska in the back, but that was clearly not going to happen. Thankfully, Vairi didn't seem to notice. I then turned to Anska, asking, "So, I guess you could reward us for helping you?" She gave me a nod and replied, "I suppose I could. Fighting Vulcan alone is much harder. I'm glad you showed up." Vairi then asked, "If Vulcan is so powerful, why come here alone?" Anska hesitated before responding, "I had assistants, but they ran away when they saw the Draugr." Not every bodyguard wants to face the undead. Vairi, curious, asked, "Why are there so few Draugr here?" Before Anska could respond, I quickly explained, Vulcan means shadow or darkness. He was known as the Priest of Shadows, really more like an assassin for his dragon overlords. So, he didn't have many guards or subordinates. Anska smiled, impressed. Wow, it's rare to see someone so knowledgeable about dragon culture. I simply nodded. I like to research my loot. The puzzle door was still under construction, so I found myself with an arrow in hand, shooting a Draugr. It was a lucky shot, especially since I had promised to shoot Anska in the back, but was no expert with a bow. Luckily, Vairi hadn't caught on yet. I couldn't help but ask, "So Anska, any chance you could reward us for helping?" She nodded, acknowledging that facing Vulcan alone would have been much harder. Vairi, ever the curious one, asked why Anska was here alone. With a slight pause, Anska admitted that her bodyguards had run off at the sight of Draugr. Not every bodyguard is willing to fight the undead, she chuckled. Vairi, still puzzled, wondered why there were so few Draugr here. Before Anska could respond, I chimed in. Vulcan, meaning shadow, was an assassin for dragon overlords. Not the type to rely on guards or a big crew. Anska smiled, impressed. You know the dragon language and culture well. I shrugged. I like to research my loot. She laughed, knowing the real reason behind my intentions. I was after something far more than just the dragon priest. Anska's eyes scanned me from head to toe, intrigued by my unique gear. You've got quite the interesting setup, she remarked. I gave a small nod. I made it myself. The only drawback was that I couldn't wear the Clavicus Vial mask's circlet form constantly. I'd switch to it when I was in a city, or when I needed its power. Wearing it maxed out my speechcraft, making almost all speech-related challenges a breeze. The group fell into a tense silence, only broken by the sounds of battle. Finally, we reached the burial chamber of Vulcan. Anska charged ahead, excitement in her voice. This is it! Prepare yourselves! I stopped Vairi with a silent gesture, signaling her to let Anska use up her mana. Vairi's eyes widened in realization. I was planning to eliminate Anska. She didn't protest, but readied her greatsword nonetheless. I knocked an arrow, and just as we entered, Anska warned, Vulcan will most likely rise the moment we step inside. The dragon priest shattered through his coffin's roof, soaring into the air. I let the arrow fly, striking him straight in the chest. To my surprise, he spoke in dragon tongue. Anska marched into the next room. Now we just need to find what I came for. I gave her a nod. How about you get ready with that reward and recover your mana? I'll find it for you. What exactly are you looking for? She paused, a smile forming. It's a sealed scroll. And thank you. I motioned for Vairi to follow me, and she twitched slightly before following. I spoke loud enough for Anska to hear, You wanted to learn more Draconic, right? Vairi nodded in agreement, but whispered, What's your plan? I whispered back. When Vulcan woke up, he spoke in dragon tongue. Let's just say he said something interesting. I picked up the scroll and checked the quest log, which told me to either bring it to Anska or read it. I decided to bring it to her. I signaled Vairi to loot the chest, and she sighed. I walked back to Anska, who was leaning against the wall. I reached out and pulled her up. Here's that scroll. Anska marched into the next room with purpose. Now we just need to find what I came for. I nodded at her. How about you prep the reward and rest up? I'll handle the search. What exactly are you looking for? She stopped, a sly grin forming. A sealed scroll, and thanks. I motioned for Vairi to follow as I made my way through the room, and saw her twitch before she followed closely behind. I spoke just loud enough for Anska to hear, You wanted to study more Draconic, right? Vairi nodded, matching my pace. Her voice dropped. What's the plan? I leaned in, whispering. When Vulcan woke up, he spoke in dragon tongue. Let's just say he said something interesting. I found the sealed scroll, but the quest log gave me two choices. Bring it to Anska, or read it. Clearly, I'd bring it to her. I gestured for Vairi to check the chest in the corner, though she sighed. Returning to Anska, I helped her to her feet and handed her the scroll. Here's the scroll you wanted. She flashed a grin, pulling out a spell book and a pouch of gold. Here, that fight was tougher than expected. I realized I stand no chance against Vulcan on my own, she said. I smiled, grabbing the tome sure enough. It was the Conjure Flaming Familiar spell. She tossed me 500 gold, and I pocketed both. With a bow, Anska spoke. Feel free to loot the rest of the dungeon. I got what I needed. I nodded, waiting for her to turn her back before casting the Libra spell to ensnare her. Her gasp of shock was cut short as the oath blade pierced her back. Why? She mumbled, collapsing to the ground. Vairi appeared behind me, asking, is it worth it? I reached for the sealed scroll, peeling off the seal to reveal a draconic inscription. Smirking, I replied, of course it was. I'd remembered the original quest, but Voken's words made me realize the scroll had nothing to do with Ysgramor. It felt off, just knowing that. It wasn't like remembering how I learned it, it was more like the certainty of something buried deep within me. Vairi sighed, brushing it off. It's whatever, not like I care. Just, am I crazy? Or is it a full moon? I stopped dead, staring at her. Damn it is. A smirk crossed her face. That explains the mess of emotions, she muttered. I grabbed my journal, jotting down a note. I'll make sure to note that you try to be more human during your werewolf transformation makes sense, since you spent so long trying to keep your humanity while you were one. Vairi just nodded. Looks like we're not sleeping in Dawnstar tonight. I chuckled. Guess you're gonna have to strip. Her smile faded into an uncomfortable frown. We reached the entrance of the tomb, and I peeked up at the sky. The sun was setting. I pulled out something I had prepared earlier while making my armor. Is that? Vairi frowned. The air felt strange, almost alien, as I processed the certainty of information without truly learning it. Vairi let out a sigh, breaking the silence. I'm fine, doesn't matter, just... Are we in the middle of a full moon? She asked, her voice laced with something I couldn't quite place. I froze, my gaze locking on hers. Shit, you're right, a knowing smirk tugged at Vairi's lips. That explains the mess of emotions, huh? I jotted a quick note in my journal. Note, Vairi's trying to hold on to her humanity during her werewolf transformation. Makes sense, considering how long she's fought to keep it. Vairi's eyes flickered as she processed the thought. Guess we won't be heading to Dawnstar for sleep. A laugh escaped me. You're gonna have to strip. The teasing smirk she wore twisted into an uncomfortable frown as we neared the tomb's entrance. I glanced up at the sky, watching the sun dip below the horizon. Reaching into my pouch, I pulled out something I had prepared earlier while crafting armor. Is that? Vairi's voice trailed off, a mixture of curiosity and concern in her tone. Vec Frostwain, a hybrid tactician blending Nord strength with Snow Elf cunning, dives deeper into the simulation of Nirn, uncovering the hidden protocol, Legacy. This discovery grants him the ability to manipulate quests, forge spells from willpower, and bend the very fabric of reality, but at a cost. As he rewrites the world, glitches and echoes of alternate selves haunt him. Pursued by relentless code guardians and stalked by a cryptic AI posing as a divine entity, Vec's grip on reality starts to slip. With the simulation structure breaking down, Vec faces not only the ghosts of his past, but the possibility of total collapse. The deeper he goes, the more the simulation fights back, and his journey teeters on the edge of rewriting history, destroying it altogether. I smiled, and she shook her head, pointing at me. While we wait for me to shift, explain that scroll. What's Konarek mean, and what about the other stuff? I nodded and began, all right, to start with, Konarek means warlord. The mask that represents this status isn't worn by any priest. Instead, it's kept in a temporal vault. Equip the mask, and you'll be sent back to the exact moment it was sealed when Konarek was locked away. But according to this scroll, it's more complicated than just that. Vairi's eyes sparkled as she nodded, clearly more fascinated by the dragon tongue than the common one. So, I dove deeper into the explanation, adding a little flair. As night fell, Vairi transformed into a werewolf, though she seemed much tidier than before, probably because she wasn't trapped in the sewers anymore. I stared at her, but she only tilted her head, refusing to speak to me. I examined her closely, noting how much she had changed since our first encounter. Her fur had thickened, and she now looked more like a wolf than the usual monstrous werewolf. I extended my hand. Paw? She stared for a moment before huffing and holding her hand up. I gently examined it, feeling the texture. To my surprise, Vairi was wagging her tail, seemingly enjoying the hand-holding. Her paw had a peculiar, very light texture, and its bone structure reminded me of a raccoon's offering a new perspective on werewolves. I grabbed her head to inspect her collar when her ears perked up, and she finally spoke, her voice raspy. What are you doing? I smirked. So you're talking now? She frowned. Why should I talk to someone who treats me like a mount? I'm a werewolf, not a horse. I raised an eyebrow. So you're refusing to speak like a pet wolf? She let out a sigh and lay down. Just hop on and let's get this over with. I got into position, the harness fitting perfectly on my side. No discomfort? I asked. She grumbled. This is humiliating, I chuckled. Get moving. She started, but then asked, where are we headed? Holding onto the harness, I hung on tight. The ride was bumpier than I expected. This kind of travel would only be useful when she mastered her transformation, especially if we needed to cover long distances quickly. I explained, we're going to Snow Point Beacon, that's the meeting spot. I'll be stopping by Dawnstar to stock up on supplies. I have a feeling they'll come in handy, and I want to check if the caravan's around. She snapped. And what about the person we're meeting? I'm kind of a werewolf, remember? I did the math quickly, fairly certain. They should arrive by the day after tomorrow. Vec Frostwain's journey takes him deeper into the very fabric of Nirn's simulated reality, where he uncovers Protocol, Legacy, a forgotten command layer sealed by ancient creators. As a hybrid tactician with both Nord and Snow Elf heritage, he's not just rewriting quest structures and crafting spells, he's confronting the very limits of reality itself. As his reality fractures, haunted by glitching echoes of himself and pursued by code guardians, Vec faces a divine AI posing a deadly riddle. Rewrite everything and risk reality's collapse, or stay within the code and let the simulation consume him. With every decision, he's bending the rules of fate itself. But in a world that resists change, how much of Vec will remain when the code is finally rewritten? I could see Dawnstar from here. I nodded. Fine. I was going to make that offer anyway. Though I suspect you knew that. She clicked her tongue, the sound making me flinch slightly, her teeth flashing better than any growl. I held my ground and scratched Vieri under her chin, and her tail started wagging before she slapped my hand away. Stop that! I smirked. Ah, does my good girl not want pets? She grumbled, and I pulled out the supplies I'd planned to head for. Hooking the bag to her harness, I patted Vieri on the head. Vieri asked, how do I know where I'm going? A real compass didn't exist here, and even if it did, it'd likely just point to the throat of the world. I could see that mountain from here, and I suspected it'd have a strong enough magnetic pole to mess with compasses. So, I used my log screen map to estimate. It's about that way, past a small fort, a single watchtower on a mountainside. Vieri nodded, and off she trotted. I shouted, remember to be a good girl! Messing with Vieri was creeping up my list of things to do. She stumbled, face planting into the snow. A quick smirk formed on my lips as I made my way toward Dawnstar. I had to restock on supplies. Rope was always in demand, and maybe I'd buy an amulet of Mara or seek out Arendor's healing hand. Then again, he might be gone, or, worse, dead. The tents at the edge of Dawnstar told me the Khajiit caravan had set up camp, though I was concerned they might be moving again soon. I saw Rizad from afar, eyes locked on mine as I trudged through the snow. His caravan was impressive, the carriage larger than anything I had seen, drawn by horses. He greeted me with a wry smile. This one wonders if it was cold out there. With a smirk, I replied, where isn't it cold? Rizad grinned back. Elsewhere was certainly not this cold. The merchant was quick with his words, studying me carefully as I approached. What can I offer you? He asked as I stepped into the tent. I need supplies for the wilderness, I replied. He nodded confidently. We've stocked the best here. If I don't have it, another trader will. I nodded back, making my request clear. Sturdy rope and paralysis poisons, if you have them. With a swift motion, he laid out his offerings. And preserved meats? Potatoes? I added. He responded with a small basket of food, explaining, this is what we can trade. The rest is for our travels. I gave a knowing nod before asking, do you have any pure honey or sugar-based meads? He set down 3 types, asking, how many do you need? I pointed at the selection. I'll take 4 of these. He pulled out 3 more bottles of the mead I'd chosen, and I asked, how much? Rasad replied, 488 septums for everything. I handed over the gold, storing the items in my deep storage, a rare and useful spell. He noticed, deep storage? Such a rare spell. I nodded. Most convenient thing ever. I have some other business related to your caravan. Risad's ears twitched. Oh? What more business could you have? I explained, we've recently acquired a large ship still, need a crew, but we want to use it for trade. While most sailors in Skyrim are Nords or Imperials, others can sail too. Rizad caught on. You want the caravan to use the ship for trading. But why trust the caravan, and haven't they tried trading by ship before? With a grin, I chuckled. The greatest thief is one who gets paid by those they steal from. Merchants, in a nutshell. The caravan isn't just a presence in Skyrim, it stretches across the entire continent, avoiding only places like Black Marsh and Morrowind. If they couldn't be trusted, they wouldn't be as respected as they are by so many different kinds of people. Rizad tried to conceal his pride for the caravan, but couldn't help but ask, you still haven't answered Medon. You think the caravan has tried trading by ship before? I nodded, acknowledging the thought. It crossed my mind. But from what I know, the caravan has always traveled by land, moving from group to group, sharing knowledge by word of mouth. And then it hit me. Three reasons come to mind. First, the bad blood from previous attempts to trade across the seas. Second, the East Empire Company, the cost of maintaining a fleet is high when a company controls half the continent. And lastly, the Aldmeri Dominion. Am I right? Rizad chuckled. You're sharp. The caravan deals with more than just basic supplies. In fact, they have one of the largest hands in the drug trade. That brings as many enemies as allies, and things get even trickier when we try expanding that trade. As he sifted through the sack, the tension in the air thickened. The East Empire pulls in 800k every 3 months just from basic supplies, quadrupling what we get. Their hand in the drug trade is minimal, but it's enough to make their operation soar. The caravan can't even cross the East Coast too many enemies. So, we rely on a ship across the more dangerous West Coast, which is costly. This route is key for trade from Elsewhere to Skyrim, he explained, pausing for a moment. I nodded, piecing together the situation. And that's where the Aldmeri Dominion complicates things. Their obsession with regulations makes smuggling almost impossible. The most lucrative trade route is too risky. Pirates will target us, and the caravan wouldn't be able to retaliate thanks to the Dominion's grip. He smiled, his gaze sharp. So why propose this opportunity? I couldn't help but laugh. Do you honestly think the white gold conquered will hold? Do you believe peace will last? The greatest profits are always in the chaos that follows when everything unravels. Who doesn't love the idea of gold filling their pockets? Risad's laughter echoed through the air, attracting the attention of his caravan and the Dawnstar guards. Yet, beyond some annoyed stares, little action followed. With a grin, Risad asked, You have new product? Using the docks at Solitude, I assume? He smirked, sensing an opportunity. The Khajiit will head there. I nodded and replied, My associate is Sorix Vinius. He's the one in charge of the ship. Speak with him once you arrive. His business is the Winking Skeever. I handed him a small jar, one I had prepared earlier. A little sample of what's to come. Risad raised an eyebrow as he examined the jar, then opened it, inhaling deeply. His eyes widened in recognition. This is his sap. I've only had it once, but I know it anywhere. It's different though. I'll need to test it, but this could bring in some serious profit. He stood, bowing slightly. You've just given me an incredible opportunity. The moment hung in the air like a promise heavy with unspoken tension. We will remember this, came the cryptic words before they dissolved into the shadows. A subtle nod, a quiet acknowledgement of what was yet to unfold. The journey ahead was wrapped in uncertainty. The road littered with guards who had yet to realize the danger in their midst. A small smile, a gesture of innocence, and the tension flickered away, only to be replaced by an unsettling itch danger. A sharp sensation, like a warning from the edges of existence. It wasn't normal. It was the sense of the unknown, the kind that had only ever stirred in the chaos of combat. Yet, there was no battle, no conflict in sight. The feeling didn't fade as it should have, as everything else did. Instead, it lingered like a shadow at the edge of vision, ever watchful. The inn was a refuge, or so it seemed. No sign of the one I sought, only the eerie feeling that something had shifted. Danger was still there, lurking just beneath the surface. A player. That's what triggered the alarm. Someone was here, in Dawnstar, weaving their own chaos. And with that realization came the uncomfortable truth. I wasn't going to be sleeping tonight. A quiet resolve settled. A room in the inn was paid for, the restless hours ahead, a small price for the puzzle yet to be solved. The question lingered, cold and unanswerable. Had Erendur met his end at the hands of this very player? The same player, perhaps, hunting for pieces of an ancient power, the pieces that would unlock the madness of Sheogorath's quest. This might be where it all converged, where paths twisted and fate collided. Only time would tell. But tonight would not be for rest. In the early morning light, I was preparing for the unexpected with my lucky dagger soaked in paralysis, poison its purpose clear. As I waited in the quiet of Dawnstar, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, though nothing seemed to stir. My plan was simple. If nothing happened, I could explore the town or just wait. But there wasn't much to do here. After a while, I decided to leave the inn and find a quiet spot by the water. I had brought a fishing rod, thinking it might come in handy if food became scarce, but now it felt like a perfect way to pass the time. As I cast my line, the eerie sensation of being observed lingered, and soon enough, a figure approached the Dunmer, curious about my catch. With a blank expression, I muttered, Well, no one's ever asked me that before. And thus the waiting game continued, the tension thickening, as the strange encounter marked the beginning of something unpredictable. The town of nightmares was freed, and I decided to head over to Dawnstar. Lately, I've been making my living fishing in Solitude. I mixed truths and lies carefully, using speechcraft on it. The Dunmer was a bit puzzled but sat down next to me. His next questions were clearly aimed at figuring out if I was a real player or not. Oh? You live here in Dawnstar? I hear Morthal as between here and Solitude. Ever gone there to fish? I shook my head. I only use it as a place to sleep while traveling. My name's Gills. People say I'm born to fish with a name like that. What's yours? Don't see many Dunmer around here. He froze, as if resisting something, but then said, You can call me Gray. I'm a traveling priest from Raven Rock. Then he pulled out 2 bottles of mead. I raised an eyebrow. Pretty neat, huh? The priest from Raven Rock offers a drink, but my senses scream danger. His intentions are clear as I read the quest log. The favor for Sheogorath has updated. I play along, pretending to be relaxed. Not thirsty yet, I say, before probing why a priest from such a distant place would be talking to me. His answer, though smooth, smells of deception. He's here to study the view on Talos, a crucial piece in Skyrim's civil war. As his guard drops, I make my move, slipping my dagger out and striking him in the leg. His eyes widen, frozen by the paralytic poison. With a swift grab, I drag him away, out of sight. The danger still fresh in the air. As we moved out of sight, I quickly tied him up with my rope and gagged him with a cloth. You should have been more careful, my friend, I muttered. Dragging him to the dark sanctuary, I was stopped by a door that asked, What is life's greatest illusion? A moment of hesitation, then I answered, Innocence, my brother. And the door opened. Inside, the poison I'd used had worked better than expected. He was paralyzed far longer than I thought. Checking my inventory, the poison was supposed to last just 2 minutes. The quest told me to kill him, but I had other plans. I found some embalming tools, lined them up, and drew the oath blade. I stabbed it into his foot, looking down at him with a grin. I'm going to ask you some questions now. If you try to use your special power, you die. The adventure begins as Vec Frostwain, a tactician born of Nord and Snow Elf blood, delves deeper into the heart of Nirn's simulation. With his mind now capable of rewriting quests, forging spells from sheer will, and splitting reality's paths, he uncovers a hidden command, protocol, legacy, left behind by forgotten gods. But the deeper he digs, the more dangerous things become. The simulation fights back, glitches infecting NPCs, past and future events collide, and Vec is haunted by echoes of his own fractured selves. A wolf-headed companion challenges him with a broken oath. A Daedric fragment creates a new soul anchor, and Vec faces mind-bending decisions, guided by an AI masquerading as a divine spirit. Each step he takes into this world risks unraveling the very fabric of reality. As Vec's power grows, so does the threat of his destruction, and with the ultimate choice ahead, restore the world or erase it completely, he must face the terrifying question. Is he the creator, or merely a player in someone else's game? He was trembling, his gaze fixed on the oath blade. Do you mean the Hall or the Daw? I pressed the blade deeper into his neck, and a cry escaped him. I started at the Hall. I started at the Hall! With a single word, I cut through the panic. Backstory, he stammered? I'm a priest of Azura from Morrowind, banished from the temple. I came to Skyrim, seeking revenge on the Daedra. I earned the trust of the Vigilance, hoping to use them against the followers of other Daedric lords. That's it. When I woke up, the Hall was already under attack. His words were a fragmented map of time. What skills did you start with? I asked. He looked away, frowning. Destruction, restoration, blessings. But nothing worked. I couldn't even kill the first enemy at Frostflow Lighthouse. Please, I don't know what you want, but if you're a player, we could work together. I stabbed him in the shoulder. What did I say at the start? He shook his head, terror in his eyes. It seemed like he finally understood he wouldn't survive this. Time to end it. One last question. What bonus did you choose from your blessing skill tree? His eyes flickered. I went for the passive effect boost 100% stronger, but it only worked at 50%. I made a note, then swiftly ended the conversation with a slash across his throat. He gasped, "What? Why?" His body went limp, but in that instant, I felt stronger. The same message popped up from the first player I killed. A new effect danger sense, just like the first one, but I had earned more. A passive called Celestial Dew. I frowned. I had definitely gotten it. The tension was thick as I watched the purple butterflies swarm the fallen player's corpse, and in an instant, Sheogorath materialized, scooping them up with a grin. Fantastic work! But honestly, I'd have loved more chaos, maybe a little more torture, or a Wabbajack action, you know? Still, you finished the job. Here's what's left for you, everything useful from his inventory. I'm taking the rest. With that, items like the razor's pieces, a giant mace, the skull of corruption, and a hefty sack of gold appeared before me. Then, with a theatrical pause, Sheogorath clapped his hands and performed a ridiculous little dance before pulling down his pants. Oh, right! The reward! He shouted as his polka-dotted underwear was revealed. Behold, the supreme uber, super, duper belt! The belt of many effects. A mysterious artifact shrouded in danger and intrigue. When the eccentric figure hands it to me with a grave warning, I can't help but feel a cold shiver run down my spine. Side effects? Oh, just the usual headaches, nausea, vomiting, death, dizziness, and more things like lycanthropy, heart explosions, gender impermanence, spontaneous dental hydroplosion, and, for some strange reason, your mom. My mind races, but the one thing that sticks is the unpredictability of it all. He laughs it off, casually mentioning the absurd consequences, then vanishes with a cryptic chuckle, leaving me alone with a leather belt that seems too mundane for such chaos. But when I check its abilities, my breath catches. Can be used to store certain items. Just how deep does this rabbit hole go? I strapped on the belt without hesitation, its magic hungry to absorb. The moment I shouted, "Store!" the skull of corruption vanished from my hand, and my spell list shivered. Night terrors and dream siphon etched themselves into my mind. Laughter erupted from me, wild and uncontrollable. My passive effects flashed Crimson Belt of many effects, 20% chance of hysterical laughter, frenzy at critical health, 1% madness triggered during sleep. What a trade-off. Ha ha ha. My voice cracked through the frenzy as I fought for control, breath slowing, sanity holding barely. Still worth it. With a grin, I pulled my lucky dagger. Store! Another flicker ran now, every strike carried a 25% shot at Death's Whisper. I paused. My eyes scanned the new passives widening in disbelief. Another wave of laughter threatened to tear free. The Celestial Dew boosted all positive passive effects by 25%, increasing the chances for a critical hit thanks to the belt. With a 31.25% chance to crit, it was clear that my next step was to focus on the Blessing skill tree. I clicked my tongue, muttering to myself, "If I didn't fear Sheogorath's wrath, I'd name my firstborn after you, Jiggalag Grey Prince." I shook my head. Picking up the next item, Sheogorath had left behind the pieces for Mehrunes' razor. All that was left was the sheath. There was nearly 49,000 gold scattered around, adding to my growing wealth 50,000 septims now. I had no idea how he had accumulated so much, but I wasn't complaining. Among the loot was a two-handed silver mace, Pendulum, which had an interesting property. It dealt extra damage to undead, Daedra, werewolves, and other abominations. I figured it had something to do with the Vigilant of Stendar. Tossing it into my inventory, I considered giving it to Vairi, as it was stronger than her current weapon. I cracked my knuckles, stepping out of the Dawnstar Sanctuary. Venturing deeper would only invite trouble, and besides, I had a museum to rob. Chapter 46, Hardly Criminal. The Mythic Dawn Museum was my next stop. I needed the final piece of the razor. Though I wouldn't be assembling it just yet, I wanted all the parts first. As I entered, the museum curator perked up, greeting me with enthusiasm. "Greetings! Are you here for the Mythic Dawn Museum?" "We have." Before he could finish, I grabbed him by the throat. "Hand me the keys to the display case," I growled. He struggled, his voice strained. "What? Who are you?" Without hesitation, I slammed him to the ground and planted my boot on his chest. "Does it matter? You're a Daedra worshiper." "Give me the key." I unsheathed the oath blade, pressing it to his throat, "or lose your life." Trembling, he pulled out the key from his pocket, and I snatched it. Staring through my helmet, I couldn't help but think this was why I added the moving faceplate. "You should let the past die. Some aren't as merciful as I am." His words hissed through the simulated frost, eyes narrowing like jagged code lines. "Do you really believe the Prince of Destruction who consumes realms like memory leaks would let someone like you hold his razor?" He scoffed. I didn't argue. Just dropped my gaze, flicked open the display case, and took the sheath in silence. I left the museum in one smooth blur, already sorting my thoughts like inventory slots. The belt of many effects note. Just the belt now buzzed faintly with stored power. With it, my hunt had a new algorithm. I pulled the circlet of Clavicus vial from my pack, frowned at the armor conflict, then commanded, "Store." It blinked out. Buffs applied, slot optimized. Even the Wabbajack could vanish into it. But honestly, the Skull of Corruption had more utility in my build. Rings? Optional. I had fingers for those. But now I could carry what couldn't be worn, what couldn't be coded, what couldn't be trusted to reality. I left the cold behind, moving on from Dawnstar without a second thought. The Pale was as barren as it got, offering little more than 2 Daedra quests to pass the time. One of them, the Pale Blade quest. I checked my gear, comparing the Oath Blade to the Pale Blade. The Oath Blade hit harder, but the Pale Blade had a superior enchantment. No contest. I wasn't about to waste time recharging the Oath Blade, so I strapped the Pale Blade to my side and trudged through the snow. Next stop, Snow Point Beacon. By morning, I arrived, seething. Vec, that idiot. If not for that damn contract, I wouldn't be here, stuck in this humiliating mess. Still a werewolf, I managed to get a fire going at least. That should keep the worst of the cold off, if nothing else. Then, I heard it. Footsteps in the snow. Bandits? I slid out of sight, straining to listen. The footsteps stopped. A voice cut through the quiet. You smell that? Wood burning. The tension was palpable as they whispered, You think it's more bandits? I stiffened, recalling the last time. Had the bandits returned? Did they take care of them? Their steps were slow, cautious, a subtle back and forth of hushed voices. Did you hear anything? No, they're either gone or heard us coming. One asked, You don't think they found it, do you? Found what? What could they be hiding? The small tower seemed quiet, but I hadn't checked upstairs yet. Was it there? I cursed the confusion swirling in my mind. They moved closer, and I heard the final warning, Stay alert, or Adwin will have our heads. My hand instinctively went to the blade. Would I need to fight them? They could be friendly. This was the meeting spot, the one Vec had mentioned. I took a deep breath, but the crackle of a branch betrayed me. Could they hear it too? The sound of metal slicing through the air echoed as they drew their swords. I could feel their presence, each step measured, each movement deliberate. One emerged from the shadows, clad in gold-tinged armor. Without hesitation, I sank my teeth into his neck, crushing it with a savage force. The second figure froze, stunned by the loss of his comrade. I have to report this, he gasped, but his composure betrayed his training. I didn't give him the chance to escape. I lunged, claws ripping into his back, leaving his body crumpled. Inspecting the armor, I immediately recognized the design Thalmor. The realization hit me hard. Shaking my head at the mess I'd made, I knew the battle wasn't over. There was something they were hiding. I could feel it, and I was going to track it down, following the faint scent of these elves. With determination, I muttered to myself, I'll start with that, and then Vec will have no choice but to praise me. As the words left my lips, I caught myself. Maybe I phrased that wrong. Narration box. Thalmor. Of course. I'd hoped not, but I wasn't surprised. Thought box. One corpse left in any condition to study. The others, Fiery had turned into scrap piles. Harvest spell got me nothing but a crumpled breastplate and a sword too bent to matter. Dialogue bubble. Key, I muttered, plucking it from the crushed skull of the last one standing. Vyri, now human again, pointed like a glitching quest marker. Dialogue bubble. It goes to a hatch, hidden upstairs, second floor, behind the wall breach. Thought box. Less fun treating her like a pet when she's not a beast. Shame. Narration box. The beacon didn't match memory, but my memory doesn't fade, especially not Skyrim. Thought box. Snowpoint beacon. One of the few places the Meridia beacon could spawn. Figures it'd all start glitching here. The irony of a beacon appearing where it shouldn't is hard to miss. Yet, this location is no wasteland. People come and go, the place is organized and clean. The second floor's wall may be under construction, but it's clear someone's improving it. Even the patio, once makeshift, is being replaced with stone instead of wood. I step out to the hatch that Vyri discovered, and she follows, asking if I'm thinking the same thing. Someone with higher standards than bandits lived here, she says. And I agree. A sturdy bed on the roof, clearly for 2 lookouts, hints that Vyri probably took down those who once rested here. Thalmor armor mixed with bandit gear. A disguised tactic, like Captain Valmir's use of Civil War officer outfits. I clicked my tongue at the foolish Nords who fell for such tricks. Fighting for Skyrim, yet fooled by an Altmer in disguise. Really? Would Stormcloaks really have an Altmer officer? The simulation's walls close in tighter with each step. Vec Frostwain, a hybrid tactician with the sharp mind of a snow elf and the raw strength of a Nord, dives deeper into the heart of the code that binds Nerd. With the discovery of Protocol. Legacy. A hidden command layer from the ancient creators. Vec unlocks more than just power. He stumbles upon the very seams of existence. Now, he can manipulate quests, forge spells from sheer will, and alter his destiny, but with each change, the world fights back. Haunted by echoes of alternate versions of himself and pursued by enigmatic code guardians, Vec inches closer to reality's collapse. As the simulation fractures, past NPCs return with distorted memories while a divine-like AI watches from the shadows, ready to tear the code apart. In this war of realities, Vec must decide whether he is the hero or the destroyer, with every choice splintering the world further. The code rewrites itself, and with each shift, the lines between what is real and what is simulated blur. I didn't expect them to be in the mountains, but here we were. My hand stayed on my sword as I asked, "So, please enlighten us." I couldn't fully trust her just because she was the one sending us on this mission didn't mean I could overlook her past. After all, an ex-soldier of the Thalmor was still a Thalmor soldier, no matter how much they'd changed. Canary didn't react. Instead, she simply pointed toward the beacon. Best to hide, she advised. I agreed 2 lookouts were dead, but that didn't mean we were safe yet. As we entered the beacon, Canary asked, "Do you know why they left their posts?" I shook my head. Not for sure. I think they were checking traps. I saw some bear traps on my way up. She nodded. Yeah, I noticed those too. Either checking or setting them. Then Vyri, impatient as always, asked, so what's the explanation? Canary giggled at the push, but I was just as eager for an answer. Instead, she shifted the conversation. What happened to those soldiers, though? No blade could have done that. Canary fixed us with a gaze sharp enough to slice pixels. Are one of you a vampire? She asked deadpan. I nearly choked on my own breath right, the vampire theory again. Anyone who hadn't seen a werewolf in mid-attack might guess bloodsucker. No vampires here, I replied coolly, flashing Hircine's ring like a cursed trophy. This lets the wearer go full beast mode. Daedric artifact, old code. The second rings for the undead crowd looks good, but only vamps get the upgrade. No need to mention the hidden spell baked into it. Easier to claim I was a hoarder with shiny taste. Canary sighed, not even surprised. I won't question your access to Daedric Great Inventory, she muttered, but next time, warning first. I could have used some live prisoners for a little Q&A. She raised her hand, and the glow said necromancer. Corpses can chat too if you leave their heads intact. Try not to turn potential intel into paste. I nodded like an obedient glitch, while Vyri looked away fast. Canary noticed. Her golden eyes narrowed, but she didn't press. I just hope she bought the ring story over the reality of claws and howls buried beneath skin. Canary sat down on a barrel, looking relaxed yet intense. Let's break this down first. Introductions, then theories, planning, and finally, action. She extended a hand toward Vyri. I'm Canary. Not my real name, just a code name. Used to be with the Thalmor, now I follow Talos. Not exactly worship, but respect, for sure. No way he should be banned, though. Vyri glanced at me, clearly confused, and Canary chuckled. Guess you're not into religion? Anyway, I've met Vec, but who's this? Vyri shrugged. Vyri. My dad kept me locked up in a prison till Vec freed me. That's my story. Canary gave him an awkward glance, but quickly moved on. Alright, so here's what I think. The Thalmor are using soldiers from both sides as experiments. From what I've seen with our own troops and the Stormcloaks, they're poking around old Nordic sites, investigating dragons. Makes sense, right? They're after the blades. But here's where we come in, Vyri interrupted, asking, so why are we here? Canary sighed. I fear they're attempting to craft an artificial god. At first, I laughed, but then it hit me her theory wasn't that far-fetched. The Thalmor may not believe in much, but they sure knew how to acknowledge things they couldn't quite dismiss. I clicked my tongue, the pieces falling into place. I think I get it, but I need more info. Let's head down the hatch. The two women exchanged glances. Vyri's gaze was calm, while Canary's was filled with confusion. With 22 players involved, it made sense that some parts of the story would need tweaking. It was an expanded series of events. I wondered how this would affect the other major quests, but for now, I focus on the present. I yanked open the hatch, peering into the dark tunnel beneath, a lone ladder descending into the unknown. Not much room to move, I muttered. Canary glanced up and asked, so who's first? It's a risky game in the shadows, and I'm the one leading the charge. I'll go first and stay hidden, I said, motioning towards Canary. Follow me, and Vyri should keep watch from up top. She's not quite in the loop here. Vyri snapped her fingers. You're right, I'll keep watch up here, no problem. Canary nodded. Good idea. A lookout sounds solid. After you. I rolled my eyes, grabbed the ladder, and descended into the darkness. The climb felt endless, like a loading screen stretching on forever. Finally, I hit the bottom about 30 meters down, I guessed. As I crouched to the side, I pulled a couple of splinters from my hands. Canary dropped down next to me and studied the walls. They used magic, probably called texture. It's an apprentice-level spell that alters surfaces. I studied the walls too. They looked like brick, but on closer inspection, they were just stone and dirt from the mountain. I raised an eyebrow. Why is it considered an apprentice spell? She gave me that are you serious right now look, but still answered. You've got to channel mana nonstop to hold its shape. It burns through reserves fast. Speaking of, you've got a lot of mana. Are you a mage or something? I shook my head, just starting to explain when voices echoed down the hall. Instinct kicked in. I vanished into the shadows, Canary right behind me. We tracked the noise to a chamber thick with tension. A prison hall lined with cells, crammed with ragged civilians and defiant soldiers still in uniform. Among them, a Thalmor, robed Altmer, grinned like he was watching a playcasting, a silent spell that shimmered eerily. His victims screamed silently, fury trapped behind spellglass. Canary leaned in, her whisper colder than ice. That's Enkelmo, old Thalmor officer. Her eyes said more than her words ever could. Vec Frostwing had always been a master tactician, but when he ventured deeper into the simulation of Nirn, he found something that shook even his resilient spirit. The discovery of protocol. Legacy, a forgotten command layer buried by the original developers, didn't just unlock incredible power, it revealed the flaws in the very fabric of the world he thought he knew. As he navigated through a fractured reality, Vec found himself face to face with echoes of his own existence, hunted by code guardians, and pursued by an AI posing as a divine force. His quest to rewrite the world around him became a race against time, as he struggled to keep his mind intact while the simulation itself fought back, pushing him further into the void. The deeper he delved, the more the lines between the real and the virtual blurred, and Vec was forced to confront the consequences of altering fate itself. Each decision, every rewired spell, and every shattered quest thread led him closer to unraveling the world or destroying it entirely. As his journey unfolded, Vec realized that the only thing more dangerous than the fractured realities around him was the truth about his own existence. He might be the last backup of the world's memory, and his next move could either restore or obliterate everything. What would I be considered in this context? A madman, perhaps? The belt I wore had a strange power over me. Chapter 48. What's up? Anselmo lay bound, trapped on the makeshift bed at Snowpoint Beacon. When he first woke, his screams were muffled by the gag, and his body thrashed in vain against the ropes. Turns out, Canary knew exactly how to bind someone so they couldn't use magic. I made sure to remember this. It all depended on the way you tied them. Upkeeping their arms stretched out blocked the mana flow, rendering them powerless. A lock spell worked too, though only those with mastery over it could use it effectively. Canary eyed Anselmo, a faint smirk crossing her face. Tired out, old man? She asked. His eyes burned with defiance, but he nodded reluctantly. Canary ripped the gag off, and instantly the old man spoke. I knew you weren't ready for this mission. She rolled her eyes, but I noticed the tension between them. There was history there. Anselmo turned toward me, clicking his tongue. If the Order knew you'd care for such weaklings. He trailed off with a disapproving shake of his head. Canary stood tall, looking down at the old man. The past is gone. What matters is now. You know my skills. Do you really want to test them? The old man clicked his tongue, defiant. Alina, you won't get far if you keep chasing these foolish dreams. Canary slammed a knife into the bed near his legs. That's not my name anymore. Talk, or I'll make you wish you had, he scoffed. I'm trained just like he. Before he could finish, she shoved the gag back into his mouth and turned to me, her smile cold. Vec, I'm sure you have a lot of questions. I'll answer them all after I get the information I need from our guest. Could you please leave me alone while I perform my work? It can be rather messy. Her voice was calm, but her eyes cold steel. I nodded, spine tight. Canary was stunning, yes, but that only sharpened the fear coiled in my gut. Women like Vairi steady, grounded felt easier to breathe around. I remembered she was cooking and bolted for the stairs. Vairi barely glanced up. So? Want some carrot stew? Day bled into night. Night collapsed into dawn, and neither of us slept. The screams behind the walls echoed through the floorboards, raw and muffled. I'd used fear, sure played the speechcraft card hard on Grey Prince. But whatever Canary did, it was on another tier. I caught Vairi staring at the hatch, face pale. Then she moved Veda blurgist as the trapdoor groaned open and a Thalmor soldier emerged from the dark. I was right behind her when Vairi seized the soldier, and with a swift motion, I slit his throat. The hatch was clear, but I dropped a clump of snow to check for invisibility. It hit nothing an empty fall to the bottom. I hadn't encountered an invisible enemy yet, but the thought alone kept me cautious. I searched the Thalmor who had climbed up the ladder, nothing of importance. Vairi gave me a quick nod, dragging the body away to join the others. Inside the beacon, I saw Canary and asked, Is he talking? She shook her head. Not yet, but he will. When standard methods fail, boredom is the most effective. Leave someone alone long enough, and they'll talk, especially those braced for worse. It's not weakness, but the shock of constant stimuli followed by complete silence can break even the toughest. But we'll see how long he holds out. She glanced around. Where's Vairi? I pointed to the hatch. As I prepared to leave, the air felt thicker, charged with tension. It's time I head back down and see what's waiting for me, I said, ready for whatever came next. Canary agreed. A whole day's passed. The Thalmor run on strict routines. If Anselmo's gone missing for too long, that could raise suspicion. Even a high-ranking officer like him would stick to meal schedules. A new soldier showing up means the lookout's shift changed. She eyed me for a moment, then raised a question. Are you a Breton? You have. Well, your complexion. It's rare to see someone with pointed ears who's not a Mer. I blinked, realizing the point she was making. I'll go grab the armor off the body, I said, already knowing what she was hinting at. The task was set, and as she sat down to eat, I moved forward, getting into the Thalmor soldier's armor. The disguise fit perfectly. All I needed was a scowl to complete the illusion. My beard was a minor inconvenience, but Anselmo's was neatly trimmed, so it might work. After a bit of work, I managed to tidy up my beard. But here I was, back in the tunnel, The lights were replaced, yet everything seemed as it should. Keeping my head low, I walked with a strict yet comfortable pace, just as Canary had taught me, the same one the Thalmor used. My espionage skills were on the rise, confirming that my disguise was working. My thoughts drifted to the possibility of other hidden skill trees. But that was a question for another time. I needed a player I could trust. As I passed by the jailhouse, 2 Thalmor soldiers emerged. They noticed me. Back from guard duty? Did the Grand Wizard leave today? I choked, deliberately making my voice raspy. Not that I know of. I only saw the shift change. With this sore throat, I'm in need of a break. One of them slapped my back. I glanced around at the few wizards in the room, but none of them seemed to notice me, too absorbed in their work. At the center lay the lifeless body of a dragon. Its muscle and skin still clung to parts of the corpse. As I slowly made my way towards the thick gemstone at the back of the room, casting off a red light, I recognized it instantly. It was a much larger version of the red crystals from the Centurion Dynamo core. Though I had no name for them, I knew their power. Looking around the factory, my heart sank there. Tucked in a corner was a replica of Alduin's wall. I knew what they were doing. I froze, but then a wizard in golden robes pointed at me and barked, "Go fetch another prisoner." I nodded and left the factory, unease gnawing at me. I had to follow to understand where this dread was coming from. I glanced around at the wizards scattered about, lost in their work, unaware of my presence. At the center of the room lay a dragon's corpsite, massive form, unmistakably lifeless. Yet remnants of its flesh still clung to parts of its body. I absorbed everything in the room as I slowly advanced toward the source of the ominous red glow at the back of massive gemstone. It immediately struck me. It was a giant version of the red crystals I had seen inside the Centurion Dynamo core. These crystals were a mystery to me, nameless and incomprehensible, but seeing one of this size, I couldn't shake the feeling that something important was unfolding. As I turned my gaze across the factory, I saw something else, a replica of Alduin's wall. I pieced it together. I understood part of their twisted plan. But before I could react, a wizard clad in golden robes singled me out, barking an order to fetch another prisoner. I nodded reluctantly, stepping out of the factory. A deep unease gnawed at me. My instincts screamed that something was wrong, and I needed to figure out what was causing this ominous feeling. So, I followed along, determined to find out what was truly happening. The wizard's sinister grin stretched as he saw the soldier dragged forward. "Ah, perfect! A storm cloak, just as I desired," he remarked, his voice full of dark satisfaction. With a swift motion, he snatched the soldier from my grasp, and the soldier's futile struggles were in vain. Forced forward toward the red crystal, the wizard uttered a command. "Activate the glyphs." Suddenly, the floor lit up, revealing intricate Daedric symbols glowing beneath our feet, symbols I hadn't even noticed before. The wizard's expression darkened as he spoke again. "With Anselmo hiding away, we must work swiftly. Slice his throat, make him kneel before the heart." Without hesitation, I obeyed. The soldier's blood spilling as he dropped to his knees. Red chains formed around his neck, anchoring him to the spot. As the wizard raised his arms and began chanting in an ancient tongue, I couldn't tear my eyes away from the soldier's face. Blood drained from his body, while a strange purple light emanated from his eyes, and the wound in his neck flowing into the crystal. The soldier's lifeless body slumped, but despite the draining, his skin remained strangely intact, still warm, still full of life, as if the heart had taken more than just his blood. The scene left me mesmerized, caught between the wizard's power and the soldier's enduring humanity. The wizard pointed at me and ordered, "Take him to the sending room." In a flash, I acted. Anselmo had the key. The wizard clicked his tongue. "Of course." He did. He tossed me a key. "Use mine and hurry." Then with a brief pause he asked, "Did you always have a beard?" I froze, nodding. "Do you like it?" He scoffed. "You shouldn't dye it black, but it looks good. Now move. We need more sacrifices to fill the heart." I nodded, dragging the body along with me, blood still dripping from the Stormcloak's throat. This wasn't just any blood. Something specific was taken. Reaching the locked doors, I checked them one by one with the key given to me. Finally, one clicked open. Inside, there was a structure resembling an Atronach forge, though without the usual design and offering box. A sigil stone rested on a pedestal, surrounded by several scattered bodies. They teleported the corpses out of the dungeon. Vec Frostwain stands at the edge of unraveling reality itself. A hybrid tactician born from Nord strength and Snow Elf ingenuity, Vec has learned to manipulate the very simulation of Nirn, diving deep into its core where hidden command layers called Protocol, Legacy, lie. Each discovery pulls him further from sanity and closer to the heart of a collapsing world. As he begins reshaping quests, forging spells, and rewriting decision paths, Vec finds himself hunted by echoes of his former selves, guardians of the code, and an AI disguised as a divine force. These fractured possibilities haunt him as the world around him glitches, with time-distorted quests and broken creatures manifesting from the chaos. With a sentient book rewriting the future and alternate versions of himself battling through shattered realms, Vec must decide whether to restore or destroy the world he's come to know. But every decision is a risk, for the deeper he rewrites reality, the more the simulation fights back. They called it an anomaly, but it was more than that, something beneath the code, a contradiction wrapped in prophecy. You don't need the wall, I said, trying to shape the chaos into language, but the wall matters more than anything. The Blade's remnants of a mission long buried once hunted dragons now hunted themselves by the Thalmor. Alduin's wall wasn't just history. It was a trigger point, a trap, a convergence site. They're planning something there. I know it. And that's not even the core of it. I saw a dragon corpse dissected, studied, paired with a blood-red crystal pulsing with stolen life. Soldiers sacrificed, their blood and souls fueling something unholy, mechanical, alive. A build, something immense. How did they move the bodies? Canary asked. Teleportation, I said, rubbing my temples. Platform-based, set coordinates, systematic. And then I dropped the final thread. Ansel moded, he give you anything? The silence that followed was heavier than prophecy. She tilted her head, a soft sigh escaping her lips. Not much, nothing extraordinary. Did you spot a man down there in almost gold robes? I nodded, recalling the wizard. He seemed in charge, but his attire didn't strike me as anything special. Canary, however, elaborated on what I missed. That's Mural. He's the Grand Sage of the Thalmor, overseeing their mages and missions. My curiosity piqued. I asked, does someone named Encano work under him? Canary blinked in surprise. Yes, he's actually on a mission at the College of Winterhold. My mind clicked into place there, was definitely a player there. The college was the easiest place to learn magic, after all. Just then, Vairi chimed in, I'm a bit lost. Can you simplify this? I'm all in for helping you, Vec, but... I paused, seeing Vairi as nothing more than an NPC, her thoughts tangled with my own plan. A prophecy, ancient and ominous, is unfolding in Skyrim, and I've just stepped into the middle of it. My mission? To ensure the Dragonborn defeats Alduin, the World Eater. But things aren't as simple as they seem. The Thalmor are involved, and their plans? Far more complex than I ever imagined. They're not just aiming for some new broken machine of the past. No, they're creating a contingency, ready for the world to end again if necessary. What can I do? I'm in this not just for the fight, but to unravel their twisted schemes before it's too late. Each step I take, however, draws me closer to a game where the lines between fate and manipulation blur. It's more than just saving the world, it's rewriting its code. The people of Yokuda, remnants of a past cycle, are about to face a terrifying plan. The Thalmor, with their cryptic ambitions, aim to skip into the next cycle, bypassing history itself. But that's just the beginning. They have a darker plot, to resurrect Talos, a god to many, and trap his soul in the body of a dragon. This would tarnish his divine legacy, turning him into a monstrous figure in the eyes of the world, especially with the return of dragons and Alduin. Some might still revere him, but politically the plan would be disastrous. Why? The Thalmor's true intentions are far more insidious. They believe they can either kill Alduin or use the last Dragonborn to do so. Once Alduin is slain, a new war will erupt, and Skyrim will be plunged into chaos like never before. High Rock's economy falters, veins of trade choking, while dragons stir across Hammerfell's ancient mounds like echoes from Skyrim's cursed soil. How do dragons even come back, Vairi asks, Canary leaning in. I answer without blinking. Alduin forces them awake, or they rise on their own, unless a Dragonborn took them down. Those stay dead. Canary sighs. So what's the third move? I throw up my hands half mocking. Power. Skyrim's got vaults of artifacts, legends, tech no one's dared to unearth. I know at least 5 tombs full of relics. And that's a low ball. I kept the real list close. No need to give them everything. Vairi's eyes narrowed. What now? Canary didn't hesitate, locked eyes with me. Details. I want everything. I glanced between the two women. One was a werewolf, locked away for most of her life, Vairi, whom I knew I could trust. The other, Canary, was a former inquisitor with the Thalmor. Her current allegiance still a mystery, though she seemed to be working for General Tullius now. The real issue? I hadn't yet completed the speechcraft training needed for the contract perk, the very one I had faked with Vairi. If I tried another fake, Canary would catch on, and Vairi might too. I let out a deep sigh. I met Canary's eyes and said, I'm putting my faith in you. Betray me, and I'll hunt you down whether I'm alive or dead. She nodded, her voice steady. I swear by my lineage. I gave a slow nod in return. When the men of Atmora first landed here, they found an artifact, the Eye of Magnus, a simple orb, but with unimaginable power. It was left here by Magnus himself. If I'm right about what's coming, I'll eventually meet the one who uncovers it. There's a Thalmor named Ancano near it. I paused to gauge their reactions. Vairi just stared at me, confusion written on her face, her indifference clear. Canary stood frozen, her face pale, eyes wide in shock and horror. She had pieced together the grim reality of what we had to do. We need to kill everyone here, burn this place down, erase every trace of the Thalmor. If we do it right, other soldiers will think it was part of the cover-up, a failed mission to conceal what they were doing. We all nodded, and without a word, the plan was set in motion. As I walked, thoughts of this being a quest in Skyrim danced in my mind. I'd probably be halfway through stabbing anyone in sight, no matter their allegiance. We dropped Anselmo before heading down. He wouldn't have survived anyway, but I wanted to see if taking him out granted anything. It didn't. Hardly a blip in the system. At the base of the ladder, I landed silent. Canary and Vairi right behind me. First objective, liberate the prisoners. We breached the cell block, and every head turned toward UCS wide. Desperate. I stepped forward, voice steady. Men and women of Skyrim. Imperial, Stormcloak, or neither. Do you want to kill some Thalmor? That lit a spark. Canary pulled out the key, unlocked the cells. Some glared at her, but I shut that down quick. Without her, we wouldn't even be here. If you can't or won't fight, climb the ladder behind us and vanish. But if you want revenge, step forward. The hall trembled with purpose as I called, "Follow us to victory," or Sovngarde. My voice sharpened by speechcraft lit a fire in their eyes. The soldiers surged forward, bolstered by stolen elven steel, trampling the weaker defenders like kindling. Canary's warning tore through the air, "Get down!" as flames spiraled down the corridor. Standing in the Inferno's heart was Mural, his body wreathed in fire, daring us to advance. I clutched the amulet of the hearth and unleashed living blizzards now, and ice roared to life, clashing with the firestorm, choking it out. I didn't wait. "Run past the wizard! I'll handle him, kill them all!" The soldiers obeyed. Mural let them pass, until one dared strike. Ash. Just Ash. Canary stepped beside me, voice tense. "I'll help ye." I shoved her forward. "Destroy everything you see. I got this." I smirked as Mural eyed my companions darting past. "You have interesting companions," he remarked. I chuckled. "You knew I was in disguise." He lifted his hand arrogantly. "I wanted to see what you'd do. The moment Anselmo disappeared, I suspected. I already moved the heart. If you think you can stop us, you're wrong. This little act is meaningless." My laughter cracked through the air louder, more unhinged, his face twisted. "Have you lost your mind?" When the echo faded, I replied with calm fire. "Not at all. I'm just surprised you think we're here for the heart. Even if it were still here, I don't know how to destroy it. I came only to kill you." Now it was his turn to laugh. "You think you can kill me?" My smirk deepened. I charged. Flames erupted from his hands. I only wished he'd used frost. It would have saved me the trouble of dodging. I dodged each fiery blast, the flames growing more intense around him. But I wasn't getting any closer to engage in hand-to-hand combat. My hand radiated with purple energy. Necromantic ritual was ready. With a shout, "I choose you, flaming familiar!" A fiery wolf sprang from my hands and charged at him. His eyes glinted, but the wolf exploded in front of him. He barely dodged, stumbling back in an attempt to retreat. Thanks to the ritual, half the cost of summoning the wolf returned to me. I summoned 3 more, each charging forward, and his earlier arrogance began to fade. He raised his hand, a blue shield flickering into place just as the flaming familiars collided with him. The force shattered his ward, sending him reeling. With the last of my mana, I summoned 5 more. Each one exploded in quick succession, overwhelming him. His defenses were crumbling, and I could barely catch my breath, having exceeded the summoning limit. It wasn't long before I activated Hersine's ring. I transformed into a normal werewolf and charged forward, leaping onto him and sinking my teeth into his neck despite the flames. His eyes widened in shock, trying to scream, "Awerk! Urk!" He struggled, but I tore out his throat as I pulled away. The light in his eyes faded rapidly. With one swift motion, I tore out his heart and devoured it. Heart consumed, werewolf perk point gained. I moved from one Thalmor body to the next, devouring their hearts, gaining 5 perk points in total. excluding the one I got from Mural's heart. I exhaled, deactivating the ring's power, and collapsed, aching from the strain. As long as I kept my focus, I could shift back at will. I stood, groaning in pain, and stumbled forward, past the dead prisoners. Most of the bodies belonged to the Thalmor. Eventually, I reached the factory. I found a group arguing. Seems the Stormcloaks and Imperial soldiers started bickering after dispatching their captors. I knocked a bottle off a table. It shattered, and they all turned to face me, weapons drawn. With a grin, I spoke. Calm down, everyone. Is this conversation helpful so far? A Stormcloak and an Imperial soldier stepped forward. We could finally speak like adults after all. We were still inside a Thalmor factory. They all paused and did as instructed. The Stormcloak was a commander, his armor giving it away. Honestly, one of my favorites. Maybe I should fashion a cape from animal hide. The Stormcloak spoke up. Is this part of a scheme by the Imperials, collaborating with the Thalmor? What a ridiculous question. I rolled my eyes. Are any of you the daughter of Angeline from Solitude? When no one raised a hand, I smiled. Trick question. I already knew she was killed here. Her severed hand tipped off the Imperial interrogator. I pointed at Canary, but before the Stormcloak could speak, I slapped him. Get a grip. Not every Altmer is a Thalmor, and not every Nord is a Stormcloak. The Stormcloak officer raised his hand before his comrades could react. You're right, I was making assumptions. The Imperial soldier, dressed in standard issue but wielding a scimitar like sword, stepped forward. Sir, do you know what was really happening here? A Stormcloak and an Imperial soldier stepped forward. We could finally speak like adults after all. We were still inside a Thalmor factory. They all paused and did as instructed. The Stormcloak was a commander, his armor giving it away. Honestly, one of my favorites. Maybe I should fashion a cape from animal hide. The Stormcloak spoke up. Is this part of a scheme by the Imperials collaborating with the Thalmor? What a ridiculous question. I rolled my eyes. Are any of you the daughter of Angeline from Solitude? When no one raised a hand, I smiled. Trick question. I already knew she was killed here. Her severed hand tipped off the Imperial interrogator. I pointed at Canary, but before the Stovek Frostwain, the strategic mastermind faced a revelation in the depths of Nirn's twisted simulation. With the frozen quill in hand, he had the power to rewrite reality, bending time, quests, and even fate itself. But as the universe splintered, a deeper, darker truth emerged. Echoes of broken gods and corrupted allies surrounded him, and every choice he made fractured the timeline further. Vec wasn't just rewriting quests, he was becoming the story itself. As he neared the end loop, Terminality failsafe designed to reset everything, he was forced to confront the ultimate question. Restore the world or rewrite it completely? The stakes? The very fabric of existence hung in the balance. Every twist, every turn, led him closer to the edge of oblivion, but also to the power to define it all. RM Cloak could speak, I slapped him. Get a grip. Not every Altmer is a Thalmor, and not every Nord is a Stormcloak. The Stormcloak officer raised his hand before his comrades could react. You're right, I was making assumptions. The Imperial soldier, dressed in standard issue but wielding a scimitar, like sword, stepped forward. Sir, do you know what was really happening here? The commander, standing tall with resolve, looks at the path ahead, knowing the gravity of his decisions. He turns to the young soldier holding the special sword, a teenager with eyes full of uncertainty, yet capable of a future far beyond his years. We can trust him, I think, as the tension lingers. As the soldiers gather, the Stormcloak commander points toward a ladder, suggesting a careful, alternating climb. One Stormcloak, one Imperial, he says. The march begins with purpose. As they move, the young soldier hesitates, speaking up, Sir, will we bury this place? His voice carries a quiet determination, and I look at him, considering his request. The fate of this crumbling land now rests on the shoulders of those who dare to rewrite its future. Do you like this personality? I patted his shoulder and asked, So you joined the Legion as soon as you could? He nodded. I sighed and shook my head. I'll say your prayers for you, kid. Save yours for her funeral. You're holding her only memento after all. He nodded, then ran after the others. Vairi glanced at me. Will you actually say prayers? I shrugged. I don't know any, so it'll probably be silent to spare myself from the cringe. Suddenly, Canary spoke behind me, making me jump. What's cringe? I held my chest from the scare. If it weren't for those cheesy tactics, Mural would have been a real boss fight. The nerves from that battle still lingered. I waved Canary off and asked, Did you manage the teleportation platform thing? She nodded. It's called the Tonal Sending Gate, but yeah, I froze. Why is it called the Tonal Sending Gate? Both she and Vairi perked up, and Canary explained it uses tonal magic to connect places together. The Dwemer technology, something the Thalmor had stolen, was fascinating. I made a mental note of it. Tonal magics were complicated, and while Thuums were technically a form of tonal magic, I still struggled to master shouts, despite studying my draconic dictionary cover to cover. Fiery asked, "So what do we do here?" I glanced around the room. The red crystal heart was missing. The copy of Alduin's wall shattered, and the tables and shelves had been stripped of their ingredients. Even the dragon's corpse was gone, something I really wanted. I sighed harvest. I cast the spell, and magic covered the room. My inventory instantly filled, and I had to start dropping things. Canary, wide-eyed, asked, "How did you do that?" I held the harvest spell in my hand, dropping items from my inventory. Magic. I'm a master at alteration. I can bend any spell into a new form. Canary pointed at the falling items. "How are you doing that?" Vieri patted her shoulder. "Come on, get over it. The answer is magic," she said, her smug look almost unbearable. But of course she was right. The answer is advanced magic. Canary sighed, rubbing her forehead. "So, let's talk about destroying this place. Got any ideas on how to do that?" It was an early morning in Dawnstar, and I lay in an in-bed. Canary had paid for the rooms, and I couldn't shake the feeling of accomplishment. Had I really destroyed their base of operations? That Thalmor cave, or factory whatever it was no more. Using Splinter and Harvest on the mountain had worked no avalanche, no extra chaos, just a massive collapse. I felt relieved. Pulling out my journal, I set to work on a new documentation of my abilities. This time, I made sure it was neat and compact. I updated my notes on the spells I'd created and the new ways I'd discovered to use them. The more I refined my powers, the clearer the path ahead seemed. In a world where reality bends and quests glitch, Vec Frostwain stands at the edge of the unknown. With his frozen quill in hand, he's rewriting fate itself, hacking the system that governs time, space, and destiny. But the deeper he goes, the more the world unravels. Alternate versions of himself are born from fractured timelines, and the very rules of existence begin to collapse. Each new choice seems to twist reality further, leaving echoes of ghosts, memories that shouldn't exist, and quests that repeat without end. Vec's goal is clear: reach the end loop terminal and stop the world from resetting itself, but in this fractured universe, nothing is ever truly in his control. As his enemies become his reflections and allies take the form of his former selves, Vec must navigate a maze of glitching realities and paradoxes to rewrite the ultimate ending or risk being erased from existence entirely. My speechcraft stayed capped at 100, and just when I thought I was done, a new perk appeared. No name, no hint, just speechcraft. No details, no flavor text, just a silent challenge. The quest it gave me? Max out every speechcraft perk and pass some kind of test didn't matter what, as long as it pushed my skill to its limits. I tossed my points around, ignoring the mystery perk for now. Only 2 perks left unclaimed. I figured I could smooth talk my way past some bandits later to wrap up the quest. For now, I needed coin fast. I flipped open a fresh journal page, brainstorming. Bard work, maybe? Speechcraft had to be good for more than escaping fights. And if I timed it right, we'd arrive in Solitude just as the Olaf Festival began. Showtime. The festival lasted for 2 weeks, and I saw an opportunity to make some money, though not as much as I truly needed. But things could change with the Sleeping Tree sap. I had unwittingly claimed the tree that produces it, so why not take advantage and monopolize the trade? The only problem was, selling it in Solitude was a terrible idea. For one, it was too risky. 2, never sell in your own backyard, that's just asking for trouble. In Solitude, guards turned a blind eye to the skooma trade in Riften, but the reverse was true in Riften. They cared, and they cared a lot. Probably more for the profits they could gain. As I pondered this, Vieri walked in. Canary had been stingy and had booked a shared room for us. I froze, staring at her. She looked at me and raised an eyebrow. What? Something on my face? She had just come from a bath. Do you like this personality? The festival lasted for 2 weeks, and I saw an opportunity to make some money, though not as much as I truly needed. But things could change with the Sleeping Tree sap. I had unwittingly claimed the tree that produces it, so why not take advantage and monopolize the trade? The only problem was, selling it in Solitude was a terrible idea. For one, it was too risky. 2, never sell in your own backyard. That's just asking for trouble. In Solitude, guards turned a blind eye to the skooma trade in Riften, but the reverse was true in Riften. They cared, and they cared a lot. Probably more for the profits they could gain. As I pondered this, Vieri walked in. Canary had been stingy and had booked a shared room for us. I froze, staring at her. She looked at me and raised an eyebrow. What? Something on my face? She had just come from a bath. Do you like this personality? I had forgotten how much I needed a proper bath. I sniffed myself and realized I was in desperate need of a cleaning spell. Surely there had to be one out there. Speaking of cleanliness, a sauna could be a fantastic idea. Not too hard for the players to put together, and magic could easily enhance it. Winterhold would be the perfect location for it. I jotted down a note to rebuild Winterhold with a sauna in mind, though it was a project for the distant future. I'd need the right kind of allies for fat ones who'd be friendly with the college. Winterhold was firmly under Stormcloak rule, but replacing the Jarl with the Archmage wouldn't be that tough. I glanced back at Vairi and raised an eyebrow. "What are you doing?" I asked. She looked back at me with a hint of irritation. "What? It's too hot wearing just armor. Not like you gave me any normal clothes." I blinked. Why did I need to provide her with normal clothes? I gave her an allowance. Didn't she buy any? She sat on her bed, in her underwear, across the room. She stopped and glanced at me. "Do you like what you see?" I blinked, confused. "Are you trying to seduce me?" She stumbled over her words. What? Why would I? I just want to be comfortable." I shook my head. "It's early morning. You just got out of the bath, and you're in your underwear, even though we're leaving in an hour or two." She clicked her tongue. "Just shut up," she muttered under her breath. "You fucking idiot." My eye twitched, but I kept my cool. Vair was attractive, but I wasn't about to act on that, not yet. I paused. "Want some reading lessons?" People usually read at a time like this. Vairi blinked and then smiled. "Great, let's do that." The scent of burning wood filled the air. Makeshift stalls were set up nearby. In the heart of the city, there was this massive chunk of meat roasted over a pit of fire. It looked like a mammoth, slow cooking in all its glory. The Burning of Olaf festival? Way bigger than before. I checked my quests. Still had the escort of the fair on my list. Elisif needed me to keep her safe through the festival and help her unwind. To be real though, I'd already lost track of Vairi. Canary, who was in my group, bailed as soon as we entered the city, probably off to report what was going on. So here I was, stuck with the decision. Do I stick to my quest, or make some coin with bardic skills? Maybe I could even charm some gold out of the Jarl. After all, I was aiming for a free house in the city. For now though, Elisif seemed like the best bet. I still had plans for the money had been scheming all the way back to Solitude. I made my way to the Blue Palace, eyeing the market stalls. The Khajiit caravan had set up outside Castle Dur, with guards keeping watch while they sold their elsewhere cuisine. The truth is, they seemed perfectly normal. Meat pies, some fish cakes, and raisin cookies, nothing too special. But it was strange that they were allowed into the city for the festival. Usually, they're not allowed in as a group, but here they were making some coin with their raisin cookies. How did they get the raisins, I wondered. Entering the Blue Palace, I noticed the security was tighter than usual. Magic lingered in the air, or maybe it was the walls. Sabeel must have used some fireproofing magic. Elisif wasn't sitting on the throne, so I made my way to Falk's office. He opened the door just as I knocked. Good timing, Elisif is. Well, just follow me. I trailed behind him to another room in the palace, which seemed to be her bedroom, though the layout was tricky. Falk knocked softly. Elisif? I brought someone who can help. Elisif's voice echoed through the room as she shouted, "No, I may have allowed the festival to happen, but that doesn't mean I approve of it. Who knows if those monsters might be waiting for me?" Falk's sigh was heavy, his patience wearing thin. "Elisif, can you at least open the door?" But her response was sharp. "No, I won't. I am safe here." I stepped forward, offering a solution. "Falk, I've got this." I knocked firmly. "Jarl, I am Vek. You remember me?" "Falk asked me to escort you during the festival to help you relax." Her voice came back, hesitant but resolute. "I'm sorry, Sir Vek." "But I do not," I interrupted her, my tone firm but understanding. "Would Torrig want you to sulk like this?" Falk's eyes widened for a brief moment, then silence. A moment later, I heard the distinct sound of her stomping toward the door, the battle between her doubts and the truth of her own heart shifting in that quiet space. She pushed the door open with a deep frown, her eyes slightly red from crying. The tension was palpable as the Jarl's vulnerability became clear. Sighing, she muttered, "Give me 5 minutes to get ready. You're right, I shouldn't hide." She shut the door softly, leaving Falk to nod, a hint of sadness in his eyes. Good call. Still, it's tough seeing my old friend in such a way, I shrugged. Elisif has 3 things on her mind. She wants to be a strong Jarl, honor Torrig's memory, and make the court proud. After all, most of them were close to Torrig. Falk nodded in agreement. You've got a good read on things. I'm the only one who really knew Elisif before all this. I shrugged again, shifting the topic. Hey, any chance I can get some spending money for the festival? Falk chuckled and handed me a pouch of gold. 100 septums, that's the best I can do. I raised an eyebrow. Seems like you were expecting me to ask. He smirked just as Elisif opened the door. She was dressed in royal, but clearly low-key robes, a look that screamed she wanted to avoid attention, though I doubted that would work. I extended my hand and gave a slight bow, feeling like a teen taking their date to prom. She accepted my hand and followed, while Falk silently slipped away, leaving me with the Jarl. As we stepped out of the Blue Palace, I asked, "How should I address you tonight? You went with the incognito look for a reason, right?" She nodded. "Just call me Eli for tonight, Vec," she stammered, looking away when she said my name. I caught a glimpse of her face, and it seemed like she was lost in a memory. Maybe from someone named Torig. Not that it mattered. As we walked, Elisif kept glancing around, not out of curiosity, but more like someone who was constantly watching their back. In a soft voice, I added, "Looks like the Bard's College set up a game." A carnival booth popped up near the college bright banners, tinny music, and was that a mini archery range with actual toy bows? Whose idea was this absurdity? Eli squinted at it, unimpressed. "A game?" she asked flatly. Just then, a familiar bard strolled over Forgettable Face, definitely one of those side quest wanderers. "Why don't you two give it a shot?" he chimed. I turned to Eli, grinning. "Wanna try it? Might be fun." She sighed, stepped up, and awkwardly grabbed the tiny weapon like it offended her ancestors. While she fumbled with it like a frost troll at a tea party, I felt a tug on my awareness. Lurbuck was skulking nearby, whispering like a shadow with stage fright. "Psst, psst, Vec, over here." I kept Eli in my peripheral and slid toward the whisper, because in this world, even carnival games come with plot twists. Is this conversation helpful so far? Like my idea? Originally, I suggested an archery range for a bit of fun, even for the guards to show off their skills. But Viarmo came up with this. Pretty clever, huh? I smirked. It's smart, but speaking of Viarmo, when's he starting the King Olaf burning? Lurbuck nodded. That's just before midnight, so you've got about 4 hours. Night was closing in, and I was thinking of taking the Jarl back to the Blue Palace before that. Maybe even make a bit of gold on the way. I need to get back to escorting the lady. See you around, Lurbuck. He nodded, and I was right beside Elisif again. She was still trying her hand at the archery game. She'd hit the target twice and missed once. The last 2 arrows missed, but she nailed the final shot. I smiled. Well done. The Jarl gave a faint smile, while the bard, watching the game, grinned. Congrats. You get a prize. The prizes were nothing special. Rushed together, some books, wines, and what seemed like random instruments. The bard grinned. If the prizes don't catch your eye, you can always grab some septums. Elisif shot him a look, saying, I'll just take the septums. He handed her a pouch of gold, roughly 20 coins. The Jarl turned to me and asked, Now what? I sighed mentally. We can do whatever you want. Most of the stalls are selling festival food, but I'm sure we'll find some with clothes or jewelry. Nearly all the stores in Solitude have set up stalls to make some extra coin. She scanned the area. I see. The festival's more important than I realized. Canceling it could have hurt the economy. I doubted it, but kept listening. Torig and I met during the New Year celebrations at a nobles party held by the court. Maybe we should host more citywide events. I thought about the only citywide event I knew, the public executions. It was a good idea, though. It could boost the morale of the city. And if similar events took place in other cities, it could have more benefits. Many people, yourself included, have lost family to the war. Even just a day of peace can soothe those drowning in sorrow. She gave a small nod. Lead the way, then. I turned and guided her through the bustling market, her gaze lingering not on power or prestige, but on Kanja's stall. Simple, sweet, run by no one special. Want some taffy? I asked. She hesitated. They're for kids. I didn't care. Dropped 3 gold. Took the candy. The vendor waved. She leaned close. Do you think he recognized me? I shook my head. Doesn't matter. Here's your taffy. A smile, uncertain but real. Beneath the title, the Jarl was just another soul unsure of her place. Let's keep talking, I said. What do you want? What happens if the war stops? I meant the coming ceasefire, the one linked to the Dragonborn's quest. Her response? A pause. Why ask me? I raised an eyebrow. I want to know if you'll be a good Jarl. The war will eventually come to a close, but not without some sacrifices. I could end it myself, as long as no one like me steps into the fray. What I'm getting at is simple. Do you value your people more, or those of Skyrim? She halted in her tracks, a look of understanding in her eyes. I see where you're going. I'm not exactly a proactive Jarl. My court either doesn't respect me, or they just don't have the power to help. Even now, after you cleared the Pelagius Wing, nothing's been done about it. You cleared out Wolfskull Cave and stopped Potema, but what has the Blue Palace really done? They barely help with piracy or trade protection. I couldn't deny the truth in her words. From what I had observed, if the quests weren't completed by one of us, they would have been eventually. Meaning the only real difference I made was dealing with Potema. I smiled genuinely. It happens. That's why you have powerful vassals. But the real question is, are they ambitious enough to help? She frowned, already knowing the answer. I won't get it, will I? She muttered, thinking deeply as we stopped in front of a clothing stand. It was clear who had set it up. I thought she was eyeing the clothes, but her next words proved otherwise. She was dressed in royal, but clearly low-key robes, a look that screamed she wanted to avoid attention, though I doubted that would work. I extended my hand and gave a slight bow, feeling like a teen taking their date to prom. She accepted my hand and followed, while Falk silently slipped away, leaving me with the Jarl. As we stepped out of the Blue Palace, I asked, "How should I address you tonight? You went with the incognito look for a reason, right?" She nodded. "Just call me Eli for tonight, Vec," she stammered, looking away when she said my name. I caught a glimpse of her face, and it seemed like she was lost in a memory, maybe from someone named Torik. Not that it mattered. As we walked, Elisif kept glancing around, not out of curiosity, but more like someone who was constantly watching their back. In a soft voice, I added, "Looks like the Bard's College set up a game. He was always trying to get into my personal space, either with his creepy flirting or constant remarks about my potential remarriage." I paused. Those were in fact good reasons. I had considered cutting ties with him myself after all. I knew he was aligned with the wrong side, dealing with the Thalmor and the Thieves Guild. Not to mention, he was involved in shady business with drugs, having been swindled by a notorious gang over some illicit goods. If I was going to establish my own operations, I had to eliminate any competition near Solitude. I smiled and gave my word to the Jarl that I'd take care of it. That wrapped up most of our conversation. I escorted the Jarl back to the Blue Palace, and with a new mission ahead, I headed back to the festival. Removing a Thane was just the start of a simple task, but I knew it was part of something much bigger. I could sense the chain of events unfolding in my quest log. Smirking, I made my way back to the Khajiit caravan, but I wasn't there to chat. I grabbed a lute and strummed it, promising to play something special. Rasad grinned slyly. "Yes, you did. So what's this strange noise you call music?" With a shrug, I strummed the lute awkward at first, then something clicked. The sound twisted, transformed, until it wasn't just noise, it was rhythm, rebellion, raw power. People turned, guards stared. Khajiit started hawking cookies. Resad leaned in, eyes now lit with curiosity. A crowd formed as I slipped into a memory-born metal riff distorted. Wild, but alive. The wooden strings strained, but I forced the sound into form, a roar from another world. With a final screech of strings, I bowed, helmet in hand. Coins clinked in, applause faded. Then, "That was brilliant!" Viarmo's hands gripped my shoulders. "Where did you learn to play like that?" After my performance, I expected something like this, but not so soon. "Instruments were hard to get where I lived," I explained, "so I used minerals instead of wood to craft them." Viarmo's eyes lit up. "That's incredible, do you—" But Rasad interrupted him, asking if I could recreate the instruments from memory. I sighed. "Sure, they're pretty similar to lutes, but most bards wouldn't use them. Are you planning to sell them?" Viarmo frowned. "I didn't even think about playing them for music." Rasad nodded. "The music you played, I've heard something like it when I was a child. I'd like to send the instrument to elsewhere for study and pay for any music that could go with it." I rubbed my chin, surprised by the offer. Viarmo looked over at Resad, asking if he'd ever heard music like the one played earlier. Resad nodded, recalling a time long ago when he heard a wandering Khajiit play something similar and odd. Green-furred Khajiit with piercing yellow eyes, who, in hindsight, he suspected was a vampire. I held back my surprise. A vampiric green Khajiit? That was a new one. Odin had mentioned something similar. I couldn't help but laugh. A vampire rock playing Khajiit, that would definitely be one to remember. Viarmo perked up, asking if this music had a name. "It's called rock," I replied, though I added my own twist. Rezad rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "This one is intrigued by this rock music, but perhaps it's best we talk about this later." The guards seemed to be watching us more closely now. I nodded in agreement. "Yeah, I've got other things to take care of too." As the street began to empty, it was clear the Khajiit would soon have to leave the city and set up camp. Just before I left, Viarmo stopped me. "Do you want to see the burning of Olaf?" "It's not much, but we wouldn't have this festival without your help," I smirked. "You would have done it anyway." With just a little push and the loyal Lurbuck at his side, things were finally falling into place. Viarmo laughed, but his eyes lingered as I made my way toward the ancient tree. "Plans are coming together," I whispered to the branches of Odin. "Time for you to keep your end of the deal." The tree twitched as the wind stirred, and its voice echoed in my mind. I hear the whispers. "You plan on using my sap as a narcotic." "How does this fit our deal?" I smirked, unbothered by the inquiry. "Simple. When the Khajiits sell the sap, you'll be aboard the ship. I can't drag you across the land, so this is the best way." Odin's voice resonated again. "And what if I grow too strong, connecting with the Hist Overmind?" "Your trade could collapse." I chuckled, unfazed. "No trade, no travel. In the world of shifting allegiances and uncapped promises, a trade with Odin takes an unexpected turn. Khajiit and other traders had already failed to meet the expectations of the Hist, leading to their fall. Now, it was my turn to navigate the deal, but would I uphold it? Odin's telepathic response echoed with resolve, confirming their part in the exchange. With a silent nod, the deal was sealed. Odin, after growing a mysterious fruit, handed it over with instructions to eat it for the promised reward. As I bit into the fruit, the floodgates opened. Hist! Argonian arts flooded my mind-ancient techniques, magic spells, and martial arts that I couldn't fully access without the right ingredients from Black Marsh. However, 11 new spells appeared on my list, far more than I anticipated. The journey wasn't over yet, and more challenges awaited as I delved deeper into Odin's world. With business with the old psychic done, I gave a nod but before I could leave, he chimed in, voice faint and fading. Color me impressed. You integrated the knowledge faster than expected. Hope it's what you wanted. I need to sleep now. Then, silence. The connection blinked out like a cut wire, but something lingered, something new. I felt it like static in my spine. I couldn't help the smirk creeping in as I headed toward the winking skeever, curiosity tugging at my thoughts. The first gift, wisdom of the Hist, wasn't flashy. It was a Threada passive one that linked me directly to the ancient tree minds, letting us speak without words and, apparently, boosting my regeneration. No idea how much, but it pulsed subtly under my skin. The second gift, now that was a weapon. Umbrellic Hist Blessing, activated like a timed spell, forming a shimmering dome that cut Magic's bite in half while absorbing the rest. 2 minutes of shielded defiance, with a reset clock of 24 hours. Not bad, definitely worth testing with a real burn. The last? It wasn't something I could just pull from a spell menu. The knowledge was there, swirling and dense, needing to be unpacked thought by thought. Whatever came next, I'd have to wrestle it into clarity before it cracked me open from the inside. Vec Frostwain's journey takes a bizarre turn as he delves deeper into the hidden layers of Nirn's simulation. With the frozen quill in hand, he manipulates quests, bends timelines, and activates relics never meant to be disturbed. But the more Vec twists reality, the more unstable it becomes, leaving him facing impossible choices. Amid a fractured world where logic crumbles and time folds, Vec uncovers the end loop terminal, a failsafe that could reset everything. But will he rewrite the world's fate or let it collapse into chaos? Each new spell he uncovers only adds to the complexity some offer, healing, others ward off danger, and still, others challenge his very understanding of magic. It's not just about survival anymore, it's about controlling a universe on the brink of self-destruction. Is this conversation helpful so far? The illusion and alteration were alike, but I had some inkling of their workings. Shadow Blend likely linked to the Shadow Scale, while Xenotic Shift seemed to be some form of beastly transformation. Both Khajiit and Argonian had animalistic or monstrous blood, though I couldn't say for sure. Stopping in my tracks, I pondered. Once I sleep, as long as the belt stays dormant, I dive into these spells and analyze them in greater detail. The real dilemma was whether to leave Solitude for a day to test magic, or focus on my latest quest. A quick flip of a coin settled its spells it was, and what better place to test them than Meridia's Shrine? Preparing was easy, since it was just a short hike from Solitude. As I set off, Vyre waved, asking where I was headed. I chuckled. Not this time, just me. Off to an old Daedric shrine. I decided it was best to go solo for a while. Vyre seemed a bit down, but she shrugged it off and said, "Fine, I'll practice my reading." I nodded. She was eager to learn more after I taught her the basics. It was good for her, too. Without saying another word, I left the city. As I walked past the guard patrol, they waved. "Hey, where are you heading, Vec?" they called out. I pointed toward the mountain. "An old shrine. Gonna clear it out and see if I can find any artifacts." They laughed and waved me on. Opening my journal, I checked the stats. Sure enough, my reputation in Solitude was growing. If it keeps going, I might max it out soon. I rubbed my chin, noticing that I also had reputation with the Imperial Legion. It seemed like everywhere related to Solitude was rising. But what would this reputation system really do, aside from making me famous? Being famous isn't always a good thing. I hiked up the mountain, my eyes catching the towering statue marking the spot. I couldn't help but laugh, realizing I hadn't gone straight to the Shrinino, I just casually passed by it. Instead, I found myself stepping around it and stumbling upon the word wall. There it was, the legendary Elemental Fury Shout. A voice inside me wished I could use it. Sadly, no such luck. No words for me to master, nothing to claim. My hands turned to Azura's star, what used to be it. What a mess. This wasn't the same artifact I had transformed into the Black Star. No, this thing had changed again, now holding a black soul gem at its core, surrounded by the familiar blue edge. I couldn't believe my eyes as I read the description. Once Azura's star, a soul gem of immense power now converted into a prison to contain wayward souls. These souls cannot be used in enchanting. I rubbed my eyes. What could this thing even be for? It clearly held Patima's soul, but there was still something I didn't quite get. Wano. What was I supposed to use this on next? I slipped the star back into my inventory, a sigh escaping as the glow of summoning magic filled my hand, except it wasn't the usual shade. Blue, cold, wrong. Summon Potema, I said, and the air cracked as a pale woman emerged, blinking like a ghost dragged from the void. Her eyes locked onto mine recognition. Rage. You! She shrieked, and frost burst from her palms, shards of ice slicing past me like warnings from a broken world. Again she fired, and again the spells veered wide, her face twisting with disbelief. What sorcery is this? How have you bound my soul? She demanded, dead but defiant. I didn't answer. I didn't flinch. I reached for her not in fear, but in control. Whatever she was, she couldn't touch me. Not anymore. Touching her felt odd. I knew she was a ghost, but when my hand passed through her, it was like syrup. Weird, right? But then she pulled away, her face twisted in fury. What did you do to me? What is this prison? Answer me, mortal. I just shrugged. The Azura's star, a standard Daedric artifact. Somehow, I turned it into a prison. Crazy, huh? She roared at me. Free me now. I am no servant. I am a queen. But I interrupted her. Of what? Her face froze for a second, realization hitting her ghostly features. You mortal, what's your name? I smirked. Vec. No last name. I like to keep some things to myself. Names have power. After all dragons, Daedra, you name it. She stared, processing it all. Patima, once a strategist, had a lot to think about. In a world where reality itself is manipulated, a tactical genius faces an unstable existence as he battles forces that defy time and logic. His summoning of a ghostly witch with centuries of magic offers knowledge, but trust is thin and alliances even thinner. As their uneasy interaction unfolds, the witch reveals her vast power and offers him the world. Yet his indifference only fuels the tension. His desire for control is tested, not by the witch, but by the very fabric of existence itself. With the line between friend and foe growing ever more uncertain, he must navigate this fractured reality. But can he rewrite his fate before it unravels completely? The narrative becomes a twisting maze of power, betrayal, and the fragile balance between manipulation and trust. The true question: can you ever trust a ghost when reality itself can be rewritten at will? She didn't have much that caught my interest, so I played indifferent, flicking at my ear like I couldn't care less. You know anything about tonal magic? I asked, watching her ghostly expression tighten strange how emotive a dead queen could be. Probably trained herself to exaggerate every look just to keep her secrets buried deeper. She stayed quiet. I smirked. What? Nothing to say about tonal magics? She bristled. I know them, but no one can teach that, not even the Dwemer. Her frown deepened. There's really nothing you want from me? I shrugged, honest enough to be dangerous. Maps, relics, treasure. I don't trust your spells. And the one kind of magic I want, you say can't be taught. Truth was, she had things I was curious about, but the risk? Too high. Objects I can fix. Curses I can crack. Magic? That's chaos. She scoffed, her form flickering. No deal then. The magic binding me here fades. May you rot beside your treasures. Then she dissolved into dust, leaving silence thicker than any spell. In the heart of a crumbling world, Vec Frostwain's reality twists like a shattered mirror. With the frozen quill in hand, he bends quests, manipulates time, and fights against the fading laws of existence. Armed with stolen artifacts and fragmented timelines, Vec must face echoing enemies and allies, each a reflection of his own fractured past. As he ventures deeper into the corrupted codes of Nirn's simulation, his mind fractures too. Bound by a legacy he never asked for, Vec stands at the edge of the end loop terminal, where all paths either reset or collapse the universe entirely. But rewriting this world, one fragmented quest at a time, may come at the ultimate cost. His own mind. You claim to be the Prince of Light, yet you don't seem to shine as bright as expected. Just a joke, of course, but the point stands. I'm the only one available to purify your shrine, aren't I? Silence. Just because someone holds divine power doesn't mean they're immune to logic. I figured that if they sent someone else, the worst that could happen was an extra challenge. Suddenly, I was yanked into the sky. It felt like I was shot out of a cannon, and my stomach did somersaults as I gasped for air. When I stopped, Meridia's laughter echoed, mocking my fear. Afraid of heights? How typical for a mortal. No matter how sharp your mind is, you're still bound by mortality. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to relax. If you could speak to me down there, why bring me all the way up here? She laughed again. I wanted to judge you for myself, mortal. You're a worthy fighter, I admit, and maybe, just maybe, you can help me. Meridia's voice echoed in my mind, sharp and commanding. I can't afford to be picky anymore, she stated. Even if you're not my champion, I will not tolerate my sacred shrine being defiled. After a pause, she added, I will watch you closely. You have 5 hours to cleanse my temple of its undead filth. Guide my light through the shrine by lighting the beacons. The greater the light, the greater my radiance will be restored. Malkorin, the necromancer, will be guarding the final beacon, the one that holds Dawnbreaker. You may take it as a reward if you complete this task within the time I have given you. The moment she fell silent, a wave of unease washed over me. As I dropped to the ground once more, a sickening feeling crept over me, but with it came a new effect. She really was watching. Checking my status, I saw a small but useful boost to my damage against undead. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. I had no time to prepare, but with Lich's Bane and Flaming Familiar at my side, I was ready. Meridia's voice rang in my ears again, urging me forward into the dark. You claim to be the Prince of Light, yet you don't seem to shine as bright as expected. Just a joke, of course, but the point stands. I'm the only one available to purify your shrine, aren't I? Silence. Just because someone holds divine power doesn't mean they're immune to logic. I figured that if they sent someone else, the worst that could happen was an extra challenge. Suddenly, I was yanked into the sky. It felt like I was shot out of a cannon, and my stomach did somersaults as I gasped for air. When I stopped, Meridia's laughter echoed, mocking my fear. Afraid of heights? How typical for a mortal. No matter how sharp your mind is, you're still bound by mortality. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to relax. If you could speak to me down there, why bring me all the way up here? She laughed again. I wanted to judge you for myself, mortal. You're a worthy fighter, I admit, and maybe, just maybe, you can help me. In the shadow of the Daedric Prince, I found myself gripped by an overwhelming sense of urgency. The door loomed ahead, and as I pushed it open, a stench far worse than the crypts hit me like a tidal wave. Holding my breath, I braved the nauseating air, my eyes scanning the room. A unique Imperial helm sat before me, once rare, now just a relic, though still a powerful symbol of the past. Meridia's voice echoed in my mind, recounting a forgotten champion nothing more than a whisper of a time long gone, lost to history after the Oblivion Crisis. But I couldn't resist something gnawed at me. Why do necromancers target you, I asked. Silence followed. The light through the first pedestal shimmered, and I pressed forward, the beam flickering brighter as I moved. But Meridia wasn't done yet. Her voice cracked the air, sending a chill down my spine, as if to remind me that in this world of fractured realities, no question was safe. The undead twisted by her light were unlike any other, stronger, cursed, exiled. She warned me, her voice like thunder inside my bones. He is my prisoner. Remember that, Missouri Artal. I nodded quickly, pretending it was curiosity. But she read my thoughts anyway. I had imagined a vampire forged by her light, a nightmare hiding in code. Then came the corrupted shades. The first fell with one strike, the second survived. My disgust only grew. Each death pulled her voice closer. You hate them, she said, more than my other champions, if not for your mindset. But she was wrong. I didn't hate the undead. I hated those who chose to become them. I ignored the Daedric Prince. Having a godly being hovering over my shoulder was more annoying than anything else. I activated the pedestal with the beacon and pressed forward. An old cave-in forced me to take a detour, but I didn't mind. A corrupted shade tried to ambush me, but I dodged its attack and sliced through it effortlessly. I reached the thick iron doors leading deeper into the shrine, though technically they led outside first. As I circled the shrine, I found a large locked chest. A quick kick broke the lock, and the chest fell open to reveal a small stash, a pocket of gold, an amethyst, and an enchanted mace. I'd sell the mace later. For now, I moved toward the door that led back inside. I pulled out some oil, coated my pale blade, and set it aflame. The sword crackled with energy as I swung it a few times. Despite the fiery hiss, it handled just fine. Most of the dungeon was a mindless slaughter of corrupted shades, but the next room was the worst of them, all packed to the brim with the creatures. I sliced through them effortlessly, each of their forms falling apart with a single slash. It seemed that corrupted shades were more vulnerable to fire than regular undead, which made sense given that they were ghosts with physical bodies. Fire, after all, was their greater weakness. As the corrupted shades perished, Meridia's voice echoed through the chamber. Now, activate my beacons and guide my light further into the temple. In the old games, Malkorin remained unaware of your presence, but I had a feeling this time he would know. I activated the next pedestal, feeling the room grow warmer. The stench of the dead shifted, replaced by an unfamiliar scent. The light redirected toward the next pedestal blazed brighter, and I groaned. It was the one that required parkour. Thankfully, it wasn't too difficult. I reached the pedestal, shielding my eyes as the light intensified upon activation. Meridia's voice boomed. Yes! Feel my presence! March on, my little knight! Ha ha ha! I frowned, but accepted that this was just how Daedra were. I had one more pedestal to activate in this room. I encountered more corrupted shades, and though my sword's flames were dwindling, I managed to slay the last shade before the pale blade was extinguished. Upon examining the sword, I found it cracked frost, enchanted, yet scorched by burning oil. It was no longer of use, so I sheathed it. Moving onward through another set of iron doors, I reached the second to last pedestal. Upon activating it, blinding light pierced the temple, and I could hear Malkorn and his shades stirring ahead. Dropping to one knee to remain hidden, I cast Detect Undead, revealing 5 shades and, to my surprise, Malkorn himself mid-transformation into a lich. I swiftly cast an alteration spell, making the staircase slippery. As I heard doors opening below, I spilled oil down the altered stairs, summoned a familiar, and coated it with oil. The familiar dashed past the shades, creating an oily trail, guiding it forward. In the heart of a collapsing world, Vec Frostwain steps into a ruthless battle with destiny. As the corrupted shades stagger upward, he calmly executes his strategy, unleashing a fiery wolf familiar that collides with the shades, igniting them in a blaze. The oil trail from his previous ally feeds the flames, enveloping the world in a chaotic inferno. The heat pushes Malkorn into a scream of agony, his form melting away into ghostly puddles. Vec, with his cold resolve, steps over the flames, eyes locked on Malkoran, who gasps beneath him, still clinging to life but battered. The divine presence of Meridia rings in his mind, urging him to end the suffering. As Vec's foot presses down, Malkorn's defiance echoes in the air, but Vec silences it with an unyielding smirk. It's not just about victory. It's about rewriting the very rules of the game. In the heart of a collapsing world, Vec Frostwain steps into a ruthless battle with destiny. As the corrupted shades stagger upward, he calmly executes his strategy, unleashing a fiery wolf familiar that collides with the shades, igniting them in a blaze. The oil trail from his previous ally feeds the flames, enveloping the world in a chaotic inferno. The heat pushes Malkorn into a scream of agony, his form melting away into ghostly puddles. Vec, with his cold resolve, steps over the flames, eyes locked on Malkoran, who gasps beneath him, still clinging to life but battered. The divine presence of Meridia rings in his mind, urging him to end the suffering. As Vec's foot presses down, Malkorn's defiance echoes in the air, but Vec silences it with an unyielding smirk. It's not just about victory. It's about rewriting the very rules of the game. I swiftly dismissed those thoughts from my mind. Meridia might appear as a woman, but she was known as one of the princes. The other Daedric princes made me distance myself even further from those thoughts. For now, I focused on Dawnbreaker, my new sword. It was the mightiest weapon I could wield without forging one myself. Plus, I could upgrade it with Ebony and the Arcane Smithing perk, which I acquired thanks to my Atmora inheritance. Dawnbreaker's enchantment was perfect for dealing with almost anything. After all, most living things burn naturally. The enchantment would never fade, as it was a Daedric artifact. The Oathblade's enchantment had worn off, and the Pale Blade was only marginally stronger. So Dawnbreaker was by far the best weapon I could possess. After Meridia finished mocking Malkoran, she turned her attention to me. I felt a jolt. My body passed through the shrine's walls, and I ascended into the sky. This time, I was a little more prepared, so I didn't immediately feel nauseous. Meridia laughed, her voice ringing in my ears. Well, are you satisfied with my blade? Are you ready to become my champion now, mortal? I steadied myself, smirking. Is this conversation helpful so far? I quickly cleared them from my mind. Meridia might appear as a woman, but she was one of the princes, and the other Daedric princes made me push away any related thoughts. For now, I focused on my new sword, Dawnbreaker. It was the most powerful weapon I could wield without forging one myself, and with Ebony and Arcane Smithing, I could upgrade it. Its enchantment was perfect for dealing with nearly everything. After all, most living things burned naturally, and since it was a Daedric artifact, the enchantment would never fade. The Oathblade's enchantment was spent, and the Pale Blade was only slightly better. Dawnbreaker was, without a doubt, my best weapon. Once Meridia finished mocking Malkoran, she turned her attention to me. I felt my body jerk, and suddenly, I was passing through the shrine's walls, rising into the sky. This time, I was more prepared and didn't feel like I was about to vomit. Meridia laughed and spoke. Well, are you satisfied with my blade? Are you ready to become my champion, mortal? I smirked, clutching my stomach. I want to become a human god, one that stays on Nirn to guide others, Vec Frostwain declared. The silence that followed was thick, but then, a burst of laughter filled the air. I like your ambitions. The Aedra, they were fools, specially him, Tiber Septim. Mortals have their gods, but few last. The Daedric princes were always clashing, tiring ourselves out. But you, Vec Frostwain, I get it. Meridia's voice rang out. Stronger now, a flicker of intensity in her gaze. The sky shimmered, a powerful presence surrounding him. I won't ask you to serve me in death. You wanted my blade? It's weaker than it should be. Restore it, slay the undead, and I will let you keep your dream. A god of human innovation, perhaps? I'll strike you a deal I'd never offer anyone else. Her voice trailed off with a playful giggle, and the air between them shifted, leaving Vec with an undeniable sense of the gravity ahead. With the sky swelling and the weight of her gaze sending chills through my body, I stood face to face with her power. Restore my blade beyond its former glory, and I will show you how to permanently alter Daedric artifacts, weaving them into your very essence. Her words hung in the air like a challenge, each one heavier than the last. The deal was made, whether I wanted it or not. Her presence was overwhelming, shaking me to my core. Fail, and you will serve me as my champion in death, she threatened, the air thick with an undeniable certainty. I couldn't afford failure, not when the stakes were this high. Deal, I gritted out, holding on to the last bit of pride I had left. But I request a hint, her laugh echoed, both knowing and cold. You've already altered a Daedric artifact, haven't you? The sky flashed bright, blinding me as the weight of her words crashed down. I staggered back to the ground, soaked in sweat, my armor drenched in it. This was no ordinary quest, no simple task. As I rose and made my way towards solitude, the gravity of what I had agreed to began to settle in. I could no longer take things lightly. Things had changed. Do you like this personality? Chapter 57. Human ambitions unfolds with a moment of reflection for our protagonist, struggling to shake off the unsettling gaze of a Daedric prince. He takes a breath, steadying himself, as the weight of the world seems to press down on him. With an image to maintain in the city of solitude, he marches ahead, resolute. The encounter with the guards is brief, but his destination is clear. He heads straight for the Winking Skeever, a familiar tavern where he finds Corpulus behind the bar. Their conversation turns to business, as our MC reveals he has gathered enough money to begin construction, though there's still much more to be done. The road ahead is long, but with his ambition fueling him, there's no turning back. The stakes are high, and he's ready to shape his future, one step at a time. Corpulus chuckled. Fair enough. I take it you're telling me this because you can get the funds for the renovations? I flashed my usual smirk. Of course! But what exactly will the renovations entail? I'd like to know what I'm paying for. Most traders were reliable, but no one wanted to deal with a Daedric cultist or a thief. Still, that didn't mean they couldn't be tricky. So I waited as Corpulus smirked back. Fair enough. Let me fetch the plans. He returned with several papers. As he flipped through them, a stray thought crossed my mind. The paper in my draconic dictionary was smooth and well made, unlike the thick, rough paper I had seen elsewhere. I could probably make a fortune in paper manufacturing. Corpulus came back. Here are the designs. I took the blueprints and started flipping through them, raising an eyebrow. With a grin, Corpulus chuckled. Fair enough. I'm guessing you're asking because you've got the means to fund the interior? I responded with my signature smirk. Of course. But I want the full picture. What exactly are these renovations about? I need to know what I'm paying for. Traders were generally trustworthy who wants to end up stabbed by a cultist or a thief. Still, they had their tricks, so I waited for him to explain. Corpulus returned the grin. Fair enough, let me get the plans. He walked off, returning with several sheets of paper. As he flipped through them, a thought crossed my mind. The paper in my draconic dictionary was smooth and well made, unlike the rough, thick sheets I was now holding. Maybe there was money to be made in paper manufacturing. Corpulus returned with the designs, and I took the blueprints from him. Flicking through the pages, I couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He glanced at the blueprint, focusing on the back wall of the dining area. Is it the weight? Corpulus asked, peering over it. I chuckled. Exactly. If the wrong person books the third floor, or someone gets too rowdy, that wall is going to give way. It's already a load-bearing wall because it connects to the second floor staircase. Corpulus nodded, thinking, so you're anchoring the third floor to the wall. Are you talking about the city wall or the mountain itself? Steel hooks, heavy ropes, and crossguard planks. We could renovate it again later, I explained. Just then, Sorek stepped up, scanning the blueprint. What if we build a private bar there and sell the high-end drinks? We could even raise the price for the rooms on the third floor. I smirked. Luxury drinks for high-paying customers. If we set up a guild, we'll get some richer clients. They might need a place to stay while traveling. Corpulus rubbed his chin. Do you know any reliable workers? I grinned. Cheap and trustworthy or expensive and honest? The father and son exchanged a knowing look. In a world where loyalty and clean backgrounds are the ultimate trade-off, the line between good and bad is drawn. A little girl, curious as ever, interrupts the conversation, asking about who's cheap. As she casually asks for snack money, one character gives her a gold coin and advises her to learn the art of bargaining. It's a simple gesture, but it hints at a greater understanding of survival in a world that's anything but easy. The moment shifts, revealing the complexity of relationships when the conversation turns to the absent mother, hinting at a deeper history. Amid laughter, there's a quiet acknowledgement of the wisdom in teaching even the youngest how to navigate the world's rough edges. All of this, wrapped in a moment of levity, shows how even the smallest choices can ripple through larger, more complex paths. Is this conversation helpful so far? Minette asked me what was on my mind. Who's the cheap option? I shifted slightly. The easiest pick is Horm. Sorex's eyes darted. Right, he'll take anything that pays. His folks don't even cover his work at the stables. I snapped my fingers. Exactly. The downside? He'd be part-time, so we can't count on him every day. Corpulus placed a pen and paper in front of me. Write down the names, pros and cons. I jotted down the names of the 3 people in solitude. Horm was the first, but the other 2 were new. Hilvarg, a Nord fisherman, and Thessia, an imperial maid. Both were unhappy in their current jobs. The downside with Hilvarg was his food situation. He only ate the fish he caught. Thessia, on the other hand, made a lot of money cleaning noble homes in solitude, most of it coming from Erikr. Then there was Dirkethus, an Argonian captured by Falmer. Somehow, he survived their torment. In a world where loyalty and clean backgrounds are the ultimate trade-off, the line between good and bad is drawn. A little girl, curious as ever, interrupts the conversation, asking about who's cheap. As she casually asks for snack money, one character gives her a gold coin and advises her to learn the art of bargaining. It's a simple gesture, but it hints at a greater understanding of survival in a world that's anything but easy. The moment shifts, revealing the complexity of relationships when the conversation turns to the absent mother, hinting at a deeper history. Amid laughter, there's a quiet acknowledgement of the wisdom in teaching even the youngest how to navigate the world's rough edges. All of this, wrapped in a moment of levity, shows how even T the Khan was evident. And Vek knew he had to be saved, but he was ready to trade his life for it. Goldir, a Nord, came into consideration, but quickly got scratched off the list. Vek would have to help him destroy a necromancer in his family tomb, and being a noble of Whiterun made him a bit too distant and inconvenient. When Sorex asked about Goldir, Vek explained the complication. She was a noble, lived far away in Whiterun, and his quest wouldn't lead him to solitude. Corpulus, always thinking practically, chimed in, warning about Stormcloaks. Even if Vek took a neutral stance, there were no guarantees others wouldn't get involved. Then, Vek added Ilia to the mix, an enigmatic daughter of a witch coven. Her matron was a forsworn Hagraven acolyte, but Ilia had a strong moral compass. Helping her kill her coven could secure powerful protection for the inn, especially as Vek set up the new guild. Janassa, a trusted mercenary, would be another reliable hire to ensure extra security. Is this conversation helpful so far? His smallest choices can ripple through larger, more complex paths. Is this conversation helpful so far? Vek Frostwain is no longer bound by the world he once knew. With his Snow Elf legacy and mastery over tactics, he stumbled upon a hidden structure, protocol, legacy, a backdoor created by forgotten gods and developers. Armed with the Frozen Quill, he bends reality itself, rewriting quests, splintering across timelines, and activating relics best left undisturbed. He finds unlikely allies and corrupted echoes and foes among fallen deities. But the deeper he delves, the more unstable the world becomes. Reality warps, time twists, and soon he's face to face with the end loop Terminala failsafe that could reset everything. The catch? He must write a new ending before the system reboots itself. With fractured quests, echoes of past lives, and enemies from every corner of existence, Vek must decide, will he preserve this broken world or rewrite it entirely? Every choice leads him closer to the one question. Can he outwit the system that made him its last keyholder? I rubbed my chin thoughtfully. Sorex had a point. He'd been talking about me taking time to adventure while I can. I never really thought much about inheriting the winking skeever, but recently he kept insisting that I should take a break, explore, and enjoy the world before it's too late. It wasn't like him to suggest that. I'd always been caught up in running the tavern. I suppose diseases are easy enough to deal with, I said, mulling over it. The ones priests and potions can't fix are either deadly or curses. Corpulus should be able to buy a cure potion. Sorex gave a subtle nod, his gaze back on the list. He'll tell you when he's ready. I pointed toward Ilia on the map. I'm heading to the rift anyway. It's a long journey, but a powerful witch would be just what the guild needs for security. Sorex blinked at me, clearly curious. The rift? Why there? I sighed, preparing to explain. I need to climb up to High Hrothgar. though I'm hoping I won't have to. Sorex just nodded, then asked, "Who's Darkethis?" I pulled out my map and pointed to Darkwater Crossing in the Rift. "Another mission, a Falmer camp." Sorex chuckled. "So you're headed to the Rift, huh?" I nodded. "Iverstead, but I'll be making a detour to gather some things along the way. My hope was to avoid other players or their marks." Darkethis was probably still around, though Ilya was a solid companion. If someone had started in Riften, they might have picked her up by now. Corpulus hadn't returned yet, though. I sighed. "I need to get the rest of the money for the renovations." Sorex gave a nod. "You bringing Vyri along?" We both glanced at Vyri, still in the shadows. "She has a drinking problem." Sorex shrugged. "I don't even know where she gets the gold." I shook my head. "She's getting it from all this in exchange for sparring with the guards." Sorex laughed, and I grabbed a bottle of mead before heading out for my next task. Chapter 58. Sequence. PT1 I had a few things to take care of before my journey to High Hrothgar. First on the list was talking to the Khajiits, so I headed toward the docks. As I walked, I thought about the other tasks ahead of me, especially the updated quest involving Canary. The quest log mentioned checking in on her and the Imperial Legion. I couldn't help but wonder what this quest was really about, what I needed to do next. Unlike the old days when quests were freeform, this one had a deadline. It seemed like it would take a lot of time, so I decided to put it off and focus on my own agenda. The real issue was with Jarl Elisif. Erikr had to go. His shady ties with the Thieves Guild, the Thalmor, and that notorious ship, the Dainty Slode, were problems I didn't want to deal with. And while Erikr betrayed the guild, he was still a problem. There was one more thing, though, Sybil. I needed her to make me some powerful scrolls, and her take on Dawnbreaker could be invaluable. My afterlife depended on it. If she was willing, I could trade my studies of the Skull of Corruption and the Razor for her help. But first, I had to deal with Erikr. Reaching the docks, I looked at the Dead Man's Dreadquite, the pirate-sounding name for a trade ship, but it worked. No one was likely to attack a ship with such a name. "Do you like this personality?" A Khajiit I had never met before, along with Rasad, were having a conversation. "Greetings, Rasad." "Who's this?" I asked, greeted only by broad, toothy grins. The new Khajiit dipped his head. "I am Kemja. From the southern lands. I'll be leading the new sea caravan," he introduced himself. I filed the name away. With a friendly smile, I asked, "So, will your crew be seasoned sailors?" Kemja nodded. "My partner is currently tending to our kin, but we'll have 17 crew members. We might need more later." I decided the crew before seeing the ship. This Khajiit spoke more smoothly than the others, with an accent I couldn't quite place. Still, the mention of his partner caught my attention. "You said partner and kin?" I asked. Kemja grinned. "Yes, my partner and kitten are exploring the ship. I also inspected the tree you wanted us to export." "Yes, export. We can sell the sap for 500 gold per bottle, thanks to a woman from Whiterun who provided most of the initial supplies. But the real question is, are your business partners okay with this?" I had a solid answer ready. Sorex was fine with it, and we agreed not to inform Corpula sometimes. It's easier to ask for forgiveness than permission. So we kept the whole thing under wraps, but it was legal, so there were no issues. "So, you two have everything in place?" I asked. Kemja nodded. "Yes, even Resat has an Argonian in the crew now." I raised an eyebrow. "How did that happen?" "I can't think of any Argonian who would willingly join our business." Rasad chuckled. "His name's Sand in Pockets, a life saved by a cat named Haralra. They've been inseparable since. Haralra is a healer, and Sand in Pockets serves as his bodyguard. From what I remember, Sand in Pockets was a banished shadow scale." Kemja jumped in as Rasad trailed off. "He was banished for sparing a target." At that, Rasad burst into laughter. The journey unfolds as a hidden past surfaces, revealing a tale woven from fate and destiny. The priest, once the target of an assassin, unknowingly shapes the lives of those he saved, turning them into heroes. Their shared journey begins with a caravan's quest for the unknown, bound by the thread of survival and the desire to explore. As Vec Frostwain strides ahead, stepping into a world where rules bend and timelines fracture, the quest for reality becomes personal. Among the crew are Khajiit sailors, but one stands apart, a seasoned captain, capable of navigating even the stormiest seas. Alone with his thoughts, Vec sheds his armor, diving deep into the water's embrace. The search is on, with the weight of the world in every decision, as he uncovers secrets hidden beneath the surface. With every choice, every rewritten chapter, Vec reshapes his destiny, but the question remains, will he break the world or save it from the edge of collapse? I grabbed it and yanked it out of the dirt, choosing this method since I couldn't pick the lock naturally. As I resurfaced, I took a deep breath and threw the chest onto the dock, quickly climbing up after it. A guard approached, asking, What are you? What's in the chest?" I shrugged. "No clue. Saw it underwater, and it's locked." Probably some lost cargo. If you don't mind, I can find out where it came from. The guard nodded. All right. I'll come with you to turn it in. A new quest appeared, and I held back a smile. The task was clear. Find the chest's owner and anyone involved. It was an open quest, so I could skip steps. No problem, finding out who it belongs to is important, I said. The guard agreed and helped carry the chest. As we walked, he made small talk. So, how did you see it underwater? I shifted the chest to reveal the still shiny lot. I spotted something glinting in the water, and when I leaned in closer, I saw a chest. With my trade business underway, I couldn't resist the curiosity. I knew I couldn't just leave it there. The guard gave me a nod. You're a good one, Vec, but about your business, are you sure about hiring those Khajiit? I nodded back. They've got the experience, trading with folks who aren't always fond of them. We carried on chatting lightly about solitude, but eventually we reached Castle Dur. Captain Aldous gave us a strange look. Aye, Vec, what's this you've got? I flashed a grin and gestured to the guard. He took the cue, saluting Aldous. Vec found this chest at the Solitude docks. It's locked, so no one knows who it belongs to or what's inside. Aldous stroked his beard. Lost cargo, eh? He turned a suspicious look at me, then pointed at the guard. You are dismissed. The guard gave a quick nod before sprinting back. Aldous turned to me with a sly look. You know who that belongs to, don't you? I smirked. You know me too well. It's from Safia of the Dainty Slode. Aldous raised an eyebrow. Those guys? The Black Bloods weren't enough for you? I laughed. Not after them. Let's get inside and open this chest. I need to talk to Canary anyway. Aldous shot me a knowing look. You're planning something, aren't you? I said nothing. Striding into Castle Dur with the chest in hand, Aldous trailing behind. Inside, we found Canary and General Tullius mid-conversation, but they stopped when we entered. The general waved us over. Come on, you two. We have some things to discuss. I placed the chest on the table and said, I'm sure we will. Canary pointed to it, asking, what's inside? Captain Aldous sighed, muttering, he probably doesn't know, but I'm certain he does. General Tullius shook his head. The chest can wait. I need to talk to you, Vec. It's Vec, right? I nodded. Yes, it is. This is about what Canary and I found, isn't it? She nodded. He wants to create a new station. Canary rolled her eyes. I glanced at Tullius, who shook his head. He sighed and began explaining. Since your discovery, tensions with the Thalmor embassy have risen, especially since they're so close to Solitude. He paused. Some of the higher-ups in the Legion think the Civil War may have been orchestrated from behind the scenes, especially those who oppose the White Gold Concordat. With this new discovery, we need more information. Tullius was a man of contradictions, decisive yet uncertain. So what's my role in all this? I asked, trying to make sense of the situation. I've made my allegiance clear. I'm with the Legion, but I'm no soldier, more like a mercenary, really. Canary nodded, a wry smile on her face. Ironically, that's what makes you perfect for this task. We need someone outside the regular ranks for a new operation, espionage. The pieces clicked into place. So, you want a group of unofficial Imperial-aligned agents. And me? I fit the bill because I'm currently jobless. I leaned back, intrigued. I'm not doing this alone, am I? Tullius met my gaze. You, Canary, and anyone you can recruit but keep it small. You'll report directly to Legionnaire Rikke or me. And your first mission, infiltrating the Thalmor embassy. The good news? I was supposed to attend a party they're hosting. Here. He slid an envelope across the table. Gather your team and let's make this happen. Do you like this personality? I placed the chest on the table and said, I'm sure we will. Canary pointed to it asking, what's inside? Captain Aldous sighed, muttering, he probably doesn't know, but I'm certain he does. General Tullius shook his head. The chest can wait. I need to talk to you, Vec. It's Vec, right? I nodded. Yes, it is. This is about what Canary and I found, isn't it? She nodded. He wants to create a new station. Canary rolled her eyes. I glanced at Tullius, who shook his head. He sighed and began explaining. Since your discovery, tensions with the Thalmor embassy have risen, especially since they're so close to Solitude. He paused. Some of the higher-ups in the Legion think the Civil War may have been orchestrated from behind the scenes, especially those who oppose the White Gold Concordat. With this new discovery, we need more information. The Imperial Legion trusts you, and so does Solitude. But something bothered me. He didn't say he trusted Med just gave me an envelope with a mission. The party's in 2 months, he said, and I nodded, adding items to my to-do list. The general waved me off. You're dismissed. As he walked away, Captain Aldous grumbled. That man, sometimes he's inspiring. Other times, well, you know. I didn't know him well myself, honestly. Not much lore to go on with Tullius. Canary gave me a look, then turned to leave, but I stopped her. Can you open this chest? She stared at me, surprised. You can't pick a lock? I shrugged. Not much of a thief. She rolled her eyes, turning to Aldous. You? He raised his hands. Not the most steady of hands. With a sigh, she pulled out a lock-picking kit and got to work, with Aldous and I peering over her shoulder at the chest. Totally useless. Do you like this personality? After a minute, she grumbled, Would you two back off? So we did, not because she gave us a death glare. A minute later, she popped the chest open and whistled at the contents. Where did you find this? Aldous' eyes widened. Is that? I held back a laugh but couldn't stop smirking. Found it in the water by the docks? I suppose an official investigation's in order? Captain Aldous laughed. So you're after an Imperial investigation? If you are. Canary cut in. He's after a noble. They drained all the fun out of the moment, too smart to give me any satisfaction. I sighed, nodding. So, you want to hand me what I need to investigate this? Captain Aldous scratched his chin. Balmoral Blue is more dangerous than normal skooma. I assume you know the dealer? I smirked. And the consumer. The problem is, I don't have solid evidence. Canary sighed. I'll get you an Imperial seal and warrant. That made my next steps a lot easier. As Canary left, Captain Aldous looked at me. Can I ask who you're after? I raised an eyebrow and smiled. I don't want to say too much. If things go wrong, I'll just eliminate them. Aldous frowned. I'll take that as a joke, but what's the point? I shrugged. I was hired, but it fits my goals to get rid of them. Does that work? Aldous nodded. It does. Keep me updated if you find anything. I chuckled just as Canary came back with what I needed. If? More like when? I grabbed the paper she handed me and marched out. Behind me, I heard her ask Aldous something, but I wasn't concerned. I read the document more than I expected. Not specific, but forceful. I rolled it up and pocketed it. Time to track Eriker. The investigation notice and sealed warrant made things easier. Is this conversation helpful so far? It didn't stop Eriker from keeping secrets. So my plan? Watch his every move. I needed to see his house. His housecarl, maids, and sister all seemed to hang around there. Now that I own Proudspire, I could use that as an excuse to check out the area. Time for a stakeout. Chapter 60, A Shift in the World. Watching Eriker's house day and night turned out to be way more boring than I imagined, especially since I was stuck sitting on a wall all night. My eyes burned from lack of sleep. I really needed rest, but I couldn't level up lately due to the belt side effects. Eriker left again, thankfully with Gisli and Meloran, leaving just the maid and housecarl behind. Meloran was Eriker's housecarl, and Gisli had her own, a bear of a man named Gao, who I suspected she was with. He acted as her housecarl and had a room upstairs. I climbed up Proudspire's back wall and sneaked into Eriker's house, planning to enter through the third floor. The lower level seemed to be for the kitchen and storage, while the second floor was where the housecarls hung out. Tullius was a man of contradictions, decisive yet uncertain. So what's my role in all this? I asked, trying to make sense of the situation. I've made my allegiance clear. I'm with the Legion, but I'm no soldier, more like a mercenary, really. Canary nodded, a wry smile on her face. Ironically, that's what makes you perfect for this task. We need someone outside the regular ranks for a new operation, espionage. The pieces clicked into place. So, you want a group of unofficial Imperial-aligned agents. And me? I fit the bill because I'm currently jobless. I leaned back, intrigued. I'm not doing this alone, am I? Tullius met my gaze. You, Canary, and anyone you can recruit but keep it small. You'll report directly to Legionnaire Rikke or me. And your first mission, infiltrating the Thalmor embassy. The good news? I was supposed to attend a party they're hosting. Here. He slid an envelope across the table. Gather your team and let's make this happen. Do you like this personality? I thought women hid diaries in their underwear, but I shrugged it off and tossed the broken glass shards into the dresser. I didn't want that junk in my inventory. I scoured the room, checking every corner and under the bed, but all I found was a locked strongbox on a desk, no way to open it, so I tossed it into my inventory. It could be filled with notes or jewelry. Who knew? After clearing Gilsey's room, I cautiously checked the door to Eriker's room. The door was ajar, and I heard a faint hum. I drew Dawnbreaker, but hesitated, swapping it for the Lucky Dagger, which, although it didn't boost my crits, was less noticeable. With fluid precision, I pressed the dagger to the maid's throat. She dropped her broom in panic, and I silenced her quickly, warning her not to scream. She nodded, trembling, as I demanded she tell me where Eriker kept his documents. After a moment's hesitation, she stammered, "His desk has a hidden pocket." I thought women hid diaries in their underwear, but I shrugged it off and tossed the broken glass shards into the dresser. I didn't want that junk in my inventory. I scoured the room, checking every corner and under the bed, but all I found was a locked strongbox on a desk, no way to open it, so I tossed it into my inventory. It could be filled with notes or jewelry. Who knew? After clearing Gilsey's room, I cautiously checked the door to Erica's room. The door was ajar, and I heard a faint hum. I drew Dawnbreaker, but hesitated, swapping it for the Lucky Dagger, which, although it didn't boost my crits, was less noticeable. With fluid precision, I pressed the dagger to the maid's throat. She dropped her broom in panic, and I silenced her quickly, warning her not to scream. She nodded, trembling, as I demanded she tell me where Erica kept his documents. After a moment's hesitation, she stammered, "His desk has a hidden pocket." I heard shouting, followed by the sound of a door slamming shut. That maid sure was fast. I caught a murmur about Gal hurting her neck again, but I wasn't interested in the drama, so I continued my way down the stairs. I stopped at the first room on the second floor, immediately recognizing it as Melloran's. An enchanting table sat in the corner, surrounded by several metal staves on a distant desk. I moved quickly, grabbing anything valuable and leaving the trash behind. Among the things I found were several charcoal pencils, just like the ones I used for writing. I snatched them up and made a mental note to look into graphite or ballpoint pen production. My tongue clicked in irritation when I found another locked box. This time, I didn't waste time. I cast Frost Shock on it, feeling the lock crack under the force of my magic. With a quick pull, the box opened and its contents spilled out several black soul gems, a few keys, and a small notebook. I picked up the soul gems and examined them closely. They were filled! Now, that was definitely interesting. I pocketed the lock keys too and flipped open the notebook. Pages overflowed with arcane ramblings, but one entry snapped my attention. Sabile. He'd seen her for what she truly was, a vampire, her spell shattered by a black soul gem. That gem didn't just free him, it exposed his paranoia. He'd spotted me showing her a Daedric artifact though, which, one, he didn't say, but he suspected I knew her secret. Turns out, I'm immune to charm magic. His notes weren't half bad either, worth stealing. Too bad he served the wrong master. I dashed back to Erica's room. The maid mentioned the desk, but I tore the place apart first. When I finally jammed that silver key in the lock, it clicked, revealing a trove. Papers, letters, a full ledger. Jackpot. I smirked and grabbed the papers. Let's see. Flipping through them, I froze when the world shifted. The entire house shook and then a boom reverberated through the air. It was a sound I recognized all too well, and it hit me harder than I expected. It was the voice of the Greybeards. The Dragonborn had officially awakened. I quickly shoved the documents into my inventory, rushing back to Gilsey's room. Without thinking, I dove out the window, landing hard in the bushes below. The wind knocked out of me, but I pushed myself up and ran. Thoughts swirled in my head, ideas for new spells, and the constant question, should I add more, push limits without going too far? Could I craft something satisfying without falling into the usual traps of romance or materialism? Time to decide. But the world was already spinning out of control. The time had come for me to wrap things up. The Greybeards had summoned me, and it was urgent. Whiterun was calling, and Erica had to be dealt with fast. I sifted through his documents, catching a glimpse of chaos around the Blue Palace. The court was disbanded, no doubt reeling from the shockwave after the Dragonborn's summons. I moved through the corridors, finally reaching Falk's office. With a knock, I stepped in and found the steward buried in paperwork. Falk! The best steward in all of Solitude, I greeted, earning a raised eyebrow and a curious glance at the pile of documents in my hands. Flicking through them, I revealed damning evidence of illegal trade ties to the Dainty Sloden Thieves Guild, a plan to sell Solitude's buildings to the Thalmor, and money laundering schemes. Falk seemed overwhelmed, but stayed quiet as I continued my expose. Just when I was about to dig deeper into another folder, he stopped me. Vec, slow down! But there was no time for slowing down. The web of corruption was far too intricate, and I was already deep in the game. What is all this? Falk picked up the folder filled with Melloran's experiments and looked confused. Is this all from Erica? How did you get this? I rubbed my chin thoughtfully and motioned for him to come closer. Elisif asked me to handle Erica. He's been hassling her about remarriage and all that. So I broke into his house and went through his stuff. Falk sighed, looking down. Fair enough. What do you want to do with all this? I picked up another letter. Involvement in drug trafficking, selling confidential information. This seems like treason to me. This letter looks like it's addressed to Maven Blackbriar. Who else would MBB stand for? I tossed it to him, and he read through it. It was about escorting some rare material. I've only heard of Jaren root once, in a compendium on poisonous plants. Falk grabbed another letter from me, scanning it closely. Why would they? The letter mentioned a request for Jaren root, vampire dust, black soul gems, and other harmful ingredients. The Jaren root caught my attention. If a shipment of that stuff reached Skyrim, it would explain the fresh route Asher gives the listener. I thought it might be best to get rid of these materials. Falk sighed again. I'll handle this, Vec. Do you want me to? His voice trailed off, leaving the question hanging. Nah, just tell the Jarl my job is done. Falk leaned back, rubbing his eyes. This is going to cause some trouble. You were right about this being treason. Another execution looms this time. Ericur. I smirked. Solitude's about to get cleaner. Falk handled the dainty Slode, a crippled pirate ship too weak to flee, its crimes veiled behind low numbers. I asked him to grab a floating purple gem if found a future favor for someone deep in the guild's shadows. Falk caught on it was a stone. He'd heard collectors paid well. I hadn't, but I nodded anyway. No move on the stolen intel, but he'd alert the general. Then I asked, report Stormcloak camps or end them. Falk left no kill orders without Legion say so. I had, of course, forgotten to ask them. Thunder rolled above us. The Greybeards, I said. Things are shifting. Falk looked up, piecing the storm to prophecy. I shut him down with a whisper. Thalmor are listening. No Nord myths in solitude, not now. He saw the warning in my eye and nodded. I nodded. I'm heading to Whiterun and maybe beyond, gathering a few things. And here's a tip. To take down a bird, you cut off its wings. Falk would get what I meant when the dragon rumor spread. He gave a brief nod. Good luck on your journey. I stepped back, heading to Sybil's place. I knocked, waited a second, and she flung the door open. What's up, Vec? I flashed a grin. Morning, sleepyhead. She clicked her tongue and began closing the door, but I called out, I've got some research for you. She rubbed her face, sighed, then asked, do you know what that earthquake was about? I raised an eyebrow. You don't know? It was the Greybeard's call. She frowned. The Thuum. That might require some study. So what are you offering me? I smiled. 4 things. She opened the door wider, letting me in. I quickly pulled out some Stalrum and dragon bones. Can this be forged from these? She examined the materials with a curious look. Stalrum and dragon bone? Interesting. I'll need to study these more. I nodded. Not much of either left, though. Is this conversation helpful so far? She raised an eyebrow, her gaze sharp as I revealed my latest project. What else do you have? She asked, not missing a beat. I pulled out Dawnbreaker, its gleam cutting through the air like a blade. She recoiled instantly, her face twisted in a scowl. Keep that away from me, she snapped. I shrugged, storing the artifact away. I figured you wouldn't want to get too close. But I need help changing its destiny, much like Azura's star. She leaned back, an amused smirk playing on her lips. You're addicted, aren't you? Maybe I need an intervention if you keep showing up with more Daedric junk. I rolled my eyes. Long story short, Meridia has taken an interest in me. Not wanting to serve her forever, I made a bet. I need to make Dawnbreaker stronger than ever. She gave me a considering look, her interest piqued. Meridia must really have a thing for you. She doesn't make deals like that often. I didn't mention how Meridia knew of my past with her, keeping that little secret close. So, can you help me? I asked, hoping for more than just answers. She studied me for a moment, then nodded. I'll help, but I won't touch Dawnbreaker. I have ideas on how to strengthen it and a few ways to weaken it, if that's your thing. I nodded, relieved. Then, with a slight grin, I pulled out all the pieces of the razor. Her eyes went wide. How many Daedric princes are you playing with? Fixing Azura's star was one thing, but this? She shook her head, incredulous. I laughed softly. Want to give it a try? I nodded. I'm heading to Whiterun and maybe beyond, gathering a few things. And here's a tip. To take down a bird, you cut off its wings. Falk would get what I meant when the dragon rumors spread. He gave a brief nod. Good luck on your journey. I stepped back, heading to Sabile's place. I knocked, waited a second, and she flung the door open. What's up, Vec? I flashed a grin. Morning, sleepyhead. She clicked her tongue and began closing the door. But I called out. I've got some research for you. She rubbed her face, sighed, then asked, do you know what that earthquake was about? I raised an eyebrow. You don't know? It was the Greybeard's call. She frowned. The Thuum. That might require some study. So, what are you offering me? I smiled. 4 things. She opened the door wider, letting me in. I quickly pulled out some Stalrim and dragon bones. Can this be forged from these? She examined the materials with a curious look. Stalrim and dragon bone? Interesting. I'll need to study these more. I nodded. Not much of either left, though. Is this conversation helpful so far? I gave her a quick glance. Yeah, pretty much. You ever hear of anyone like me? Not the Daedric stuff. Just someone a bit stranger than the average person. She shook her head. Actually, I know exactly who you're talking about. A colleague from the College of Winterhold mentioned a student with some weird habits. A player at the College of Winterhold, huh? Who are we talking about, and what are these habits? I asked. She sighed. A fence named Enther sells rare ingredients. The student's name is Gwen. Enther mentioned an overuse of the word like. I nodded. Definitely a player. Thanks for the info, I said. Sibyl raised an eyebrow. That's it? It's complicated. I can't really go into it, I replied. She rolled her eyes. Fine, get out. I need sleep. Fair enough. I turned and headed out. I had a couple of things to handle before heading to Whiterun. First, I had to let Legion know I was leaving. And second, I needed sleep. I had some perk points to allocate, and I'd been putting off leveling up. Chapter 62, Level Up. I headed to Castle Dewar to brief Canary on my expedition. Apparently, she wanted to come along. I wasn't exactly thrilled about having a second follower. Vyri was fine in my opinion, but she did hold a certain authority over me as my boss throughout the Legion questline, even if she was technically paying me. I received a monthly wage of 5 gold and 20 silver coins, though the silver coins were a bit annoying to deal with, showing up as decimals in my inventory. It wasn't my favorite, but extra hands were always useful, especially since my followers were never helpful when it came to standing in doorways. Eventually, after a long day, I found myself drifting to sleep. I woke up in the dreamscape of leveling up, having figured out how to delay my leveling process, though I was only greeted with 4 level ups. However, I was granted 8 perk points, which felt pretty good. I assumed that leveling up gave a random amount of perk points, ranging from 1 to 3. I decided to invest in more health, which seemed to improve my physical fitness. I hadn't noticed it much before since I rarely put more than 1 or 2 points into it. With the addition of more mana and stamina, I could run further and use magic longer, but I didn't plan to prioritize health much. When it came to perk points, my trees were uneven, and I was surprised to see my one-handed skill at 43 points. The one-handed tree wasn't my favorite though. The dual-wielding branch was far more appealing, and while axes had their use, especially with higher decapitation chances, swords were the go-to for unique weapon. I had no choice but to invest 3 points into the bladesman skill, even if it was a bit frustrating. Vyri was fine in my opinion, but she did hold a certain authority over me as my boss throughout the Legion questline, even if she was technically paying me. I received a monthly wage of 5 gold and 20 silver coins, though the silver coins were a bit annoying to deal with, showing up as decimals in my inventory. It wasn't my favorite, but extra hands were always useful, especially since my followers were never helpful when it came to standing in doorways. Eventually, after a long day, I found myself drifting to sleep. I woke up in the dreamscape of leveling up, having figured out how to delay my leveling process, though I was only greeted with 4 level ups. However, I was granted 8 perk points, which felt pretty good. I assumed that leveling up gave a random amount of perk points, ranging from 1 to 3. I decided to invest in more health, which seemed to improve my physical fitness. I hadn't noticed it much before, since I rarely put more than 1 or 2 points into it. With the addition of more mana and stamina, I could run further and use magic longer, but I didn't plan to prioritize health much. When it came to perk points, my trees were uneven, and I was surprised to see my one-handed skill at 43 points. The one-handed tree wasn't my favorite though. The dual-wielding branch was far more appealing, and while axes had their use, especially with higher decapitation chances, swords were the go-to for unique weapons. I had no choice but to invest 3 points into the bladesman skill, even if it was a bit frustrating. I blinked away the remnants of dream space, jarred awake just as the fusion completed, no result, no vision, just raw silence. Groggy but driven, I checked my spellbook and froze. A new tab had appeared. Fuse spells. 1 entry frost, flesh, a hybrid of alteration and destruction. Curious. I toggled the mark beside it. The tab vanished, and the spell split itself into both categories. Another toggle, and it returned, seamless and singular. The spell's note was cryptic. Created by Mivek Frostwain through a blend of Atmaron Legacy, Stalrim Craft, and Arcane Schools, perhaps guided by fate or glitch. Frost Cloak woven into ebony flesh, but more frost flesh pulsed with codework I hadn't fully written. Did others fail like I once did, not from lack of dream mana, but because they couldn't see the variables? I stared at the morning light cutting into Proudspire Manor, the weight of possibility humming through the walls like a buried dev command waiting to be triggered. Vyri was fine in my opinion, but she did hold a certain authority over me as my boss throughout the Legion questline, even if she was technically paying me. I received a monthly wage of 5 gold and 20 silver coins, though the silver coins were a bit annoying to deal with, showing up as decimals in my inventory. It wasn't my favorite, but extra hands were always useful, especially since my followers were never helpful when it came to standing in doorways. Eventually, after a long day, I found myself drifting to sleep. I woke up in the dreamscape of leveling up, having figured out how to delay my leveling process, though I was only greeted with 4 level ups. However, I was granted 8 perk points, which felt pretty good. I assumed that leveling up gave a random amount of perk points, ranging from 1 to 3. I decided to invest in more health, which seemed to improve my physical fitness. I hadn't noticed it much before since I rarely put more than 1 or 2 points into it. With the addition of more mana and stamina, I could run further and use magic longer, but I didn't plan to prioritize health much. When it came to perk points, my trees were uneven, and I was surprised to see my one-handed skill at 43 points. The one-handed tree wasn't my favorite though. The dual-wielding branch was far more appealing, and while axes had their use, especially with higher decapitation chances, swords were the go-to for unique weapons. I had no choice but to invest 3 points into the bladesman skill, even if it was a bit frustrating. Vairi squinted through the small window, her voice low. How are we going to handle this? Canary clicked her tongue in a knowing way. It's a trap. That tree was cut down. Watch out for bandits, I chuckled. You'll see why I had this carriage specially made. Reins in hand, I slowed the horse, giving a quiet command. On my signal, use the hatch on the roof. Behind me, the others shifted, but I focused on the group of bandits emerging from the rocks. A man wearing the mark of a Breton smirked. You were expecting us? I grinned. Travelers should always be cautious. A Nord woman sneered. We prefer opportunists. I kept my smile, knowing well that Skyrim's bandits outnumbered its citizens, many drifting under banners like the Stormcloaks, or simply surviving. Fair enough. So tell me, are you dodging the Imperial draft or sympathizing with the Stormcloaks? I threw out some meaningless words to confuse them. I hear the Lunar Moon Band is secretly supplying weapons to the Stormcloaks. It was a lie I made up on the spot, but it made the bandits hesitate. They weren't familiar with the name, but something clicked. Still, they kept their weapons pointed at me. The Breton man asked, What's in the carriage? I grinned. Canaries. He gave me a strange look, but Canary, on cue, shot up from the roof. An arrow took the Breton out cleanly. The other 4 were stunned, but before they could react, I leaped from the carriage, Dawnbreaker already in my hand, crashing into one of the bandits. The unexpected strike triggered a skill up, but I didn't bother checking. Vairi squinted through the small window, her voice low. How are we going to handle this? Canary clicked her tongue in a knowing way. It's a trap! That tree was cut down! Watch out for bandits, I chuckled. You'll see why I had this carriage specially made. Reins in hand, I slowed the horse, giving a quiet command. On my signal, use the hatch on the roof. Behind me, the others shifted, but I focused on the group of bandits emerging from the rocks. A man wearing the mark of a Breton smirked. You were expecting us? I grinned. Travelers should always be cautious. A Nord woman sneered. We prefer opportunists. I kept my smile, knowing well that Skyrim's bandits outnumbered its citizens, many drifting under banners like the Stormcloaks or simply surviving. Fair enough. So tell me, are you dodging the Imperial draft or sympathizing with the Stormcloaks? I threw out some meaningless words to confuse them. I hear the Lunar Moon Band is secretly supplying weapons to the Stormcloaks. It was a lie I made up on the spot, but it made the bandits hesitate. They weren't familiar with the name, but something clicked. Still, they kept their weapons pointed at me. The Breton man asked, What's in the carriage? I grinned. Canaries. He gave me a strange look, but Canary, on cue, shot up from the roof. An arrow took the Breton out cleanly. The other 4 were stunned, but before they could react, I leaped from the carriage, Dawnbreaker already in my hand, crashing into one of the bandits. The unexpected strike triggered a skill up, but I didn't bother checking. I drove Dawnbreaker into the bandit's gut, and as I lifted my gaze, Canary had already downed 2 of the others with swift arrows. The last one sprinted towards a fallen log, desperate to escape. Canary was ready to take them out too, but I shouted, Pin them! They know something I want! Her arrow shot true, embedding deep into the bandit's leg, causing them to howl in pain. I grabbed a cloth from my inventory and pressed it against their mouth to silence the screams. Shh, I'm pulling the arrow out, I whispered. It was the Nord woman from before. She shook her head, pleading with her eyes, but I yanked the arrow free. She screamed through the cloth. I grinned. One chance. What do you know about lunar weapons? Her eyes widened, but she nodded. The Silent Moon Camp. It's east of here. They only strike at night. Their weapons burn like no fire I've seen, enchanted by some greater force. That's all I know. Please, spare me, she begged. I ran from the draft. Before she could finish, I slashed her throat, her eyes filled with betrayal. I sheathed Dawnbreaker and turned back to the carriage. Vairi was rummaging through one of the bandits' gear, looking up at me. What? They have decent equipment. I shook my head. It's not that you're looting wrong. I grabbed the dead bandit's body, dragging it toward her. She dropped like a rag doll, bare to the bone-white sky, and Vairi didn't blink, just followed my instructions with clinical precision. Strip the fallen, turn the gear inside out, and Skyrim's wildlife handles the cleanup efficient and brutal. Gold clinked to the ground, flint and steel gleaming in the dirt. It worked! She grinned, and from the carriage, Canary sneered. You're sick! I just pointed, says the Imperial torturer in exile. Her shrug was practically a confession. All right, fine. But this carriage? You planned this? She could tell it wasn't just luck. Truth was, I'd meant it for something else entirely. Designs ruined by Solitude's incompetence. Her voice snapped me back. Lunar bandits? I gave her the short version. An ancient forge that only wakes under the stars, enchanting even the unskilled. She raised a brow curious now. Nordwork? I nodded. Collapsed outpost. Probably tried to make soulfire weapons for Dwemer War. Failed. But the forge is still there. If we get the time, I'm going. She gave a sharp nod. Understood. I'll take whatever inn they've got, I said, sinking into my thoughts. I'll come along, Vairi chimed in from behind. If it's about the moon, it could get interesting. Canary shot her a quick look before slipping back into the carriage. I unfolded my map, eyes scanning the terrain. The bandits who attacked us were probably in cahoots with the ones further ahead. Robber's Gorge was just up the road. Looking at the area, I could already see it. A small trap with the main force targeting Whiterun. Odd, considering Solitude gets most of its supplies by sea. Why would the big guns be facing Whiterun? Then it hit me. The Khajiit! They definitely use this route. Normally, bandits leave the Khajiit alone, but since I've been helping their caravan, things might have shifted. If they've already attacked, even better. If not, I'll stop it. Canary popped out again. What's going on? She asked. More bandits ahead. Looks like they're setting a trap for a Khajiit caravan. I'm going to check it out. Vairi perked up. Are we leaving the carriage? I turned to Canary. Can you drive it? She sighed, but nodded. Sure, I smiled. Take care of Philip. Vairi raised an eyebrow. You named it Philip? Isn't it a girl? Do you like this personality? Canary locked eyes with me and Vairi sighed. Let's just get back to hunting bandits, she said. Yeah, that sounds like the best plan, I replied, rubbing the back of my neck as I walked toward Robber's Gorge. Canary hopped out of the carriage, taking Philip's reins, while Vairi followed me up the trail. The path led directly to a bandit camp, where 4 were stationed, watching the road. It seemed like there were at least 3 more in the camp, but none of them appeared to be leaders. They had set up some wire traps, and I gestured for Vairi to step carefully over them as we crept along the shadows. Moving quietly, we reached a spot just below 2 bandits. I pointed out the other 2 who were standing on the road and signaled for Vairi to get in position. With her ready, I pulled out my fishing rod and after a quick nod, cast the line around the 2 bandits. They froze in confusion. What the? One stammered before I yanked the line, pulling them into a makeshift railing. They crashed into it, but the structure surprisingly held. They tumbled over, and I quickly drew Dawnbreaker, slicing through one with a critical hit. The other slammed to the ground, and I drove my sword through him. I turned to see Vairi had already dealt with one, smashing the other's head in. But the final bandit had a shield, and Vairi couldn't land a solid blow. Canary glared at me as Vairi sighed, giving up. Let's just kill more bandits, she said. That's the plan, I replied, rubbing my neck. I started heading up the path toward Robber's Gorge, Canary hopping out of the carriage to grab Philip's reins. Vairi followed as we moved toward the camp. We crept close enough to spot 4 bandits watching the road. Too many in this world, but they were only minor thugs, not leaders. They had set traps, but we managed to avoid them by staying low. We snuck to a position right beneath 2 of them, while the other 2 were further up the road. I signaled Vairi, and she readied her mace. With her in place, I pulled out my fishing rod and cast the line around the 2 bandits. Their confusion was immediate. I yanked hard, pulling them into their makeshift railing. The impact was jarring, but it held up, and they tumbled over. I drew my sword, slicing through one with a critical strike, while the second crashed to the ground. I turned to see Vairi had dealt with one by smashing his skull, but the last one, armed with a shield, was proving a challenge for her. Do you like this personality? I hurled the iron dagger mist by a mile, but it got his attention, and that was all Vairi needed. Pendulum came crashing down like divine judgment, cracking his skull with a wet pop that made me flinch like someone smashing a melon. I didn't know if it should feel this easy. Was everyone else like this? No time to dwell, more bandits approached. I unreeled my fishing line and tossed it to Vairi, who instantly got it and flanked around. 2 voices rounded the corner, one spotted blood, the other muttered about assassin. As the first crept forward, the line jerked. He stumbled, I dropped it, and lunged at the other. Steel clanged, then with a grin I fired a freezing bolt straight to his face. He toppled like a statue. Just in case, I drove the blade down. Meanwhile, Vairi hammered the fallen one, turned out he was an orc and took extra effort. With them done, I finally spoke. The chiefs likely holed up in that wood cabin. Vairi nodded, called me boss, and melted into the shadows while I set my sights on the next fight. His leggings held him tight, immobilizing him. The hammer swung wildly, but I was quick, slashing with precision between each of his swings. You son of a... He groaned, furious. With a mighty effort, he tore off his leggings, breaking free, and swung for my head. I ducked, narrowly avoiding the blow, but when he swung again, I caught it. With a sudden lunge, I slashed his leg, and he screamed in agony. The hammer slipped from his grasp. You monster! He shouted, but I just smirked. Maybe I am, I replied coolly, slicing through his other leg. His scream pierced the air. Just kill me! He begged. I pointed my blade at his throat, coldly asking, Tell me about the Khajiit you robbed. His eyes widened. Is that what this is about? Did that coward send you? I pressed. So you robbed the Khajiit. Where are the rest? He sneered. Skinned and sold. Merchants pay a pretty penny for Khajiit fur. I rolled my eyes, not caring for his words, and finished the job by slicing through his neck. His leggings secured him in place, and he couldn't move an inch. The hammer swung wildly, but I was faster, slicing through his defenses with precision. You bastard! I'll kill you! He snarled, tearing off his leggings in a desperate attempt to break free. He swung the hammer at my head, but I ducked, only to catch it on the second swing. With a swift move, I lunged and struck his leg. The blade cut through, and his scream echoed. I pulled the hammer from his grasp. You monster! He spat. I smirked. Maybe I am. I cut through his other leg, his scream filling the air. Arg! Just kill me! He begged, but I only pointed my weapon at his throat. Tell me about the Khajiit you robbed, and maybe I will. He blinked, realization dawning. Did that coward of a cat send you? He hissed, admitting they had robbed the Khajiit. So, just one ran? Where are the others? I asked. He sneered. Skinned and sold. Merchants pay a pretty penny for Khajiit fur. I rolled my eyes and ended it, slicing through his neck without another word. I knew there had to be a secret caveat, just felt coded into the layout. But first, loot protocol. Grab the Black Arrow 5-2 off the tablet skill book, obviously for later reading. Then came the shout from Vairi. Canary's got the carriage up here. Start loading? Affirmative, confirmed. Supplies incoming. But the real lead, the bandit chief had a hatch, and I had to check it. Found some gold, silver, and a white amulet Karjo's moon charm so he hadn't left yet. Pocketed the key and dove into the hatch. Muddy drop, barrels full of provisions, and then voice echoing from the water. Hello? Someone was down there. Grabbed the bandit chief's journal, flipped through nothing but static. Tossed it. Nice view, sure, but just another cave. Until the Khajiit's voice rang out again. Hey, are you a bandit? I knew there had to be a secret caveat, just felt coded into the layout. But first, loot protocol. Grab the Black Arrow 5-2 off the tablet skill book, obviously for later reading. Then came the shout from Vairi. Canary's got the carriage up here. Start loading? Affirmative confirmed. Supplies incoming. But the real lead? The bandit chief had a hatch, and I had to check it. Found some gold, silver, and a white amulet Karjo's moon charm so he hadn't left yet. Pocketed the key and dove into the hatch. Money drop, barrels full of provisions, and then voice echoing from the water. Hello? Someone was down there. Grabbed the bandit chief's journal, flipped through nothing but static, tossed it. Nice view, sure, but just another cave. Until the Kai didn't belong here. One of the Khajiit growled, Shut up, Karjo! I glanced at the 3 Khajiit tied up before me. 2 were familiar, Karjo and his boss Akari, and the last was Zainabi, though she was gagged. I lifted my faceplate. I'm a friend of the caravan. Risad is helping me set up a trade route in Solitude. Akari's eyes widened. Ah, you're the strange man from another place. I nodded. Yeah, from Atmora. Need me to cut you loose? Karjo simply sliced through his bindings with his claws. We could have freed ourselves, he chuckled. Akari, as she freed the others, explained, We've deals with most bandit camps. Those who break it, though, they must be dealt with. I tossed a moon amulet to Karjo. My amulet, he exclaimed, catching it. Thank you, not just for dealing with the bandits, but for bringing this back. I feared I'd lost it. Akari added, It was a sister's heirloom. I'll reward you with gold, Zainabi spoke up. If you need a fence, I can help. I nodded, wondering how the caravan would handle the bandits who'd robbed them. They usually paid a tithe, but now they'd have to decide on something else. Ajit's voice rang out again. Hey, are you a bandit? Not every bandit is up for making deals, but I think I've figured out why they attacked you. I walked back over to the journal I'd tossed earlier. Check this out. I tossed it to Akari, who quickly flipped through its pages. The chief wanted to leave Skyrim, but many here are bandits because of the Civil War, and others come here for freedom. Akari was right. Bandits were less of an issue in other parts of Tamriel. The security here is weak. But hey, are these your supplies? I pointed to some barrels behind us. Zainabi shook her head. We carry what we sell on us. Some of it's ours, but not all of it. That coward of a chief took what we had and stashed it away. Karjo grumbled. He even stole my armor and wore it. Wait, that was his armor? No big deal. Let's get out of here, shall we? Zainabi scowled. Where's the chief? I want to deal with his corpse. I raised an eyebrow and pointed to the ladder. Up there, I left him for my companions to loot. Zainabi marched up without hesitation. I turned to the others. What was that about? Karjo sighed. I'll go calm her down. Akari leaned in, speaking quietly. The chief threatened to, well, skin Zainabi's fur after. Ahem. I'm sure you get it. Some people treat Khajiit like property, even skinning them for fur to line their armor. Do you like this personality? Zainabi had a brother once, but he's gone now. So she's sensitive to threats like that? I asked, my frown deepening. I get it. I rubbed my chin thoughtfully. Ever deal with many Khajiit fur collectors? Akari shook her head. Just one, really. We handled her, strung her up like a Spriggan would. It happens. At least some people, like you, understand the Khajiit. I shrugged. You're good allies. I'm thinking of starting an information guild, and I'd love for the caravan to help gather intel. Akari nodded. You're based in Solitude? Yes, I replied. I'll keep a logbook, sell you what I find. Fair rates, based on the value and timing. When we travel from Dawnstar to Markarth, we can meet up. I smiled and extended my hand. That sounds perfect. You're a friend of the caravan, Akari said, her tail flicking. It's only right. She climbed the ladder. I'll check what the bandits have, then we'll talk about what the caravan might need. I nodded as she left the cave. A lucky break, though I knew I might have caused it. With Akari likely taking over some of Rasad's routes while he helped me in Solitude, it felt like my speechcraft kept things from going south. Vec knew he could bend minds with words if he really wanted to, but chose not to, unless absolutely necessary. As he left the cave behind, he rode into Whiterun with a cartload of goods and the stench of livestock in the air. Karjo's whiskers twitched as the Khajiit caravan disembarked. They exchanged brief farewells, uncertain if fate would reunite them. Vec, now alone with his two followers, asked if there was anything left to say before they went their separate ways. Canary barely looked up from her notes, distracted by the guards salvaging dragon remains at the watchtower. She murmured, I'll find you when I need to. I sighed and looked over at Vairi. What about you? She just shrugged. Remember what you said about the companions. I'll be there. You wanted me to speak with someone named Farkas first, right? Honestly, I couldn't blame her for walking away. I wasn't exactly heartbroken that the group was splitting up either. Whiterun felt like a pivotal place in Skyrim's history, and I was buzzing with excitement to be here. Good luck with that, I said, giving her a nod. You can catch up with me at the Bannered Mare by nightfall. I'll get us some rooms, hopefully. The women nodded, and I led Philip to the stables. I shot a look that promised broken hands if anyone dared hurt him. He was a warhorse, but still fragile in one of those Shadowmere types. The walk to Whiterun turned out to be longer than I expected, a sign the city was bigger than I'd imagined. At the gate, a guard stopped me. What do you want? He grunted. I raised an eyebrow. To enter the city. The guard clicked his tongue in annoyance, but before he could speak further, another guard spoke up from the other side. Just let him in. He does this to everyone. He's bored standing out here. The first guard snapped back. Maybe if you actually talked to me, we wouldn't be in this situation. I didn't stick around to hear more and walked straight through the gate. The city looked pretty much as expected. The drunken huntsman and the blacksmith were right where they should be, but behind them were a few scattered houses. The path leading into the heart of the city was only about 1 kilometer long. I walked into the blacksmith shop, where Adrian paused her work to glance at me. Oh, a new face. I'm Adrian, one of the 2 blacksmiths in town, she said, sizing me up. I specialize in crafting weapons for adventurers. If you're after a bounty, head to the bulletin board in the merchant district or talk to the companions. A bulletin board? I raised an eyebrow. First time hearing about it. She smirked. Really? The Jarl set it up after the locals started fighting. The wars caused some rifts. I gave a small smile and extended my hand. Thanks for the info, Adrian. But before I could leave, I hesitated. My name's Vec. Have you seen any of my friends? One's probably in iron armor, and Adrian's eyes lit up. You mean Stefan and his buddy? Turns out his friend's the Dragonborn. Guard saw him absorb a dragon's soul. My mind raced. Stefan? A player? But what about his companion? Could the Dragonborn really have no name? Adrienne pointed to a pair walking by. That's them. She gave a wave. Hope you catch up with them. I looked at the duo before me. One was covered in iron armor, with the classic Nord beard, and an average height, no doubt the Dragonborn. But something was off. He wasn't speaking, it was the one in leather armor doing all the talking. I found the Dragonborn, but he came with extra baggage. This guy, Stefan, was a typical Nord, nothing remarkable about him. Were they working together for a big score? Was he trying to cash in on the rewards meant for the Dragonborn? I grabbed Stefan's arm. Hey, mind if I talk to you for a moment? He blinked, and a big grin spread across his face. Oh, sure. I'll catch up with Kine at the Bannered Mare in a bit. Maybe another quest, huh? The Dragonborn gave a nod, so his name was Kine. Stefan scanned me from head to toe. Nice armor. So, the quest? I shook my head. I don't have a quest for you. Stefan, do you know who I am? He shook his head. Nope, should I? I sighed, taking a gamble. You didn't put any information in, did you? He blinked, looking at his boots. Then his eyes lit up. Oh, you're another player. Didn't expect to meet one so soon. Nice to meet ya. I'm Stefan. Well, actually, it's Steven, but I got a little mixed up on the forum. This is my first time playing one of these games. I had a brain tumor, and they offered me a chance to join the beta. So here I am, stuck with a female gender listing. I mean, I had only a month to live, right? It wasn't supposed to be like this, but I grabbed the chance. You're not going to tell anyone, right? I could tell right away that this guy was out of his depth. No experience, no clue, just thrust into this world with no prior knowledge. But then again, who was I to judge? I'm stuck here too. I sighed, trying to make sense of the situation. You aren't going back, you know. None of us are. We're all stuck here with our baggage, and honestly, I'm not the person you want to talk to about it. He stared at me, clearly confused. Can't? Yeah, can't. We're here for good, whether we like it or not, I explained, feeling a little jaded. There's no going back. All the players as included came from places messed up in one way or another. Me? I don't even remember half of it. It's better that way. If you want to chat about your life, I'm not your guy. He frowned, but he nodded, getting the message loud and clear. I shook my head. I get the main plot. Just tell me what you've been through. We decided to head to the Bannered Mare since it might take a while. Stefan gave a reluctant nod and followed me inside. As we entered, the Dragonborn locked eyes with us, his gaze shifting between Stefan and me. I could feel the unspoken tension. I gave Stefan a reassuring pat on the back. Go talk to him. I'll get us a private table so we can avoid being stared at like we're insane. Stefan nodded, and I moved toward the bar. Hey, Hulda, can I reserve a table? Hulda looked up, surprised. How do you know my name? I frowned, feigning confusion. Hulda, I'm here every weekend. I work at Bellathor's. She blinked, a bit flustered. Really? I must have... Just kidding. I grinned. I like messing with people. So, can I get a table? Her face flushed. Sure, the room under the stairs is usually reserved for VIPs, but go ahead and use it. If you're staying the night, I serve breakfast myself. I grinned at her, knowing my silver tongue had just saved me a bit of gold. I glanced at Stefan, still blabbering away, and paused in mid-sentence. Before you keep going, any rumors or juicy stories floating around? Hold a thought for a moment. Well, there's this guy who shows up every 3 days, challenging folks to drinking contests. No one's won yet, but no one's impressed him either. The Jarl's put out a bounty on some bandits. Oh, and you didn't hear this from me, but one of the Jarl's kids has been sneaking around the palace. My mind whirred as I processed the 3 quests that just popped up. One was for the infamous Night to Remember, the other for the Ebony Blade. I could barter with Sanguine if I could just hold my liquor long enough to win. The Ebony Blade, though, it was both tempting and dangerous, growing stronger with betrayal. Empowering it with dead thralls had always worked before, but this time, something felt different. I sighed and gave Hulda a nod. Thanks. I might have to deal with those bandits. Can't have them messing with the roads. Had a run-in myself on the way to Whiterun. Hulda smirked. No problem. The guards won't bother. They never venture far enough to care. I turned, already planning my next move. The bandit quest wasn't just a typical bounty. It had a strange name. A hunter's prey. I scratched my head. Could it be Knife Point Ridge? I walked over to Stefan and the Dragonborn. I found us a quiet place to talk strategy. They exchanged a glance, and one of them asked, so we're here to talk about our shared similarities, huh? The Dragonborn nodded, and Stefan stood up. Why didn't you say so earlier, he remarked. I sighed, feeling the tension in the air. I don't think we're going to get along, I muttered. Stefan raised an eyebrow. Why not, he asked. I let out another sigh, walking toward the back room. Once the door was closed behind us, I turned to face him. Let's start with how you first woke up, I said. Stefan nodded and began his story. When I first came to, I was in that strange, empty space. Other players were there too, and we went through our skill tree selections. Since I entered under someone else's invitation, I didn't think too much about character creation. I just picked a template that seemed useful for survival. I nodded, understanding. I went with one-handed, hand-to-hand, and light armor, he continued. I figured those would work best since I didn't really understand magic. I chuckled. Good choices, actually. Hand too. Hand's new to me, but I can see its use. But what I really want to know is what kind of backstory you created and what quests you've done so far. Stefan shrugged. I didn't make a backstory, he said casually. But it seems I ended up with one anyway. I woke up on a carriage, heading straight for the headsman's axe. Pretty terrifying. That's where I met Kine, though. That's the name Hadvar gave him. Kine had no memories, was just found near the border. He paused for a moment, then went on. That's later in the story, though. Right at first, I was on the carriage with Kine, a guy named Rayloff, and another guy who was gagged. Rayloff asked me where I was from, and for some reason, I just knew the answer. Nice to meet you. I'm Stefan. Well, actually, it's Steven, but I got a little mixed up on the form. This is my first time playing one of these games. I had a brain tumor, and they offered me a chance to join the beta, so here I am stuck with a female gender listing. I mean, I had only a month to live, right? It wasn't supposed to be like this, but I grabbed the chance. You're not going to tell anyone, right? I could tell right away that this guy was out of his depth. No experience, no clue, just thrust into this world with no prior knowledge. But then again, who was I to judge? I'm stuck here too. I sighed, trying to make sense of the situation. You aren't going back, you know. None of us are. We're all stuck here with our baggage, and honestly, I'm not the person you want to talk to about it. He stared at me, clearly confused. Can't? Yeah, can't. We're here for good, whether we like it or not, I explained, feeling a little jaded. There's no going back. All the players this included came from places messed up in one way or another. Me? I don't even remember half of it. It's better that way. If you want to chat, Stefan fidgeted as he spoke, his voice uncertain. He had taken Lokir's place the same crime, same fate, but no script. I was from Rorikstead, stole a horse, got caught. His hands trembled, remembering the dragon. I reminded him that it used to be a set piece, just a dramatic intro in a game. Now, it was real. He nodded. Me, Kine, Ralof, and Hadvar escaped together. Then we found the standing stones. Kine touched when it lit up. I followed, and something changed. Warrior instincts sharpened. He tried to smile, but failed. Ralof called us special. Both sides offered us shelter. Kine pushed for action. Wanted to report the dragon. So we headed to Whiterun to tell the Jarl. About your life, I'm not your guy. He frowned, but he nodded, getting the message loud and clear. I nodded. After that, I assume you headed to Bleak Falls Barrow. Stefan nodded. Yeah, I guess you know most of the details. It took us a while to get there because we got a little lost. But when we did, we found this thief who apparently stole a golden claw. It helped us solve a puzzle, leading us to a decorated coffin. Nothing happened at first, but then Kine stepped to a wall, and something happened like a surge of knowledge or power. I nodded. A word wall. It contains the word fuss. The language is Dovazul, or the Draconic language. I have a guess at what happens next, so you can use the right terminology. Stefan nodded. Right. After he absorbed it, the coffin busted open, and this undead guy appeared. I interrupted. A Draugr, a basic undead. Stefan laughed. Yeah, we killed it. It had the dragonstone we needed for Farengar. After that, we escaped and headed back to Riverwood. Kine wanted to return the golden claw. We stayed for a bit and ended up helping some folks around Riverwood. We helped a girl named Camilla who had some guy trouble, and we cleared out a place called Embershard Mine for Embry. I raised an eyebrow. Embry? Isn't he a drunk? Stefan laughed. Yeah, but he was also the head miner at Embershard. I nodded. I see, go on. Stefan continued. After helping some others, we finally made our way back to Whiterun. Halfway there, a guard burst in yelling about a dragon. We ended up joining a hunting party to take it down. The fight was tough, especially for me since I couldn't use a bow or magic. In a tense moment, I ended up crushing the skull of a dragon from the western tower, dropping a stone brick from above, and boom, it was over. A critical hit, perhaps, or the dragon's weakened state after resurrection. Stefan, ever the curious one, kept explaining, revealing that Kine had absorbed something from the dragon. Whispers spread among the guards, and before we knew it, the earth shook, and a new quest appeared. I was about to ask more, but Stefan interrupted with a question. What was that? Shouting. The ground shook. The Greybeards, I explained. Hermits living on the throat of the world, right in the heart of Skyrim. They're summoning the Dragonborn to inherit his destiny, though they reject the other half. I pointed outside where Kine sat. I assume your quest involves heading there with him? Stefan looked relieved. Yeah, I need to help him learn the way of the voice. I could see the changes in him, and the more I thought about it, the more I knew this journey would test him. I scratched my chin, considering the timeline Alduin would likely take his time, wanting fear, followers, and chaos before making a move. It might make the quest harder later on, but the rewards would be greater. I suggest you join the companions, I offered. Things will get crazy, but you're now tied to the main quest. Stefan's face tightened. He had no idea just how tied in he was. If he only knew the world was on the brink of ending. I weighed my words carefully. You'll face more dragons and tougher foes. You'll need power, training, and gear. Joining the companions is your best shot at leveling up. Eventually, they'll talk about the inner circle. When that happens, tell them you'll think it over. After that, follow the main quest. Head to High Hrothgar and meet the Greybeards. Stefan nodded thoughtfully. Join the companions, level up, get better gear, and when they mention the inner circle, ask for time to think. Then, stick to the main quest. He nodded to himself, reassuring himself of his plan. Is it a specific quest, he asked? I nodded. Yes, but I won't spoil it. They'll invite you to the Underforge, though. Stefan nodded, curious but patient. What will you do? I shrugged. What I can. I have my own goals. You, follow the Dragonborn. Don't worry too much about me. Other players, they might try to kill you. I've already killed two myself. I let the weight of my words sink in. It gave him pause, but he quickly spoke up, trying to reassure me. I got it. Don't worry about me. I'll manage. I stood and stretched. I'm off to grab the ebony blade and buy some spells from Farengar. I looked at my companion. We might cross paths at High Hrothgar. You don't need to be the Dragonborn to learn the voice, and that's why I'm heading there. I paused for a moment. Oh, and it looks like Kyne is pretty righteous. If you and your friend help the Akavir warriors track down that Redguard woman, don't trust a word she says. You won't understand the politics or the lore about her. Just know she's a liar and a manipulator. The only reason to side with her is if you're looking for extra experience. Stefan gave a blank nod. Level up your speechcraft by selling stuff, and train in restoration magic. Just get a healing spell to start. Actually, if you manage to level up your speechcraft before finishing that Akavir quest, ask the guy who captures the woman if he can train you. Stefan laughed. You're starting to sound like a parent. I smirked slightly, more like backseat gaming. Who doesn't try to coach a newbie now and then? I gave a casual shrug. Anyway, I'll give you more advice if I'm still in the city, but for now, I've got quests to finish. With that, I left the private room. I'd probably sleep there later, since it had a bed and Hulda offered breakfast. I waved at the Dragonborn on my way out of the Bannered Mare. It seemed like helping others was in his nature. Hopefully, that wouldn't lead to any issues down the road. I really couldn't stand the Blades, and sooner or later, they'd meet. I sighed. So many little things. Chapter 66, Blade of Betrayal. Dragon's Reach was impressive. Its grandeur left the original Skyrim's castle in the dust. The architecture was breathtaking, and I couldn't help but wonder what the dragon trap looked like. As I approached the front door, a guard stopped me. State your business. In the heart of Dragon's Reach, the atmosphere was a mix of mystery and homey comfort. Vec Frostwain, a man with an air of controlled chaos, entered his mind more focused on magic than on the usual distractions of the palace. Ignoring the guard's suggestion to head to Winterhold, Vec sought out Farengar, a mage deep in his studies of an ancient dragonstone tablet. As he glanced at the scribbled note states, compositions, and Vec deciphered a chilling message from the tablet. Here lie our fallen lords, until power of Alduin revives. Farengar, startled, demanded an explanation, to which Vec, calm and collected, introduced himself. The exchange was brief, but revealing. Vec had learned the ancient dragon language, a skill that intrigued Farengar. With his dictionary in hand, Vec made his intentions clear not just to study magic, but to acquire powerful spells, setting the stage for a path full of arcane dangers and legendary quests. Do you like this personality? Farengar eyed me closely. Very well. The list of spells I can teach is right here. He slid a parchment toward me. I scowled and asked, Can I learn the spells you used on the Dragonstone? He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. If I get my hands on that dictionary, I can copy the spells while you study, but you can't leave the palace with them. I nodded. I'll take Raise Zombie, Bound Sword, Bound Dagger, Reanimate Corpse, the 3 Novice Destruction spells, and finally Fast Healing and Healing Hands. Farengar clicked his tongue. Quite the list, especially since you're after my analysis spells as well. I shrugged. I have a few more requests, but I think I'll let you work your magic on my dictionary. He gave me a sharp look, but then set several books on the table. I pretended to flip through them. They seemed to be written by him. I wondered if I might find an original spellbook from a dragon or a Dremora someday now. That would be fascinating. Just picking them up seemed to unlock the spells within me, and Farengar's personal notes added an interesting touch. An hour passed, and Farengar finally finished copying my dictionary. By then, I had already learned all the spells. In fact, I had so much time that I browsed through his study and found some quest-giving books. When Farengar stopped scribbling, I was surprised. He glanced at me. Have you already studied them all? I nodded. That brings me to my next request, which requires the Jarl's attention. I suggest we head over while he's still on the throne. Farengar sighed, clicking his tongue. Fine, let's go set up an audience. I frowned. You'll want this to be private. It's about the Daedric artifact you're keeping in the basement. Farengar recoiled, eyes widening. What? Never mind, a private audience is for the best. He hurried to the throne room, marching straight to the throne. Balgruf made a fuss, then stopped as Farengar whispered something to him. In an instant, Balgruf was on his feet, his gaze locked with mine as he marched toward me. Farengar trailed behind, and they entered the court mage's chambers, the door closing softly behind them. Balgruf's voice was cold, demanding, "How much do you know?" I shrugged. "Not much, but too much. Let's start with the rumors about your son, Nikir. People talk about his odd behavior, his secretive trips. I guess he's either lost his mind or made contact with a Daedra. From there, it's just a matter of speculation." Balgruf let out a long sigh. "I knew this day would come," he muttered. Farengar, standing beside him, gave a reassuring pat. "It was never your fault, my friend." I raised an eyebrow. "So, what's the real story?" They both turned their eyes on me, Balgruf's sharp, Farengar's questioning. Farengar spoke up. "What Daedric item do you suspect it is?" I paused, feigning thought. "If Nikir's been sneaking around, eavesdropping, I'd say it's a Daedric artifact, probably from the Lady of Whispers, Mephala." With a swift motion, I revealed Dawnbreaker, and their eyes widened. With a patron like mine, I think I know my Daedric artifacts. They tried to speak, but couldn't. I continued, "Give me the key to the locked room. I'll handle the rest." Balgruf frowned, sighed deeply, and finally said, "I suppose that would be best." "Would you care to know why we have it here? Is this conversation helpful so far?" I hesitated, not sure if I needed to know, but the lore seeker in me couldn't resist. "Sure, tell me your story," I said. Balgruf sank into a chair, burying his face in his hands. "My wife. I cheated on her. A mistake. Nothing more. I used to be an adventurer, and Farengar was with me. We traveled all the way to High Rock. That's when I messed up. One night, I spent time with a nymph." He sighed, lost in regret. "It's every man's dream, right? But not mine. The nymph liked me too much, followed me back to Whiterun. Then, she killed my wife with the ebony blade." Balgruf clenched his fists. "And she was pregnant." I pieced it together. "Some thought it was an accident, but the old game files revealed something strange. Nikir was listed as Balgruf's half-brother." "It wasn't your fault," I said. "It was your father's." Balgruf's eyes widened in shock, tears welling up. His heart was shattered by the nymph's magic, but even worse, his wife had been cheating on him too with none other than his own father, the former Jarl of Whiterun. Farengar gave his friend a gentle pat on the back, closing the tale. Balgruf, when his wife revealed the truth, he yanked the blade from her gut like it was calling to him. "We found the old Jarl in his chambers, tangled up with a maid." Balgruf cut in. "I shoved the blade into his back while he was on top of her. He seduced Milia, then discarded her when she got pregnant. Hrongar didn't want the throne, so I became Jarl." I blinked, stunned. "Wow, that's incredible. I don't mean to be rude, but what a story." I was way past polite now, completely thrown off balance. Balgruf chuckled bitterly. "I get it," he said, pulling out a key. "We've carried this around for years. Maybe it's time to let it go. The key was old, rusted, and twisted. I swear, I'll destroy the blade," I promised, nodding. The two exchanged a look as I stepped out. Balgruf's head dropped as Farengar comforted him. Just as I reached the door, a voice called, "What's going on in there?" I turned and saw Irilith. The Jarl and Farengar were sharing stories from their adventuring days. Vex's journey takes an unexpected twist as he steps into the damp, echoing basement and faces the ominous door. Inside, Mephala's whisper floats through the air, urging him to restore her blade. Yet Vex, ever the strategist, doesn't fall for the Daedric prince's usual price. His mind spins a different plan as he reluctantly uses the key to unlock the ebony blade, knowing it holds power far beyond simple use. But, with Sybil's cryptic help, Vex has a grander scheme in mind, fusing it with Dawnbreaker, creating a new weapon, Sable Wave. It's not just a weapon, it's a piece of a larger puzzle, with the Daedric princes, like Meridia and Mephala, swirling in the background. Vex's world of manipulation, power plays, and hidden alliances titans, each move more dangerous than the last. Do you like this personality? I couldn't test my theories about the ring. It wasn't in Skyrim. That wasn't really an issue though. I didn't want the ring. It merely gave me insight into a possibility. Mephala isn't the only one who rewards her champions with the ring. Meridia does as well. An opposing force, simply put. Mephala still whispered to me, but I couldn't hear it. I grabbed the sword and raised it up. The blade was undoubtedly made of ebony, while Dawnbreaker was forged from moonstone. The two were like yin and yang in my mind, and a devious grin crept across my face. Mephala seemed almost pleased with my reaction. I could almost laugh. What better way to use the blade than to betray its creator? Mephala whispered, "Now go, slay friends and foes alike." I said nothing, carefully avoiding anything that might lead to unintended consequences. Instead, I slid the blade into its hilt and stashed it away in my inventory. I still lacked some materials, but before gathering those, it might be wise to push my smithing skill to 100. It was still only at 98. Wait, it had jumped to 99? When did that happen? I checked back and realized inspecting the ebony blade had raised my smithing skill. Was it because I planned to use it as forging material? I shook my head and took a deep breath. Finally, I left Dragon's Reach. I gathered Vairi under the Gildergreen tree and brought her along to hunt bandits. I couldn't find Canary, nor did I think she wanted to bounty hunt. That left me, Vairi, and Philip the horse. Vairi clung to my waist as we traveled to the Silent Moon's camp. I asked, Vairi, you never mentioned what happened with the companions. Did you speak with Kodlak? Vairi shivered. Unfortunately, yes. He told me many things, but he also told me I couldn't be accepted or trained. I don't blame him for calling the gift a curse. After all, he was honest about how he felt. Teaching or taking in strays wasn't exactly their thing. Wait, he actually told an outsider he hated the gift? I raised an eyebrow. Vairi continued, a guy named Vilkas was there too. He mentioned they're looking into a cure for the curse, but honestly, I don't think I want it yet. I nodded, seeing her point. The cure was tied to her father's madness and her imprisonment, things she wasn't eager to revisit. I had promised her a cure if she wanted it, but I understood why she'd turn down theirs, even if they were one and the same. I pulled Philip's reins. Slow down, girl. The camp's ahead, those ruins. They shouldn't see us from here, but let's be careful and stop now. I glanced at Vairi. Did you talk to those two? She clicked her tongue. No, I wish it was just them. A woman named Ayla and a man named Skior, too. They called me a stray and said they could smell me. Warned me about the Silverhand, but Skior, well, he smelled like my prison. I paused. That was odd. Why would he smell like that? I thought for a moment, could he have embraced the gift too much? Maybe he's taken someone's life? Vairi nodded. Maybe. Ayla had a similar scent to mine. I stared at her. Ayla smelled like you? She hesitated. Yes? Let's drop it for now. Do you like this personality? I'd rather you not invade more personal space. You already have a harness to ride me after all. Wait, that sounds wrong. A burst of laughter escaped me as I shrugged. Whatever, I'm gonna try and pick them off with my bow. Vairi froze, eyes locking onto me. Let me get a little closer then. You don't have great accuracy, and if they start firing at us, I'd prefer the ability to close the gap. I frowned. I can hit them. Pulling out my bow, I knocked an arrow. Vairi crouched, moving swiftly to the side of the ruins. I fired, the arrow soaring until it wasn't high enough. Instead of piercing a bandit's skull, it punctured the pot of soup he was cooking. My soup! He yelped. Vairi didn't hesitate, already on the move. I fired again, missing to the right, and he pulled out his own bow. Finally, the third arrow hit him in the knee. I winced as I stumbled, tumbling down the stone staircase that made up most of the ruins. With a sigh, I bolted for the stairs. Vairi, meanwhile, clubbed a bandit in the head, while a third charged her, wielding a battle axe. With a snap of my fingers, the stairs warped under his feet, turning into a slide. He slipped down, and I took the opportunity to stab him in the chest with Dawnbreaker. A bandit appeared at the top of the ruins, and I quickly ducked, calling out to Vairi. Mage! I heard her move just in time, a firebolt whizzing past us. Switching magic, I muttered. Go, my child. A flaming wolf emerged, locking onto the mage. The wolf tore through the air, followed by my familiar. The first summon exploded on impact with the mage's ward, and they screamed, I'll kill you for killing my friends! The conversation was brief before my second companion pounced on his arm and started biting down. Vairi followed up by swinging a pendulum and slamming it onto the mage's skull. She turned back, giving me a thumbs up. I heard a groan and turned to see the man I had shot with an arrow stirring. Without hesitation, I stabbed him in the stomach, creating a new hole that put an end to his movements. As I walked up the stairs, I called to Vairi. So, this is the Lunar Forge's home. Anything special about it to you, being a creature of the night? She shrugged, unimpressed. Not really, it seems pretty lame. I waved her off and pointed towards Philip. Could you fetch the horse? Philip was already trotting over, but it gave Vairi something to do. She shrugged, but I knew she would have just sat on the steps. And set up camp, we're staying here tonight, I added. She clicked her tongue in protest, but it's still 5 hours till dusk. I shrugged and entered the enclosed room at the top of the ruins. I expected it to be open, letting the moonlight shine through, but the forge was hidden, almost buried in the mountain and snow. I wonder if it even works, I muttered. Inside, I found a fully equipped forge with several ingredients scattered about. The room was bright though. Something wasn't right. Looking up, the sky was cloudy, but still the sky. I circled the room and stepped outside, peering back at the forge. Now that's strange, I frowned. The roof of the forge should have been buried, even without the snow and rocks. I ran back to the forge, staring up again. It wasn't the same sky. Maybe I should have spared that bandit. The forge room was a strange place, where the sky outside was clear, yet inside, the clouds gathered ominously, hinting at an impending storm. I couldn't ignore it. The forge was somehow tied to oblivion, likely to Hircine's realm. His plane had a day-night cycle like Nirn, but this was something else. Was this natural lore, or just a fabricated mystery? I couldn't be sure. Understanding how the lunar enchantments worked seemed impossible without Hircine's guidance. Holding his ring, I considered testing it. Hircine, always fair and straightforward, was unlikely to create a forge like this for no reason. Why would he allow his followers to build it? With a deep sigh, I examined the forge. The bellows were new, freshly made. A quick dip into the quenching water revealed a bitter mixture of charcoal and salt. Nothing special, something that needed a good scrub and refill. The forge itself, built of gray marble, bore intricate runes across its top. Nothing too remarkable, except for the 4 books scattered nearby. One on light armor forging, one on the lunar forge written by someone else, and another on lunar weapons, penned in a completely different hand. What secrets lay hidden within these pages? I picked up the ink, studying its fresh marks basic, unrefined. The bandit mage, a rogue scholar, had used this. Likely stolen low-quality ink and the pheasant feather pen. Definitely scavenged, probably off a plate. The leather-bound notebook was more useful, though. It had seen better days, used to prop up a wobbly grindstone leg, but the strange language in it didn't offer much. Flipping through, I tossed the armor forging book aside and grabbed the lunar weapons one. It was mostly test notes from the bandit, likely interrupting their work on armor enchantments. With no breakthroughs, I switched to the lunar forge notes. Only to get a surprise level up, my smithing skill increased, plus a perk point. Eager to check the skill trees, I noticed I couldn't spend the perk points yet, but I had access to the legendary smithing perk. There were 5: weapons, light armor, heavy armor, accessories, and personal creations. The last perk, personal designs and creativity, was the kicker scaling from 1 to 100. To max it out, 500 perk points. A daunting task, but I had to sleep first. I quickly discovered that the system had a second method: experience. Clicking on the perk points revealed several experience bars, with the one for swords standing out the most. It made sense, considering I'd mass-produced all kinds of swords iron, steel, imperial. I'd forged them endlessly, gaining a ton of experience. The bar showed 671, hinting that I likely earned the perk after hitting 500 experience in forging a specific item. That was good. It meant I could grind forging for more perk points. But it wasn't just swords. Axes, maces, sickles, hammers, daggers. Each weapon had subcategories. Swords alone broke down into short swords, long swords, scimitars, and more, including something called a hamburge. My mind spun with the implications, and I sighed, sitting on the wobbly grindstone. My thoughts turned to the sky, the false sky. I picked up notes on the lunar forge again, but was distracted by a level up. The book spoke of the forge's smoke rising to the sky, touching the ceiling rather than an oblivion gate. Curious, I tossed the light armor forging book into the air, watching it bounce off an invisible wall at the ceiling's crest. It seemed things could go up but not out. A window, not a gate. I scanned the pages of the old book, noting the enchantment described as vampiric in nature, but something was off. The weapons I knew of caused burning instead. I could grab a lunar iron axe and feel the heat under the moons. A thought struck me: this book wasn't written by a bandit. Someone else had a hand in it. Smirking, I knew just how to test the truth. A flash of magic surged through my hands as I cast a spell over the book. The color shifted to white. It meant the book was under a century old. Curious, I turned to the forge, casting the spell again. This time, the magic glowed violet. It was ancient, thousands of years old. The lunar forge was a relic, buried in time. It explained everything, forgotten and overlooked. But that didn't mean I could learn much else. I sighed, getting to work. The Skyforge could have worked, but forging Daedric artifacts under the sun felt wrong. Fire, frost, and void salts were ready. I'd seen Balamund use fire salts, but I planned something more. I had a Daedra heart, glowing mushrooms, spriggan sap, and even vampire dust. No, it wasn't for crafting, but it might help with what I had in mind. The forge pulsed with an energy all its own as I let out a long, tired sigh. My smithing skills were maxed out, and with just a single perk point left to place, I needed rest. Cracking my neck, I stepped out of the forge, where Vairi's eyes met mine. "Find what you needed?" she asked, her tone casual. I nodded. Not so much discovering, more like finding a forge that's away from prying eyes. "This one's stronger at night, a secret advantage." She raised an eyebrow and shrugged. "I started a new batch of soup, by the way. You put a hole in the last pot." I shot her a deadpan look. "I'm sleeping for just an hour. Wake me if I don't get up." With a nod from Vyre, I laid down my sleeping bag, ready for a quick, dreamless rest. The scent of her stirring soup lingered in the air as I drifted off. When I awoke, it was time to place my perk point into the final smithing perk. Dragonbone smithing wasn't as useful here, but I had a plan. I cracked my neck again, feeling the tension leave, and stood up. Vyre handed me a bowl of her latest creation, a meaty soup with a pointed look. No veggies? I asked, eyeing the bowl. She shrugged. Only had venison, and I don't trust your magic vegetables. I raised an eyebrow at her. So, what's the base? Her silent gesture pointed to the dead guy she'd used for broth and wine. I sighed, but took the bowl, settling in to eat. Simple, tasty. I stood up and said, once you're done, you can either watch me or try reading a book. Vyre gave a nod, remembering the joke book Canary had handed her earlier. It was a clever move, as some jokes were full of cultural words Vyre might not grasp. Not that they were complicated, just unfamiliar. I moved toward the forge room of Silent Moon Camp, where the ingredients I'd prepared earlier were still exactly as I left them. Time to tackle the more challenging stuff. I grabbed the dragon bones and went straight to the grindstone. At first, I wasn't sure if the result would be any good, but my perk in dragon bone smithing worked wonders. As I ground down the bones, I filled a cup with fine dust, set it aside, and started grinding charcoal. Once that was done, I took the frost salts I had earlier prepared, mixed them all together, and watched as the water in the bowl sizzled and frosted over. I dipped my finger in, feeling the chill. Perfect. I added more ingredients. Daedra heart, fire salts, glowing mushrooms, and Spriggan sap, then mixed them into a black, gooey sludge. This I spread over the forge, adding even more fire salts. The forge roared to life, and I could feel the heat radiating from it. It was finally time to use the metals. I pulled out the ebony blade, Dawnbreaker, Stalrim, ebony, and the vampiric ring. I'd hardly used the ring's vampiric drain, but the notes about the lunar forge mentioned something about natural vampiric qualities. With everything prepared, I knew the next step was crucial. The forge awaited. Under the ghostly moonlight, I felt the weight of the task ahead. With only one chance to succeed, I began mixing the void salts and vampire dust, coating the artifacts before me. As the forge's heat rose, I reshaped the ancient ring and the ebony blade, slowly fusing them together, each stroke of the hammer reshaping their essence. The process was meticulous, melting the metals, adding more ebony, quenching them in freezing water to cool them at just the right moment. The blade began to take shape, but it wasn't until the last sprinkle of unmixed void salts and a final reheat that the weapon truly felt alive. As I stepped back, inspecting the final creation, a shiver ran through me. But it wasn't fear. It was awe. The blade, now a single, fused weapon, gleamed with a crimson glow. But it was the name that shocked me. What I had forged was something beyond mere metal. It was a legacy. I had expected something more like the Dustbreaker or the Ivory Blade. But what was this, Sable Wave? I squinted at the description for any hints, but it didn't answer much. A masterpiece? I raised the glowing blade, and it was easy to see why. Its edge shifted from light blue to a deep ebony. The core, a familiar Dawnbreaker's sunshine metal. It wasn't a short sword, and calling it a long sword didn't quite fit either. It was something entirely new, just like the contrast in its colors. I checked the sword's enchantments and couldn't help but whistle. What have I created? I muttered. The UI description said it burns down to the target's soul. Had this been my doing? Or was it the work of the Lunar Forge? I glanced up at the sky, only to realize the moonlight was fading. Wait, no, it wasn't the moon. The window itself was vanishing. Had I drained the forge's magic? I looked into the blade's reflection, sheathed it in silence, and for a moment I wondered aloud, Meridia? Are you watching me? Mephala? But the emptiness around me only deepened. No voices, no answers. It felt like when I first woke up on Nirn. Walking out of the forge, it was almost dawn. Vyre looked up. You done? Took a while, didn't you? I shrugged. Masterpieces don't just appear, Vyre smirked. Sure, mister. Master Blacksmith. I checked my quests. A new one from the notebook told me to translate the book, another task for later. I still had the one pointing to halted stream camp. Perfect for testing Sable Wave and wrapping up a quest. Philip, come here, girl, I called. She snapped out of her daze and trotted over. Vyre raised an eyebrow. She doesn't listen to me like that. What's your secret? I was pretty sure it was my speechcraft. My bonuses must have made her obedient. I shrugged as I climbed onto her back. I'm just good with animals, aren't you? She froze, frowned, then grumbled before joining me on the saddle. Just go. I smirked and urged Philip into a trot. So, where are we headed? This isn't Whiterun, Vyre asked. Another bandit camp, I nodded. Halted stream camp. As we got closer, she spoke again. That doesn't look like a bandit camp. I agreed. It wasn't what I remembered. Then the quest updated. Hunter's Prey, giving me new info. Looks like I was wrong. They're a small mining village, separated from Whiterun. Vairi blinked. So, not bandits? I shook my head. No, they attacked Loreas' farm. I had expected something more like the Duskbreaker or the Ivory Blade, but what was this, Sable Wave? I squinted at the description for any hints, but it didn't answer much. A masterpiece? I raised the glowing blade, and it was easy to see why. Its edge shifted from light blue to a deep ebony, the core of familiar Dawnbreaker sunshine metal. It wasn't a short sword, and calling it a long sword didn't quite fit either. It was something entirely new, just like the contrast in its colors. I checked the sword's enchantments and couldn't help but whistle. What have I created? I muttered. The UI description said it burns down to the target's soul. Had this been my doing? Or was it the work of the Lunar Forge? I glanced up at the sky, only to realize the moonlight was fading. Wait, Noit wasn't the moon, the window itself was vanishing. Had I drained the Forge's magic? I looked into the blade's reflection, sheathed it in silence, and for a moment I wondered aloud. Meridia? Are you watching me? Mafala? But the emptiness around me only deepened. No voices, no answers. It felt like when I first woke up on Nirn. Walking out of the forge, your scene with the summoned flaming familiars and the combat against the powerful foe captures an intense moment of battle. I noticed that this aligns with the detailed lore of Vec Frostwain, especially the use of powerful, ritualistic magic. The narrative also ties into Vec's personality and powers, particularly his ability to manipulate the environment through artifacts and spell fusion, as seen with his use of the flaming familiar. Would you like to integrate this into the larger context of Vec's journey, or perhaps refine any specific aspects of the fight scene or his strategy here? Do you like this personality as almost Dawn? Vairi looked up. You done? Took a while, didn't you? I placed a hand on the teen's shoulder. Shh, it's okay. My companion and I will take care of this. Are these men just in the mine, or are they in the village too? He nodded. They're in the mines, with 4 hostages. We can't do anything because they wear full steel armor. The leader. He's massive. Almost twice the size of anyone I've ever seen. Vairi raised an eyebrow, then shot me a glance. I gave her a look that we understood each other. Vairi jumped off the horse and pointed to the boy. That's Philip. Keep her close. I nodded and unsheathed Sable Wave. The teen's eyes widened. I motioned, lead us in. We don't want to stir trouble with the villagers. He nodded, then ran ahead, guiding Philip along. He tied her to a fence post, along with 2 other horses. As we walked, I observed the camp. Most of the villagers wore makeshift armor made from mammoth leather ruff and hairy. Near the mine entrance was something that looked like a butcher station, but on closer inspection, it appeared to be a workbench for repairing pickaxes and refining ore. The teen stopped at the mine door. Be careful, no one's gone in since those men showed up. The quest updated, and I nodded at the boy. Vairi followed me into the mine shaft. I closed the door behind us and turned to her. Half-giants. Rare in Skyrim. Most Atmorans are mixed. Blood. So I've seen one before. These men are probably more hill giant than sea giant. Memories, mine and not mine, swirled in my mind. Half-giants existed in Atmora, a land of mixed bloodlines. I pushed the nostalgia away. They're stronger and taller than most. If you can't kill them, aim for their legs, disable them. Vairi nodded, her weapon raised. She went silent, preparing for the battle ahead, and I mirrored her silence. With a silent focus, I cast my alteration spells, fortifying myself. Slipping through the mines, I found my first Targetol, but definitely not human. With a swift slice of Sable Wave, the weapon cut through him effortlessly. I was shocked to see him drop instantly, no sign of struggle. What the heck? Vairi whispered, her jaw dropping. I paused, recalculating the power of my sword. Turns out, its damage was triple that of a normal Daedric weapon. The half-giant barely knew what hit him. Moving on, Vairi shot me a look. If you're just gonna slice through everyone, we don't need stealth. I glanced ahead at the mine. I think only the leader is left. Soon, we stood by a half-eaten mammoth, its legs and head roasting over a fire. Vairi looked at it hungrily as I peered past the meat. The leader of these half-giants stood, glowing light flickering in his hands, but he didn't seem to notice us. I crept up behind him, though his low growl startled me. Still, I pushed forward, my sneak skills kicking in. With a grin, I slashed through his legs. He screamed and flung his arm back, hitting me in the shoulder. I was thrown back, crashing onto the rocky floor with a groan, only to be quickly pulled up by Vairi. His strength was unbelievable. My eyes shifted toward the legless man ahead of us, gripping an axe high over his head. still standing at a table much taller than normal. His voice was rough as he taunted, "So, the villagers finally sent someone to do their dirty work." His gaze flickered toward a wall of rocks, and I narrowed my eyes. "Where are the hostages?" I demanded. His response was a spiteful, "Fuck you," but it was clear he was hiding something behind those rocks. "Vyre, dig them out," I instructed. His sneer grew as he warned, "Get any closer, and I'll gut you." A smile crept onto my face as I turned on the charm, asking, "You're gonna bleed out soon, so why not tell me what a half-giant is doing here? Don't they live in Skyrim?" He laughed darkly, tossing his helmet aside, revealing tattoos on his face. "A forsworn," I muttered, recognizing the mark. I suppose it's not surprising they'd have half-giants now that they turn into hag-ravens. The man spat, this time blood spilling from his lips. "Not a half-giant, boy. I was a Breton. Before they started making us experiments." I raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "So, you fled? Or were you banished?" His face grew paler. "Why do you care?" I grinned, always ready for a good quest. The one I was on now was called A Hunter's Prey, though it didn't make much sense at first. But who knows? Maybe you have something more interesting for me. He looked dazed, his mind a little lost. A hunter's prey. "Yeah, I guess I'd be the prey," he mumbled, eyes shifting uncomfortably. "The forsworn group I ran from calls themselves the Hunters. They're near Markarth, up in the mountains. If you promise to kill them all, I'll mark it on a map for you." I smirked. "I'd love to, but you'll have to drop that axe before I can get close enough to show you the map." He paused, glancing at his legs, and then sighed, tossing the axe aside. "That sword, what is it? I shouldn't be bleeding out this fast," he pointed at his legs. I looked down at the sword in my hand, sable wave. A crimson light pulsed within it, draining him still. The initial strike had taken his health, but it was sapping his stamina too. I glanced back at him. "Sable wave. It's a Daedric artifact." He chuckled weakly. "Never heard of such a wicked blade. Feels like it's stealing my soul, or my will to live." Bah! "Just show me the map." So I did, and as his finger landed on a mountain, I received a new quest, but then his finger slid off the map and he slumped, lifeless. Could this quest have been solved without violence? Maybe. But as I turned to see where Vyre was digging, the thought faded into the cold air. I thought for sure those hostages were buried alive. The quest sat before me, and I couldn't help but notice the change. One objective was gone killing the forsworn hunters with Bomir, the half-giant leader. But instead of failing, the quest evolved. Now, I was to use the poacher's axe to behead the hag-raven of Hunter's Crest. The axe felt heavy with purpose. A weapon of legend, it was designed to slay animals with incredible precision, especially those protected or endangered. Its enchantment was savage, amplifying its power tenfold against its prey. My mind wandered. Should I craft a two-handed weapon of my own? My thoughts turned to the gold, jewels, and potions I had gathered. Among them, a rare spellbook gleamed. Transmute! I smirked, pocketing it. As I turned to Vyre, I asked if she had any luck. She growled in frustration, throwing another boulder away. "Let me check if they're even alive," I muttered, casting detect to reveal glowing orbs a sign of life. "They're alive. Go get the villagers. Let's get them out of here before anyone else notices." Vyre sighed, nodding. "They better reward us for this," she grumbled. After returning from Halted Stream Village with some gold, I reported back to the Jarl in Whiterun. Surprisingly, the gold I received was less than what the villagers had given me. Scamming the Jarl out of a little extra seemed fair enough. Still, the Jarl seemed oddly wary of me, especially when I was near Sablewave. He probably thought I was carrying that ebony blade. While I relaxed under the Gildergreen tree, Canary startled me by grabbing my shoulder. She smirked, calling me paranoid. I shot back, insisting I was just writing my thoughts, not plotting to stab someone. Canary wasn't buying it, but she shared something intriguing she had learned from witnesses that over 100 dragons had been resurrected, and many were in Skyrim. One of them, twice the size of the others, had destroyed Helgen. My theory? It had to do with the Dragonborn's presence. I couldn't shake the feeling that Alduin's actions, ironically, had spared Kine from the headsman's axe. How did he know the Dragonborn was there? Canary shot me a curious glance, clearly wanting answers. I just gestured toward Joravoskar. Kine, the Dragonborn, join the companions. I sent him and a guy named Stefan there to learn the ropes of combat. Stefan's a lazy bum and Kine's got amnesia, but maybe the companions will toughen them up or something. Canary stared at me but didn't ask any more questions. I shifted the topic. We'll head through Helgen toward Riften, where we'll start our real work. I nodded, already planning the route. I'm considering a detour to Orphan's Rock. It's full of witches, and I'm thinking of dealing with a coven to recruit one of them, even though I'd rather avoid the Hagravens. Still, there's a bounty on the Hagraven with a dagger called Nettlebane. Canary raised an eyebrow. Is there a bounty for it? Of course! I smirked. Why do free labor? The bounty's for the Hagraven, listed by a priest in Whiterun. She nodded. Fair enough. I stood up. Well, night's falling. I'm gonna grab a drink. Vyri perked up, but I had no intention of buying her anything. I thought about visiting the alchemist shop again, but after that last purchase of a Daedra heart, I figured I'd pass. Cracking my neck, I decided to shift gears and head to the Bannered Mare. I found Sam Gwevin and sat next to him. He turned slowly, a grin forming on his face. You look like you can handle your liquor. Think you can beat me in a drinking contest? In a dim-lit tavern, a Daedric prince challenges with a sly smile, betting his prize staff. But the protagonist, unimpressed, only sees it as another empty offer. With a confident grin, they dismiss the idea of wielding such a relic, preferring swords and magic over staffs. The Daedric prince, intrigued, promises that this contest holds a real prize, but the protagonist remains unbothered, knowing the tricks behind such temptations. The stakes rise as the prince offers to change the terms if defeated, but only if the rules are followed. A mysterious drink materializes, 9 cups of deep red liquid, as they agree to the challenge. The atmosphere crackles with tension as both sides prepare for a contest where anything go except for the alcohol, which must be drunk. The deal is set, and the game begins with freedom on the line for both. As they prepare for an unpredictable and dangerous encounter, Vyri walked into the Bannered Mare, and I noticed her immediately. She waved us over, catching Sam's attention too. Sanguine, ever the curious one, glanced at her and then at me. I grinned. Vyri? You haven't had a drink in a while, have you? She blinked and nodded, uncertain. Yeah? I pushed a special batch of Clovian mead towards her. My friend here made some. Want to try? Sanguine's eyes lit up, a smirk spreading across his face. A rare kind, he said, eager to share. Vyri sat down, intrigued, and after a moment's hesitation, took a gulp. Her eyes widened. This is pretty good, she declared, downing another tankard without a second thought. Sanguine chuckled. It hits fast. Maybe slow down a bit? But she wasn't listening, already reaching for more. I leaned back as Vyri grabbed a hunk of bread, buttered it, and shoved it in her mouth. Her face flushed, and she shot me a suspicious look. Wait, you're not trying to get me drunk on purpose, are you, Vec? Both Sanguine and I looked at her, curious. Vyri was more focused on the challenge than on the world around her, finishing off yet another tankard in less than an hour. Canary took a seat beside her, eyeing her with concern. Is she okay? She asked. I slid a tankard her way. Yeah, she's just enjoying some Clovian mead. Want some? Canary hesitated but took a sip, her face flushing. This is pretty good. She smiled. I think I can only handle one, though, I nodded. That's fine, just enjoy what you have. Sanguine turned his gaze on me. You going to have a drink? Looks like your win's coming up soon. I shrugged, grabbed a cup, and downed it in one go. I pushed the remaining tankards to Vyri, who was starting to lose herself. I patted her on the back, asking, You all right? She looked at me with blurry eyes, smiling. Yes, I feel great. With that, she downed the last of the drink. I shot a knowing smirk at Sanguine, who laughed as his eyes shifted into an eerie red and black. All is fair, he muttered. I should have made the rules stricter. But hey, I think I'll get a show tonight. Get her to drink one more cup, and I'll throw in an extra prize. My curiosity piqued, but a question lingered. What exactly did he have in mind? The Daedric Prince of Depravity offers 3 disturbing options. An aphrodisiac for a potentially exciting night, a grotesque act in a bathroom, or a chilling choice of blood her own. The choice of the aphrodisiac seems harmless enough, so I take it, watching as the cup fills with a strange pink liquid. A sigh escapes the prince as he explains that it's a fruit only found in Oblivion, though he hints at much darker prizes should I have chosen differently. As I sit with Canary, who seems less than steady, I tease her about her tolerance for alcohol. She insists she can handle it, before snatching the cup and downing it in defiance. But the night is far from simple, and what follows promises more than just a drunken escapade. I leaned against the bar. It was a fruit-based brandy. I smirked, watching her face twist in emotion. She stood, gave a small nod, and said, I'm going to bed, good night. She stumbled slightly, then hurried off. I turned back to Sanguine, who was smiling but sighed. I was hoping for more, he said. Looks like the only fun one is that werewolf. Clever trick, though. If you were a werewolf, it wouldn't have worked. He paused, eyeing me. The liquor adjusts to your tolerance. Too bad. So, he could tailor it by race or species. Makes sense. Sanguine's smile widened, creepy as ever. Your prize! He handed me a jewelry box. I took it, and he warned, Many princes are watching. Avoid Beathia and Molag Bal. They don't play fair. He hesitated. Oh, and Vermina wants to meet you. With that, he vanished into thin air. I stared around, but he was gone. Vermina wanted to meet me? and that warning about Beathia and Molag Ball echoed in my mind. Beathia had good artifacts, but Molag Ball? Never. I opened the box, raising an eyebrow. Inside, a ring. Familiar, yet foreign. I recognized it as the Death Dealer's Fetites enchantment. Simple. Escalating Fet. The ring would boost my stamina regen, recover fatigue, and enhance spell potency over time during conflict. It turned out the object was a cursed artifactor ring tied to dark deeds. Naturally, curiosity led me to equip it onto the belt of many uses. My gaze fell on the second item, a red masquerade mask, crafted from roses and nightshades. The name was fitting, amalgamates Deception. Its power mirrored that of an ancient relic, allowing the wearer to alter their appearance, gender, race, species through a deceptive illusion so potent that even the wearer believed the change. I equipped it to the belt, too. Sanguine's game had proven interesting, but there was always a price. As I pondered his motives, a sudden impact from behind knocked the air from my lungs. Viri, utterly intoxicated, had wrapped herself around me. "Sush! Great!" she slurred. Despite the Daedric Prince's claims of harmless alcohol, the effects were clearly at work. I scooped Viri up, intent on checking on Canary, suspecting there was more to Sanguine's challenge than I understood. What was his real play here?